The young man Ye Feng, originally the heir of the Ye family, bore the ancient bloodline of the Longyang, a dazzling prodigy renowned as the greatest talent of Qingyang City. On the eve of his grand wedding, he was ensnared in a deadly trap set by his most trusted fiancée, Su Shui'er, and his cousin Ye Li. At the Cliff of Broken Souls, surrounded by dozens of elite masters from the four great families of Qingyang City, he fought fiercely, slaying countless foes. Yet, he was tragically betrayed, his bloodline was forcibly extracted, and his foundation was utterly destroyed. In his despair, he plummeted into a bottomless abyss. Little did he expect the Xianxia Empress would rescue him, and for 10 years, he was compelled to cultivate day and night alongside the unparalleled Empress. After a decade, his shattered body was remade, his domineering form awakened, crushing all in his path. Everything owed to me must be returned. The dragon rises from the abyss, and even the deities of heaven and earth must kneel before me. Chapter 1. 10 Years of Dual Cultivation. Deep within the cave, a thick mist swirled, intermingled with an unusual sweetness. Hiss! After 10 long years, a mournful groan broke the tranquility of the stone chamber. Ye Feng, supporting his nearly unyielding waist, struggled to rise from a bed of cold jade. He felt as if every bone in his body had been disassembled and reassembled. His limbs were permeated with an indescribable ache. His robust chest was exposed, yet his complexion appeared somewhat haggard. "What's the matter, little brat? Can't hold on any longer." A voice, cool yet tinged with playful amusement, echoed behind him, resembling the sound of pearls falling onto a plate, yet imbued with supreme authority. Without needing to turn around, Ye Feng knew who it was. He saw a perfect jade arm, fairer than frost and snow, lazily extend from behind, resting lightly upon his shoulder. The cool touch of her fingertips caused Ye Feng's muscles to tense instantly, then melt into a state of weakness. He slowly turned his head. What met his gaze was an unparalleled beauty that could dim the very heavens. The exquisite woman had skin whiter than snow, delicate and flawless, with a straight, elegant nose and lips resembling the most alluring petals. The thin veil barely concealed her alluring figure, half hiding yet allowing glimpses of breathtaking contours, stunningly beautiful and suffocatingly magnificent. The Xianxia Empress. Ye Feng's gaze swept across her body, sculpted like exquisite mutton fat jade, and the soreness in his waist seemed to diminish significantly. His heart was shouting internally, "Can't hold on? I'd endure another 10 years for this." Yet his face could only muster a bitter smile, more tragic than tears. "Empress sister. No, your majesty. How little time do mortals have? 10 years. You are far too ruthless." The Xianxia Empress shifted lazily, her body slightly turning, and the veil slipped a little, revealing more of her snowy, plump shoulders and graceful collarbone curves, causing Ye Feng's heart to race once again. In her icy phoenix eyes, a fleeting hint of faint helplessness mingled with a killing intent. "Ruthless?" The Xianxia Empress's voice suddenly turned colder. "Were it not for that wretched peach blossom fairy, who ambushed me at the critical moment of my breakthrough to the Tao ancestor, destroying my foundation and shattering my celestial body, leading to my fall into this desolate realm of cultivation, would I need to endure this?" She extended another flawless hand, watching the chilling aura swirling at her fingertips, a sensation that seemed capable of freezing space, her voice low and filled with danger. "In the battle of the 9 heavens immortal realm, my best friend turned against me, a dagger in my back. Haha. This Xian Yin Shan Nu Jing requires the pure yang essence of a man to harmonize. Only then can it aid me in reconstructing my foundation and suppressing the Tao injuries. 10 years. To regain even 1/10 of my power is already the greatest fortune for someone of your mortal cultivation. Otherwise, do you think I would deign to lower myself to your mere mortal level? However, although I have absorbed from you for 10 years, I have not treated you unfairly, have I?" He. Ye Feng was taken aback. 10 years prior, he had fallen into the abyss, captured by the Xianxia Empress and brought to her cave, where he was drained day and night. Though he felt utterly exhausted, considering that this stunning Xianxia Empress had saved his life and helped him reconstruct his body, perhaps it wasn't such a terrible fate after all. Misery loves company. Ye Feng sighed. Deep within him, the hatred sealed for a decade began to surge like molten lava. The heir of the Ye family. A decade ago, he was the hope of the Ye family in Qingyang City. With an enviable 6th-grade bloodline of Longyang, he was a prodigy recognized by the Ye family and the entire Qingyang City. Yet, on the eve of the family trials when he turned 16, his most trusted fiancée, Su Shui'er, conspired with his cousin Ye Li. They devised a malicious trap, luring him to the Broken Soul Valley outside the city, colluding with internal traitors and dozens of mysterious figures in black, launching a despicable ambush against him. In that battle, he fought fiercely, relying on the tyrannical power of the Longyang true blood to kill several masters. Yet he also suffered fatal injuries. The Longyang true blood concentrated within him was forcibly drawn out by Su Shuer using an exceedingly wicked demonic technique at the last moment. He could never forget the smug and greedy expression on Yi Li's hypocritical face as he stood on his chest. Ye Feng, your bloodline and the position of a young clan leader are now mine. Su Shuet, from now on, she is my woman. Go die with peace of mind. He could also never forget the coldness in Su Shuener's eyes as she handed that strange crystal containing his Longyang true blood to Yi Li. Li Gu, take this. Dispose of this waste promptly. An overwhelming sense of resentment, intense pain, and betrayal surged through him as he was ultimately struck down into the abyss, his body shattered. Fortunately, he was swept into a chaotic space current, ultimately landing in the mysterious cave of the Celestial Empress, where she, in desperate need of pure yang essence, seized him as the only furnace for her absorption over the past decade. Ye Feng instinctively clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the exertion, producing a subtle cracking sound. The blood of the dragon Yang, the title of heir, the precious dragon emperor seal left by his mother, and those despicable individuals, Ye Li and Su Shuer. 10 years, a full decade, trapped in this place. Although he lamented vocally, in truth, this misfortune bore unexpected fortune. The decade of dual cultivation was not entirely a one-sided endeavor. The exceptionally pure and vast primordial yin power of the Xianxia Empress, primarily utilized for healing and reconstructing the foundation of one's Tao, also quietly nourished and tempered Ye Feng's mortal body through the subtle energies that leaked forth. Furthermore, on occasions when the Xianxia Empress was in a good mood or required him to maintain vitality, she bestowed upon him a few scraps of celestial herbs from the realm of immortals, which fortified his physical foundation to an extent far surpassing that of when he first awakened his bloodline. Accompanied by the sound of cracking joints, a suppressed aura that had lain dormant for 10 years, though not overwhelmingly powerful, emanated from Ye Feng with remarkable tenacity, infused with the will of vengeance. He lifted his head, the lingering haze in his eyes, a remnant from glimpsing the Empress's exquisite beauty, vanished entirely, replaced by the cold brilliance forged through a decade of tempering. The Xianxia Empress keenly sensed the change in Ye Feng. Within her icy phoenix eyes, a hint of scrutiny emerged for the first time. It seems the 10 years of cultivation were not in vain. At least some impetuosity has been tempered. Her voice remained indifferent, yet bore slightly less of the aloofness that often characterized her demeanor. The 10-year pact has concluded. Are you ready to depart? Indeed. Do not think of me. Ye Feng replied with a faint smile before rising to his feet and donning a set of dark garments hanging from a nearby rack. He approached the shimmering barrier at the cave's exit, where soft rays of light flowed, and proclaimed clearly, Ye Li, Su Shuet, I, Ye Feng, have returned. While I was owed back then, I demand you repay, with interest 100-fold. Upon finishing his words, Ye Feng stepped forward, his figure melding into the radiant light of the barrier. In the frigid stone chamber, only the stunning Xianxia Empress remained, leaning against her cold jade bed. She gazed at the spot where Ye Feng had vanished, a faint, imperceptible curve gracing her crimson lips, as if sighing or speaking with a newfound interest. Ah, my first and also my last man. This little rascal, how could he not linger in my thoughts? As her words fell, the figure of the Xianxia Empress suddenly disappeared from the cave. Chapter 2. I have returned. In the esteemed Ye family of Qingyang City, the conference hall was filled with an air of gravity. The current head of the family, Ye Duyin, sat in the primary seat, his expression stern and commanding. Below him were several core elders of the Ye family, gathered around a table upon which lay a singular Taishan token, signifying the soul admission quota bestowed upon the Ye family by the Taishan sect. Esteemed members, Ye Duyin cleared his throat, casting a sweeping glance over the assembly with a smile, as the Taishan sect prepares to recruit disciples. We must promptly determine the recipient of this precious opportunity. I propose that my second son, Ye Chu, be sent forth. He paused for effect, a smug satisfaction creeping onto his visage. Chu possesses commendable talent, and more importantly, his elder brother Ye Li is exceptionally gifted, bearing an extraordinary bloodline. Having already garnered the admiration of the elders within the inner sanctum of the Taishan sect, if Ye Chu were to go, the brothers could support one another. This would be a significant boon for our Ye family. At the mention of prodigious talent, An abrupt stillness enveloped the hall. The venerable elder, with hair as white as snow, could not suppress a sigh. Alas, when we speak of talent, who could possibly compare to the legendary Ye Feng of yore? That child was born with the rare sixth-grade dragon Yang true blood. His every gesture radiated an overwhelming presence. Had he still been with us, the elder's eyes shimmered with sorrow, lamenting the mysterious disappearance a decade prior, with no trace of life or death. Ye Duin Inyardli Sukofud, yet adorned his face with a heavy mask of regret, his tone imbued with sadness. Indeed, the elder speaks wisely. My nephew Ye Feng was truly exceptional. Had he not met with misfortune, would we even need to deliberate today? This quota would undoubtedly belong to Ye Feng. Alas, it is a grievous loss, a decade without news. A void of silence is not only a loss for our Ye family, but for all of Qingyang City. He shook his head in lament. His performance, nothing short of masterful. The incident from 10 years past had been orchestrated by his eldest son, Ye Li, and Ye Duin, as a father, was fully aware of this. Thank you, second uncle. Just then, a resounding and mocking voice pierced through the air from outside. Before anyone could react, the doors of the conference hall were flung open with a thunderous crash. Debris scattered, and a chill wind, laced with an ominous aura, swept into the room. Who dares? Ye Duin bellowed, rising to his feet. The assembly gasped in shock, turning their gazes towards the entrance, where a tall figure stood silhouetted against the light. Stepping forward with deliberate strides. Is I Ye Feng? A decade has passed. Surely, my second uncle would not fail to recognize me. Ye Feng came to a halt, his demeanor playful as he fixed his gaze upon the seated Ye Duin. What? Ye Feng? The crowd erupted in astonishment. The hall fell into an abrupt silence, eyes widening in disbelief as they stared at the newcomer. Though 10 years had elapsed, they recognized that face instantly. It was indeed Ye Feng, with a smile gracing his lips. He locked eyes with Ye Duin, his voice steady yet piercing through the clamor. Second uncle, where is my brother Ye Li? Ye Duin, taken aback, did not respond directly. Instead, he stammered in astonishment. Ye Feng, you are alive? He slumped back into his chair, nearly rendered speechless by the revelation. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng could not help but mock once more. Is it possible that my second uncle wishes for my demise? Ye Duyin could only manage an awkward smile, stammering in response. I knew you wouldn't. Ye Feng chuckled, continuing to inquire. Where is Ye Li? Not present? With a sense of pride, Ye Duyin declared. Ye Li has entered the Taishan sect, and is now the chief disciple of the esteemed Elder Dao Hai. Oh, Ye Feng's laughter was low and measured. My elder brother is absent? What a pity. Nevertheless, let's begin with you. Just then, Ye Feng's piercing gaze shifted to a figure beside Ye Duyin. Ye Liu. This individual had been Ye Feng's personal attendant a decade prior. Now, a decade later, he had become the subordinate of the clan leader, Ye Duyin. Upon seeing Ye Feng, Ye Lu's face turned pale, his body trembling as he instinctively took a step back. What is the matter? Ye Feng fixed his gaze on Ye Lu, his voice chillingly calm, as if it had emerged from the depths of the abyss. What is wrong, Lu Zi? Do you not recognize your young master? At these words, Ye Lu trembled violently, immediately forcing a smile and saying, I recognize. Of course I do. How could I not recognize you, young master? Fear engulfed him as memories of that fateful night in the Broken Soul Valley flooded his mind. He, Ye Feng's former closest servant, had feigned delivering a message for help, only to stab Ye Feng in the back at a critical moment, leaving him gravely injured. Ha! Ye Feng, la fit heartily. Good to know you remember. Why are you hiding so far away? Your young master has returned. Shouldn't you hurry over to pay your respects? Ye Lu's body quivered, a mix of terror and dread overwhelming him. Yet he was compelled by Ye Feng's terrifying aura and scrambled forward, prostrating himself. Young master, Ye Lu pays his respects. However, before he could finish his words, with a sudden and fierce motion, Ye Feng raised his foot and struck Ye Lu's chest with a powerful kick. Boom! The tremendous force sent Ye Lu flying like a broken sack, crashing into a pillar, blood spewing from his mouth, rendering him incapable of resistance. In the next instant, Ye Feng's figure darted forward like a specter, and amidst Ye Lu's astonished gaze and the gasps of the Ye family members, he lifted his right leg. Crash! Without the slightest hesitation, it descended with thunderous force. Like the crushing of a watermelon, it obliterated Ye Lu's bring me, this barbarian who betrays his own kin. 10 years ago, Ye Feng's tribulations are well known to Ye Duin. He understands that Ye Feng has returned, not merely to come back, but to return ablaze with the flames of vengeance. The death of Ye Lu is merely the prologue to Ye Feng's retribution. Thus, in Ye Duin's eyes, Ye Feng must be eradicated. The Ye family's enforcers surged forth, encircling Ye Feng in a swift motion, trapping him at the heart of the gathering. Ye Feng's expression remained nonchalant, entirely dismissing the surrounding wrath and Ye Duin's fierce proclamations. He slowly withdrew his bloodied foot, his icy gaze sweeping over the crowd, ultimately resting on Ye Duin's contorted visage as he sneered. It is merely a matter of cleansing the clan. A dog that betrays and kills its master is unworthy to be called kin. Chapter 3. Should this man be slain? Within the council chamber, the air was thick with the pungent scent of blood. The headless corpse of Ye Lu lay sprawled beneath a pillar, blood gushing forth. Ye Feng stood with his hands clasped behind him amidst the chaos, a semblance of a smile gracing his lips, as if he had just crushed a bothersome insect, rather than extinguished a life of his kin. Scoundrel! Ye Duin's eyes were ablaze with fury, the splattered blood sending shivers down his spine. He abruptly rose, his flowing sleeves trembling in indignation as he bellowed. Are you all deaf? Seize him. Life and death are inconsequential. Swish, swish, swish. The cold, sharp sound of unsheathed blades shattered the brief silence, as the Ye family's guards swiftly surrounded the scene, their glinting weapons interweaving. A chilling aura of murder attempting to ensnare the figure adorned with a playful smile. Stop! A voice imbued with authority and wrath thundered, instantly quelling the tumult. The elderly Grand Elder rose abruptly, his weathered face etched with disbelief and profound anger. His still sharp, aged eyes pierced through the crowd, locking onto Ye Feng. Feng, what on earth has transpired? What has Ye Lu done to warrant such an end? What indeed occurred a decade ago? He raised his hand in a sweeping motion, an invisible pressure immobilizing the restless guards. The family head, Ye Duin, felt his expression shift, yet dared not chastise the guards further due to the Grand Elder's imposing presence. Upon hearing the long-lost, affectionate address of Fenger, Ye Feng's mischievous smile dimmed slightly, revealing a hint of softness. He vividly recalled that during the years following his parents' disappearance, it was only this Grand Elder who had genuinely safeguarded him. Amidst the gazes filled with fear and confusion, Ye Feng offered a slight bow to the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, Ye Feng raised his head, his smile now imbued with warmth and sincere respect for the elder. He declared with clarity, to speak candidly, a decade ago, I was ensnared in a treacherous plot, nearly meeting my demise. What? A treachery? Who was responsible? The Grand Elder inquired urgently. As these words escaped his lips, Ye Duin's heart nearly leaped from his throat, his fist clenched tightly within his sleeve, nails digging into flesh, fearing that Ye Feng would, in the next breath, utter the names of Ye Li and Su Shuer. Yet, Ye Feng merely wore a smirk tinged with amusement. Continuing, there are those within the Ye family who covet my title as heir, secretly colluding with external enemies to set a lethal trap before the trials of the Ye family. They lured me to the Valley of Soul Severance, ambushing me from multiple angles, seeking to seize my bloodline, destroy my foundation, and extinguish my life. Ye Lu's gaze shifted to the blood-stained ground, his voice laced with mocking derision. 10 years ago, I entrusted this person with a message for the Ye family, pleading for help. Yet he betrayed me with a dagger in my back. I asked the esteemed elders of the Ye family, should this traitor be slain? He refrained from mentioning Ye Li and Su Shuer. What? Instantly, the members of the Ye family erupted into fervent discussions. Upon hearing Ye Feng's response, Ye Duin's taut nerves suddenly relaxed, a wave of astonishment followed by an even deeper sense of dread roiling within him. Why did this lad not reveal the truth? Was he toying with them, or did he harbor a more sinister plot? Ye Duin gazed at Ye Feng's perpetually smiling face, feeling an unfathomable depth, a chill creeping down his spine. Such a thing truly occurred. The Grand Elder's hair stood on end, his murky eyes igniting with wrath, the terrifying pressure of his cultivation erupting, nearly causing many of the weaker individuals to kneel. How outrageous! Who dares to harm the heir of the Ye family in such a manner? This matter cannot be left unresolved. I shall uncover the true culprit, eradicate their entire lineage, and finally bring solace to Fenger for the suffering of these past 10 years, thus cleansing the shame of the Ye family. The Grand Elder's fury swept through the meeting hall like a tangible storm, a murderous aura filling the air. In the face of this raging ire, Ye Feng's smile did not wane. Instead, It radiated an unsettling calm. He gently shook his head, raising a hand in a placating gesture, as if to soothe the elder. Yet his words were ice-cold. "Grand Elder, please calm your anger." Ye Feng smiled faintly, his voice gentle yet imbued with undeniable authority, expressing gratitude for the elder's protective concern. He paused briefly before continuing. "However, this is a matter of my own, a trouble I can resolve with a mere gesture, so there is no need for the Grand Elder to trouble himself." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Feng turned to leave the Ye family. Yet, after taking just a few steps, he suddenly halted, turning back to Ye Dian. "Second uncle, please keep the new token from Tai Xiansek safe for me. Thank you." "Second uncle." With those words, Ye Feng pivoted, casually stepping lightly on the ground. With a resounding crash, the once solid ground, as hard as Xian iron, cracked like tofu, spiderweb-like fissures rapidly spreading. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, the members of the Ye family collectively gasped in shock. He has undoubtedly broken through to the opening veins realm. Within the hall, an elder gazed at the horrifying cracks, his voice trembling uncontrollably. How remarkably resilient is the Qingyang stone, even at the pinnacle of the body refinement realm. Leaving a deep mark upon it is a formidable challenge. Only those who have successfully opened their meridians and harnessed the celestial energy to refine their corporeal form, those formidable beings of the meridian opening realm, can unleash such devastation. The prospect of someone attaining the meridian opening stage seems utterly preposterous. Ye Dian was taken aback and murmured to himself, 10 years ago, my son Yi Li personally severed his bloodline. How could a mere waste, devoid of any bloodline, possibly cultivate to the meridian opening realm in just a decade? Ye Feng treaded upon the spiderweb cracks, sprawling across the Qingyang stone, striding out of the Ye family estate with resolute steps, heedless of the horrified gazes of those around him. The bustling grandeur of Qingyang City remained unabated, with the streets alive with a cacophony of voices. Ye Feng traversed this vibrant scene with a stoic expression, the remnants of an unrestrained, chilling malevolence enveloping him, accompanied by a faint, lingering scent of blood upon his robes, causing passers-by to instinctively veer away. After a decade of confinement, isolated from the world, the lively clamor before him felt merely like background noise on his path of vengeance. His gaze was as keen as that of a hawk, fixated upon the resplendent estate in the distance, adorned with a grand Lu lantern. The lantern, pristine and new, seemed to herald the prosperity the family had enjoyed over the past 10 years. Yet, the crimson glow reflected in his icy eyes only ignited a fiercer flame of retribution. The Lu family, 10 years prior. The black-clad assailants who besieged him in the soul-severing valley included not only Yi Li and Su Shuer's lackeys, but also the arrogant and ruthless scions of the Lu, Li Wang and Du families. They served Yi Li and Su Shuer as devoted minions, viciously vying for a share of the spoils, intent on seizing his bloodline's refining secrets. While Yi Li and Su Shuer remained far away at the Taishan sect, Ye Feng felt no urgency concerning those two treacherous lovers. However, the Lu, Li Wang, and Du families would not enjoy such good fortune for long. With this thought, a chilling smile graced Ye Feng's lips as he boldly strode through the gates of the Lu family estate. Chapter 4. The Lu family must perish. Stop! Who goes there? At the entrance of the Lu estate, the urgent cries and chaotic footsteps erupted as dozens of guards from the Lu family, armed with weapons, surged out of the estate, encircling Ye Feng in an instant. A middle-aged man, clad in a butler's attire, stepped forth from the crowd. His expression darkened as he surveyed the disarray at the entrance. "Who are you?" he demanded, his gaze fixed on Ye Feng. "Why have you trespassed into the Lu residence and harmed others without provocation?" Ye Feng glanced around, his eyes sweeping over the guards who appeared as if bracing for battle, ultimately resting on the butler. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his lips. "I'm here to seek someone." "Whom do you seek?" The butler furrowed his brow, an ominous premonition rising within him. "I seek Lu Lingbo." Ye Feng's voice was soft yet resonated clearly in every ear. "Let him come out to meet me." Upon hearing the name Lu Lingbo, the butler's pupils constricted sharply. To address the young master by name and with such insolence? This visitor bore ill intentions. Preposterous, he bellowed, his voice laced with fury. "How dare you utter the name of my young master? Seize him at once. Show no mercy if he resists." "Yes." The guards responded in unison, their blades glinting as they wove a lethal net that descended upon Ye Feng. In the face of such a formidable display, Ye Feng merely shook his head lightly, a hint of pity on his face. It has been 10 years, and the dogs of the Lu family still revel in barking. Before his words had fully dissipated, he moved. There were no extravagant moves, no dazzling display of energy. He simply stepped forward. Boom! The ground quaked violently. From his point of contact, an indescribable force surged forth, like a river breaching its dam, sweeping outwards in all directions. Crack! Crack! The first wave of guards, at the forefront, found their steel weapons shattering under the impact of this force, piece by piece. One by one, they were struck as if by lightning, spewing blood. Their bodies uncontrollably propelled backward, colliding with their comrades in a chaotic tumble. Just one step. Only the might of a single step. The once well-trained guards of the Lu family were reduced to a disarrayed mob, collapsing to the ground in anguish. The entire Lu estate fell into an eerie silence. The butler stood frozen in place, the fury on his face replaced by an overwhelming terror, his legs trembling uncontrollably. What a terrifying display of power. A mere opening meridian realm? No, even an ordinary practitioner of that level could not exhibit such dominance. What is all this commotion? Came a voice, laced with impatience and lasciviousness, from the inner courtyard. Accompanied by the sound, a young man, dressed in luxurious attire, his complexion pallid and eyes sunken, emerged slowly, fanning himself with an ornate fan, surrounded by a throng of attendants. It was none other than Lu Lingbo, the eldest son of the Lu family. Upon seeing the havoc in the courtyard, his brows knitted in displeasure. What is the meaning of this? A bunch of useless fools, unable to guard a mere door? As he spoke, his gaze traversed the crowd, settling upon the tall figure of Ye Feng, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Initially, he found the silhouette somewhat familiar. However, upon discerning the mocking smile that adorned Ye Feng's face, the impatience and arrogance etched upon his own visage abruptly solidified. The folding fan fell to the ground with a resounding clap. In the span of a fleeting moment, Lu Lingbo's complexion shifted from pallid to ashen, then to a deep purple, ultimately paling to a ghostly white. He looked as though he had encountered a specter in broad daylight. His finger trembling violently as he pointed at Ye Feng, his voice piercing and shrill with sheer terror. Ye Feng, ye are not dead. Are you human or a ghost? The blood-soaked scene from a decade ago at the Valley of Broken Souls surged back to him like the most harrowing nightmare. The youth, akin to a demon, fighting valiantly, still glaring at them with the last remnants of his breath despite being stripped of his lineage. He has returned. Observing the abject horror etched upon Lu Lingbo's face, Ye Feng's smile grew ever more radiant. What is this? Have you forgotten me after a decade? He stepped forward, each movement akin to treading upon Lu Lingbo's heart. Of course, I did not perish. I clawed my way back from the depths of hell solely to exact vengeance upon you old acquaintances for the blood debt you owe. Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. Lu Lingbo, recovering from his initial shock, was overtaken by a frenzied madness. He fixed his gaze upon Ye Feng, roaring, "Your Dragon true blood has been personally stripped away by brother Yi Li and Schwer. You are nothing but a cripple. How could a cripple possibly still be alive? How could he possess such power?" He suddenly turned, bellowing at the stunned members of the Lu family behind him. "What are you all dawdling for? He is a traitor of the Yi family. He is the worthless Ye Feng. Seize him. Kill him. Whoever slays him shall be rewarded with a bounty of 10,000 gold taels. Under the lure of great rewards, valiant souls shall inevitably emerge." A few of the Lu family's practitioners, their gazes locking in mutual understanding, suppressed their trepidation and simultaneously shouted, channeling their spiritual energy to launch an assault on Ye Feng from various angles. Shattering stone palm, gale leg, several powerful waves of spiritual energy intertwined, sealing off all avenues of retreat. However, the moment he turned around, a hand as powerful as an iron claw seized his neck, lifting him effortlessly like a mere chick. "Let me go." Lu Lingbo gasped, his feet dangling off the ground, desperately struggling as his face turned the color of a pig's liver, his breathing becoming labored. 10 years ago in the Valley of Souls, you were just as arrogant. Ye Feng's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. You stood upon my head, declaring that I was merely a stepping stone, that my bloodline would be of great utility to you. I remember, you even severed one of my fingers, did you not? Ye Feng's other hand slowly rose, his finger poised like a sword. "No, please. Ye Feng, young Master Yi, I was wrong. I was wrong. It was all Lu Li and Su Schwerer who instigated me. It has nothing to do with me. Lu Lingbo completely broke down, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded pitifully. "It is too late." Ye Feng uttered 2 words softly. With a swift flash of crimson, Lu Lingbo's right arm was severed cleanly at the shoulder. A piercing scream echoed throughout the Lu family's estate. "Lingbo!" A furious roar erupted. Lu Xianxia, the head of the Lu family, along with several elders, finally arrived. Upon witnessing his son rendered armless, Lu Xianxia's eyes widened in rage, an overwhelming pressure of the Qi condensation realm exploding forth. "Beast, release my son. I shall tear you apart." With a sweeping gesture, he conjured a colossal hand of condensed spiritual energy, crashing down upon Ye Feng with tremendous force. "Qi condensation realm, you say?" A flicker of disdain crossed Ye Feng's eyes. In the presence of the vast aura of the Celestial Empress, what was mere Qi condensation but akin to an ant? He paid no heed to the gigantic hand descending upon him. Instead, he tightened his grip on Lu Lingbo. With a sharp crack, a crisp sound of bones fracturing pierced the air. Lu Lingbo's wails abruptly ceased. His neck was ruthlessly snapped, his head drooping lifelessly, eyes still reflecting endless terror and regret. Casually discarding Lu Lingbo's corpse as if it were refuse, Ye Feng slowly raised his gaze to the impending hand of spiritual energy. Unleashing a punch. After 10 years of honing, the formidable body of the wild dragon, transformed from the blood of Longyang, revealed its true ferocity for the very first time. A roar, reminiscent of ancient primordial dragons, erupted from Ye Feng's fist. The force of his punch manifested as a tangible golden ripple, soaring skyward. With a resounding crash, Lu Xianxia's powerful strike, now rendered as fragile as paper, disintegrated into countless motes of light amidst the terrifying punch. Lu Xianxia staggered back, spitting a mouthful of blood, his face a mask of disbelief. What kind of technique is this? The might of a single punch had shattered his full-force strike. Ye Feng offered no reply. He merely tightened his right fist once more, the joints crackling ominously. A formidable and tyrannical aura, surpassing even the boundaries of the opening pulse realm and overshadowing the condensing Qi realm, ascended into the heavens. Today, the Lu family shall face annihilation. The moment the words fell, Ye Feng transformed into a golden flash, plunging into the midst of the Lu clan. The wind of his fists howled, and flesh flew in all directions. The air was filled with wails of despair, cries for mercy, and the shattering of weapons. Regardless of whether they were the body-refining realm guards, the opening pulse realm vassals, or the condensing Qi realm elders, none could withstand Ye Feng's might. Every individual who had participated in the massacre at the soul-severing valley a decade prior, and all who had benefited from his bloodline over the past 10 years, were spared no mercy. Moments later, the Lu family's estate, now a river of blood, fell silent once more. Ye Feng stood amidst the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, his garments untouched by dust. He cast a glance at the ravaged Lu family, turned, and stepped out of this hellish realm. As he reached the threshold, he paused slightly, leaving behind a chilling proclamation without glancing back. Inform the Li family, the Wang family, and the Du family to cleanse their necks and await my arrival. Chapter 5. The Rampaging Dragon's Dominance. The icy words drifted away with the wind, and Ye Feng's figure vanished at the end of the long street, leaving behind the stench of blood in the Lu family residence, along with a declaration that sent shivers through all of Qingyang City. In the Ye family's conference hall, silence reigned, a stifling, oppressive silence. The Grand Elder and several clan elders wore grave expressions, while Ye Duyin fidgeted restlessly in the main seat, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. After Ye Feng departed, he immediately dispatched someone to gather intelligence, but as seconds turned into minutes, the messenger had yet to return. Each moment of waiting felt like a blade pressing against his heart, tormenting him mercilessly. Suddenly, a guard stumbled in, breathless and panic-stricken, his face a mask of terror, his voice trembling. Ye Duyin sprang up, demanding, "Speak. Where has that wretched Ye Feng gone?" He fixed an intense gaze upon the guard, his heart racing uncontrollably. Fearing the worst, the guard fell to his knees, shaking like a leaf in the wind, stammering, "Patriarch, Ye Feng has gone to the Lu family." The Lu family? Ye Duyin paused, a sinister satisfaction bubbling within him. That worthless fool dares to wreak havoc at the Lu family? Lu Xianxia is a master of the condensing Qi realm, and the Lu family boasts numerous elder vassals. This is a path to self-destruction. However, the guard's next words poured icy water over him, chilling him to the bone. The Lu family has been exterminated. What? Yi Duyin felt as if struck by lightning. His mind momentarily blank. He seized the guard by the collar, lifting him off the ground, roaring, "What nonsense are you spouting? Hundreds of lives in the Liu family. And with Liu Songhai present, how could they be exterminated?" The guard, terrified beyond measure, cried out, "Patriarch, spare me. It's true. I witnessed it with my own eyes. The Liu family estate was a river of blood, bodies strewn everywhere. There wasn't a single survivor." Boom! Yi Duin's mind was a blank slate as he stumbled back 2 steps, collapsing onto a chair, his eyes brimming with disbelief and terror. Annihilation. The one they deemed a failure, Ye Feng, had obliterated the Liu family, whose strength was nearly on par with that of the Yi clan. In a mere blink of an eye, how had he accomplished such a feat? Just how powerful was he? Where is he now? Yi Duin's voice emerged hoarse and rasping, laced with an unrecognizable tremor. The guard responded with trepidation. Someone saw him. "He has gone to the Du family." The Du family. A flicker of ferocity ignited in Yi Duin's eyes. Following the fear came an insatiable thirst for vengeance. The stronger Ye Feng's exhibited power, the less he could allow him to live. Otherwise, the next family to face annihilation would be his own. The Du family. Yi Duin slammed his palm onto the table, bellowing at his trusted subordinate. "Immediately, inform Du Tiansheng, the head of the Du family, at once. Tell him Ye Feng is a madman. He must spare no effort, employing every tactic at his disposal to ensure that Ye Feng meets a gruesome end." Yes. The subordinate complied, not daring to delay, and swiftly departed. Meanwhile, at the Du family estate, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as though it could condense into liquid. In the grand hall, Du Tiansheng, the head of the Du family, sat at the helm, his expression as dark as a stormy sea. Before him stood his son, Du Hao, the eldest son of the Du family, along with dozens of core family members and elder guardians. Each face bore a lingering shadow of dread. The news of the Liu family's destruction had rippled through Qingyang City like a magnitude 12 earthquake, sending shockwaves through every major power. Ye Feng's ominous declaration to cleanse his neck and await his death had left the Du family, who had also participated in the ambush at the Valley of Broken Souls a decade ago, on edge. "Father, that Ye Feng is simply intolerable." Du Hao seethed, his eyes glimmering with a blend of resentment and fear. He was one of the debauched youths who had once hunted Ye Feng, and the latter's hellish return for vengeance had robbed him of peace. Du Tiansheng remained silent, rhythmically tapping his fingers against the table, producing a dull, thudding sound. The hall was steeped in silence, the atmosphere reaching a suffocating apex. "Report, head of the family. A messenger from the Yi family has arrived with a secret letter." A servant rushed in, shattering the oppressive silence. Du Tiansheng's gaze sharpened, and he commanded, "Present it." He swiftly opened the letter, scanning its contents with a swift eye, his expression growing increasingly frigid. "That old foxy Duin." Du Tiansheng crumpled the letter into a tight ball, sneering. "He seeks to use my Du family to probe the depths of Ye Feng's strength, hoping for a mutual destruction, so he may reap the benefits." Du Awakens. "Father, what shall we do? Are we truly to confront that monster head-on?" "Confront? Why not engage?" Du Tiansheng rose soudainly, a powerful aura emanating from his threefold qi refinement realm, his eyes flashing with a maniacal intent for slaughter. No matter how fierce Ye Feng may be, he ultimately remains but a single individual. My Du family has established itself in Qingyang City for a century. How could we fear a mere young brat? He surveyed the crowd, his voice resonating with authority. 10 years ago, we were able to cripple him once. 10 years later, we shall be able to eliminate him once and for all. Relay my orders. Activate the ancestral protective formation, the earthly fiend binding array. All clan members above the meridian opening realm, stand ready. Today, my Du family shall demonstrate to all of Qingyang City that those who offend us shall meet their demise. Du Tiansheng's words were imbued with fervor, rekindling the fierce resolve in the previously anxious members of the Du family. Indeed, they were numerous and powerful. Fortified by the protective formation, what was there to fear? At that moment, a chilling voice, seemingly emanating from the depths of the underworld, echoed without warning above the Du family courtyard. "Du Tiansheng, Du Hao, come forth and accept your death." The voice was not loud, yet it penetrated the ears of every individual present, imbued with an undeniable dominance and lethality. "He has arrived. He truly has come." The expressions on Du Tiansheng and Du Hao shifted dramatically as they rushed out of the hall. There stood Ye Feng at the entrance of the courtyard, hands clasped behind his back, clad in black, his countenance stern, and his gaze as indifferent as if surveying a gathering of the deceased. Beneath his feet, the thick iron door of the Du family lay shattered into fragments. Ye Feng. Upon seeing him, Du Tianqing's pupils constricted sharply, and he bellowed, "How dare you? You have the audacity to destroy my Du family's door and slay our guards." Ye Feng appeared to disregard his words, his gaze drifting past him to rest upon Du Hao. "It has been 10 years, yet you have hardly changed." A sinister smile curled at the corners of Ye Feng's lips, still so fond of trailing behind others like a dog. "You insolent wretch." Duo, his heart racing under Ye Feng's scrutinizing gaze, nonetheless shouted defiantly, "Ye Feng, do not be so arrogant. This is the Du family, not a place where you can run rampant. I advise you to kneel and beg for mercy. Perhaps my father will grant you a complete corpse." Enough noise. Ye Feng uttered 2 words softly, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. "This is bad." Du Tianqing was struck with alarm. He had not even seen Ye Feng's movement. He merely sensed a fleeting change, a terrifying intent to kill enveloping Du Hao. "You little beast. Do not even think about it." Du Tianqing roared, unleashing his full power at the 3rd level of the Qi gathering realm, striking out with the palm. As his robust spiritual energy transformed into a barrier, shielding Du Hao. However, the next moment, the fury on his face transformed into boundless horror. Ye Feng's figure appeared like a phantom before the barrier, effortlessly extending a single finger. With a mere touch, a soft crack echoed. The spiritual barrier that Du Tianqing had painstakingly constructed burst as easily as a soap bubble. How is this possible? Du Tianqing's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Ye Feng's finger, undeterred, continued its trajectory and precisely landed upon Du Hao's dantian amidst his abject terror. Thud! A tempestuous and unparalleled force surged forth, penetrating deeply. Du Hao emitted a chilling, inhuman wail, his body soaring backward like a kite severed from its string, his dantian obliterated in an instant. A decade of arduous cultivation, shattered in a heartbeat. How Du Tianqing's eyes brimmed with rage, his heart twisted in agony. "Ye Feng, I shall see you dead." He appeared frenzied, his hands forming seals as he bellowed to the heavens. "Rise, earthly fiend, binding formation, kill for me." With his furious roar, the ground of the Du family estate trembled violently. Dozens of stone pillars, etched with mysterious runes, erupted from the earth, and thick, black malevolence surged skyward, weaving into a colossal net that enveloped the entire Du family. A chilling, viscous, and corrosive aura swiftly permeated the atmosphere. Ha! Ye Feng, this is the earthly fiend binding formation, a legacy of my Du family for a century. Within this formation, spiritual energy is severed, and malevolence erodes the bones. Even a Qi realm expert would meet certain death within. Today shall be your demise. As Du Tianqing reveled in his maniacal laughter, he beheld Ye Feng ensnared within the black net, yet the latter exhibited no sign of panic. He didn't even glance at the surrounding malevolence, simply raising his head slowly to regard Du Tianqing, a hint of mockery playing at the corners of his mouth. "A formation? You think such a trivial array can confine me?" With those words, Ye Feng inhaled deeply. Break! A thunderous dragon's roar erupted from his lips, reverberating through the air. The golden sound waves surged forth like tangible tidal waves, sweeping in all directions with wild fervor. The might of the fierce dragon's body was unleashed. Crack! 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 The seemingly indestructible black malevolent net emitted a cacophony of shattering sounds under the onslaught of the golden dragon's roar. Cracks spread across the net like a web, proliferating wildly. "No, this is impossible." Du Tianqing's mad laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by an overwhelming terror. Boom! A colossale explosion resunded. The earthly fiend binding formation, which had consumed a century of the Du family's accumulation, collapsed utterly beneath Ye Feng's roar. The malevolence dissipated into the ether. Chapter 6. Instant kill at the 5th layer of Qi condensation. Puff! With the formation shattered, Du Tianqing, tethered by his own psyche, was struck as if by a heavy blow, violently spewing forth a mouthful of fresh blood, his complexion paling to a ghostly white. He staggered backward, his eyes filled with boundless horror and despair. "No, this is impossible," he murmured, as if his very soul had been wrenched away. This was the Du family's last resort. a protective formation capable of ensnaring and slaying Qi realm experts. How could it be shattered by a mere roar? Was this truly a human? This was nothing short of an ancient beast clad in human skin. All the members of the Du family present, including elders and venerable ones, were rendered speechless, as if their throats had been grasped by an iron vice, their faces drained of color, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, utterly devoid of any thought of resistance. Fear, akin to an invisible tide, inundated their minds. Ye Feng's countenance remained indifferent, as though he had merely performed an inconsequential act. He slowly advanced towards Du Tiancheng, each step light, yet echoing like a colossal hammer against the hearts of the Du family members. Thud, thud, thud. The grim cadence of death resonated through the silent courtyard. Don't come any closer. Du Tiancheng finally roused from his stupor, gazing at Ye Feng, who approached like a demonic specter, terror gripping him, causing him to scramble backward in panic. He had lost all semblance of the dignified master of the condensation realm, resembling a stray dog bereft of its home. 10 years ago, in the Valley of Soul Severance, you were equally spirited. Ye Feng's voice was devoid of emotion, yet imbued with a chilling coldness. You shattered 3 of my ribs with a single strike, laughing as you proclaimed that the genius of the Ye family was nothing extraordinary. Du Tiancheng's body stiffened abruptly, his pupils constricting to the size of pinheads. The memory flooded back. A decade prior, the blood-soaked youth encircled by them, still standing tall, had regarded him with such eyes. Cold, lifeless, filled with an enduring hatred. Now it is my turn. As Ye Feng's words fell, his figure became a blur. No. Du Tiancheng let out a desperate scream, summoning the last vestige of his spirit energy, thrusting both palms forward in a frantic defense. Yet it was all in vain. A long, powerful hand, swift as lightning, effortlessly pierced through his spiritual barrier, landing precisely upon his chest. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a dull crack. Du Tiancheng's protective energy, along with his ribcage, shattered simultaneously. His body crumpled as if all bones had been drawn from him, collapsing to the ground, his eyes wide open, life visibly draining away. In his final moments, the last image he beheld was Ye Feng's emotionless gaze. Du family patriarch, Du Tiancheng, was dead. Ye Feng withdrew his hand, casting not a single glance at the lifeless body on the ground. He turned, his icy gaze sweeping over the Du family members, now collapsed in despair. Those who participated in the massacre at the Valley of Soul Severance shall commit suicide. Leave intact corpses. The frigid decree sealed the fate of all present. After a brief silence, the courtyard erupted with the sounds of weapons clattering to the ground and cries of despair. Ye Feng, lingeret not. Turning tea, they all speculate where this vengeful figure, risen from the depths of hell, will strike next. The Li family? Or perhaps the Wang family? Ye Feng's steps are neither hurried nor slow. His direction is unequivocal. The Li family mansion, as Ye Feng's silhouette materializes before the grand entrance of the Li residence. The very air of the street seems to congeal. In stark contrast to the Du family's state of readiness, the gates of the Li family stand wide open. Inside, the lights blaze brightly, yet an eerie silence pervades, reminiscent of a ghost town, exuding an invitation to an unwelcome guest. A cold smirk graces Ye Feng's lips. He never tires of the game. Without a moment's hesitation, he strides through the threshold of the Li estate. The instant he steps into the courtyard, boom, the heavy iron gates behind him slam shut, severing all avenues of retreat. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, figures swarm from the rooftops behind the walls, and from the rockeries surrounding the courtyard. Hundreds of armed warriors encircle the area, their menacing intent fixated firmly on the center, where Ye Feng stands. Ha ha, Ye Feng. You fool, you truly came. A maniacal laugh echoes through the air. 2 figures emerge slowly from the main hall. On the left stand a robust man with a rugged visage, none other than Wang Batian, the patriarch of the Wang family. On the right, a man with a sinister gaze and a hooked nose, is Li Jinshan, the patriarch of the Li family. Both possess the cultivation of the 5th level of Qi condensation. And behind them stand the elders and core disciples of both families, all wearing sinister smiles, confident of their victory. That waste, Du Tiancheng, foolishly believed he could thwart you with a mere array. How utterly naive. Wang Batian regards Ye Feng with the gaze reserved for the dead. Our 2 families have long since allied, laying a trap here to ensnare you. Li Zhenshan adds with a chilling smile, Ye Feng, Your annihilation of the Liu family and the slaughter of the Du family have indeed alarmed us. Yet you have erred gravely in your arrogance, coming here alone. He gestures towards the hundreds of warriors surrounding them, proclaiming proudly, "Here are the elite of both the Li and Wang families. With the two of us, 5th level Qi condensation experts, overseeing, you shall find it impossible to escape today. In the face of such a lethal situation, there is not a trace of trepidation upon Ye Feng's countenance. He does not even cast a glance at the so-called elite around him. His gaze remains serenely fixed upon the faces of Li Zhenshan and Wang Batian. Have you finished speaking? He inquires calmly. Both Li Zhenshan and Wang Batian are taken aback, clearly unprepared for Ye Feng's reaction. Once you have concluded, we can proceed, Ye Feng continues in a tone still devoid of urgency, sending a chill through the hearts of all present. Arrogant. Wang Batian erupts in fury. He detests Ye Feng's dismissive demeanor. As Wang Batian issued his command, a deafening roar erupted from martial artists in all directions, surging toward Ye Feng like a relentless tide. The glimmer of blades and the flashes of swords instantly engulfed Ye Feng's figure. Li Zhenshan and Wang Batian wore cruel smiles, envisioning the scene of Ye Feng being torn apart by a flurry of blades. However, in the next instant, their smiles froze completely. A roar, reminiscent of ancient primordial dragons, erupted from the center of the encirclement. Golden radiance burst forth like the blazing sun at dawn. An overwhelming and tyrannical pressure, unparalleled in its might, surged forth from Ye Feng, sweeping wildly in all directions. Boom! 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 The dozens of martial artists at the forefront were flung away by the golden wave of energy without even brushing the hem of Ye Feng's garments. In midair, their bodies shattered like porcelain, transforming into a mist of blood. With a single roar, dozens were annihilated. What a terrifying power this was! Everyone was rendered speechless by this bloody and shocking spectacle. Their charge abruptly halted. In the center of the courtyard, Ye Feng's figure re-emerged, enveloped in a faint golden aura. His black hair dancing in the wind, and his eyes transformed into majestic vertical pupils, akin to a divine dragon descending to the mortal realm. How dare a swarm of ants challenge the heavens? Ye Feng's voice resonated with boundless authority and indifference. He moved. In a flash, he plunged into the crowd. This was not a battle, but rather a one-sided massacre. Ye Feng's figure became an exquisite golden lightning bolt, weaving through the throng with reckless abandon. He employed no elaborate techniques, only the simplest, most direct punches and kicks. A punch unleashed, shattering the air, as several martial artists ahead were directly obliterated by the ferocious fist wind. A sweeping kick, the golden light like a blade, cleaved 7 or 8 individuals in two. Blood stained the ground. Screams tore through the night sky. The so-called elite of the Li and Wang families appeared as fragile as paper before Ye Feng, utterly incapable of withstanding a blow. A monster. He is a monster. Run. Quick run. At last, someone's mental fortitude crumbled, discarding their weapon and attempting to flee. But how could they possibly outrun Ye Feng? With a flick of his finger, a golden energy shot forth, instantly piercing the back of the fleeing soldier's heart. Today, neither the Li family nor the Wang family would be spared. His chilling words pronounced a death sentence upon all. You little beast, do not be so arrogant. Witnessing the slaughter of their clan's elite, Li Zhenshan and Wang Batian's eyes reddened with rage, and they could no longer restrain themselves, launching simultaneous attacks. Black Tiger, Pouncing Heart, Cracking Mountain Palm. The two, one left and one right, struck toward Ye Feng's vital points with a deafening roar that tore through the air. Faced with the combined assault of two formidable experts, Ye Feng remained unflinching, not even glancing back. He slowly raised his right hand, forming a fist. With a resounding roar, he unleashed a punch, the fist of the wild dragon. The golden radiance of his fist shone brilliantly against the backdrop of the night. Before the punch even landed, an unparalleled aura of dominance enveloped the two masters entirely. Li Zhenshan and Wang Batian's expressions changed dramatically. They sensed a force within that punch capable of utterly crushing them. No! Boom! The golden fist collided with their palms, producing a thunderous impact. There was no hint of a stalemate. It was as if they were withered branches being swept away. The protective spiritual energy surrounding Li Zhenshan and Wang Batian, along with their arms, was instantly pulverized by the violent force of the strike. Immediately, that devastating power surged into their bodies, wreaking havoc upon their internal organs. Their bodies flew back like broken sacks, crashing heavily against the distant wall before collapsing to the ground, utterly silent. With a single punch, two masters at the 5th level of Qi condensation were vanquished. The entire Li family estate fell into a deathly silence. All survivors gazed at the figure standing amidst the sea of corpses and blood with eyes filled with terror, as if witnessing a deity or demon. Ye Feng slowly retracted his fist, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. Those who met his eyes found their legs turning to jelly, collapsing to the ground. He made no further move, merely turning to stride towards the tightly shut door. With a resounding kick, the door, forged from solid iron, splintered into pieces. Ye Feng's figure vanished into the endless night, leaving behind a scene that would be forever etched in the memories of all in Qingyang City. Chapter 7. The Acquisition of the Taishan Order. In the Ye family's council hall, the lights blazed brightly, yet the atmosphere was stifling, suffocating. The family head, Ye Dian, sat in the principal seat, his fingers rhythmically tapping against the zeton wood armrest beside him, his expression grave. He appeared composed, yet the slight tremor at the corner of his eye betrayed his inner turmoil. The Liu family had been annihilated, the Du family slaughtered, and the Li and Wang families had united to lay a trap, yet no news had returned. It seemed as though the heavens of Qingyang City were about to change. At that moment, a servant stumbled in, crawling in terror, his face ashen. Family head, it's bad. Ye Dian furrowed his brow, his voice sharp. What is this commotion? Speak, what has happened? The servant fell to his knees with a thud, his voice trembling uncontrollably. The Li family and the Wang family, they are both finished. What? Crack. Ye Dian sprang to his feet, the zeton wood armrest beneath him crushed to powder by his grip. His eyes widened, fixed on the servant, filled with disbelief. What the servants cried out in despair, the entire Li family estate was a river of blood, with no survivors. It was said that Ye Feng single-handedly slaughtered them all. Boom! Ye Duan felt as if a thunderclap resounded in his mind. Darkness swirling before his eyes as his body stumbled back uncontrollably. The composure he had maintained was instantly shattered. He had always believed that, even if Ye Feng had not perished and had encountered some fortuitous event, he would at most possess the peak of meridian opening cultivation. The alliance of the Li and Wang families was more than sufficient to crush him to dust. Yet now, a single individual had annihilated the elite of both clans, effortlessly dispatching the two esteemed patriarchs of the 5th level of Qi condensation. This exceeded the limits of his understanding. Fear coiled around his heart like the coldest of serpents, rendering him ice-cold to the core. Just as an oppressive silence enveloped the hall, a dispassionate voice unexpectedly echoed from the entrance. "Uncle, I have returned." The crowd turned in shock. At the doorway stood a tall, dark figure, illuminated by the moonlight, outlining a handsome yet frigid face, as cold as ancient ice. It was Ye Feng. He had returned, standing there with serene calm, not a trace of blood upon him. Yet everyone in the hall felt as though an invisible mountain pressed upon their chests, making even breathing a struggle. Ye Feng disregarded the terrified gazes of the elders as he slowly entered the hall. His footsteps were light, yet they seemed to tread upon the very heartbeat of each person present. He approached the center of the hall, his gaze falling upon the pale-faced Ye Duan, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips. It seemed that his uncle was already aware of the news from outside. Ye Duan clenched his fists tight, his nails digging into his palms as he feigned calmness and shouted, "Ye Feng, you wretched spawn, do you realize the heinous crime you have committed?" Crime? Ye Feng appeared to have heard the grandest of jokes. "I am merely reclaiming what is rightfully mine and, incidentally, settling some blood debts." His gaze suddenly sharpened like a blade, piercing into Ye Duan's very soul. "I have returned today to inquire about one matter. That entrance token to the Taishan sect. Will you hand it to me personally, or do you intend to leave it for my dear cousin, Ye Chu?" Upon hearing this, Ye Duan's complexion shifted dramatically. The Taishan token. That was among the most crucial items they had seized from Ye Feng a decade ago. It was also the proof that allowed his son, Ye Li, to enter the Taishan sect and soar to great heights. He had thought this matter long buried, only to find Ye Feng returning and directly targeting the heart of the issue. An overwhelming blend of rage and fear twisted Ye Duan's features. "Wretched spawn, you slaughtered 3 clans and harmed the innocent, and now you dare covet the Taishan token. You are utterly deranged." The venerable elder, known as Qingyang City, the sole 7th-level practitioner of the Qi condensation realm within the Ye family, held an esteemed position. At this moment, he gazed into Ye Feng's indifferent eyes, a wave of trepidation washing over him. Nonetheless, the command of the family head was not to be defied. He steeled himself and stepped forward. Ye Feng, surrender willing, and I can spare you some suffering. Qingyang Feng's imposing aura erupted, the oppressive force of his 7th-level qi condensation descending like an avalanche upon Ye Feng. Yet, Ye Feng did not even cast him a glance, merely shaking his head in disappointment. Stubborn and unyielding, as his words fell, Ye Feng made no further movements. Simply flicking his finger. Whoosh! A slender stream of golden energy surged forth, akin to a fleeting ray of light, arriving in an instant. Swift, it reached its zenith. Qian Gongfeng's pupils constricted sharply. He barely had time to cross his arms defensively over his chest, channeling all his spiritual energy for protection. However, it was futile. With a soft sound, the seemingly inconspicuous golden energy pierced through his protective barrier, bore through his arms, and ultimately found its mark at his brow. The astonishment on Qian Gongfeng's face froze entirely. He opened his mouth, attempting to utter something, yet no words escaped his lips. In the next moment, his head exploded like a watermelon, red and white matter splattering everywhere. With a mere flick of a finger, he had swiftly dispatched a 7th-level practitioner of the qi condensation realm. Hiss! A chorus of gasps echoed through the hall. All the elders of the Ye family were rendered speechless, retreating in terror as they beheld the youth who seemed both divine and demonic. Ye Duin's legs weak in it, and he collapsed onto the family head's throne, his face drained of color. Ye Feng slowly retracted his finger, his icy gaze once more fixating on Ye Duin. Shall we now discuss the matter of the Taishan order? He advanced step by step, each movement causing Ye Duin's heart to convulse wildly. If you don't come any closer. Ye Duin shrieked, his voice trembling with fear. Ye Feng halted abruptly before him, looking down from a commanding height. Innocent lives harmed? His voice echoed chillingly. 10 years ago, in the soul-severing valley, when you conspired with Su Shui to extract my Dragon Yang bloodline, did you ever consider the meaning of innocence? When Ye Li seized the Taishan order, which rightfully belonged to me, from my grasp, did you ever reflect on the notion of innocence? Ye Duin's body trembled violently, his eyes brimming with unending dread. He realized that Ye Feng knew everything. To kill you would be too merciful. Ye Feng slowly raised his palm, pressing towards Ye Duin's dantian. No! Ye Duin screamed in despair. Crack! A sharp sound of shattering resonated as Ye Duin's dantian was obliterated by an overwhelming force in an instant. His entire cultivation within the qi condensation realm was rendered null. The excruciating pain and despair compelled Ye Duin to emit a wretched howl, his body tumbling from the throne and writhing on the ground like a maggot. Ye Feng, with an impassive expression, retrieved an ancient black token from his embrace, inscribed with the character for mystery. The Taishan order was now in his possession. To live and witness everything you hold dear being shattered by my own hands. This shall serve as your ultimate punishment. Ye Feng's frigid words pierced through Ye Duin's ears like the most venomous curse. At that moment, a heart-wrenching roar echoed from outside. Father! A young man clad in brocade burst in, sword in hand, his eyes ablaze with fury. Ye Duin's second son, Ye Chu. Upon seeing his father sprawled on the ground in agony and the Taishan order in Ye Feng's grasp, realization dawned upon him. Ye Feng, you beast! I will slay you. Consumed by rage, Ye Chu raised his sword, channeling all his strength for a vicious thrust aimed at Ye Feng's back. Yet, Ye Feng did not even glance back. With a mere flick of his wrist, a golden wave of energy erupted, akin to a divine lash, striking Ye Chu with devastating force. Boom! Ye Chu's body, along with his sword, exploded into a mist of blood mid-air, leaving no trace behind. The air was thick with the scent of blood, permeating the entire hall. Ye Feng, incapacitated on the ground, could only watch in horror as his son disintegrated before him. His wails abruptly silenced. His eyes bulged, and a guttural sound escaped his throat as a torrent of blood erupted from his mouth, his rage overwhelming him into unconsciousness. Ye Feng cast a cold glance back, pocketing the Taishan order, and turned to stride away, leaving behind an abyss of silence and unending despair. Chapter 8. The initial entry into the Taishan sect. As night deepened, before his departure, Ye Feng visited the residence of the Grand Elder. He stood outside the door, refraining from knocking or entering, instead kneeling to bow deeply in gratitude for the Grand Elder's years of care. After completing his bow, he He prepared to leave when a weathered voice emanated from within. Fenger, go ahead, do not suffer outside. At these words, Ye Feng's heart quivered. Yes, Grand Elder. He bowed once more before rising to depart. As Ye Feng stepped out of the Ye family's gates, the moonlight bathed him, elongating his shadow. He did not look back. The residents that had borne witness to his childhood and blood feud had already dissipated into the mists of memory. The sky over Qingyang City had transformed this night because of him, yet this was merely the beginning. Ye Feng raised his gaze toward the horizon, his profound eyes seemingly piercing through the endless night. This was the Jiuxiao continent, vast and boundless. The continent was divided into 5 major regions: the Eastern Domain, the Northern Wastes, the Southern Frontier, the Western Desert, and the Central Divine Land, where powerful figures abounded and sects flourished. The kingdom he resided in, the Chu Kingdom, was but a mere speck in the Eastern Domain's vast expanse. His objective is the Taixin Gate, the current refuge of Yi Li and Su Shui'er, and the initial stop on his path of vengeance. Ye Feng's figure flickered, transforming into a fleeting shadow that vanished at the end of the official road, his speed akin to that of a ghost. 3 days later, at the border between the kingdom of Chu and the kingdom of Zhao, a majestic celestial mountain came into view. Towering peaks pierced the heavens, enveloped in swirling mists, with celestial cranes calling harmoniously. The rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed forth, almost taking on a tangible form, and merely inhaling it invigorated one's spirit, easing the flow of energy within. Before the mountain gate, on a colossal boulder weighing thousands of pounds, 3 grand characters were inscribed in an elegant script: Tai Xianmen. Each character seemed to embody a domineering sword intent that looked down upon the world, instilling reverence in all who gazed upon it. Today marked the decennial occasion of Tai Xianmen's recruitment of disciples. The area before the mountain gate was already teeming with people. Thousands of young men and women forming a long line, their faces reflecting nervousness and anticipation as they awaited their fates. Clad in black, Ye Feng's demeanor was cold and detached, contrasting sharply with the lively atmosphere around him. He disregarded the lengthy queue and walked directly towards the registration desk at the mountain gate. Halt! A disciple of Tai Xianmen, tasked with maintaining order, stepped forward, frowning as he shouted, "New disciple assessments are to be queued over there. Do you understand the rules?" Ye Feng did not even lift his eyelids. He merely flicked his finger. A streak of dark light shot forth, landing precisely on the desk before the disciple. "I will use this." The disciple impatiently lowered his gaze. But as he recognized the ancient character on the token, his irritation instantly froze, replaced by a deep astonishment. The Taixin token. His exclamation, though not loud, was clear enough for the several registrars nearby to hear. A middle-aged registrar, seemingly of no small status, hurried over, picked up the token, and scrutinized it with an exceedingly serious expression. After a moment, he took a deep breath and, clasping his hands, addressed Ye Feng. "So it is a holder of the token. Yam Wang Hai, an autorizado registrar. Please follow me." The youths in line immediately cast envious and jealous glances in his direction. While they struggled for entry qualifications, this individual could bypass all assessments with a mere token. Ye Feng remained composed as he followed Registrar Wang through the mountain gate. Stepping into this realm, he should have arrived at a decade. Before him lay pavilions and towers, cascading waterfalls and flowing springs, resembling a celestial paradise. According to the regulations, those holding the Taixin token could directly become outer gate disciples. As Registrar Wang led the way, he began to formally introduce the surroundings. "Our Taixin has outer disciples divided among 72 peaks. Given your ordinary qualifications and the non-designated token, I shall assign you to Shaozhu Peak. Do you have any objections?" There is a subtle hint of condescension in his tone. Shaozhu Peak ranked the lowest among the 72 peaks. With scant spiritual energy and resources, traditionally serving as a haven for those of little power or mediocre talent. No matter. Ye Feng uttered 2 words softly. To him, it mattered not which peak he stood upon. As long as he could enter the Taixin sect, his purpose would be fulfilled. A flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of Steward Wang, for he had not anticipated such decisiveness from the young man, thus sparing himself the need for elaborate persuasion. Before long, he led Ye Feng to the outer disciples' living quarters of Shaozhu Peak. This area, constructed against the mountains, appeared rather humble. This is where the outer disciples of Shaozhu Peak reside. There are a few vacant courtyards over there. Feel free to choose one. Steward Wang gestured toward the distance. Tossing a badge of identity to Ye Feng before turning to leave, clearly disinclined to linger any longer. Ye Feng surveyed the surroundings, with a subtle shift of his mind. He sensed a relatively secluded courtyard, imbued with a richer essence of spiritual energy. He stepped towards that courtyard. However, as he approached the entrance, a sharp and cutting voice rang out. "Hey, you, the newcomer, are you blind?" A young man clad in the attire of a servant disciple stood before him, broom in hand, blocking his path with an air of arrogance. "Didn't you see the insignia at the entrance?" Ye Feng frowned slightly and followed the direction of the young man's finger, noticing a rather inconspicuous character painted in red on the threshold of the courtyard. Insignia? Ye Feng's tone bore no trace of anger or joy. The servant disciple, observing Ye Feng's bewilderment, was even more contemptuous. He slammed the broom against the ground and proclaimed haughtily, "It seems you truly are an ignorant bumpkin. Open your eyes and see clearly. This is a place coveted by Brother Xianxia of the Zhu Peak. Brother Song is a prominent figure among the outer disciples and is soon to be promoted to the inner sect. Do you think someone of your ilk just starting out has the right to stake a claim here?" The servant disciple spat as he spoke, his words dripping with flattery for Song Jia and disdain for Ye Feng. "Wise up and get lost. Otherwise, when Brother Song arrives, you'll wish you hadn't tea." Upon hearing this, Ye Feng's lips curled into the faintest hint of a smile, a trace of icy mockery evident within it. "Song Jia?" He repeated the name softly, then shook his head indifferently. "I have not heard of him." These 4 words, casually spoken, struck like an invisible slap across the face of the servant disciple. The arrogance that had adorned his features vanished, replaced by a fury tinged with humiliation. He pointed a finger at Ye Feng, cursing vehemently, "You ignorant fool! Do you think that just by possessing a worthless token you've made it here? You're someone of importance? Let me tell you, Brother Song is among the top 10 geniuses of the Zhu Peak, a formidable expert at the 8th level of Qi condensation. You, a mere lucky fool, aren't even worthy to carry Brother Song's shoes." The more he ranted, the more animated he became, as if he could already envision Ye Feng beneath Brother Song's foot, begging for mercy in a pitiful state. The outer disciples, who were merely spectators, cast scornful glances and whispered amongst themselves. They realized he had entered through the Taishan order, which explained his arrogance. Such individuals were indeed pitiable. Lacking true talent and skill, they presumed that the legacy of their ancestors would grant them rapid ascendancy, oblivious to the fact that within the Taishan sect, strength was paramount. "Just wait, Brother Song Jia is no pushover. This brat is in for a rude awakening." Unperturbed by the surrounding chatter, Ye Feng paid no heed to the menial disciple, his gaze unflinchingly directed toward the entrance of the courtyard. His eyes, calm as a still pond, possessed a depth that seemed capable of engulfing all. "Silence," Ye Feng uttered, his voice a mere whisper, yet ringing with authority. Without any extraneous motions, he casually waved his sleeve. An invisible gust of wind surged forth, seemingly gentle but imbued with an unparalleled, terrifying power. A sharp crack echoed through the air as a resounding slap reverberated across the venue. The loquacious menial disciple was abruptly sent flying, like a kite severed from its string, spinning through the air before crashing to the ground several meters away, a heavy thud signaling his unconscious state. The entire sequence unfolded with astonishing swiftness, leaving the onlookers bewildered. Unable to grasp how Ye Feng had executed such a feat, silence enveloped the crowd. The previously murmuring disciples now stared, wide-eyed, their mouths agape in disbelief. Ye Feng retracted his hand as if he had merely performed an unremarkable task, brushing off non-existent dust from his robe. His frigid gaze swept across the assembly, and though his voice was not loud, it resonated clearly in every ear present. "Is a mere menial disciple entitled to speak here?" A profound stillness settled in, a silence almost palpable, such dominance. At that moment, a sharp, icy voice pierced through the crowd from the rear. "What audacity! To dare commit violence upon entering the mountain gate." As the words fell, the throng parted to reveal a striking young woman clad in a light green gown. Her beauty undeniable, yet marred by an air of unrelenting pride. With a sword in hand, she approached with measured steps. She first glanced at the unconscious menial disciple, her brow furrowing, before raising her gaze, her eyes sparkling with intensity directed at Ye Feng. "Did you harm him?" The disciples around her buzzed with excitement upon recognizing her. "It's Senior Sister Zhou Min. She hails from the Great Bamboo Peak. What brings her to our Little Bamboo Peak?" "I heard that the menial was sent by Senior Sister Zhou Min to assist Brother Song Jia in claiming this courtyard. This should be interesting. Ye Feng remained unfazed, meeting the woman's gaze with serene composure. It was I. 2 words, succinct and resolute, devoid of any prevarication. Zhou Min's countenance darkened instantaneously, a glimmer of icy light flashing in her eyes. Dare you to lay a hand on my people? Her voice bore a hint of inquiry, coupled with an air of superiority that was palpable. In her estimation, being a disciple of the great bamboo peak bestowed upon her a status far nobler than that of the lesser disciples of the little bamboo peak, especially considering that her opponent was a mere waste who had gained entry through connections. Ye Feng, upon hearing her words, seemed to have stumbled upon a jest, a smirk of derision curving his lips once more. Your people? He glanced at the puddle of mud on the ground, speaking in an indifferent tone. If it's your dog, perhaps next time you ought to tighten the leash, lest it barks indiscriminately and sullies the ears of others. You. Zhou Min's face flushed crimson with indignation, her chest heaving violently. Since entering the Taishan sect, she had basked in the adoration of her peers, buoyed by her looks and talent, and had never endured such humiliation. Sharp-tongued and audacious, it appears that, without a lesson, you remain oblivious to the meaning of the word discipline. Clang! With a resounding clang, Zhou Min unsheathed her long sword, its tip menacingly aimed at Ye Feng's throat. A surge of energy emanating from the 3rd level of qi condensation erupted forth. Behold! Zhou Min exclaimed, her wrist flicking as the sword transformed into a streak of cold light, accompanied by a sharp sound of slicing air, darting towards Ye Feng with the speed of lightning. This strike bore no hint of restraint. Her fury was unmistakably genuine. However, in the face of this ferocious attack, Ye Feng did not even flinch, his eyelids remaining unperturbed. He stood there, tranquil as an ancient statue, unwavering. Just as the sword tip was about to make contact with his skin, he moved. There was neither a tumultuous aura nor dazzling moves. He simply extended 2 fingers, his index and middle fingers. With astonishing precision, he pinched the lightning-fast sword tip. Ding! A delicate sound echoed. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. Zhou Min's determined strike was effortlessly caught between 2 seemingly ordinary fingers. The spiritual energy contained within the blade dissipated as if it had been swallowed by the abyss, vanishing without a trace. How could this be possible? Zhou Min's beautiful eyes widened, filled with boundless astonishment. She exerted every ounce of strength to withdraw her sword, only to find it immobile, as though it were being suppressed by an invisible mountain. A terrifying force emanated from his fingers, sending shivers through her very soul. Too weak. Ye Feng shook his head in disappointment. In the next instant, with a slight increase in pressure from his fingers, a crisp snap rang out. Zhou Min's finely crafted steel sword shattered from the tip, splintering into countless fragments. Following that, Ye Feng flicked his finger. A gentle yet irresistible force precisely struck Zhou Min's chest. Bang! She let out a muffled groan, her body uncontrollably propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. A trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth, her complexion instantly paling to a ghostly white. 1 finger, defeating the 3rd level of qi condensation. The entire venue fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. Everyone seemed to be ensnared by an invisible spell, staring blankly at the young man in black. If the earlier strike that sent a lowly disciple flying could be deemed tyrannical, then this moment, with 2 fingers severing a sword and a single finger vanquishing an opponent, was nothing short of a miracle. Ye Feng did not cast a glance at the fallen Zhou Min, as if he had merely swatted away an annoying fly. He took a step forward, walking towards the courtyard he had chosen under the watchful eyes of those filled with awe, fear, and shock. He pushed open the courtyard door and stepped inside. Bang! The door slowly closed, cutting off all external gazes. Only a group of astonished disciples remained outside, and a beautiful figure on the ground, her eyes brimming with humiliation and terror. Chapter 10. Where did those 2 wild dogs come from? After a long while, the dead silence was shattered by a collective intake of breath. The crowd turned to the closed courtyard door, their gazes filled with reverence and disbelief. Who was this new arrival in black? His methods were so ruthless, and his strength so terrifying. Zhou Min, amidst the complex gazes of the onlookers, struggled to rise from the ground. Her lovely face was pale, a streak of blood still lingering at the corner of her mouth, and the excruciating pain in her chest paled in comparison to the overwhelming humiliation she felt for being publicly crushed. She fixed her gaze fiercely on the courtyard door, Her beautiful eyes ignited with a flame of resentment. Such a disgrace. This was undoubtedly the greatest humiliation she had suffered since entering the Taishan sect. I do not care who you are, just wait. I, Zhou Min, will make you wish you were dead. She bit down on her silver teeth, unleashing a venomous roar in her heart. Amidst the gazes of sympathy and schadenfreude, Zhou Min clutched her chest, turning away in a disheveled manner. Hastening towards the direction of Dazhu Peak. Dazhu Peak. In stark contrast to the desolation of Shaozhu Peak, this place boasted majestic mountains and a rich aura, with pavilions and towers arranged in delightful disorder, bustling with disciples of extraordinary presence. Zhou Min kept her head down, eager to return to her residence as swiftly as possible. However, trouble seemed to find her. Junior Sister Zhou, what happened to you? A surprised voice rang out as two tall young disciples blocked her path. Dressed in the attire of core disciples of Dazhu Peak, their demeanor was steady, revealing their cultivation at the 5th level of qi condensation. The young man on the left was named Zhang Quang, with a rugged face and a fiery temperament. The one on the right was named Li Wei, his gaze sinister and his demeanor even more inscrutable. Both were fervent admirers of Zhou Min. At this moment, seeing Zhou Min with blood at the corners of her mouth and a pale face, exuding an air of profound grievance, the two men were instantly consumed by fury. Junior sister, who has harmed you? Tell us, and we shall flay him alive. Zhang Quang, known for his fiery temper, bellowed, his fists cracking ominously. Although Li Wei remained silent, the chilling glint in his eyes betrayed his stance. Zhou Min, upon witnessing the two, felt her eyes well up with tears, large droplets cascading down her cheeks. Her pitiful demeanor was enough to evoke compassion from any man. Senior brother Zhang, senior brother Li, she choked, her voice laden with indignation and helplessness, is a new disciple from Shaozhu Peak. He not only seized the courtyard coveted by senior brother Song Jia, but also injured the attendant sent by him. When I merely confronted him with a few words, he unleashed such cruelty upon me. Zhou Min, with tears like pear blossoms, distorted the truth, portraying herself as a victim of villainous oppression while defending her fellow disciples. What? Zhang Quang erupted in rage upon hearing this. That bunch of worthless disciples from Shaozhu Peak dares to lay a hand on someone from Dazhu Peak? Dares to touch you? They must be tired of living. In an instant, his spiritual energy erupted, unleashing a formidable pressure of the 5th level of the qi condensation realm, causing nearby disciples to glance over in astonishment. Li Wei's expression darkened, almost dripping with intensity. He gently grasped Zhou Min's shoulder, reassuring her, "Do not worry, junior sister. We shall avenge this wrong." He turned to Zhang Quang, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. "Let us proceed to Shaozhu Peak. I wish to see which fool dares to be so audacious within the Taishan sect." A wave of exhilaration surged within Zhou Min, yet her countenance remained that of fragility. She timidly grasped the sleeves of the two, saying, "Senior brothers, that person is not weak. You must be cautious." "Oof, not weak." Zhang Quang scoffed derisively, his face filled with disdain. "Before the 5th level of the qi condensation realm, all are but mere ants. Wait here, junior sister. We shall go and break his limbs, bringing him back to apologize." With that, the two men, brimming with fury, charged towards Shaozhu Peak without hesitation. Zhou Min followed closely behind, watching their wrathful figures retreating, a malicious and triumphant smirk finally appearing at the corners of her lips. "Ye Feng, you are doomed." In the courtyard, Ye Feng sat cross-legged, oblivious to the events unfolding outside. With his eyes slightly closed, he delved deep within himself. Wild dragon body technique, devour the heavens and earth. As he focused his thoughts, an invisible and domineering aura surged forth from within him. In an instant, the spiritual energy of the entire courtyard seemed to be drawn by some terrifying force, becoming wildly turbulent. A visible vortex of spiritual should an ordinary practitioner of the qi condensation realm dare to audaciously absorb spiritual energy in such a manner. The inevitable consequence would be the shattering of meridians and a catastrophic demise. However, Ye Feng's physique, having undergone a decade of tempering by the Celestial Empress, and having awakened the formidable dragon dominance body, had reached an astonishing level of strength. The violent spiritual energy that surged into his body was akin to docile lambs, instantaneously refined and assimilated into his limbs and bones, nourishing his powerful bloodline. His aura steadily ascended at a terrifying pace. Just as Ye Feng reveled in the ecstasy of cultivation, A thunderous crash jolted him from his meditative state. The courtyard door was violently kicked open, splintering into pieces, with wooden shards flying in every direction. Ye Feng slowly opened his eyes, the vortex of spiritual energy he had conjured dissipating in an instant. A fleeting glimmer of icy coldness flashed in his gaze. At the entrance stood Xianxia and Li Wei, both wearing sinister grins, with Zhou Min lurking behind them. Her face twisted with malice and delight. "Boy, are you the worthless one who dared to strike Sister Zhou?" Xianxia stood imposingly in the courtyard, eyeing Ye Feng with a condescending gaze, barking arrogantly. Li Wei, arms crossed, wore a chilling smirk as he ominously remarked, "Newcomers who are unaware of the rules must be taught. Now kneel, sever your own arms, and roll out of this courtyard. We may consider allowing you to remain at the Taishan sect a few days longer." Zhou Min, standing behind the duo, seemed to revel in the anticipated scene of Ye Feng begging for mercy, her expression rife with morbid excitement. "Senior brother, it's him. Don't waste your breath. Break his legs first." Ye Feng slowly rose, brushing off his sleeves. His gaze calmly swept over the three, ultimately landing on Zhou Min's face, twisted with resentment. He could hardly be bothered to inquire into the circumstances and simply remarked, "Where did these wild dogs come from?" His voice, though not loud, carried an air of profound disdain and mockery, resonating clearly in the ears of the trio. Upon hearing this, the faces of Xianxia and Li Wei flushed a deep shade of crimson. Seeking death, Xianxia bellowed in fury, unable to contain himself any longer. The overwhelming aura of a fifth-layer Qi condensation realm practitioner erupted without restraint as he stomped the ground, causing cracks to spread across the earth. Like a furious bull, he charged at Ye Feng with immense force, delivering a devastating punch aimed directly at his face. The wind from his punch howled, accompanied by a cacophony of explosive sounds. This strike was powerful enough to reduce a massive boulder to dust. Yet, in the face of this ferocious blow, Ye Feng's expression remained utterly undisturbed. He merely raised his right hand slowly. Then, with a casual flick, he waved forward, as if to shoo away an irritating fly. Chapter 11. Did I allow you to leave? Slap. A crisp, resounding slap echoed through the courtyard. The sound, though not loud, resonated like a thunderclap, striking deep into the hearts of Li Wei and Zhou Min. Time seemed to stand still in that instant. Just a moment ago, Xianxia had been brimming with ferocity, akin to a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains, but now the sinister grin on his face had completely frozen. His fist, capable of shattering stone, was merely 3 inches from Ye Feng's face, yet could advance no further. An invisible yet overwhelmingly tyrannical force had entirely immobilized him. In the next moment, Xianxia was sent flying back like a kite severed from its string, hurtling away at a speed surpassing his arrival. Boom! His robust body crashed violently into the courtyard wall, the hard bluestone wall instantly fracturing like a spider's web, creating a human-shaped dent. Cough! Xianxia spewed forth a cloud of blood, his body slumping to the ground, as if every bone within him had shattered. His eyes were filled solely with endless horror and agony. One strike. No, it could not even be regarded as a strike. Merely a casual wave of the hand. Xianxia, a core disciple at the 5th level of the Qi gathering realm, was defeated. The entire courtyard was plunged into a profound silence. The chilling smile that had once graced Li Wei's lips had long since solidified into a mask of disbelief. His disdain transformed into a palpable terror. He stared fixedly at Ye Feng, as if gazing upon a demon risen from the depths of hell. Zhou Min was equally struck, her body trembling violently. Her once rosy complexion now drained of color, leaving her pallid. She had envisioned countless scenarios of Ye Feng's tragic downfall. Yet she could not have fathomed the scene before her, one that utterly subverted her understanding. How could this new disciple possess such strength? Now it's your turn. As Li Wei's mind reeled, a detached voice echoed in his ears. He looked up in horror, only to find Ye Feng had inexplicably appeared before him like a wraith. So fast. Li Wei's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks, an overwhelming sense of life and death crisis sending chills down his spine. Ghostly Shadow Claw. Without hesitation, he unleashed all his spiritual energy, transforming his hands into 2 pitch-black claws, imbued with a sinister aura, tearing through the air as they lunged for Ye Feng's heart. This was his ultimate skill, merciless and brutal. Yet, in the face of this lethal assault, Ye Feng's response remained astonishingly simple. He did not even glance at the menacing claws. Instead, He merely pointed with his finger, as if wielding a sword, gently tapping the void. Swoosh! An invisible force pierced through the air, arriving before the claws, precisely striking Li Wei's chest. In that instant, Li Wei's proud protective aura shattered, as if made of paper. Instantly pierced through, his fierce attack came to an abrupt halt. Crack! A sound reminiscent of splintering bones echoed, as Li Wei's clothing tore open at the chest, revealing a deep, concave imprint. He cast a glance downwards, his eyes filled with despair. In the next moment, he followed the reckless footsteps of his predecessor, similarly hurtling backward and crashing heavily onto the ground, blood gushing from his mouth as if it were of no consequence, his breath instantly dwindling to the most feeble state. Another strike. In the courtyard, only Ye Feng and the utterly terrified Zhou Min remained. Ye Feng slowly turned, his calm gaze settling upon Zhou Min. His eyes were devoid of any emotion, yet to Zhou Min, they were far more terrifying than a demon lurking in the depths of the abyss. You! A dry syllable escaped Zhou Min's throat. Her legs weakened, unable to support her body any longer, and with a thud, she collapsed to the ground. Fear surged over her like a tidal wave. The powerful ally she had once relied upon, the invincible core disciple of Dezhu Peak, now appeared as fragile as a mere straw dog before Ye Feng, utterly incapable of withstanding a single blow. Ye Feng advanced towards her step by step. Each footfall felt as though it were crushing Zhou Min's heart, almost suffocating her. Is your reliance truly so fragile? The cold voice, laced with utmost mockery, echoed in her ears. Ye Feng stood before her, looking down from a height, his gaze untainted by any semblance of compassion. He slowly lifted his foot. Under Zhou Min's terror-stricken gaze, that foot gently pressed onto her shoulder. A tremendous force surged through her, and she could no longer maintain her kneeling position. Her entire form forced down against the ground. Her cheek met the cold, filthy earth in an intimate encounter. Such humiliation. This was 1,000 times more degrading than being slapped away before. Zhou Min, the cherished jewel of Dezhu Peak, had never endured such treatment. Tears mingled with dirt, smearing her face, and the resentment and hatred in her heart were thoroughly swept away by an overwhelming fear, leaving only a pitiful plea. Last time, I merely struck you once. Ye Feng's voice was as indifferent as water. This time, how do you think it should be? I was wrong. Zhou Min's voice quivered, her body shaking uncontrollably. Senior brother Yi, spare me. I will never dare again. Please, I beg you, let me go. In the distance, Li Wei, struggling to rise, witnessed this scene with eyes wide in fury, yet he did not dare to make a single move. He could only endure the excruciating pain, shouting hoarsely, "Stop. We are disciples of Dezhu Peak. If you dare to kill us, the sect will surely hold you accountable." He invoked the name of the sect, his last trump card. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng's lips curled into a mocking smile. He exerted a slight force with his foot, causing Zhou Min to emit a painful groan. The sect? Ye Feng replied nonchalantly. Had it not been for the constraints of sect rules, the three of you would already be corpses. At these words, Li Wei and Zhang Kuang trembled, no longer daring to utter another word. They held no doubt that this harbinger of doom before them was indeed capable of killing them. Ye Feng withdrew his foot, as if disgusted by the dirt, and wiped it on the ground. He gazed at the three of them, who were in utter disarray. With a detached expression, "Do you wish to leave?" Upon hearing those words, the trio simultaneously displayed a glimmer of hope in their eyes, akin to seizing a lifeline, fervently nodding in agreement. Very well, Ye Feng's statement ignited a flicker of joy within them, prompting their intent to exit through the grand door. However, Ye Feng's subsequent remark plunged them into an icy abyss. "Did I permit your departure?" He surveyed the shattered remnants of the courtyard gate and the disarray strewn across the yard, leisurely articulating, "You disturb my cultivation and vandalize my door. And you think you can simply walk away? In this world, such leniency does not exist." Li Wei felt a weight settle in his heart, suppressing his pain as he clasped his hands together and inquired, "Ye Shidi, what is it that you desire?" "We shall comply." Ye Feng's gaze fixated upon the storage bags at their waists. "It is quite simple." He extended a hand. "Surrender all your valuables as compensation, and then leave." "What?" The moment those words escaped him, the expressions of the three shifted dramatically. This was nothing short of blatant robbery. Zhang Kuang, known for his fiery temper, could no longer contain his outrage, exclaiming, "Do not take advantage of us." "Oh!" Ye Feng raised an eyebrow, an icy malevolence immediately enveloping Xianxia. He felt as though he had plunged into an icy chasm, his blood seemingly freezing within him, and the words he intended to utter were swallowed back, leaving only fear etched upon his face. Li Wei's countenance fluctuated between uncertainty and anger, his mind racing to weigh his options. Ultimately, reason triumphed over fury. A wise man does not suffer losses in the face of immediate adversity. Gritting his teeth, he was the first to retrieve a pouch from his storage bag. Senior, here are 100 low-grade spiritual stones, the entirety of our allocation for this month. I beseech you to show mercy. Ye Feng did not even glance at the pouch, merely coolly uttering a single word, insufficient. Li Wei's cheeks twitched violently, his heart bleeding. After a prolonged internal struggle, he reluctantly produced a palm-sized array plate, intricately inscribed with complex patterns. This is a misty array plate, a low-grade mystical artifact capable of ensnaring cultivators below the 6th level of the Qi condensation rate. With a casual gesture, Ye Feng beckoned the array plate into his possession. He examined it briefly before nodding indifferently, shifting his gaze toward Xianxia. Xianxia's face flushed with indignation and fury, yet under Ye Feng's frigid scrutiny, he ultimately capitulated. Reluctantly, he fished out a jade slip and tossed it over. A low-grade battle technique, cracking mountain fist. Ye Feng accepted the jade slip, his consciousness sweeping over it to confirm its authenticity, before his gaze finally landed on Zhou Min, who lay prostrate on the ground, her eyes glistening with tears. Zhou Min trembled, not daring to hesitate for a moment, hurriedly emptying her storage bag of all her valuables, which consisted of only a meager handful of spiritual stones and a few subpar elixirs. With a flick of his sleeve, Ye Feng collected everything. Begone, he waved dismissively, as if shooing away a few bothersome flies. The three were overwhelmed with relief. Li Wei and Xianxia struggled to rise from the ground, momentarily disregarding their concern for Zhou Min as they leaned on each other, limping away from the courtyard that had filled them with profound fear and humiliation. Zhou Min hastily got to her feet, covering her face, casting a venomous glare at Ye Feng before staggering after them. Observing the disheveled retreat of the trio, Ye Feng's eyes remained devoid of any emotion. Chapter 12. Crimson Blood Spirit Herb. Upon returning to his humble dwelling, Ye Feng adjusted the shattered courtyard door to provide a semblance of cover. He seated himself cross-legged, his mind delving into the spoils he had recently acquired. Over 100 inferior spirit stones, barely sufficient. A few vials of healing elixirs of poor quality caught his attention, but he dismissed them without a glance, tossing them carelessly into a corner. His focus shifted to the inconspicuous Misty Array Disc and the jade slip containing the mountain-shattering fist. The Misty Array Disc, classified as a low-grade profound artifact, was a delightful trinket for him at this juncture. If deployed correctly, it could ensnare cultivators below the Qi Sea realm. The mountain-shattering fist, also a low-grade profound combat technique, emphasized brute strength and bold maneuvers. Ye Feng's consciousness swept over it, and within moments, he grasped the essence of this martial art, even identifying a few minor flaws within its execution. To him, the technique was rather crude. However, it could serve as a reference to integrate into his own martial system, just as he intended to stow away the items. His consciousness brushed against an inconspicuous communication jade talisman amidst Li Wei's storage bag. The talisman contained a piece of intelligence received not long ago. In the Wild Wolf Valley, 300 miles away, the Crimson Blood Spirit Herb is about to mature. Hurry! The name Crimson Blood Spirit Herb sparked a glimmer of excitement in Ye Feng's eyes. This was the primary ingredient for crafting the Crimson Blood Pill. The Crimson Blood Pill could significantly refine a warrior's physique, enhancing their vitality and strength, which was immensely beneficial for cultivating his fierce dragon body technique. Although he was currently at the 1st level of the Qi condensation realm, he could still overpower Xianxia, who was at the 5th level, thanks to the ferocity of his technique. Yet, this was far from sufficient. His rivals, Yi Li and Su Shuer, had reached the meridian opening realm a decade ago, and 10 years later, they had likely ascended to even greater heights. He must cultivate at an accelerated pace. The Crimson Blood Spirit Herb was a prize he was determined to obtain. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Feng rose and made his way directly to the task hall of the outer sect. Inside the task hall, a bustling throng of disciples was engaged in exchanging various tasks for cultivation resources. Ye Feng strode purposefully to the task stone wall, swiftly scanning for his desired mission. Soon, he discovered the task he sought, Wild Wolf Valley, Eradicate the bloodthirsty demon wolves. Task level, high yellow grade. Task reward, 100 contribution points and 10 inferior spirit stones. A slight smile graced Ye Feng's lips as he approached the stone wall and pressed his identification token against it. A humming sound resonated through the air. A flash of brilliance signaled the acceptance of the mission. Ignoring the astonished gazes of those around him, Ye Feng turned and departed, his figure transforming into a fleeting shadow as he swiftly left the Taishan sect, racing towards the Wolf Valley 300 miles away. The Wolf Valley, as its name suggests, is a treacherous terrain teeming with ferocious wolves. The valley is perpetually shrouded in a faint metallic scent of blood that induces nausea. Upon Ye Feng's arrival at the heart of the valley, he was met not by the bloodthirsty wolves, but by an intense standoff. In a clearing of the valley, 7 or 8 disciples clad in Taishan sect robes were encircled by a dozen black-clad, malevolent warriors. The Taishan disciples bore injuries, their spiritual energy severely depleted. Their faces pale as they huddled together, led by a striking woman in a light blue dress. She was tall and breathtakingly beautiful, yet her expression was frosty. Her clear eyes filled with vigilance and fury. This was Lin Qingyang, the senior sister of Xiaozhu Peak. Opposite them, the black-clad warriors wore sinister smiles, their eyes filled with mockery. At the forefront stood a young man with a hooked nose, his cultivation having reached the 6th level of the Qi refinement realm, leering at Lin Qingyang with lascivious intent. Lin Qingyang, I shall grant you one final opportunity, the hooked-nosed youth chuckled, his voice raspy and unpleasant. Surrender the red blood spirit grass you possess, and obediently spend a night with our esteemed brother Guisen. In return, I shall mercifully spare the lives of your junior disciples. His companions erupted into raucous laughter, their lewd remarks filling the air. People from the Shadow Valley, exclaimed a male disciple beside Lin Qingyang, both shocked and furious. His teeth clenched in anger. Lin Qingyang gripped her sword tightly, her knuckles turning white from the strain. She fixed her icy gaze on the youth named Guisen. Her voice as clear as a mountain spring. You are delusional. As a disciple of the Taishan sect, I would rather stand and die than kneel and live. Such spirit. Guisen clapped his hands, yet his smile grew ever more sinister. Alas, your defiance is worthless in the face of absolute power. He stepped forward, unleashing the formidable aura of the 6th level of the Qi refinement realm, akin to a mountain pressing down upon Lin Qingyang and her companions. With a cough, several already injured Taishan disciples were overwhelmed by the oppressive force, blood erupting from their mouths, their faces turning even paler. Lin Qingyang's delicate form quivered, and she too felt her breath hitch, yet she straightened her back, refusing to retreat even a step. A glimmer of resolve flashed in her beautiful eyes. Junior disciples, we shall fight them to the death. Even if we perish, we shall take a piece of them with us. To battle, let us fight these scoundrels. The remaining Taishan disciples, fueled by a surge of righteous fury, prepared for a desperate struggle. Such arrogance! Guisen sneered, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes as he cruelly licked his lips. Since you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall oblige. With a swift gesture, he issued his final command. Kill all the men. Spare the women for my brothers to enjoy. Yes, brother. A dozen disciples from the shadowy valley responded in unison, bloodthirsty smiles adorning their faces, charging towards Lin Qingyang and the others like famished wolves pouncing on their prey. Despair instantaneously enveloped the hearts of all disciples from the Taishan sect. A trace of sorrow flickered in Lin Qingyang's eyes as she gripped her longsword, bracing herself to confront her inevitable fate. Yet, at that critical moment, a detached voice resonated through the valley like thunder from the heavens, unexpectedly breaking the silence. Hold on, hounds of the shadowy valley. The voice, though barely above a whisper, pierced through the ears of everyone present. The disciples of the shadowy valley, poised to strike, halted in unison, abruptly turning to locate the source of the sound. Lin Qingyang and the others were momentarily stunned, a flicker of astonishment and hope igniting in their desperate gazes. There, at the entrance of the valley, stood a figure in black, having silently appeared without notice. He stood tall and composed, hands clasped behind his back, as the mountain breeze tousled his garments and dark hair. His expression was indifferent, and his gaze was as tranquil as an unfathomable ancient well, as if the impending bloodshed were merely a tedious farce in his eyes. Chapter 13. Little Bamboo Peak. Lin Qingyang, who goes there? Guisen furrowed his brow, his cold gaze locking onto Ye Feng like a venomous serpent. He scrutinized Ye Feng from head to toe, and with a sweep of his consciousness, discovered that the young man exuded an aura of insignificance. Merely at the first level of the Qi condensation realm. Ha ha ha! Guwei-san erupted into boisterous laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. I thought a formidable expert had arrived, but it turns out to be nothing more than a waste at the first level of Qi condensation. Boy, are you tired of living? How dare you meddle in our shadowy valley's affairs? The disciples behind him joined in the raucous laughter, their eyes filled with disdain and contempt for Ye Feng. To them, a cultivator at the first level of Qi condensation was unworthy even to serve them, and his emergence was merely an invitation to his own demise. The flickering spark of hope that had ignited in the eyes of the Tai Xian disciples was extinguished in an instant, plunging them back into despondency. The first level of Qi condensation? What difference does that make when it comes to courting death? Only Lin Qingxue remained, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Ye Feng's unperturbed face, sensing an inexplicable notion that this seemingly ordinary youth might not be as simple as he appeared. Unfazed by the mockery, Ye Feng's expression remained unchanged. He did not even bother to lift his eyelids. He merely raised his gaze, looking past the crowd to fixate on the leading Guwei-san, his voice still as calm as ever. I shall say this one last time. Leave or perish. At these words, the entire scene fell into a profound silence. Everyone was stunned into speechlessness by Ye Feng's audacious declaration. A mere first level of Qi condensation dares to speak thus to a sixth level of Qi condensation and a dozen others at the third and fourth levels? Has he lost his mind? Seeking death. The smile on Guwei-san's face vanished entirely, replaced by a fierce intent to kill. He felt an unprecedented humiliation. Attack! Reduce this reckless youth to a mere pulp. He roared, unable to contain his seething rage any longer. The two disciples from the Shadow Valley, closest to Ye Feng, let out sinister laughs, their figures leaping forward, long knives glinting ominously in the light, sealing off all escape routes as they aimed mercilessly at his neck. They envisioned the scene of Ye Feng's head rolling, blood spattering everywhere. Lin Qingxue and the others could not bear to watch and close their eyes. Yet, Ye Feng stood his ground, unmoving. At the very moment the blades were about to strike, he slowly raised his right hand. There was no fluctuation of spiritual energy, no dazzling display of martial skills. Just a simple, unremarkable punch, the mountain splitter fist, yet in Ye Feng's hands. This crude technique erupted with a terrifying power that transformed the mundane into the miraculous. Boom! A d'une explosion reverberated, as if the air itself had been shattered by the force of his punch. A visible white shockwave radiated outward in a fan-like shape from the point of impact. The sinister grins on the faces of the two Shadow Valley disciples froze instantly, replaced by sheer terror. The long knives in their hands crumbled before this violent force, breaking apart like mere paper. Then, the devastating force of the punch crashed into their chests. Crack! Crack! The sickening sound of shattering bones echoed. Their chests caved in at an unnatural angle, their bodies flying backward like kites severed from their strings, blood erupting mid-air, life extinguished. Thud! Thud! The two corpses fell heavily to the ground, silent, a distance of several meters away. One punch, merely one punch, and two third-level Qi condensation practitioners were slain. The entire valley plunged into an eerie silence. Everyone's smiles froze on their faces, their eyes wide with disbelief, as if witnessing some unfathomable divine phenomenon. The disciples of the Tai Xian sect gaped in astonishment, forgetting even to breathe. Lin Qingxue's cold, autumn-like eyes were suddenly filled with profound shock. How is this possible? Who exactly are you? The malevolence on Guwei-san's face had completely vanished, replaced by a deep-seated wariness and suspicion. He stared intently at Ye Feng, no longer daring to underestimate him in the slightest. To be able to annihilate two third-level Qi condensation practitioners with a single punch. This individual's combat prowess was undoubtedly far beyond what it appeared to be. Ye Feng slowly withdrew his fist, his gaze sweeping indifferently over the remaining disciples of the Shadow Valley, as if surveying a cluster of lifeless beings. I have warned you, should you not retreat. Death awaits you. Arrogant. Guwei-san, both startled and enraged, barked with a fierce yet trembling voice. Brothers, let us attack together. He is but one man. Bring him down. Despite the fear gnawing at his heart, he could not fathom that Ye Feng could withstand the assault of so many. The remaining disciples exchanged glances. each perceiving a steely resolve in the other's eyes. Gritting their teeth, they summoned their spiritual energy, roaring as they charged from all directions toward Ye Feng. The glint of blades and the flash of swords quickly engulfed Ye Feng's figure. Excellent. A cold smirk graced Ye Feng's lips. In a fleeting motion, he transformed into a blurred shadow, willingly advancing towards the dozen or so disciples of the Shadow Valley. The dragon's dominance technique quietly activated. A terrifying power, far surpassing that of the Qi condensation realm, erupted within him. He employed no ostentatious maneuvers, merely the simplest of strikes, straight punches, lunging jabs, and crushing blows. Each punch unleashed an unparalleled force, capable of obliterating all in its path. Bang! A disciple's sword was met with Ye Feng's fist, bending into an astonishing arc before shattering into fragments. Before the disciple could react, Ye Feng's fist had already imprinted itself upon his chest. Poof! Blood mist erupted, and his body disintegrated mid-air into a mass of flesh. Bang! 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 Ye Feng surged through the crowd like a tiger among sheep, his fists serving as the most lethal of weapons. None of the Shadow Valley disciples could withstand a single blow, whether wielding weapons or fortified by protective spiritual energy. They were as fragile as parchment before his might. The air was filled with screams, the sounds of bones cracking, and the shattering of weapons. Blood and flesh stained the valley red. This had ceased to be a battle, and had transformed into a one-sided massacre. From a distance, Gui's son felt his scalp prickle, his entire being chilled to the bone. He finally realized the magnitude of the terror he had provoked. Flee! This was the singular thought racing through his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, Gui's son turned to escape, unleashing the full extent of his Qi condensation's 6th-layer speed, becoming a shadow, racing towards the valley's exit. Yet, just as he had barely taken a few steps, a cold voice, akin to a death knell, resonated in his ears. Did I permit your departure? Gui's son turned in horror, only to find Ye Feng, having dispatched all the minions, standing quietly not far behind him, his icy gaze fixed upon him. No, spare my life. Gui's son's mental defenses crumbled entirely, collapsing to the ground in a puddle of tears, pleading desperately, Senior, please spare me. It was my folly not to recognize the mountain. I am willing to offer all my spirit stones and treasures, pleading for your mercy to spare my life. Ye Feng stepped forward slowly, looking down upon him, and his gaze bore no trace of compassion. It was too late. As he spoke, he brought his foot down with a resounding crack. The head of Gui's son burst like a watermelon, splattering red and white matter across the ground. Thus, all disciples of the Shadow Valley met their demise. The valley once again fell into silence, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood. Lin Xianxia and the disciples of the Taishan sect behind her stood in stunned disbelief, their hearts trembling. They gazed at the figure standing with hands clasped behind his back, clad in immaculate black, as if caught in a dream. After a moment, Lin Xianxia was the first to regain her composure. Taking a deep breath to quell the tumult within, she gracefully approached Ye Feng, noticing that he too wore the attire of a Taishan disciple. With a respectful bow, her voice was filled with gratitude and reverence. I am Lin Xianxia. May I inquire, esteemed senior, who you are? Ye Feng turned, his calm gaze settling upon her strikingly beautiful visage, and replied softly, I am Ye Feng of Shaozhu Peak, a newly initiated disciple, unworthy of the title of senior. Upon hearing this, Lin Xianxia's delicate form trembled, her enchanting eyes widening in disbelief, sparkling with astonishment. She gently covered her lips and exclaimed, Shaozhu Peak? What a coincidence! I too am a disciple of Shaozhu Peak. So, you're my junior brother? This revelation shocked her even more than witnessing Ye Feng's formidable prowess. Such terrifying strength belonged to a mere novice? It was utterly unfathomable. Ye Feng nodded slightly, acknowledging her words. With the confirmation, Lin Xianxia's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Yet she quickly regained her composure, her face lighting up with a sincere and gentle smile, as if the very atmosphere of the valley had softened in its presence. Junior brother Yi, I am deeply grateful for your timely intervention today. This kindness I shall never forget. What would you desire as a token of my gratitude? I assure you, I shall not hesitate to fulfill your request. Her tone was imbued with utmost sincerity. A life-saving grace could hardly be repaid. But should Ye Feng express a need, she would strive to meet it. Ye Feng's gaze did not linger on her exquisite features, but instead fell directly upon a jade box she held tightly in her hand. Within that box emanated a potent aura of blood and pure spiritual energy. It was the crimson blood spirit herb. From the onset, this had been his sole objective. Ye Feng extended his finger, pointing at the jade box, his tone direct and unambiguous. May I have this? Chapter 14. His strength fortifies Xiaozhu Peak. Lin Qingxue paused momentarily, following Ye Feng's gaze to the jade box in her hand. Without a hint of hesitation, a radiant smile blossomed on her face. Of course, she promptly extended the jade box to Ye Feng, her movements swift and decisive, devoid of any reluctance. However, just as Ye Feng was about to take the jade box, her fair fingers hesitated slightly, and her bright eyes gazed at him with a hint of curiosity. Junior brother Yi, are you seeking this crimson blood spirit herb to concoct the crimson blood pill? Ye Feng's gaze remained serene and unwavering as he gently nodded. And with this affirmative response, Lin Qingxue's eyes sparkled even brighter, and her smile grew increasingly sincere. That is splendid. This crimson blood spirit is notoriously potent and quite challenging to refine. A moment's carelessness could ruin the entire herb. I happen to possess some knowledge of alchemical arts. Why not allow me to assist you in the refining process? Once the pill is complete, I shall personally deliver it to your residence. What do you think? Her words brimmed with kindness and enthusiasm, rendering them hard to refuse. Ye Feng regarded her thoughtfully. Lin Qingxue's intentions seemed genuinely pure. Currently, he lacked both the necessary tools and time for alchemy, and having someone to assist would indeed alleviate a considerable burden. Very well, he replied succinctly, nodding once more. It is settled then, Lin Qingxue exclaimed, excitedly clutching the jade box as if she had accomplished something of great significance, her charming face aglow with joy. To her, deepening her connection with this enigmatic junior brother far outweighed the mere value of the crimson blood spirit herb. Ye Feng chose not to elaborate further. For him, acquiring the crimson blood pill remained the ultimate goal. He offered Lin Qingxue a slight nod, a silent farewell, before turning his gaze towards the deeper recesses of the valley, where the faint echoes of wolf howls lingered. His second mission was far from complete. Without further ado, Ye Feng moved with a swiftness akin to a black flash, vanishing into the dense woods of the valley. As they watched Ye Feng's retreating figure disappear, Lin Qingxue and the other disciples of the Taishan sect found themselves momentarily speechless, their hearts still stirred by a lingering sense of awe. Sister Lin, at that moment, a previously pale-faced male disciple, who had been frightened, could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, his expression tinged with resentment and bitterness. That crimson blood spirit herb was seized from the clutches of a guarding beast at the cost of our lives. It is incredibly valuable. Are we truly just giving it to him? He felt that a mere thank you sufficed, and it was unnecessary to relinquish such a precious herb without reservation. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxue's smile instantly vanished, her cold gaze sweeping towards the male disciple. Wang Chun, mind your words. Her tone suddenly turned icy, imbued with an undeniable authority. Have you forgotten what would have become of us had junior brother Yi not intervened? Would we now be cold corpses? Or subjected to the cruelest torments by those beasts? Wang Chun trembled under her piercing stare, lowering his head in silence, too intimidated to speak further. Lin Qingxue took a deep breath, her tone softening yet remaining solemn. A life-saving grace is greater than the heavens. Do not speak of merely one crimson blood spirit herb. Even if he were to demand everything we possess, we should offer it willingly. This is our debt to him. She scanned her fellow disciples, enunciating every word with conviction. Moreover, are you not aware of the standing of our Xianxia within the sect? For years, we have been looked down upon, our resources siphoned, and our disciples bullied. Now that our Xianxia has finally produced a prodigious talent like junior brother Yi, should we not unite and extend our unwavering support? Must we allow trivial gains to create a rift between us? His strength signifies our strength. Do you not comprehend this principle? This heartfelt discourse cast a shadow of shame upon all present, their heads bowed in reflection. Indeed, they focused solely on the immediate allure of a single spirit herb, oblivious to the profound implications that lay beneath. Lin Qingxue observed the crowd, a flicker of satisfaction gracing her eyes, before she turned her gaze towards the direction in which Ye Feng had vanished, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity. Junior brother Yi, who exactly are you? Deep within the valley, the scent of blood grew increasingly potent. Ye Feng traversed the dense forest, his consciousness already extended, keenly aware of every rustle and movement around. Suddenly, Three shadowy figures lunged from the thickets on either side, creating a gust of rancid wind, their gaping jaws revealing sharp fangs glinting ominously in the sunlight. They were second-tier, bloodthirsty demon wolves. These beasts were significantly larger than ordinary wolves, their fur a dark crimson as if steeped in blood, and their eyes glimmered with a savage thirst for carnage. Their strength rivaled that of cultivators at the 7th or 8th level of the Meridian Opening Realm, making them formidable adversaries for any ordinary outer sect disciple. Yet, in Ye Feng's view, they were no more than trivial creatures. As the three demon wolves closed in, Ye Feng did not even pause a stride. His expression remained indifferent as he casually waved his right hand forward. He did not employ any spiritual power. He relied solely on the sheer physical strength bestowed by the ferocious dragon body. Bang, bang, bang. Three resounding explosions erupted almost simultaneously. The ferocious, bloodthirsty demon wolves failed to even graze the hem of Ye Feng's garment before their heads exploded mid-air like ripe watermelons. Blood and gore splattered across the ground. The headless corpses were propelled several meters away by inertia before crashing to the earth, twitching briefly before falling silent. Ye Feng cast not a glance in their direction and continued onward towards the heart of the valley. His mission was to eradicate the demon wolves in this area. For the next half hour, Ye Feng operated like an exceptionally efficient slaughtering machine. Any bloodthirsty demon wolf that entered his 100-meter radius, whether alone or in a pack, met with the same fate, obliteration by his fist. Simple, direct, and domineering. Soon, the area was devoid of any bloodthirsty demon wolves, and the luminous points on his mission token indicating the number of kills had already reached the threshold for task completion. However, Ye Feng did not halt his advance. He sensed a more formidable presence lurking in the deepest recesses of the valley. The atmosphere was rife with brutality and bloodshed, far surpassing the ordinary bloodthirsty demon wolves. A subtle smile graced Ye Feng's lips, and a flicker of battle intent ignited in his eyes. He quickened his pace, racing towards the source of that ominous aura. As he traversed a rugged expanse strewn with jagged stones, the scene before him unfolded dramatically. A colossal cave loomed ahead, its entrance surrounded by a veritable graveyard of bones, exuding a nauseating stench. The very essence of savagery emanated from within this cavern. As Ye Feng approached, an earth-shattering roar erupted from the depths of the cave. The sound reverberated like thunder, stirring a tempest that sent debris swirling around him. Following this, a massive figure gradually emerged from the dark recesses of the cave. It was a gigantic wolf, its size akin to that of a small mountain. Its entire body was encased in a layer of armor resembling black iron, save for a ring of blood-red mane around its neck that danced as if animated by an unseen force. Its limbs were robust and powerful, with claws gleaming like metal, seemingly capable of effortlessly rending stone and steel. Yet, the most disquieting feature was its head. At the center of its fearsome visage, between its eyes, there was a single, tightly shut vertical eye. Its original eyes, however, were as large as lanterns, glowing with a sanguine light, brimming with savagery, cruelty, and a hint of human disdain. A third-tier demon beast, the Demon Wolf King, its power was sufficient to rival that of a perfect realm human cultivator. It gazed down upon Ye Feng, whose figure appeared as insignificant as an ant, exhaling 2 jets of scorching white vapor from its nostrils. A terrifying pressure, palpable as a tidal wave, surged towards Ye Feng. The wind whipped through Ye Feng's dark hair and garments, yet he stood resolute, like a spear, unwavering. His expression grew solemn. This Demon Wolf King was a formidable opponent, far superior to that specter from before. Now, he faced a worthy adversary. The blood within him began to simmer, an overwhelming battle intent erupting from his being, colliding thunderously with the ferocity of the Demon Wolf King. Chapter 15. Who did this? The Demon Wolf King sensed the provocation from the human before it, a flash of fury igniting in its crimson eyes. No longer testing the waters, it surged forward, its massive form transforming into a black shadow, accompanied by a gale that tore through the air, lunging at Ye Feng. Its claws, glinting with a metallic sheen, were more than capable of slicing through fine iron. Yet, in the face of this thunderous assault, Ye Feng displayed no trace of alarm. He did not even entertain the thought of evasion. Just as the acrid wind rushed towards him and the claws were poised to make contact, Ye Feng moved. There were no flashy maneuvers, no dazzling displays of spiritual energy. He simply raised his right fist, poised to confront the impending onslaught. Upon the fist, a faint golden radiance flickered momentarily, as if harboring the power of an ancient raging dragon. A resounding crash ensued as the fists collided, not the sound of flesh meeting flesh, but rather the thunderous clamor akin to two colossal metal peaks crashing together. A terrifying wave of force erupted from the two figures, violently dispersing the debris and remnants of bone scattered across the ground. A mournful wail echoed through the valley. The once mighty Wolf King, whose formidable stature rivaled that of a perfected master of Qi, was sent hurtling backward as if struck directly by a siege hammer, retreating at a speed swifter than its initial advance. Its claws, capable of rending stone, were now a gruesome sight, flesh torn asunder, stark white bone protruding grotesquely. With a thunderous crash, the Wolf King slammed against a mountainside several dozen meters away, causing rocks to tumble and dust to billow. Struggling to rise, a glimmer of fear finally entered its gaze as it looked upon Ye Feng. How could this human possess such terrifying physical strength? Yet before it could fully comprehend this, an unprecedented sense of impending doom enveloped its heart. The Wolf King abruptly lifted its head, only to witness the tightly closed vertical eye at its forehead suddenly snap open. What a bizarre eye it was. Lacking sclera and pupil, it was a profound abyss, seemingly capable of devouring all light, a blood-red hue, with a hum. A visibly crimson beam of light erupted from that vertical eye, carrying an aura of destruction and decay, instantaneously traversing space to strike at Ye Feng's brain. This was the Wolf King's innate supernatural ability, the Blood Fiend's death ray. Those struck by it would suffer soul corrosion and corporeal dissolution, an overwhelming force. In the face of this unavoidable, lethal assault, Ye Feng's expression finally shifted. It was not fear, but exhilaration. How splendid! Instead of retreating, he stepped forward, his body's primal dragon essence reaching its zenith. A faint golden halo enveloped him entirely. The blood-red beam accurately struck Ye Feng's forehead. However, the anticipated scene of a shattered skull did not materialize. The corrosive death ray, upon contact with Ye Feng's skin, melted away like snow meeting boiling oil, producing a shrill sound of dissolution. Yet it could not penetrate even a fraction. In the Wolf King's eyes, disbelief was evident. Its innate ability had proven ineffective against this human. In that moment of distraction, Ye Feng's figure had already appeared before it like a specter. It was over. The cold voice resonated like a death sentence. Ye Feng's right fist was raised once more, and this time, the fist's wind carried the faint echo of a dragon's roar. Dragon's fury. With a thunderous boom, that fist landed squarely upon the Wolf King's massive head. The terrifying force erupted with a thunderous roar at the moment of contact. The skull of the demon Wolf King emitted a nauseating sound of shattering, its massive form soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string. This time, it could not rise again. Its colossal body twitched a few times on the ground, the crimson glow in its eyes rapidly dimming. Thus, the era of the demon Wolf King came to an end. Ye Feng maintained a tranquil demeanor as he approached the lifeless body of the demon Wolf King, skillfully commencing the process of collecting his spoils. The sharp wolf fangs, the sturdy wolf claws, and the scales and fur akin to precious armor were all excellent materials for refining. Most valuable, however, was the fist-sized, blood-tinged third-tier inner core he extracted from the demon Wolf King's brain. The energy contained within this inner core was enough to drive any Qi condensation realm cultivator to madness. Having completed his task, Ye Feng did not depart immediately. Over the next 2 days, he thoroughly combed through the entire Demon Wolf Valley, not only eradicating the remaining demon wolves, but also gathering numerous rare, spiritual herbs from the outside world. It was not until the early morning of the 3rd day that he set forth on his journey back to the sect. Taishin Sect, Xiaozhu Peak. As Ye Feng's figure appeared on the mountain path of Xiaozhu Peak, he keenly sensed an unusual atmosphere. Though typically desolate, Xiaozhu Peak was usually orderly. At this moment, however, it was permeated with a stifling sense of oppression and silence. Frowning slightly, he quickened his pace toward his residence. Upon witnessing the scene before him, a chilling, murderous intent surged from the depths of his heart. His small wooden cottage had been reduced to a pile of ruins. The door lay shattered, windows broken, and the furniture inside, tables, chairs, and beds, had all been ruthlessly smashed to pieces, wooden splinters flying in disarray. Several disciples responsible for cleaning at Xiaozhu Peak were huddled beside the wreckage, each bearing bruises and tattered clothing, their eyes filled with fear and humiliation. Seeing Ye Feng return, they appear to have found their anchor, scrambling toward him in desperation. "Brother Yi, you have finally returned," exclaimed a slightly younger disciple, his voice trembling with emotion. Ye Feng's gaze swept over their injuries, and the warmth in his eyes plummeted to freezing depths. His voice, though soft, carried a chilling intensity. "Who did this?" One of the disciples trembled at the question, seemingly recalling something dreadful, his eyes brimming with terror. "It was senior brother Xianxia from Dezhu Peak who led the assault." Dezhu Peak Xianxia? Ye Feng's eyes narrowed slightly at the mention. Another disciple, mustering courage, indignantly added, "Yes, it was him. Yesterday he brought a group here, specifically seeking trouble with you, Brother Yi, claiming that as a newly arrived outer disciple, you had no right to reside in such a fine place. We explained that you were out on a mission, but they did not believe us, and proceeded to demolish your house, even assaulting us in the process." As the conversation unfolded, the disciple's eyes reddened with emotion. He hesitated, seemingly reluctant to continue. Ye Feng's gaze settled upon him, calm and composed, urging him to speak. The disciple inhaled deeply, gritting his teeth, and declared, "He also said that all the disciples of Shaozhu Peak are worthless trash. He even called you, senior brother Yi, a fool unaware of his own demise, destined to be crushed beneath his feet." With that utterance, a terrifying aura erupted suddenly from Ye Feng, causing the surrounding air to feel as if it had solidified, the temperature plummeting sharply. The few servant disciples felt a chilling sensation surge from their feet to the crown of their heads, making it difficult to breathe as they stared at Ye Feng in horror. At that moment, Ye Feng's eyes were as frigid as an everlasting iceberg, imbued with a murderous intent that seemed almost tangible. "Dezhu Peak, Xianxia." Ye Feng slowly articulated the name, turning away without uttering another word and striding down the mountain. The servant disciples understood his intention. Senior brother Yi was seeking vengeance. They felt a mix of relief and apprehension. After all, Xianxia was a formidable expert at the 8th level of qi condensation, a prominent figure within Dezhu Peak. Just as Ye Feng was about to descend Shaozhu Peak, a crisp and urgent voice echoed from nearby. "Junior brother Yi, do not act impulsively." Lin Qingyang rushed toward him, accompanied by several disciples, her lovely face etched with anxiety. "Junior brother Yi, we have heard about what transpired here. Xianxia has gone too far." Her chest heaved with quickened breaths, her eyes brimming with indignation and concern. "However, you must not recklessly confront Dezhu Peak. Their overall strength far surpasses that of our Shaozhu Peak, and Xianxia is a master at the 8th level of qi condensation, a prominent figure among them. If you go, you will undoubtedly suffer a significant loss." She paused, her tones softening, laced with a hint of entreaty. "Why not wait until I refine the blood crimson pill? You can take the elixir to enhance your cultivation further, and then we can devise a more prudent plan, all right?" Upon hearing her words, a faint smile unexpectedly broke through Ye Feng's icy demeanor, causing the previously stifled air around them to seem to flow once more. He regarded Lin Qingyang and calmly inquired, "How does an 8th level qi condensation expert compare to a 3rd-tier demon wolf king?" Lin Qingyang was momentarily taken aback, instinctively responding, "Naturally, they are vastly inferior. A 3rd-tier demon beast is capable of rivaling a perfected qi condensation master, with the demon wolf king being among the elite. A mere song, Jie wouldn't even be sufficient to fill the gaps of a demon wolf king." Only after speaking did she suddenly realize, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief, as she pondered the implications of junior brother Ye's words. The corner of Ye Feng's mouth deepened into a curve, exuding an air of absolute confidence. That was sufficient. Before the echoes of his words faded, he lingered no longer. His figure flickered and transformed into a fleeting shadow, racing towards the majestic Dezhu Peak below. In his lexicon, there existed no notion of forbearance, nor any inclination to retreat. A decade of silence, a decade steeped in blood and deep-seated enmity, had tempered his disposition to be as unyielding as ancient ice, yet as volatile as molten lava. "If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. If one dares to offend me, I shall return the favor 100-fold. Ye Shidi," Lin Qingyang exclaimed, attempting to intervene, but finding herself already too late. She gazed upon his resolute silhouette, gritting her teeth, a flicker of determination crossing her features. "We shall follow." She could not stand idly by while Ye Feng faced the overwhelming pressure of Dezhu Peak alone. Dezhu Peak, the site of the mountain gate. was infused with a richness of spiritual energy, far surpassing that of Xiaozhu Peak. Pavilions and towers adorned the landscape, exuding an extraordinary grandeur. While the disciples passing through exuded an intrinsic sense of superiority, their breaths steady and composed. At that moment, a chilling voice, akin to the frigid winds from the depths of the abyss, swept through the entire Mountain Gate Plaza without warning. "The Zhu Peak, Xianxia. Come out and face your demise." The voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable force that resonated within the ears of every disciple present. In an instant, the plaza fell into an eerie silence. All gazes converged upon the solitary, proud figure standing outside the mountain gate. It was a youth clad in black, his demeanor cold, eyes sharp as blades, emanating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. After a brief moment of silence, an uproar erupted. Who is this? Has he lost his mind, daring to shout at Arda Zhu Peak's doorstep? Observing his attire, some surmised, isn't he from Xiaozhu Peak? Laute erupted. Ah, the trash from Xiaozhu Peak? Did I hear that correctly? A mere wretch dares to stir trouble here, and even named Xianxia, a towering disciple, his face a canvas of arrogance, stepped forward, regarding Ye Feng with a derisive gaze, his expression rife with mockery. "You must be the new arrival, Ye Feng? I heard that Xianxia visited you yesterday, but found you absent. So, you've come to Arda Zhu Peak today to pay your respects and apologize to Xianxia. Have you?" The disciples behind him joined in laughter, their words steeped in ridicule. "An apology won't suffice. You ought to lick the soles of Xianxia as shoes clean." Indeed, the dignity of the Zhu Peak is not something the trash of Xiaozhu Peak can challenge. Ye Feng's gaze remained unwavering. He didn't even glance at the hulking disciple, but simply uttered a single word with calm detachment. "Scram." "What did you say?" The burly disciple's anger flared. With a cultivation level at the third stage of qi condensation, he was no top-tier disciple at the Zhu Peak. But he was certainly not someone a mere outer disciple could insult. "You ignorant wretch, you seek death." He let out a furious roar, his internal energy surging forth as his massive fist, accompanied by a howling wind, was mercilessly aimed at Ye Feng's cheek. However, his fist would never reach its target. At the very moment he struck, a shadow flashed by, a sharp, resounding slap echoed throughout the arena. The anger etched on the hefty disciple's face abruptly froze, as if he had been struck by a frenzied giant elephant. His body spun in midair a full 720 degrees, blood mixed with shattered teeth gushing forth from his mouth. With a thud, he crashed heavily onto the ground several meters away, his head lolling to one side, rendering him unconscious on the spot. One side of his face had swollen grotesquely, a bloody mess, unrecognizable. The arena fell into a profound silence. The laughter of all the disciples from Zhu Peak ceased abruptly, their expressions akin to those who had seen a ghost, filled with shock and disbelief. One move, merely a single slap. A practitioner at the third level of qi condensation was sent flying like this? Is this truly the new disciple from Xiaozhu Peak? At that moment, Lin Qingxue, accompanied by several Xiaozhu Peak disciples, arrived. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they too were shaken to their cores, but more so, they felt an indescribable sense of vindication. Ye Feng retracted his palm, as though he had merely swatted a fly, his gaze still icy as it swept across the crowd. "I shall say this once more. Xianxia, step forward." What a bold statement. What an imposing presence. A chilling voice emerged from the back of the crowd. The crowd parted, revealing a young man clad in splendid garments, his expression sinister, who emerged slowly, flanked by a throng of followers. Tall and slender, his eyes glinted like those of a venomous snake, fixated on Ye Feng with a cruel smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It was none other than Xianxia. Behind him trailed several disciples of considerable strength, including the audacious Zhang Quang, who had previously provoked Xiaozhu Peak, and a strikingly alluring female disciple, Zhou Min, whose gaze was sharp and unyielding. Xianxia's gaze lingered on Ye Feng for a moment before shifting to the unconscious hefty disciple on the ground, the coldness in his eyes intensifying. To dare strike a member of the Zhu Peak on our own territory. He advanced step by step towards Ye Feng, his aura swelling with each footfall. The oppressive force of his 8th level of qi condensation surging forth like a tidal wave towards Ye Feng. "Kid, I must admit, your audacity far exceeds my expectations." Chapter 17. Your Xianxia? In the face of Xianxia's overwhelming presence at the 8th level of qi condensation, Ye Feng remained unfazed, not even the hem of his garment fluttering. His pitch-black eyes were as tranquil as a still well, as if the figure before him was not a senior brother of the sect, but rather a lifeless corpse on the brink of coldness. "You're Xianxia?" Ye Feng's voice was calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Song Jie's mouth, his disdain unmistakable in his gaze. "Indeed, it is I." He relished the sensation of playing cat and mouse, particularly in front of an audience, slowly tormenting one who dared to provoke him to the brink of death. Ye Feng suddenly smiled, his expression laced with unabashed mockery. The turtle that had withdrawn its head had finally emerged. This remark sent a ripple of astonishment throughout the crowd. Zhou Min, the enchanting disciple behind Song Jie, immediately furrowed her brows, her voice sharp as she exclaimed, "Ye Feng, what did you just say? How dare you insult senior brother Song?" Ye Feng's gaze finally shifted from Song Jie, casting a fleeting glance at her. "Are you deaf? You?" Zhou Min's chest heaved with indignation, her delicate face flushing crimson. Ye Feng have come to the Zhu Peak seeking death. Just right, we'll settle old scores along with the new. Sister Zhou, calm down. Song Jie raised a hand to restrain the furious Zhou Min, an unwavering smirk still gracing his face, confident in his victory. He surveyed Ye Feng with keen interest, his consciousness brazenly sweeping over him, and soon, the smile on his face morphed into one of even greater amusement and derision. "A mere first-level qi condensation? Do you truly believe yourself worthy to challenge me?" His voice suddenly escalated, infused with absurdity and disdain, as though he had heard the most ludicrous joke in existence. Ye Feng's expression remained unchanged, merely responding with a calm inquiry. "And what of it? Being at first-level qi condensation?" These four words seemed to act as a signal. Following a brief silence, the entrance of the Zhu Peak erupted into uproarious laughter akin to a tidal wave. "Ha ha ha, what did I just hear? First-level qi condensation? Good heavens, a first-level qi condensation wretch dares to ascend to our Zhu Peak alone, openly challenging senior brother Song, who is at the 8th level. Has his mind been kicked by a demon beast? He must be here to meet his demise. Little Bamboo Peak is indeed a gathering place for trash. Even the disciples they accept are such brazen fools." The chorus of ridicule and scorn rose and fell, forming a relentless wave of derision that mercilessly washed over Ye Feng and his companions, including Lin Qingxue, who were hastily approaching. Lin Qingxue and several disciples from Little Bamboo Peak felt their faces flush with a mix of rage and concern. They understood Ye Feng's strength, however. Challenging an 8th-level qi condensation practitioner while being at 1st level was utterly beyond reason. Just then, a burly disciple with a fierce aura stepped forward from behind Song Jie. With a flattering smile, he clasped his fist before Song Jie. "Senior brother Song, there's no need for you to dirty your hands with such a reckless little trash from Little Bamboo Peak. Leave it to me, Lu Yan." This individual was Lu Yan, a 5th-level qi condensation practitioner and considered a minor expert at the Zhu Peak. Song Jie nodded in satisfaction, waving his hand to indicate for him to proceed. Receiving permission, Lu Yan's smile transformed into a grotesque grimace. He turned and strode toward Ye Feng, cracking his knuckles with ominous sounds. "Kid, I must commend your audacity. Alas, courage is of no value when confronted with absolute power." Lu Yan grinned sinisterly, a cruel glint flickering in his eyes. "Now, I present you with an opportunity. Kneel and bow to senior brother Song 100 times, then crawl beneath my trousers. I might consider merely breaking your limbs, sparing your wretched life." The crowd behind him erupted into mocking laughter once more, as if they could already envision Ye Feng on his knees, pleading for mercy, subjected to utter humiliation. Yet, Ye Feng's gaze remained eerily calm, regarding the advancing Lu Yan as one might observe a mere buffoon. "Noise," he uttered softly, disdainfully. "What did you say? Seeking death?" Lu Yan roared in furious indignation, unable to contain himself any longer. With a fierce exertion of force, he unleashed his mountain-shattering fist. The energy within him surged violently, and his right fist glowed with a muddy yellow light, exuding a heavy and domineering aura as it hurtled toward Ye Feng's head with brutal ferocity. The wind from his punch howled, whipping Ye Feng's dark hair into a frenzy. The onlookers held their breath, seemingly poised to witness the gruesome spectacle of Ye Feng's skull shattering. However, at the very moment Lu Yan's colossal fist was about to connect with Ye Feng's face, something remarkable occurred. Ye Feng moved. He did not evade. He did not counterattack. He simply lifted his right leg and delivered a swift kick. This kick bore no radiant energy, no earth-shattering momentum. It was merely swift, exceedingly swift. So fast, in fact, that to the observers, it left only a blurred afterimage upon their retinas. Bang! A resounding thud reverberated, chilling the hearts of all present. Lu Yan's fist, capable of shattering stone, halted abruptly mere inches from Ye Feng's face. Meanwhile, Ye Feng's foot was firmly planted upon Lu Yan's chest. Crack! The unmistakable sound of shattering bones echoed in the ears of every witness. Lu Yan's menacing expression froze, replaced by an overwhelming horror and agony. He felt an irresistible, terrifying force surge within him, akin to a rampaging beast from primordial times, obliterating all his defenses and vitality with brutal efficacy. His body, like a puncture ball, was propelled backward at a speed several times greater than that with which he had advanced. A mouthful of blood, mingled with fragments of his internal organs, traced a tragic arc through the air. Lu Yan's body crashed heavily into the crowd several meters away, toppling 7 or 8 disciples before collapsing to the ground. His chest had caved inward, forming a horrifying footprint, and after 2 violent convulsions, he fell into unconsciousness. One kick, and he was annihilated. The arena fell into a profound silence. The cacophonous laughter ceased abruptly. The mocking expressions on the faces of all disciples from Daju Peak froze, replaced by sheer disbelief and terror, as if they had encountered a specter. Lu Yan, at the 5th level of Qi condensation, had been defeated just like that. How could a mere first-level cultivator knock someone unconscious with a single kick? This defied all their understanding. The smile on Xianxia's face froze entirely, the disdain in his eyes gradually fading, replaced by an unprecedented gravity and suspicion. Lin Qingxue and the other disciples of Xia's Hefeng gaped in shock, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves. They were aware of Ye's prowess, yet they never anticipated it to reach such unfathomable heights. Ye Feng slowly retracted his right leg, as if he had merely kicked a stone by the roadside. His frigid gaze swept across the faces stricken with horror, ultimately landing once more on Xianxia. Now, it is your turn. Chapter 18. Signing the life and death contract. These 5 unassuming words resonated like a thunderclap in the hearts of every disciple of Ye Feng. The muscles in Xianxia's face twitched violently. The aloof composure and mockery he once wore had vanished without a trace, replaced by an ashen pallor and a darkened expression. He stared fixedly at Ye Feng, his gaze filled with uncertainty and disbelief. What manner of monster is this lad? A first-level cultivator, yet capable of instantaneously dispatching a 5th-level cultivator like Lu Yan. This was utterly illogical. However, the shock within Xianxia was swiftly supplanted by an overwhelming fury and murderous intent. Lu Yan was but a useless waste, merely a 5th-level cultivator. If he were to be killed, it would only be due to his lack of skill. Yet Xianxia, as a powerful 8th-level cultivator and core disciple of Ye Feng, could not accept that a mere 1st-level waste could dare to challenge him. This must be some secret technique or a powerful talisman at work. Yes, that must be it. With this thought, Xianxia's killing intent surged even more fervently as he prepared to personally crush this insolent youth. Brother Song, at that moment, another figure flashed out from behind him. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Allow me, Ye Feng, to handle this fool. Stepping forward was a robust young man, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, exuding an aura far superior to that of Lu Yan, evidently a 6th-level cultivator. As he appeared, a murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. It's Brother Ye Feng. He is notorious for his ruthlessness in Ye Feng. Indeed, I heard that Brother Ye Feng single-handedly ventured into the Beast Mountain last year and returned unscathed after slaying 3-peak 2nd-tier iron-armored rhinos. Iron-armored rhinos? Those beasts are famed for their defensive prowess. Just imagine how terrifying Brother Ye Feng's attack must be. That boy is doomed. Brother Ye Feng is nothing like the useless Lu Yan. Listening to the murmurs around him, Xianxia's grim expression softened considerably. He glanced at Ye Feng, whose face brimmed with respect and battle intent, nodding in satisfaction. Allowing Ye Feng to take action serves well to further probe this young one's capabilities. Very well. I appreciate your assistance, Brother Ye. Xianxia spoke with a hint of condescension in his tone. Remember, do not allow him to perish too swiftly. Rest assured, brother. A cruel smile graced Ye Feng's face as he turned, striding towards Ye Feng, his joints cracking ominously, an aura of fierce brutality enveloping him. Lin Qingshue's heart leapt to her throat. Ye Shidi, be cautious. Ye Feng is notorious for his ruthlessness, a formidable enforcer on Dazhu Peak. She urged, her delicate features etched with concern. Upon hearing Lin Qingshue's warning, Ye Feng scoffed derisively. Ah, the little beauty of Shaozhu Peak. Once I have incapacitated this brat, I shall shower you with affection. His vile words left Lin Qingshue's complexion pale with indignation. Ye Feng's gaze turned icy, a chill potent enough to freeze one's very soul. You are courting death. Ha ha ha. Ye Feng erupted in laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd jest. To dare speak defiantly when death looms. Brace yourself for my strike, cracking golden claw. No sooner had he spoken, his figure surged forward, fingers transforming into claws, sharp golden light glinting at his fingertips. Capable of rending steel, accompanied by a piercing sound as he lunged for Ye Feng's throat. This claw strike was swift and vicious, embodying the full force of his sixth-tier cultivation. All present widened their eyes, foreseeing the gruesome spectacle of Ye Feng's throat being crushed. Yet, in the face of this thunderous assault, Ye Feng's expression remained as unyielding as ever. He did not shift his stance in the slightest. Just as the golden claws were about to graze his skin, he moved. Swift, unparalleled swiftness. Ye Feng's right hand shot forth, transforming into a fleeting shadow that met Ye Feng's claw with pinpoint precision. He did not use claws nor fists. He merely extended his fingers like a sword, gently tapping. A crisp sound of metal striking echoed. Ye Feng's fingertip landed upon the center of Ye Feng's claw. At that moment, time appeared to freeze. The malevolent grin on Ye Feng's face abruptly solidified. An unimaginable force erupted from Ye Feng's fingertip, akin to a volcanic eruption, surging through his arm and violently invading Ye Feng's body. Crack, crack. A series of bone-shattering sounds erupted from Ye Feng's right arm. A blood-curdling scream, more beast than man, rang out across the Mountain Gate Plaza. Ye Feng's entire right arm twisted grotesquely, the stark white of his fractured bones piercing through flesh, exposed to the air. But that was not the end. Ye Feng's expression remained indifferent as his fingers trembled slightly. Bang! Ye Feng's body was as if struck by a heavy hammer, propelling him backward as blood gushed from his mouth. He crashed to the ground, clutching his shattered arm, writhing in agony and lamentation. Merely a single strike. In fact, it could hardly be termed a strike, just a mere finger. In the realm of qi condensation, renowned for his ruthless nature, Ye Feng was defeated, and it was a resounding defeat. The entire arena once again descended into an eerie silence. If the first time Ye Feng sent flying a disciple of the third level of qi condensation with a slap could be deemed fortunate, and the second time he crippled the fifth-level disciple, Lu Yin, was attributed to the use of a secret technique, what then could be said of this instance? Where a mere finger incapacitated Ye Feng of the sixth level. The expressions on the faces of the disciples from the Zhu Peak transformed from shock to horror, and even fear. This young man clad in black was far from the pathetic cultivator of the first level of qi condensation. He was a primordial beast cloaked in sheep's clothing. How could this be? Lying on the ground, Ye Feng's face was filled with disbelief. He felt the excruciating pain radiating from his arm, gazing at the figure who remained unfazed, as the defenses within his heart crumbled utterly. He could not comprehend how a mere cultivator of the first level could possess such terrifying power. Well done, junior brother Yi. Lin Qingxue and the disciples of Shaozhu Peak erupted into uncontainable cheers after a brief moment of stupor. Their eyes sparkled with admiration and ecstasy as they beheld Ye Feng's silhouette. Ye Feng paid no heed to anyone's gaze. He slowly retracted his finger, his icy eyes sweeping across the arena before finally resting on the increasingly grim-faced Xianxia. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Was this the extent of the disciples from Dazhu Peak? Or were the so-called strong among you merely cowards hiding behind others like turtles? Boom! These words struck each disciple of Dazhu Peak like a resounding slap, piercing through their hearts like a sharp blade, especially Xianxia's. You court death. At last, Xianxia could bear it no longer, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. The terrifying pressure of the 8th level of qi condensation surged forth like a torrential flood, engulfing the entire square, rendering the atmosphere nearly solid. With a single step, the ground trembled beneath him. Ye Feng, you have repeatedly provoked the dignity of Dazhu Peak. Today, I shall tear you to shreds. Xianxia's eyes burned crimson, his murderous intent palpable, fixating on Ye Feng with unwavering intensity. Ye Feng remained unfazed, merely uttering 2 words, waiting for you. Very well, Xianxia sneered, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Since you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall oblige. He produced a yellowed talisman from his bosom, upon which 2 blood-red characters were inscribed in cinnabar, life and death. This was a life and death pact. We hereby sign this declaration, reporting to the sect that in this battle, life or death shall be disregarded, and the sect shall not pursue accountability. Xianxia raised the life and death declaration high, speaking with an icy voice. Ye Feng, do you dare to sign it? Chapter 19. The bamboo peak is filled with rubbish. Faced with Xianxia's murderous inquiry, the mockery on Ye Feng's face deepened. He was so disinterested that he felt no need to utter another word. Instead, he regarded Xianxia with a gaze akin to that of one looking upon a corpse and lightly nodded. Of course I dare. These 3 unadorned words seemed to resonate with an inexplicable power, igniting the atmosphere of the entire square in an instant. After a brief silence, the disciples of the bamboo peak erupted into an even more boisterous laughter than before. Ha ha ha, this foolish boy, he actually dares. He probably doesn't even understand what this life and death declaration signifies, does he? Once he signs, even if Xianxia turns him into pulp on the spot, the sect will remain indifferent. Challenging a first-layer Qi condensation with a life and death declaration against an 8th-layer Qi condensation, after years of cultivation. This is the first time I have witnessed such an extraordinary fool. Zhou Min was even more exhilarated, her face flushed, her eyes gleaming with malicious joy. He is doomed. This wretch named Ye Feng is destined to perish today. Junior brother Yi don't. Lin Qingxue's face turned ashen. In a sudden rush, she dashed to Ye Feng, urgently grasping his arm, her voice trembling with anxiety. You cannot sign. In ordinary sect competitions, one must hold back. Lethal force is not permitted. But this life and death declaration is different. Once signed, it becomes a matter of no retreat. Xianxia truly intends to kill you. Shouldn't we reconsider? Her eyes brimmed with urgency and pleading. She could not bear to watch Ye Feng march to his demise. Feeling the warmth and softness of her hand on his arm, a barely perceptible ripple stirred within Ye Feng's cold gaze. He turned to Lin Qingxue, whose face was etched with concern, and calmly replied, "Thank you for your kindness. Senior sister." He paused, his tone transforming into one of unwavering resolve. However, this cannot be counted. His voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable determination. He had awaited this moment. For 10 years, he had borne a profound grudge, clawing his way back from the depths of hell. Patience and retreat had long been erased from his lexicon. Today, he would convey to all in the most direct and domineering manner. Ye Feng has returned. Bring it forth. Ye Feng gently pushed Lin Qingxue's hand away, locking his gaze on Xianxia, and coolly uttered 2 words. Xianxia cackled maliciously, flicking his fingers, causing the yellowed life and death declaration to transform into a streak of light, precisely flying before Ye Feng. Without a glance, Ye Feng cut his fingertip, and with a flourish, inscribed his name upon the declaration. The blood-red characters were strikingly vivid. Excellent. A murderous glint flashed in Xianxia's eyes as he too forced a drop of essence blood, letting it fall upon his name. Buzz! In a flash of brilliance, life and death were abruptly divided, transforming into 2 beams of crimson light that pierced into the foreheads of Ye Feng and Xianxia, signifying the establishment of their pact. Ha ha ha! Ye Feng, your doom is sealed. Zhou Min cackled with glee, as if she had already envisioned the tragic demise of Ye Feng at the hands of Xianxia. The other disciples of the Zhu Peak regarded Ye Feng with eyes that mirrored the gaze reserved for the dying, their expressions rife with derision and contempt, reaching an apex of disdain. To them, this battle had lost all semblance of suspense. Lin Qingxue and the disciples of Shaozhu Peak felt their hearts plummet to the depths of despair, their faces drained of color. It was over. Everything was over. In the arena, Ye Feng and Xianxia faced each other from a distance, the air between them seemingly solidified by the chilling aura of murderous intent. Kid, remember to keep your eyes wide open in your next life. Xianxia sneered, relinquishing all pretense. His aura, potent and explosive like a volcano, erupted forth as he unleashed the full force of his 8th level cultivation. Black Fiend Palm. He roared, his figure a blur as he traversed the distance of several meters in an instant, appearing before Ye Feng. A massive hand, shrouded in malevolent black energy and reeking of corrosive fumes, descended upon Ye Feng's crown. This blow was tremendous, capable of reducing a boulder to dust. Yet, in the face of this lethal strike, Ye Feng's countenance remained as tranquil as a still pond. He did not flinch. Instead, at the moment when Xianxia's palm was about to descend, he simply raised his own fist in response. With a punch, he met the attack head-on. Bang! The collision of fist and palm produced a thunderous sound akin to a drumbeat, sending a visible shockwave radiating outward from their point of contact. The disciples surrounding them were caught off guard, stumbling in all directions, while those with lesser cultivation were directly flung away. As the dust settled, all eyes were wide with disbelief, fixated on the scene before them. Ye Feng stood unwavering, not a single hair of his garment stirred. In stark contrast, Xianxia staggered back 3 steps, barely regaining his balance. The palm he had struck with trembled uncontrollably, his once confident grin now frozen, replaced by a visage of horror and incredulity. How is this possible? He gasped. The full force of his 8th-level cultivation had been thwarted by a mere 1st-level cultivator, and he had been forced to retreat 3 steps? Is this all you've got? Ye Feng slowly retracted his fist, a flicker of unmasked disappointment glinting in his dark eyes. You're not even worthy to tickle me. Boom! His words sent shockwaves through the crowd. What was happening? Xianxia had actually been forced back? Surely, he wasn't too mistaken that Ye Feng had withstood Xianxia's Black Fiend palm head-on? How could this young man possess such terrifying strength? The audience below furrowed their brows, their mocking smiles gradually fading, replaced by an expression of solemnity and bewilderment. They realized that they had underestimated this newcomer from Ye Feng. What kind of sorcery have you? Xianxia, filled with both shock and fury, struggled to accept this reality. He fixated on Ye Feng, his consciousness frantically sweeping over. Yet he could only perceive the faint fluctuations of spiritual energy at the 1st level of qi condensation. This was unsettling. The strength exhibited was utterly preposterous. This was not the power one would expect from a practitioner at the qi condensation stage. This youth's physical prowess resembled that of a humanoid beast at the qi stage. Sorcery? A cold smirk graced Ye Feng's lips. Ignorance is the original sin. Before his words faded, he moved. This time, he chose not to defend passively, but to strike proactively. His figure flickered, leaving a phantom in place, and in an instant, he surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, arriving before Xianxia in the blink of an eye. Too fast. Xianxia's pupils constricted to the size of pinheads, leaving him no time to react. All he could see was a fist, magnifying in his line of sight. Not good. In the face of imminent peril, Xianxia unleashed all his potential, his spiritual energy surging wildly, forming a thick protective shield before him. Break from me, Ye Feng bellowed, his fist devoid of any spiritual light, powered solely by the purest physical strength. Boom! The seemingly indestructible spiritual shield crumbled before Ye Feng's fist, shattering as easily as if it were made of paper. Ye Feng's fist drove forward, striking solidly against Xianxia's chest. Crack! The sound of shattering bones was unmistakable. Poof! Xianxia, as if struck by lightning, flew backward like a kite with its string cut. A mouthful of blood spewing forth midair, crashing heavily onto the ground several meters away. The arena fell once again into a deathly silence. All the disciples of Dezhu Peak stood frozen, as if ensnared by a binding spell, their faces etched with horror and dread. Defeated? Brother Xianxia, at the 8th level of qi condensation, had actually been vanquished, and by a disciple at the 1st level of qi condensation, using nothing but pure physical strength to obliterate him. This transcended the bounds of reason, shattering their collective understanding. Cough, cough, cough. Struggling to rise from the ground, Xianxia found his chest caved in, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He gazed at the approaching Ye Feng, his eyes devoid of the previous arrogance and cruelty, now filled only with boundless terror. A monster. This Ye Feng was nothing short of a monster. The more he fought, the more alarmed and fearful he became. He finally comprehended that he had been wrong from the very beginning, profoundly and utterly mistaken. This is no mere lamb awaiting slaughter. It is undoubtedly a ferocious beast that has emerged from the depths of hell. I concede. In the face of death's ominous threat, Song Jie relinquished all dignity. His voice trembling as he cried out, "I surrender. I have lost this contest. I implore you, do not take my life." Fear gripped him. He was genuinely terrified. He did not wish to die. Yet, Ye Feng advanced as if oblivious, his steps unyielding, inexorably closing in on him. That icy gaze seemed to regard him as nothing more than a lifeless corpse. "Have you forgotten the sex rules? During a duel, one must not kill. If you take my life, the law enforcement hall will not let you go." Song Jie scrambled back in terror, desperately attempting to invoke the sex regulations to save his own life. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng finally halted his advance. A cruel smile spread across his face. "Cold and merciless. Have you forgotten what we signed?" Song Jie's body stiffened abruptly, the color draining from his face. The death warrant. He remembered now. It was the death warrant he himself had presented to ensure Ye Feng's demise. In that moment, an overwhelming tide of regret and despair engulfed him completely. "No, please." Ye Feng offered him no further chances. In a flash, he appeared before Song Jie, his fingers poised like a sword, imbued with an unyielding sharpness. Striking swiftly towards Song Jie's brow. "Stop." At that moment, a voice of authority thundered from deep within the great bamboo peak like a clap of thunder. However, it was too late. Ignoring the authoritative command, Ye Feng pressed on. A soft sound echoed. His fingertip had pierced Song Jie's brow. The terror and despair etched on Song Jie's face froze instantly. The spark in his eyes faded rapidly, like the receding tide, as his body slumped lifelessly to the ground. Song Jie, a core disciple of the Great Bamboo Peak at the 8th level of Qi condensation, was dead. An oppressive silence enveloped the area, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. All present were like ducks with their necks grasped, mouths agape, yet unable to utter a sound. They watched in horror as Song Jie's corpse fell into a pool of blood, observed the black-clad youth slowly retracting his bloodied fingers, a chilling dread surging through their very souls. He has killed him. He truly murdered Song Jie. In a glaring spotlight before the gates of the Great Bamboo Peak, he had unhesitatingly slain a core disciple. Was this man insane? Ye Feng shook off the blood from his hands, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. His icy gaze slowly swept across the horrified faces of the crowd, a sardonic smirk curling at the corners of his lips. "Is there anyone else eager to court death?" No one responded. All the disciples of Daju Peak, upon meeting his gaze, instinctively lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. What a jest! Even Song Jie, a master at the 8th level of Qi condensation, had been dispatched by him as easily as one would slay a chicken. What difference would it make for them to step forward, but to invite their own demise? Observing the silent disciples of Daju Peak, Ye Feng's disdain grew even stronger. "A bunch of worthless fools." He uttered 4 words nonchalantly. Though his voice was not loud, it struck each disciple of Daju Peak like a resounding slap, leaving them stunned. Daju Peak is nothing but refuse. Chapter 20. Is it excessive to bully the weak? As his words fell, an oppressive silence enveloped the entire square. Every disciple of Daju Peak felt their cheeks burn, as if they had been publicly slapped 100 times. Humiliation. This was sheer, unvarnished disgrace. Yet, faced with Ye Feng's cold and emotionless gaze, the overwhelming sensation that surged within them was not anger, but a deep-seated fear. If even senior brother Song Jie could be killed with a mere gesture, who among them would dare to step forward to meet a similar fate? In that moment, hundreds of disciples of Daju Peak found themselves paralyzed, not a single one daring to speak or move. Excellent. Well said. Brother Yi is truly formidable. After the brief shock, the disciples of Xiaozhu Peak behind Lin Xianxia finally reacted, their faces flushed with excitement as they could not help but cheer loudly. What a relief. It was immensely gratifying. For too long, they had suffered under the oppression and ridicule of Daju Peak due to their small numbers and inferior strength. Today, with Ye Feng single-handedly sweeping through Daju Peak and publicly slaying their core disciple, Song Jie, they felt a profound sense of vengeance fulfilled. Lin Qingxua gazed at the proud and upright figure amidst the crowd, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. The worries that once plagued her heart had been wholly replaced by unparalleled shock. She knew Ye Feng was strong, but she never imagined he could be this formidable. At the 1st level of Qi condensation, he had defied the 8th. This was beyond mere talent. It was nothing short of monstrous. However, at that moment, a terrifying, suffocating pressure, as though the heavens themselves were collapsing, suddenly swept in from the depths of Daju Peak. Boom! The very air of the square seemed to solidify in that instant. Everyone felt as if an invisible mountain pressed down upon their hearts, making even the act of breathing an arduous struggle. You dare to commit murder in Daju Peak? A voice, ancient and filled with rage, roared like rolling thunder, echoing in the ears of all present. As the voice faded, a streak of azure light pierced the sky, arriving in an instant and materializing in the center of the square as an imposing elder clad in a flowing azure robe. His hair and beard were entirely white, and his eyes sparkled like lightning, exuding an aura of authority that commanded respect without a hint of anger. He radiated a powerful energy, akin to the vastness of the sea, far beyond the capabilities of mere Qi condensation practitioners. A master of the sea of Qi. This was undoubtedly a formidable being of that realm. It was the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder has emerged from seclusion. Upon recognizing the visitor, the disciples of Daju Peak were initially taken aback, but their faces soon lit up with exuberance, as though they had found their anchor, and they all knelt in reverence. We pay our respects to the Grand Elder. The visitor was none other than Su Yangming, the Grand Elder of Daju Peak. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, sensing the overwhelming presence. The furious shout that had echoed from the depths of Daju Peak during his confrontation with Xianxia had undoubtedly come from this man. A mid-stage sea of Qi practitioner. Su Yangming paid no heed to the disciples. His gaze, sharp as a drawn sword, was fixated on Ye Feng, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Upon seeing the cold corpse of Xianxia lying on the ground, his murderous aura intensified to a peak. Well, one audacious little beast. How dare you kill a disciple of Daju Peak? Today, I shall extract your soul and refine your essence, ensuring you never attain rebirth. Su Yangming's fury morphed into a sinister smile as the terrifying pressure of a mid-stage sea of Qi practitioner surged toward Ye Feng like a raging tide. Thud! Thud! The surrounding disciples, unable to withstand the onslaught of this pressure, turned pale and collapsed to the ground. Only Ye Feng remained standing tall at the center of this terrifying force. His body was as steadfast as a millennia-old pine rooted deep within the earth, unyielding against the tempest. The wild dragon dominance technique activated within him, emanating a primal and tyrannical aura that countered the oppressive might of the Sea of Qi. A flicker of astonishment crossed Su Yangming's eyes, clearly taken aback that a mere Qi condensation junior could remain unscathed beneath his pressure. Yet, this surprise was swiftly supplanted by an even greater intent to kill. This boy must not be spared. Senior Su, please temper your wrath. Just as Su Yangming was about to strike, Lin Xianxia summoned her courage, darting in front of Ye Feng, spreading her arms to shield him, and urgently interjected. This matter cannot be blamed on junior brother Yi. It was Xianxia who provoked him, even forcing him to sign a death contract. The contract serves as evidence. Fate shall take its course, and this is a rule recognized by our sect. Su Yangming, upon hearing this, merely sneered, his eyes filled with scorn and derision. Rules? In Daju Peak, my word is the rule. A mere first-stage Qi condensation waste dares to sign a death contract with a core disciple of Daju Peak? Ridiculous. He must have employed some insidious sorcery to achieve his ends. Today, I shall cleanse the sect and avenge my tragically slain disciple. Without discernment, he was exceedingly domineering. As his words fell, he abruptly raised his hand, and a colossal azure palm, forged from a torrent of formidable spiritual energy, instantly took shape in mid-air, exuding a cataclysmic aura as it descended upon Ye Feng with lethal intent. This strike was executed without the slightest hesitation, aimed solely at obliterating Ye Feng in one fell swoop. Junior brother Yi, quickly evade. Lin Xianxia exclaimed, her face as pale as a ghost, her voice tinged with panic. Ye Feng's gaze darkened. At that moment, his internal energy surged forth without restraint, activating the dragon dominance body to its zenith, as an ancient and overwhelming presence surged skyward. Instead of retreating, he chose the most direct and vigorous approach. One fist, ascending defiantly. Boom! The golden fist collided fiercely with the azure palm, erupting in a thunderous roar. A terrifying energy tempest swept through the surroundings, fracturing the ground of the plaza inch by inch, while countless fragments were thrust into the air, only to be pulverized by the ferocious gusts. Amidst the swirling dust, Ye Feng's figure was sent flying as if struck by a mighty blow, his feet carving deep furrows into the ground as he staggered back several paces before barely regaining his balance. He actually withstood it. Su Yangming's pupils constricted slightly. Disbelief etched across his face. Though he had not exerted his full strength, that strike was sufficient to annihilate any practitioner at the Qi condensation stage. Yet this youth, merely at the first level of Qi condensation, had endured it with only minor injuries. How could this be possible? After a brief moment of astonishment, Su Yangming's murderous intent intensified, and he sneered derisively. Humph, to withstand my palm with a mere first-level body of Qi condensation. You may take pride in that. With that, a glimmer of lethal intent flickered in his eyes as he raised his hand once more. This time, an even more terrifying wave of spiritual energy began to coalesce, causing all present to turn pale. He was about to unleash a deadly strike. Lin Xianxia and all the disciples of Ye Feng felt their hearts plummet to the depths of despair, their faces etched with hopelessness. It's over. This time Ye Feng was doomed. However, just as that world-shattering blow was about to descend, a gentle and resonant voice, akin to a spring breeze, drifted in from the horizon. Brother Su, is it not excessive to bully the weak? As the voice echoed, a figure materialized out of thin air, silently standing before Ye Feng. Boom! Su Yangming's terrifying strike, powerful enough to split mountains, crashed into that figure, yet it dissipated into nothingness as if striking a mud cow entering the sea. The newcomer was also an elder, clad in a flowing white robe, his demeanor serene. It was none other than the esteemed leader of Ye Feng, Lu Siyuan. Chapter 21. The rematch in 5 days. The leader. Our Ye Feng's leader has arrived. Upon seeing Lu Siyuan's figure, despair was instantly replaced by overwhelming joy on Lin Xianxia and the other Ye Feng disciples' faces, as if they had glimpsed a ray of salvation amidst the unending darkness, all excitedly bowing in reverence. Disciples pay their respects to the leader. Ye Feng lifted his gaze, resting his eyes upon the seemingly gentle yet steadfast figure before him. The aura of this individual was harmonious and restrained, yet fathomless, mirroring that of Su Yangming, clearly revealing him to be a formidable mid-stage Qi Si realm expert. Could this be the esteemed head of Shao Bamboo Peak, his own master? A wave of inexplicable warmth coursed through his heart. It had been a decade since he was betrayed and plummeted into the abyss of broken souls. And this was the first time someone stood resolutely before him, shielding him from the storm. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Su Yangming's furious expression darkened instantly. His eyes narrowed as he coldly inquired, Lu Siyuan, what brings you here? Lu Siyuan turned to face him, his gentle gaze lingering momentarily on Ye Feng, imbued with a barely perceptible hint of approval, before shifting to Su Yangming, his face adorned with a mild smile, as if discussing the most mundane of matters. Su Si Siyoung, your question is rather peculiar. You intend to harm my disciple. Would it not be improper for me to come? Your disciple? Su Zhangming scoffed, pointing at the lifeless body of Song Jie on the ground, and exclaimed, This disciple of yours killed my disciple Song Jie first. He is disrespectful and has slaughtered his fellow sect members. Such a scoundrel deserves to be expelled, and you should be grateful to me for doing so. With a light chuckle, Lu Siyuan's smile, while warm, bore a sharpness that pierced through the air. I have already comprehended the entire sequence of events prior to my arrival. Song Jie initiated the provocation, coercing my disciple into signing a life-and-death contract, in plain sight of all. Since both parties agreed to the contract, their fates are sealed by destiny, and as elders, we ought not to interfere. Su Xixiang, you surely understand this principle, do you not? Lu Siyuan's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. The disciples of the Bamboo Peak fell silent, each bowing their heads in acknowledgement. Indeed, it was true that the life-and-death contract was presented by Song Jie himself, and he had forced Ye Feng to sign it. They had witnessed it all. Su Yangming's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, feeling the sting of embarrassment as Lu Siyuan publicly exposed his shortcomings. He was acutely aware of the rules regarding life-and-death contracts, yet he could not bring himself to accept it. Song Jie was among his most promising disciples, and to have him fall inexplicably at the hands of a mere first-stage Qi consolidation practitioner was a disgrace he could not bear. What would remain of the prestige of the Bamboo Peak? What his own reputation? Su Yangming scoffed, arguing obstinately, rules are inflexible, but people are not. This child, merely at the first stage of Qi consolidation, managed to slay Song Jie, who was at the 8th stage, surely through some nefarious and underhanded means. How dare he brazenly challenge and kill within my Bamboo Peak? Even if a life-and-death contract was signed, what of our dignity? Today I must see him dead. Dignity? The smile on Lu Xiyuan's face finally dimmed, and his tone shifted to one of seriousness. If Su Shixiang genuinely values the sect's principles and the honor of the Bamboo Peak, you're more than welcome to accompany me to the law enforcement hall. There are hundreds of disciples present to witness the truth. I trust the elder in charge will act fairly and restore some honor to the Bamboo Peak. You. Su Yangming was rendered speechless. Go to the law enforcement hall? How could he possibly do that? The matter at hand was inherently in his favor. Should it escalate to the enforcement hall, the only one to suffer disgrace would be him. At that juncture, not only would he be unable to exact revenge, but he might also find himself branded with the ignoble accusation of bullying the weak and disregarding the established rules. Observing Su Yangming's constrained demeanor, Lu Xiyuan understood the underlying sentiments and wished to avoid pushing matters to an extreme, given their shared affiliation. He deftly shifted the conversation, offering Su a way out. Alternatively, he proposed, if you feel a lingering discontent and cannot swallow this grievance, we can arrange a fair contest 5 days hence on the grounds of our respective peaks, where disciples may showcase their abilities and determine the victor. This way, we uphold the traditions and allow the great Bamboo Peak to regain its honor. What say you? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Su Yangming's eyes. A rematch in 5 days? What a splendid idea. His peak was replete with talent. Boasting numerous disciples at the 9th level of Qi condensation, surely they need not fear a mere newcomer like Ye Feng from the small Bamboo Peak. Today's defeat was merely a consequence of Song Jie underestimating his opponent. In 5 days, he would dispatch his strongest disciple to utterly crush Ye Feng before an audience, thus avenging their prior humiliation. Agreed. It is settled. Su Yangming replied almost without hesitation, his tone icy. In 5 days, at this martial arena, I shall await the representatives of your small Bamboo Peak. I trust you won't resort to cowardice. With that, he cast a venomous glare at Ye Feng, his eyes sharp as daggers, seemingly intent on inflicting severe punishment. Then, with a dramatic flourish of his robe, he transformed into a streak of azure light, soaring into the sky and vanishing beyond the horizon. As Su Yangming departed, the oppressive aura that had weighed heavily upon the crowd dissipated like mist. Lu Xiyuan then turned, his gentle gaze once more resting upon Ye Feng, and addressed the disciples of the small Bamboo Peak. You may return now. Yes, master, they replied in unison, their eyes filled with admiration and gratitude as they glanced at Ye Feng. Lin Qingxue approached Ye Feng, concern etched on her face. Are you all right, brother Yi? Ye Feng shook his head and offered her a faint smile. Thank you for your concern, senior sister. I'm fine. Lu Xiyuan observed the interaction between them, nodding slightly before addressing Ye Feng. Come with me. As his words fell, he waved his hand, enveloping Ye Feng in a gentle force. In the next moment, the two transformed into a beam of white light, soaring skyward and vanishing from the square. When the light faded, Ye Feng found himself standing atop a tranquil and elegant mountain peak. Here, mist swirled around, and the spiritual energy was abundant. Amidst the lush bamboo groves, several ancient pavilions appeared, a stark contrast to the clamor and dominance of the great Bamboo Peak, exuding an atmosphere of serene tranquility. Lu Xiyuan, hands clasped behind his back, stood at the edge of a cliff, gazing contemplatively into the distant sea of clouds. So, you're the new disciple, Ye Feng? Disciple Ye Feng pays respects to the master. Ye Feng bowed respectfully, neither servile nor arrogant. Lu Xiyuan turned to face him, appraising him with a look of admiration and a hint of curiosity. With the cultivation of the 1st level of Qi condensation, he possesses a physical prowess and unparalleled spiritual energy that surpasses that of his peers, capable even of withstanding a strike from a formidable opponent at the Qi realm. This newcomer is shrouded in mystery. However, there was no inquiry on his part. Everyone has their own fortunes and pasts. As long as their hearts are aligned with the sect, that is sufficient. There is no need for excessive formalities. Lu Xiyuan's face broke into a gratifying smile as he patted Ye Feng's shoulder and genuinely praised. You have performed admirably today. Not only have you preserved your own dignity, but you have also restored the long-lost honor of our Shaozhu Peak. Excellent. Truly excellent. Chapter 22, Qi Condensation, 5th level. Hearing such heartfelt praise, a warm current coursed through Ye Feng's heart. He bowed deeply once more to Lu Xiyuan, his tone calm, yet resolute. The honor of our mountain gate is the disciple's duty upon entering Shaozhu Peak. Lu Xiyuan smiled with satisfaction. his gentle expression imbued with boundless expectations for this disciple before him. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed once more at the distant sea of clouds and spoke thoughtfully. In 5 days, do you have the confidence to face off against the Zhu Peak? Lu Xiyuan's demeanor gradually turned serious as he turned to fix his penetrating gaze on Ye Feng. Su Yangming, with his obstinate and vengeful nature, would undoubtedly send his personal disciple, Zhou Lang, to the two-peak competition in 5 days. This individual should not be underestimated. A weightiness laced Lu Xiyuan's voice as he continued. Zhou Lang has already reached the 9th level of Qi condensation, a mere half-step away from the Qi realm. More alarmingly, he has, during a sect mission, slain a genuine early-stage Qi realm expert while at the Qi condensation level. The moment these words were uttered, even the winds atop the mountain seemed to grow sharper. To kill an enemy across such a vast chasm of cultivation, such an achievement was sufficient to overshadow any genius. Yet, there was not a trace of fear on Ye Feng's countenance. His gaze remained as calm as a still pond, as if the illustrious Zhou Lang mentioned by Lu Xiyuan were merely an inconsequential name. The disciple has confidence. He uttered those 4 words softly, tranquil, yet imbued with undeniable strength. Lu Xiyuan was momentarily taken aback. He had envisioned various reactions from Ye Feng, shock, gravity, even retreat, but he had never anticipated such calmness and confidence. But you are only at the 1st level of Qi condensation, Lu Xiyuan could not help but remind him. Facing a half-step into the Qi realm, this is no mere gap. It is a chasm. Ye Feng chose not to respond further, merely gazing quietly at Lu Xiyuan. In his eyes, there was no arrogance, no hubris, only an unwavering resilience and serenity forged through countless trials. The decades spent at the soul-breaking cliff and the dual cultivation with the mystical empress had tempered his heart to an unyielding solidity akin to eternal ice. How could a mere Zhou Lang shake his conviction? From those profound eyes, Lu Xiyuan perceived an unwavering resolve and an air of dominance that seemed to gaze down upon the world. Suddenly, he broke into a hearty laugh, filled with immense joy. Excellent! What a display of confidence! He ceased his words, and with a flick of his hand, a pill the size of a longan, entirely verdant and exuding a refreshing herbal aroma, materialized in his palm. This elixir, known as the Baihai Ning Yuan Dan, is immensely beneficial for solidifying your foundation and breaking through realms. Given your physique, once you fully absorb its potency, you should be able to ascend to the 2nd level of Qi condensation. Before his words faded, another ancient and yellowed tome appeared in his other hand. This was a set of low-grade celestial combat techniques, named Xianxia, comprising 3 forms, each possessing remarkable power. Take it and ponder its intricacies. Celestial combat techniques. Ye Feng's gaze flickered slightly. Both the Baihai Ning Yuan Dan and the celestial combat techniques are exceedingly precious. He had not expected Lu Xiyuan to bestow them upon him so readily. This regard and trust warmed his heart. Disciple, I express my gratitude to the esteemed master. Ye Feng did not hesitate, recognizing that this was not merely a gift, but the hope of Zhu Peak. He solemnly accepted the elixir and the tome, securing them close to his chest. Go forth for the next 5 days, immerse yourself in your cultivation, and do not allow anyone to disturb you. Lu Xiyuan waved his hand, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Ye Feng bowed once more, then turned and strode purposefully toward his abode. Upon returning to his residence, the room, previously wrecked by Song Jie and his gang, had been meticulously restored by the disciples of Zhu Peak. Ye Feng paid little heed to this, merely tidying up the space to render it somewhat more orderly. He then seated himself cross-legged upon the bed, his mind tranquil and unruffled. He did not rush to practice the Xianxia. The immediate priority was to elevate his cultivation. Strength is the very foundation of all. He opened his palm, where the verdant Baihai Ning Yuan Dan lay peacefully, its rich life essence and spiritual energy waves refreshing the surrounding air. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Feng opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. Boom! The moment the elixir entered, it dissolved, unleashing a torrent of pure medicinal energy that erupted within him. The violent surge of energy, akin to a runaway stallion, surged through his meridians with reckless abandon. For an ordinary Qi condensation practitioner, even the initial wave of impact would be insurmountable. Yet how robust was Ye Feng's physique? The fierce dragon body. This was an unparalleled physical refinement method that even the Celestial Empress praised profusely. Roar. A deep, resonant dragon's roar seemed to emanate from every fiber of Ye Feng's being. The blood and energy within him surged fervently, and the fierce dragon body activated autonomously, transforming into a massive vortex that voraciously devoured and refined the tempestuous medicinal power. The once rampant energy now became as docile as a lamb, swiftly transmuted into the purest spiritual energy, merging seamlessly into his qi sea. His nascent energy sea began to expand at a visibly rapid pace, solidifying with each passing moment. The first peak of qi condensation was shattered without any semblance of hindrance. As if it were a natural progression, an invisible barrier was instantaneously breached. The second level of qi condensation. However, this was merely the beginning. The potency of the Azure Sea condensation pill was overwhelmingly formidable, and Ye Feng's ferocious dragon dominance body was excessively tyrannical, leading to an astonishingly high rate of refinement. His cultivation continued to ascend vehemently. The pinnacle of the second level of qi condensation. The third level. The pinnacle of the third level. The fourth level. 2 days later, when Ye Feng opened his eyes once more, a brilliant golden light flashed through them, causing the air in the entire room to tremble. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, which, like a sharp arrow, carved a long white streak through the atmosphere. The fifth level of qi condensation. In the brief span of 2 days, with the aid of a single pill, he had forcefully transcended 4 realms, soaring directly to the 5th level of qi condensation. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly astonish the entire Taishian sect. Sensing the overwhelming spiritual power within him, now tenfold stronger than before, Ye Feng nodded in satisfaction. With such prowess, he could easily triumph over Zhou Lang. Nevertheless, he remained grounded and composed, unaffected by his meteoric rise in strength. For the next 2 days, he devoted all his focus to the cultivation of the technique known as the Xianxia finger. Ye Feng's comprehension was nothing short of prodigious. The Xianxia finger consists of 3 forms. The first, finger of annihilation. The second, dual finger reincarnation. And the third, triple finger soul severance. Each form is more profound and powerful than the last. While ordinary individuals might require months or even years to grasp such a celestial level combat technique, in his hands, it was as effortless as a skilled chef dissecting a cow. All barriers and complexities were effortlessly resolved. In merely 2 days, he had fully integrated all 3 finger techniques. As the night deepened, with the moonlight shimmering like frost, Ye Feng stood before the window, gazing towards the direction of Dezhu Peak, his dark eyes shining brilliantly under the moonlit sky. Tomorrow marks the 5th day. Dezhu Peak. Zhou Lang, let me see just how much weight your so-called genius, who has allegedly slain those of the Energy Sea realm, truly carries. Chapter 23. This youth is indeed a prodigious talent. The following day, as the martial arts arena at Dezhu Peak was already a bustling sea of people, a cacophony of noise. Today marks the decisive battle of the 5-day agreement between Xiaozhu Peak and Dezhu Peak, with nearly all disciples from both peaks rushing to the scene, surrounding the vast arena to the brim. The disciples of Dezhu Peak occupied the prime positions, standing tall with an air of confidence, their gazes towards Xiaozhu Peak filled with disdain and mockery. Do those worthless fools from Xiaozhu Peak dare to show up? Truly, they are oblivious to their own mortality. It has come to my attention that a certain young man named Ye Feng, merely at the first level of qi condensation, had fortuitously triumphed over senior brother Song Jie last time. Today, however, senior brother Zhou Lang will undoubtedly grind him into powder. Indeed, let that lad understand that the dignity of Dezhu Peak is not to be trifled with. In stark contrast, the disciples of Xiaozhu Peak, who arrived late, appeared feeble and anxious, yet there was a flicker of hope in their expressions. Their gazes were fixed upon the composed and unflappable figure before them, Ye Feng. Today, he donned a pristine white robe, unblemished by dust, standing at the forefront of the group with an air of tranquility, as if he were about to engage not in a life-and-death battle, but in a casual exchange of skills. The Grand Elder has arrived. A stir swept through the crowd. 2 beams of light descended from the heavens, revealing Su Yangming, the Grand Elder of Dezhu Peak, alongside Lu Siyuan, the Grand Elder of Xiaozhu Peak. Su Yangming's countenance was as dark as the depths of a stormy sea, emanating an icy aura that warned others to keep their distance. Lu Siyuan, in contrast, maintained his gentle demeanor, though a subtle glint of sharpness flickered in his profound eyes. The hour has come. Let us commence. Su Zhangming Hu Fet Gun Li, dispensing with any unnecessary words. No sooner had his voice echoed than a robust figure leaped into the air, landing firmly in the center of the martial arena. The newcomer, Zhao Tianhua, one of the core disciples of Dazhu Peak, stood tall and proud. Zhao Tianhua of Dazhu Peak was at the 8th level of qi condensation. His voice resonated like a thunderclap, eyes flashing like lightning as he scanned the disciples of Shaozhu Peak, brimming with provocation. Who dares to step forward for a duel? The disciples of Shaozhu Peak stirred restlessly. Zhao Tianhua represented the pinnacle of their combat prowess at the 8th level of qi condensation. Just as hesitation gripped them, Ye Feng made his move. With a delicate step, he descended like a falling leaf, gracefully landing opposite Zhao Tianhua. Shaozhu Peak, Ye Feng. He calmly announced his name, a wave of energy gradually unfurling around him. 5th level of qi condensation. As this aura spread, the entire martial arena fell into an eerie silence. All eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed upon the slender figure on the stage. 5th level of qi condensation. How could this be? Just 5 days prior. Had he not only been at the 1st level? 5 days, breaking through 4 realms. What kind of prodigy is this? The crowd erupted into a cacophony of gasps and exclamations. Lin Qingxue covered her red lips with her delicate hand, her beautiful eyes sparkling with astonishment. She had always known Ye Feng to be extraordinary, yet she had not anticipated such an astounding leap. Well done indeed. Lu Siyuan's pupils contracted sharply, soon giving way to uncontainable joy. He had thought that Ye Feng reaching the 2nd level of qi condensation through the aid of medicinal pills would be his limit. Yet he was utterly astonished by the magnificent surprise Ye Feng had provided. This child is indeed a genius of unparalleled talent. Su Yangming's expression also shifted, a glimmer of shock passing through his eyes, quickly overshadowed by a profound murderous intent. Such terrifying talent must be eradicated today. Otherwise, he will surely become a formidable threat in the future. The 5th level of qi condensation. On the stage, Zhao Tianhua was momentarily taken aback, but soon let out a derisive snicker. He scrutinized Ye Feng from head to toe, his gaze dripping with disdain. I had expected a formidable opponent. It turns out to be nothing more than a lucky fool who has just made a breakthrough. A cruel smirk danced on Zhao Tianhua's lips. I heard you killed that useless Song Jia. He shook his head dismissively. Compared to me, Song Jia isn't even worthy of carrying my shoes. Today, I shall show you what true power is. Before his words had fully settled, Zhao Tianhua sprang into action. With a forceful stomp, the entire martial platform trembled, and he launched himself toward Ye Feng like a cannonball, throwing a punch that stirred a fierce gust of wind. In the face of this fierce assault, Ye Feng remained unfazed. Just as Zhao Tianhua was about to close the distance, Ye Feng's figure shifted slightly. With an uncanny sidestep, he evaded Zhao Tianhua's fist like a wraith. Zhao Tianhua's punch missed its target, and before he could react, Ye Feng struck. There were no flashy moves, no dazzling brilliance, just a simple punch. The dragon's dominance fist. Boom! A deep, thunderous sound erupted, akin to a colossal hammer striking a war drum. Zhao Tianhua's robust frame was sent hurtling through the air like a kite severed from its string, tracing a parabolic arc before crashing heavily outside the martial platform. Blood gushing from his mouth as he fell unconscious. One punch, merely one punch. The 8th level of qi condensation, and Zhao Tianhua was defeated. The arena fell into a profound silence. Everyone stood frozen, as if struck by a spell, staring blankly at the figure on the stage, who remained as calm as ever. Their minds a void. How is this possible? One punch, and Zhao Tianhua, the senior brother, was annihilated? The disciples of Dazhu Peak had lost all traces of arrogance and disdain, replaced instead by an overwhelming sense of shock and fear. Damn it! Su Yangming suddenly sprang from his seat, an aura of terror ascending dramatically, his eyes burning crimson as he fixed a seething gaze upon Ye Feng, as if he wished to devour him alive. Taking a deep breath, he forcefully suppressed his murderous intent and coldly commanded, "Zhou Lang, go!" As his words fell, a figure appeared silently on the martial platform, clad in black, with a stern visage and piercing eagle-like eyes. It was none other than the foremost disciple of Dazhu Peak, Zhu Leng. Upon his arrival, an overwhelming aura far beyond the level of qi condensation enveloped the area. It It was the oppressive presence of a half-step into the sea of qi. Sign the death warrant. Zhou Lang's voice was devoid of any emotion as he coldly uttered these 4 words, producing a pre-prepared death warrant from his cloak and tossing it before Ye Feng. Ye Feng's gaze swept over the document before he raised his head to meet Zhou Lang's icy stare. "Are you certain?" he inquired with an unruffled tone, devoid of any ripple of emotion. Zhou Lang furrowed his brow, feeling an inexplicable irritation at Ye Feng's tranquility. "Enough of the nonsense. If you dare, sign it. If you do not, kneel and beg for forgiveness, forsaking your own cultivation." Ye Feng simileth. He uttered no further words, allowing the flow of his spiritual energy to inscribe his name upon the death warrant. In stark black and white, with a blood seal as proof, the life and death battle was thus established. Excellent. The murderous intent in Zhou Lang's eyes surged, no longer suppressing his own aura as the energy of a half-step Qi realm erupted with a thunderous force. His figure flickered, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he struck towards Ye Feng's crown with a palm, the gale of his attack imbued with the faint sound of thunder. Yet Ye Feng was swifter. He remained rooted in place, neither dodging nor evading, merely raising his right hand slowly, his fingers poised like a sword. The first form of the Xianxia finger, one finger of oblivion. With a seemingly ordinary thrust, this singular finger, in Zhou Lang's eyes, appeared to embody the supreme principle of annihilation in the universe. All of his attacks, all of his energy, became utterly feeble before this singular point. Bang! Their points of contact collided, and Zhou Lang was struck as if by lightning, letting out a muffled groan, retreating more than 10 steps before stabilizing himself. His eyes filled with horror. "A événement martial technique," he exclaimed in disbelief. Below the stage, Lu Xiyuan trembled with excitement. How many days had it been? Ye Feng had actually cultivated the heavenly tier martial technique to such a degree. The second form. Ye Feng's voice resonated again, cold and indifferent. Dual finger reincarnation. He brought his fingers together, tracing a mysterious arc. An invisible force of reincarnation enveloped Zhou Lang in an instant, plunging him into a state of utter chaos. "Break from me," Zhou Lang roared, forcibly biting his tongue, enduring excruciating pain for a moment of clarity, and unleashed a punch with all his might. But it was too late. The third form. Ye Feng's voice rang out like the decree of death. 3 fingers of soul severance. 3 fingers, as translucent as jade, seemed to transcend the barriers of space and time, carrying a terrifying power capable of severing the soul, lightly touching Zhou Lang's forehead. All of Zhou Lang's movements abruptly ceased. The terror and unwillingness on his face froze completely, the light in his eyes dimming rapidly. Thud! His body fell rigidly backward, devoid of any remaining vitality. The first genius of Daju Peak, a half-step Qi realm practitioner who had once slain genuine Qi realm experts, was dead. The entire martial arena fell silent as a pin drop could be heard. Chapter 24. Do you submit or not? In that instant, all gazes were fixated on the lifeless form that lay sprawled on the ground. Zhu Lang, a once-in-a-century genius of Daju Peak, a prodigy who had defied the odds to slay Qi realm experts with mere Qi condensation realm prowess. Had he truly succumbed to death? By the hand of an unknown youth who had only 5 days prior been a mere first layer of Qi condensation, and with just 3 fingers, had he been so effortlessly extinguished? The disciples of Daju Peak, once brimming with arrogance and disdain, now found those expressions utterly vanished. In their stead lay boundless shock and trepidation. They stood transfixed, gazing at the stage, at the frigid form of Zhou Lang, as if witnessing the most incredible spectacle of the world. A soft gulp escaped from the crowd, its sound piercing the eerie silence that enveloped the atmosphere. In the next moment, the suppressed emotions erupted with thunderous intensity. We have triumphed. We have emerged victorious. Brother Ye Feng is magnificent. Our junior is invincible. The disciples of Shaozhu Peak, initially stunned into silence, soon erupted into earth-shattering cheers. Their faces flushed with exhilaration. Some even wept tears of joy, pouring forth their pent-up humiliation and resentment accumulated over the years. What a relief. Truly, what a relief. For years, they have been suffocated under the weight of Daju Peak. And today, Ye Feng single-handedly swept through Daju Peak, trampling upon their pride and dignity. Lin Xingshue's beautiful eyes sparkled with myriad colors. She tightly covered her red lips, stifling the urge to scream. She gazed at the figure clad in white, as pure as snow, nonchalantly standing on the stage, her heart racing uncontrollably. What secrets does this man still conceal? He resembled an unfathomable vortex, enticing yet terrifying, compelling one to explore, yet instilling a fear of being utterly consumed. Above on the platform, Lu Xiyuan clapped his hands in hearty laughter, his voice brimming with elation and pride. He turned to the side, looking at Su Yangming, whose face was as pale as raw liver, and his smile concealed an unmistakable sharpness. Senior Su, in the eyes of all present, the contest has concluded. Can you accept this outcome? Lu Xiyuan's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. This was undoubtedly salt rubbed into Su Yangming's already gaping wounds. Su Yangming whipped around, his eyes bloodshot, glaring fiercely at Lu Xiyuan, his teeth grinding audibly. He trembled not from fear, but from fury. Accept? How could he accept? Dazhu Peak had suffered the loss of two prodigious disciples, one of whom was a favored personal disciple. Today, the dignity of Dazhu Peak had been utterly obliterated. All of this was due to that young man in white on the stage. Little beast, you dare to slay my personal disciple. I will have your life. Su Yangming roared, unable to contain the overwhelming intent to kill surging within him. As the head of Dazhu Peak and a mid-stage Qi Si Rel powerhouse, he disregarded his status and launched a ferocious attack. Boom! A terrifying force surged into the sky, transforming into a colossal palm engulfed in raging flames, bearing the might to scorch mountains and boil seas. Descending heavily upon Ye Feng, onto the audience erupted in astonishment. Utterly unprepared for Su Yangming's blatant disregard for his own dignity as he unleashed lethal intent upon a disciple. The smiles on the faces of the disciples from Shaozhu Peak froze instantly, replaced by a profound terror. Ye Feng furrowed his brow, sensing the overwhelming pressure capable of reducing him to ashes. His body's dragon tyrant physique was already operating at its utmost capacity. Though self-assured, he was not arrogant. Facing a mid-stage Qi Si realm expert, his current cultivation was insufficient for confrontation. Nevertheless, he maintained an unwavering composure. In the very moment when the fiery giant palm was about to descend, a figure appeared before Ye Feng like a specter. Su Yangming, dare you? LV Yuan's voice rang out with icy authority, his previously gentle demeanor now frosty and severe. He raised his hand, seemingly nonchalant, to meet the impending strike. There was no earth-shattering spectacle, only a serene azure light curtain, akin to a tranquil lake surface, that swiftly shielded against the fiery palm. Boom! The ferocious fiery palm struck the azure barrier, akin to a bull entering the sea, causing not a ripple, as it was silently dissipated into nothingness. The disparity was unmistakable. LV Yuan had intercepted the deadly blow meant for Ye Feng, his gaze coldly fixed on Su Yangming. Brother Su, what are you attempting? In front of so many disciples, you cannot afford to lose and wish to harm one for Shaozhu Peak? His voice carried a chilling undertone. Su Yangming, forced back by LV Yuan's palm, was engulfed in a mix of shock and fury, his gaze fixed menacingly on Ye Feng, as if he could consume him whole. This boy is ruthless, having already slain several disciples of Dazhu Peak. Today, I shall ensure his demise to uphold our sect's rules. LV Yuan, you cannot protect him. Su Yangming's voice dripped with a chilling resolve, saturated with undeniable murderous intent. Consumed by rage, he was determined that Ye Feng would perish here today, come what may. Is that so? LV Yuan retorted, a smile gracing his lips that was colder than the most ancient ice. He stepped forward, unleashing an aura more terrifying and vast than Su Yangming's, akin to an awakened ancient beast, erupting with force. Then I shall see how you intend to kill him. Before his words faded, LV Yuan sprang into action. His fingers, poised like a sword, pointed towards Su Yangming with a singular, precise motion. This gesture lacked resplendent brilliance, yet seemed to summon the very forces of nature. An invisible energy tore through the air, manifesting before Su Yangming in an instant. Su Yangming's pupils constricted sharply, an unprecedented sense of life and death peril enveloping him. He attempted to evade, only to find the space around him entirely ensnared by this formidable power. With a desperate roar, he poured all his spiritual energy into layers of defenses before him. However, all was in vain. The intangible force effortlessly pierced through all his barriers, ultimately striking heavily against his chest. Puff! Su Yangming was struck as if by a heavy blow, a mouthful of blood spewing forth. His body soaring backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against the stone pillar of the high platform. leaving the once unblemished stone marred with spiderweb-like cracks. The arena was once again enveloped in a profound silence, as all present stood in stunned disbelief, their minds rendered utterly blank. The esteemed head of Daju Peak, Su Yangming, at the mid-stage of the Qi realm, had been vanquished by a mere finger from Lu Xiyuan, struggling to rise from the ground. Su Yangming disregarded the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, fixing Lu Xiyuan with a gaze of sheer incredulity. His voice trembled with fear. When did you break through to the late stage of the Qi realm? This utterance sent shockwaves through the crowd. The late stage of the Qi realm. Who could have anticipated that the usually unassuming and gentle head of Xiaozhu Peak concealed such formidable strength? Lu Xiyuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his robes billowing, gazing indifferently at the disheveled Su Yangming, a cold smile gracing his lips. Over the years, you have indulged the disciples of Daju Peak, allowing them to brazenly bully the members of Xiaozhu Peak. Did you ever consider that this day would come? Today, consider it your reckoning. Su Xiyang, I ask you this once. Do you submit or not? Lu Xiyuan's voice echoed like thunder, reverberating in Su Yangming's ears. Submit or not? Su Yangming's complexion shifted between shades of green and white, his chest heaving violently, his eyes brimming with humiliation and resentment. Yet, faced with the overwhelming power of Lu Xiyuan, what could he do? To continue the struggle would only bring further disgrace. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, and finally, through gritted teeth, he managed to utter a single word: submit. That word seemed to drain him of all his strength. Good. Lu Xiyuan turned abruptly, sweeping his gaze across the entire arena, his voice resonating like a great bell. Today, in the grand competition between our two peaks, Xiaozhu Peak emerges victorious. Cheers erupted once more from the Xiaozhu Peak disciple, even more fervent than before, as if a mountain had crumbled or a tsunami had surged, echoing throughout the martial arts arena without respite. The disciples of Xiaozhu Peak surrounded Ye Feng, hoisting him high into the air. Each face radiated unprecedented excitement and pride. This day had been long awaited. Ye Feng was the hero of Xiaozhu Peak. Back at Xiaozhu Peak, within the grand hall of head Lu Xiyuan, the scent of sandalwood wafted gently. Lu Xiyuan regarded Ye Feng with eyes filled with admiration and contentment, increasingly pleased with what he saw. Ye Feng, today you have restored the honor we lost for so many years and have elevated the prestige of Xiaozhu Peak. Speak, what reward do you desire? Ye Feng, maintaining a composed demeanor, respectfully bowed to Lu Xiyuan. This disciple does not seek personal accolades, only wishes to alleviate the burdens of my esteemed master in Xiaozhu Peak. His voice was neither servile nor arrogant, devoid of any trace of youthful hubris. This composure only deepened Lu Xiyuan's admiration. What a fine disciple, alleviating his master's burdens. Lu Xiyuan clapped his hands in hearty laughter, retrieving a brocade box and several jade vials from his storage ring, presenting them to Ye Feng. Within lay a low-grade celestial technique, the Tsang Haiju, 3 bottles of Qi condensation pills, 1 bottle of spirit gathering liquid, and 5 high-grade spirit stones. Pausing for a moment, he spoke with grave sincerity. Feel free to utilize these resources for your cultivation. Should they prove insufficient, do not hesitate to seek me out again. Though my Xiao Bamboo Peak may not possess the wealth of the Great Bamboo Peak, I shall spare no effort to assist you in reaching the pinnacle of martial arts. A warmth blossomed in Ye Feng's heart. He could sense the earnestness and anticipation in Lu Xiyuan's words. Thank you, Master. He accepted the precious cultivation resources with gravity, understanding that what he needed most at this moment was strength. Only with absolute power could he personally vanquish that wretched pair, Yi Li and Su Shuer. After bidding farewell to Lu Xiyuan, Ye Feng returned to his humble abode. Though modest, it was particularly tranquil at this moment. He sat cross-legged, extracting all the pills and spirit stones gifted by Lu Xiyuan. The rich fragrance of the medicinal herbs and the pure spiritual energy instantly filled the room. Without a hint of hesitation, Ye Feng swallowed one of the Qi condensation pills. Boom! The pill dissolved upon entering, transforming into a torrent of formidable medicinal power that erupted throughout his limbs and bones. Roar! An inaudible dragon's roar seemed to resonate from deep within him. The golden blood and Qi within him surged wildly, akin to a waking dragon, opening its great maw to devour that immense medicinal force. The ferocious dragon body was overwhelmingly dominant. It frantically refined the medicinal power, converting it into the most refined spiritual energy, which surged into Ye Feng's qi. His aura began to ascend at a visibly rapid pace. Peak of the 5th level of qi condensation. 6th level of qi condensation. Within just half a day's time, he stabilized his cultivation and once more approached a bottleneck. Without pause, Ye Feng consumed another qi condensation pill. On the following day, he reached the 7th level of qi condensation. By the dawn of the 3rd day, as the last of the qi condensation pill's potency was fully refined, and the energies of the spirit gathering liquid and high-grade spirit stones were nearly exhausted, a crisp rumble emanated from within Ye Feng. It was as if some shackles had been irrevocably shattered. A far more powerful aura erupted from him, sweeping through the entire dwelling. 8th level of qi condensation. He had succeeded. Slowly, Ye Feng opened his eyes, a brilliant golden light flickering momentarily within his gaze. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging strength coursing through him. Yet his expression remained subdued. The 8th level of qi condensation. Such power might be considered top tier among the outer sect, but it was still insufficient. Far from enough. His adversaries are the cunning Yi Li within the inner circle and the treacherous woman Su Shuer. For a decade, he has been consumed by thoughts of avenging the humiliation and torment inflicted upon him by these two, wishing to repay them 1,000-fold. Just then, a gentle knock reverberated through the air. Ye Feng stilled his breath and rose to open the door. Standing outside was a charming figure, none other than Lin Xianxia. Today, she donned a light azure gown, her hair cascading like a waterfall, her bright eyes and radiant smile adorned with an undeniable blush, which only enhanced her allure. Junior brother Yi, her voice rang clear and melodious, akin to a golden aureole emerging from the valley. In her hands, she cradled a warm jade box. Ye Feng regarded Lin Xianxia with a smile. Thank you, senior sister, for making this special trip. He knew that within the jade box lay the coveted blood essence. Lin Xianxia felt a hint of bashfulness under his gaze, lowering her head slightly, her cheeks reddening even more. This is merely my duty, she murmured as she extended the jade box towards him. If it weren't for you, I might have. Her words trailed off, yet Ye Feng understood her implication. At that moment, Lin Xianxia seemed to sense something, abruptly lifting her head, her beautiful eyes wide with incredulity. She stared at Ye Feng, feeling the robust aura he exuded, which had yet to be fully restrained, her lips slightly parted. Why, Ye junior brother, you have broken through to the 8th level of qi condensation. How is this possible? Just 2 days prior, he had only recently advanced to the 5th level. How could it be that within such a brief span, he had transcended 3 levels, soaring to the 8th level of qi condensation? What manner of cultivation speed is this? Is he even human? He is nothing short of a monster. Lin Xianxia felt her understanding of reality shatter in that moment. She gazed at his calm and handsome visage, her heart racing uncontrollably once more. Ye Feng paid no heed to her astonishment. His mind was focused solely on one thought. Senior Sister Lin, may I inquire if there's a way to swiftly enter the inner sect? Lin Xianxia, momentarily taken aback, returned from her shock. She met Ye Feng's deep and resolute gaze, understanding dawning upon her. With his talent, the outer sect's small pond could indeed not contain this true dragon. After a brief contemplation, she replied, yes. The most conventional method is to participate in the outer sect disciples grand competition held every 3 years. If one can secure a place among the top 10, they qualify for promotion to the inner sect. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy flickered in Ye Feng's eyes. This was indeed a splendid opportunity. However, Lin Xianxia's next words doused his excitement with cold water. However, the outer sect grand competition was held just 3 months ago. She gazed at Ye Feng with a hint of regret. Junior brother Yi, if you wish to participate, I fear you may have to wait for more than 2 years. More than 2 years? Ye Feng's brows furrowed tightly at once. That is far too long. I do not wish to wait another day. With each passing day, those two, Yi Li and Su Shuer, will revel in their freedom a moment longer. My hatred will be tortured for yet another day. Senior sister, is there no other way besides this? Ye Feng's voice carried an undeniable urgency. Lin Xianxia observed his resolute expression, hesitated briefly, and finally nodded. Yes, there is another method. Her demeanor grew exceedingly grave. In our Taishan sect, there exists a 7-treasure glazed tower. This tower is a sacred site of our sect, an exceptional place for disciples to cultivate. The spiritual energy within is abundant, and the higher one ascends, the more refined and concentrated the energy becomes. According to sect rules, outer disciples are permitted to cultivate only on the first and second levels, while inner disciples may access the third and fourth levels. Ye Feng, listenet in silence. Lin Xianxia took a deep breath and continued. It is said that if someone can reach the 7th level of the 7-treasure glazed tower and strike the bronze bell located there, regardless of their status or cultivation level, they may be granted an exceptional promotion to inner disciple, or even be taken on as a personal disciple by an elder of the sect. Ye Feng's eyes instantly sparkled with fervor. Ascend to the 7th level and strike the bronze bell. Observing the eagerness in Ye Feng's demeanor, Lin Xianxia quickly added, her tone laced with caution, Junior brother Yi, do not be too hasty. The higher one goes in the 7-treasure glazed tower, the greater the pressure. It is not merely a matter of spiritual energy. It is a terrifying trial of the mind and will. Countless prodigies have attempted to conquer the tower over the years, yet only a few have even reached the 5th level. As for the 6th level, scarcely anyone has succeeded. She paused, lowering her voice as if recounting a forbidden legend. And as for the 7th level, since the founding of the Taishan sect, only one person has ever reached the summit. Saintess Yu Yao. Chapter 26. What? Do you have objections? Yu Yao? Ye Feng silently repeated the name in his mind, quickly dismissing it. His gaze remained as calm as an ancient well, devoid of any awe or longing. Whether she was a saintess or a prodigy was of no consequence to him. His path was one of vengeance. His journey was a blood-soaked one. Yidi, Suxuia. These two names are the obsessions etched into his very bones. The 7th level of the 7-treasure glazed tower. This was his first step toward entering the inner sect and exacting his revenge. He was determined to pursue this course. Junior brother Yi, do not act impulsively. The 7th level. Lin Xianxia observed the flames in Ye Feng's eyes that seemed ready to scorch the heavens. Her heart racing as she hastily interjected to dissuade him. Yet before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Ye Feng's calm, yet resolute gaze. Thank you for the pill, senior sister. Ye Feng extended his hand and retrieved the crimson blood pill from the jade box held by Lin Xianxia. The pill, entirely red and crystal clear, resembled a burning garnet, with wisps of crimson energy swirling within, emanating a scorching and pure vitality. Without a moment's hesitation, and under Lin Xianxia's astonished stare, he opened his mouth and swallowed the blood pill whole. Boom! The pill dissolved upon entering his mouth, erupting within him like a volcano. A torrent of savage blood energy surged through his limbs and veins, washing over every inch of his being. A resounding dragon's roar erupted from the depths of Ye Feng's core. Beneath the surface of his skin, golden energy surged wildly. As if awakened, young dragons voraciously devoured the immense potency of the medicine. Crackle. A series of explosive sounds reminiscent of frying beans echoed from within, as his bones and flesh underwent profound tempering and nourishment in that instant. The aura that had just stabilized at the 8th level of the Qi gathering realm surged once more, becoming even denser and more substantial. You've lost your mind, Lin Xianxia exclaimed, her face paling in shock at his reckless act, instinctively taking a step back. The ferocity of the blood pill's potency could not be recklessly ingested like this. It was akin to playing with one's life. Yet Ye Feng merely savored the powerful energy coursing through him, offering her a reassuring smile. Senior sister, wait for my return. No sooner had the words left his lips than he forcefully propelled himself off the ground. Bang! The stone slab beneath him instantly fractured, spiderweb-like cracks spreading across its surface. His figure transformed into a streak of light, piercing through the air with a sharp whistle, racing toward the 7 treasures glazed pagoda with astonishing speed. Lin Xianxia stood frozen, feeling a gust of wind rush past her, lifting her hair and skirt. She gazed at his determined and commanding silhouette, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and confusion. What manner of creature was this man? After a moment, she regained her senses, stamped her foot in anxiety and worry, and, disregarding everything else, hastily lifted her skirt and chased after him. The 7 treasures glazed pagoda soared into the clouds, divided into 7 tiers, constructed entirely of an unknown azure glass that shimmered with radiant light under the sun, exuding an ancient and majestic aura. Outside the pagoda lay a vast plaza of white jade, bustling with disciples of the Taishan sect, all there to challenge the tower and hone their skills. When Ye Feng's figure appeared in the plaza, it did not attract much attention. He walked straight to the front of the tower, where the elder in charge of registration was reclining in a chair, seemingly napping, too lethargic to even lift his eyelids. Challenging the tower? For a few days? The elder's voice was weak, clearly accustomed to such routines. Ye Feng's countenance was tranquil. He took out 100 low-grade spirit stones from his storage ring and placed them on the table. The clinking sound finally stirred the elder steward, who opened one eye, cast a glance at the spirit stones, and then at Ye Feng. A newcomer? The elder's tone bore a hint of admonition. Take your spirit stones and proceed inside. Remember, stay on the first or second floor. That is the most suitable place for disciples of your cultivation level. He paused and do not be foolish enough to ascend to the third floor. The spiritual pressure there can crush you into a pulp. Every year, there are those who refuse to heed warnings. Don't let yourself be the next. The surrounding disciples, preparing to enter the tower, chuckled good-naturedly at his words. Although the elder's tongue was sharp, he spoke the truth. However, Ye Feng shook his head. He gazed at the towering pagoda before him, his voice not loud, yet clear enough for all present to hear. Elder, my goal is the 7th floor. The moment those words were spoken, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Laughter ceased abruptly. The elder steward, who had feigned sleep, suddenly straightened in his chair, his murky eyes widening in disbelief, as though he had heard the most absurd of claims. The surrounding disciples stared at Ye Feng as if he were a fool, their faces etched with incredulity. Did I hear correctly? Did this lad just declare he intends to reach which floor? The 7th floor? Has he lost his mind? An outer sect disciple of the Qi condensation stage dares to boast so boldly? Yet another attention seeker. Does he truly believe the 7th floor is so easily accessible? At that moment, Lin Xianxia rushed over, breathless, and overheard Ye Feng's declaration. Her delicate face paled instantly. She hurriedly grasped Ye Feng's sleeve and urged in a hushed tone. Junior brother Yi, do not jest. We must return. The 7th floor is simply not a place for those at the Qi condensation stage to tread. Yet, Ye Feng offered her a reassuring glance. Sister, there is no need for concern. His voice was calm and resolute, imbued with unwavering confidence. As the two engaged in this exchange, a voice filled with mockery and arrogance rang out from nearby. Oh, isn't this the first beauty of Shao Bamboo Peak? Junior sister Xianxia? The crowd turned to see a young man clad in resplendent attire, exuding an air of distinction, sauntering over. He bore the insignia of an intersect disciple on his chest, wearing a self-satisfied grin. However, his gaze darkened when he noticed Lin Xianxia grasping Ye Feng's sleeve. Senior brother Tan Feng? Lin Xianxia recognized the approaching figure, her brows knitting together as she instinctively released her hold on Ye Feng, creating a slight distance between them. The newcomer, Tan Feng, had previously pursued her with fervor, only to be gently rebuffed. Little did she expect that he had now successfully ascended to the inner sect, his aura even more formidable and increasingly insufferable. Tan Feng paid no heed to Lin Xianxia's indifference, his gaze, akin to that of a venomous serpent, fixated upon Ye Feng. He scrutinized Ye Feng from head to toe, his eyes brimming with contempt and disdain. Just now, I believe I heard someone mention their intention to challenge the 7th level. His voice deliberately rose a few octaves, laced with mockery. Surely, it cannot be you, garb in the attire of the outer sect, who is so foolish. As the words fell, a cacophony of laughter erupted around them. Inner sect disciples inherently felt a sense of superiority over their outer sect counterparts, and Ye Feng's previous remarks had indeed been excessively arrogant. Ye Feng's expression, however, turned icy in an instant. He slowly turned his head, his obsidian eyes resembling two unfathomable cold pools, locking onto Tan Feng. What? He spoke, his tone devoid of warmth. Do you have an objection? Chapter 27, A Wager. Upon hearing this, Tan Feng appeared to have encountered the most amusing joke in the world. He was momentarily taken aback before bursting into exaggerated laughter. Ha ha ha. His laughter was steeped in unabashed ridicule and arrogance, reverberating throughout the Bayou Plaza. An objection? Of course, I harbor no objections. Tan Feng reined in his laughter, folding his arms across his chest, tilting his chin slightly as he surveyed Ye Feng from a condescending height. I am merely looking out for your well-being. After all, outer sect disciples cannot even ascend to the 3rd level, let alone the 7th. Rather than indulging in delusions here and embarrassing yourself, it would be wiser to return to your training and spare yourself the humiliation. His words elicited a chorus of agreement and laughter from the surrounding inner sect disciples, their gazes towards Ye Feng filled with derision. Yet, Ye Feng's demeanor remained as tranquil as still water, undisturbed by their mockery. He regarded Tan Feng with indifference, as one might observe a bothersome insect. The third level? He shook his head. What if I were to ascend? Ha ha ha, ascend? Tan Feng seemed to have heard the grandest of jokes, laughing so hard that he nearly doubled over, tears welling in his eyes. After a moment, he stifled his laughter, casting a playful glance at Lin Qingxue beside Ye Feng, his eyes betraying undisguised greed and possessiveness. Since you are so confident, let us engage in a wager between us. Tan Feng's voice dripped with provocation. Ye Feng's gaze remained as serene as ever, akin to a bottomless, frigid abyss. How shall we wager? Tan Feng extended a finger, waving it in the air, a mocking smile adorning his face. Quite simply, if you cannot ascend to the third level, you must kneel before all present and bow 3 times while exclaiming thrice that you are worthless. His voice, though soft, was piercingly clear to everyone present, maliciously venomous. Lin Qingxue's expression instantly soured, glaring at Tan Feng as she admonished, Tan Feng, do not go too far. Yet, Tan Feng paid her no mind. His unwavering gaze fixed intently on Ye Feng, awaiting his response. In his view, this wager was a foregone conclusion. He had even begun to envision the scene where Ye Feng knelt before him, bowing and pleading for mercy, while Lin Qingxue could only stand helplessly by, ultimately succumbing to his embrace. Yet, upon Ye Feng's visage, there was not a trace of anger, nor the slightest ripple of emotion. He merely regarded Tan Feng with a calm demeanor, as if observing a mere jester. What if I can ascend? Ascend? Tan Feng, as if Ye Feng were uttering nonsensical dreams. If you manage to reach the 3rd tier, I, Tan Feng, shall likewise bow thrice before you in front of all. He proclaimed with unwavering confidence. How could an outer sect disciple in the Qi condensation realm possibly withstand the spiritual pressure of the 3rd tier? Absolutely impossible. However, Ye Feng's subsequent words left all present in stunned silence. He slowly shook his head, a cold smirk gracing his lips. To bow for merely reaching the 3rd tier would be excessively lenient. The moment those words escaped his lips, the crowd erupted in disbelief. Excessively lenient? What audacity! What arrogance! Tan Feng's complexion instantly turned a deep shade of crimson, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening. This was an outright humiliation. Yet, Ye Feng appeared oblivious to Tan Feng's ghastly expression, continuing unabated. Let's do this. He lifted his gaze, eyes surpassing the throng, resting upon the towering 7 treasures glazed pagoda, brilliance igniting within his gaze. I shall ascend to the 7th tier and strike the bronze bell atop it. You may come about then if you wish. Boom! Those words struck like thunder, reverberating across the square. All present were left dazed, rooted to the spot. Silence. The scene descended into an eerie stillness. Each face bore the mark of disbelief and astonishment. The 7th tier? Strike the bronze bell. Has this lad lost his senses? Does he comprehend the gravity of his words? Such a feat was a legend only established by the sect's holy maiden, Yu Yao. Countless inner sect prodigies had never even set foot on the 6th tier, yet this outer sect disciple dared to boast of reaching the 7th tier? Junior brother Yi. Lin Qingxue was equally taken aback, her complexion pale, desperately tugging at Ye Feng's sleeve, her beautiful eyes filled with urgency and concern. This was no longer mere confidence. It was a reckless gamble with death. After the initial shock, Tan Feng's expression darkened ominously, murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. He felt as if he had been toyed with by an insignificant insect. Kid, are you serious? His voice emerged through gritted teeth, laced with chilling menace. Ye Feng turned to meet his murderous gaze, calmly nodding. Of course. His voice was low yet resonated with undeniable conviction. Very well. Tan Feng, in a fit of rage, clapped his hands suddenly. Well, what an ignorant young fool, he exclaimed. If that is the case, it's a deal. He readily agreed, his gaze toward Ye Feng now resembling that of one gazing upon a corpse. The 7th level? It was nothing short of lunacy. He was convinced that this young man would barely reach the 3rd level before being crushed by the terrifying pressure of spiritual energy within the tower, leading him to vomit blood and lose consciousness. At that moment, not only would he face public humiliation, but he might also suffer irreparable damage to his foundations, rendering him useless. I shall await you on the 3rd level, Tan Feng coldly uttered, casting a fierce glare at Ye Feng. If you cannot ascend, then roll out obediently and prepare your knees. With that, He disregarded the crowd entirely and strode purposefully into the Seven Treasures glazed tower, eager to witness how this arrogant youth would be reduced to a mere puddle of mud. As Tan Feng entered, the atmosphere in the square reignited with fervor. All eyes were now fixed upon Ye Feng, with expressions ranging from derision and pity to disdain, though most regarded him as a fool seeking attention. "Junior brother Yi, you're being too impulsive," Lin Xianxia said, her eyes reddening with urgency, her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. "That is the 7th level. How could you wager against him?" Ye Feng turned to her, noticing her anxious expression, and warmth flowed through him. He gently placed a hand on her shoulder, offering a reassuring glance. "Sister, there is no need for concern." His voice, though soft, carried a powerful resonance, as if capable of soothing all anxiety and unrest. "Trust me." With that, he said no more and resolutely set his feet toward the ancient, enigmatic Seven Treasures glazed tower. Chapter 28. The resounding of the bronze bell. In the square, all eyes were on his retreating figure, a tall silhouette radiating an unwavering determination and dominance. Lin Xianxia stared blankly at him, her lips parted as if to speak. But ultimately, she let out a soft sigh. She understood that she could not dissuade him. Once this man made a decision, no one could sway him. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Ye Feng's form vanished behind the ancient, heavy doors of the Seven Treasures glazed tower. Boom! The instant he stepped inside, a tremendous pressure of spiritual energy surged forth from all directions, akin to a mountain crashing down. The spiritual energy within the tower was so dense that it almost materialized into mist. With each breath, vast quantities of natural energy filled his being. For an ordinary disciple in the Qi condensation realm, merely standing would be a challenge, necessitating immediate meditation to counteract the pressure. Yet, Ye Feng merely paused momentarily. The next moment, the golden energy within him surged like a torrent unleashed, the ferocious power of the crimson blood pill roaring through his meridians. A low, resonant dragon's roar seemed to emanate from the depths of his soul. The overwhelming spiritual pressure, capable of crushing ordinary disciples, descended upon him like a gentle spring breeze, leaving no hindrance in its wake. Is this truly the first level? A faint smile curved at the corners of Ye Feng's lips. His gaze as tranquil as a still pond. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode forward, making his way towards the staircase leading to the 2nd level. Outside the tower, the crowd buzzed with murmurs. "He has entered. That lad has truly stepped inside. Umph. I wager he won't last 10 breaths before being unceremoniously expelled." Indeed, the pressure of the 1st level is sufficient to overwhelm him. Yet 10 breaths passed. A stick of incense's worth of time elapsed. The tower door remained tightly shut, silent as ever. Just as the crowd began to ponder, a faint glimmer suddenly illuminated the 1st level of the Seven Treasures glazed tower, only to swiftly fade away. Following that, the 2nd level erupted in a dazzling brilliance. "What? He has ascended to the 2nd level." A wave of astonishment erupted among the crowd, eyes widening in disbelief. So swift, the spiritual pressure of the 2nd level is more than twice that of the 1st. The air seemed to thicken, each breath laden with tremendous weight. At last, Ye Feng's steps faltered ever so slightly. Yet within him, the raging dragon tyrant body unleashed a triumphant roar. As if a slumbering giant dragon had been provoked by this pressure, it awakened. His golden essence surged forth with renewed vigor, and his pores greedily absorbed the dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth, refining his physique. What a delight! A spark of brilliance ignited in Ye Feng's eyes. Instead of discomfort, he felt an exhilarating rush. He pressed forward once more, increasing his speed as he dashed towards the entrance of the 3rd level. At the 3rd level of the Seven Treasures glazed tower, Tan Feng stood with arms crossed, exuding an air of arrogance as he positioned himself at the entrance. Surrounding him were several inner disciples, fawning over him with sycophantic praise. Brother Tan is truly formidable. We all feel the strain of this 3rd level's pressure. Yet he remains unfazed. Naturally, Brother Tan is a paragon among our inner disciples. How could those outsiders possibly compare? As Tan Feng absorbed the flattery, his smugness deepened. He cast a disdainful glance towards the staircase, sneering as he spoke. That ignorant outer disciple is likely still struggling in the 1st level. I shall relish the sight of him crawling up here to pay his respects. No sooner had he uttered these words than a figure, calm and unhurried, emerged from the staircase. The figure stood tall as a pine, with eyes as serene as a deep abyss. Who else could it be but Ye Feng? The atmosphere of the 3rd level instantly grew heavy with tension. The flattery from the surrounding inner disciples abruptly ceased. The smile on Tan Feng's face froze, rendering him as motionless as if he had been ensnared by a spell. His eyes bulged in disbelief, his mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an end, filled with profound shock and incredulity. How could you possibly ascend? Tan Feng exclaimed, his voice rising in pitch. This was inconceivable. How could an outer disciple at the Qi condensation stage ascend to the third level with such ease? Ye Feng did not even spare him a glance. His gaze merely swept across the third level before he shook his head. His dark eyes were like two unfathomable, icy pools fixed intently on Tan Feng. Too weak, Ye Feng remarked, his voice devoid of warmth, as if he were appraising an inconsequential object. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he strode forward, completely unfazed by Tan Feng's stunned and horrified expression, making his way directly toward the staircase leading to the fourth level. You! Tan Feng trembled with fury, his face turning a shade akin to that of liver. What a humiliation! This was a blatant disregard. He wished to intervene, but upon meeting Ye Feng's profound, icy gaze, an inexplicable chill surged from the depths of his heart, rendering him momentarily immobile. He could only watch helplessly as Ye Feng's figure vanished at the entrance to the fourth level. The fourth level. The pressure surged once more. A bead of fine sweat finally appeared on Ye Feng's brow. The fifth level. This level was utterly devoid of any presence. The pressure was mountainous, causing Ye Feng's bones to emit ominous creaks under the strain. The sixth level. Still unoccupied, for the spiritual pressure here had reached a terrifying magnitude. It felt as though an invisible, ancient divine mountain was heavily pressing down upon him, compelling him to expend every ounce of strength with each step he took. Ye Feng's knees buckled, nearly causing him to collapse. With merely the cultivation at the 8th level of Qi condensation and the Fury Dragon body, he found it increasingly difficult to withstand this cataclysmic pressure. Gritting his teeth, he endeavored to endure the terrifying weight of the 6th level, then let out a low roar. Fury Dragon body, unleash. Boom! The moment the words left his mouth, the golden essence within him surged to a boil. The potency of the blood-crimson pill was ignited in an instant. Two torrents of violent energy clashed and fused within his dantian, as if they were creating the world anew, shattering the barriers of the Qi condensation stage in that single moment. An aura of power, far exceeding tenfold what he had possessed before, erupted from his body. Qi Sea Realm. Achieved. He had directly leaped from the 8th level of Qi condensation to the Qi Sea Realm. In that instant of ascending to the Qi Sea Realm, the suffocating, terrifying pressure that had nearly rendered him breathless suddenly lightened. Ye Feng abruptly rose to his feet, his entire being radiating with a resplendent golden aura, resembling an invincible deity. He felt the immense power surging within him, a proud smirk curving upon his lips. Raising his gaze, his eyes sparkled like lightning, piercing through layers of obstruction, focusing on the ultimate objective, the 7th layer. With a single step, his figure vanished from the 6th layer in an instant. Upon ascending to the 7th layer, Ye Feng momentarily froze. The space was barren, devoid of the grandeur he had envisioned. Only a timeless, ancient stone floor lay beneath him. At the center of the vast expanse, a colossal bronze bell floated silently. Its surface was inscribed with archaic and enigmatic runes, emanating an aura of profound serenity that spanned eons. However, accompanying this was a pressure tenfold more terrifying than that of the 6th layer. This oppressive force no longer merely affected his corporeal form. It felt akin to an invisible hammer, ruthlessly striking at his very soul. Thud! Ye Feng's legs buckled, and he was forcefully pinned to the ground by this overwhelming pressure. Even the slightest movement of a finger became an arduous task. If I can strike it, I shall gain entry to the inner sanctum. Yedi, suyuer, avait my arduat. Clenching his jaw tightly, blood seeped from between his gritted teeth. With his elbow braced against the ground, he painstakingly began to inch toward the colossal bronze bell. Bean. A long trail of blood marked the ancient stone floor. At last, his fingertips grazed the cold surface of the bronze bell. Ring for me. Ye Feng unasit a tindros roar. Abruptly raising his hand and striking the bell with all his might. Boom! A sound resonating as if from the primordial abyss erupted forth. That sound pierced through the barriers of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. It echoed throughout the entire Tai Xian sect. In that moment, whether it was the disciples awaiting in the plaza, the elders in seclusion, or even the ancient beings slumbering deep within the sect, they were all abruptly awakened by the resounding chime. Chapter 29. The 10 Resonances of the Bell. The entire white jade plaza fell into an eerie silence. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. Every person's movements and expressions were frozen in place. The chime reverberated like an invisible hammer, striking heavily upon the hearts of all present, rendering their minds utterly blank. The elder tasked with guarding the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, who had been drowsy, suddenly sprang up from his seat, the teacup in his hand shattering to pieces with a loud crack. His bleary old eyes widened in horror and disbelief. The bell has rung? His voice was hoarse and trembled with astonishment. Lin Xianxia stood frozen, her beautiful eyes wide open, her delicate hand pressed firmly against her slightly parted lips to stifle her gasp. Her figure trembled slightly from overwhelming shock and exhilaration. The 7th layer. He truly accomplished it. The inner disciples, who had originally gathered to witness Ye Feng's folly in the square, now stood frozen in astonishment, their faces stripped of mockery and scorn, replaced instead by sheer disbelief. Their mouths agape, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, they appeared to behold the most astonishing spectacle imaginable. Within the 3rd level of the 7-treasure glazed tower, Tan Feng stood as if struck by lightning, rigid and immobilized. The color drained from his face, leaving it pallid, while his eyes brimmed with profound terror and confusion. No, it cannot be, he murmured in a daze, his body trembling uncontrollably. This is utterly impossible. The outer sect waste whom he regarded as mere ants had not only ascended to the 3rd level, but had even reached the 7th level, striking the bronze bell that symbolized unparalleled glory. This reality slapped him like a resounding blow, shattering all his pride and dignity into oblivion. Meanwhile, deep within the Taishan sect, atop the mist-enshrouded main peak, several elders with profound and unfathomable auras sat cross-legged in meditation. The melodious chime of a bell shattered the tranquility of the surroundings. An elderly man with snow-white hair slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of surprise flashing across his gaze. Before he stroked his beard and chuckled, the Taishan bell has tolled again. His expression radiated satisfaction as his gaze seemed to pierce through the clouds to the direction of the 7-treasure glazed tower. It appears that our Taishan sect has gained another prodigious disciple. Another elder, clothed in a blue robe, nodded, a hint of nostalgia gracing his countenance. Indeed, the last time the Taishan bell was rung, it was by our sect's saintess, Yu Yao. How swiftly the years have flown by. He paused, his curiosity piqued. I wonder which inner disciple possesses such talent this time. A stern-faced elder in purple robes pondered for a moment before speaking. I suspect it is Ling Han. He seemed to hold this name in high regard. Among the inner sect, none possess greater innate talent than him. He has already reached the pinnacle of the Qi realm, just a step away from the Qi transformation realm, and possesses this strength. Conversely, a slightly plump elder in yellow robes shook his head, offering a differing opinion. I believe that Yili holds a higher probability. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, clearly favoring this disciple. Yili carries the true blood of the Dragon Yang, displaying extraordinary talent at such a young age. He has already cultivated to the mid-stage of the Qi transformation realm. His power is truly remarkable. Recently, he even sought my counsel on the techniques to breach the 7-treasure glazed tower. Indeed. The other elders nodded in agreement, evidently familiar with the name Yili. Just as they were engaged in discussion, another bell tolled, resonating leisurely. Zong, the 2nd chime. An elder clapped his hands and laughed. Last time, Yu Yao rang the bell 7 times, setting a record. I wonder how many times this child can ring it. As the crowd fell silent, their minds attuned to the unfolding moment, the resonant sound echoed. Zong, the 3rd toll. Zong, the 4th toll. The chimes, steady and powerful, reverberated across the heavens and the earth. With the arrival of the 6th toll, the smiles of several elders gradually faded, their expressions turning grave. 6 tolls. The elder in the purple robe spoke solemnly, a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. To ring 6 times signifies a peak existence among the inner disciples. This individual's talent may very well surpass that of Ling Han. The elder in the yellow robe beamed with pride, almost certain this was the work of Yi Li. Surely, this must be the limit? The elder in the blue robe murmured. Yet, scarcely had his words settled when Dong, The seventh toll resounded, booming with a force surpassing the previous 6 combined. The expressions of the elders shifted dramatically. 7 tolls. This astonishing feat equaled the record set by Saintess Yu Yao. They could no longer maintain their composure. Rising abruptly, their faces etched with shock. However, this was not the end. Just as their hearts surged with excitement, dong! The 8th toll, like thunder from the heavens, it erupted in their ears. 8 tolls. The elder in the yellow robe gasped in disbelief, his voice cracking. The pride on his face now replaced with sheer astonishment. Surpassed. He had indeed surpassed Saintess Yu Yao. What extraordinary talent is this? What terrifying prodigy is before us? Just as all believe this to be the conclusion, dong. The 9th toll. Zong. The 10th toll. The successive chimes seemed poised to shatter the very firmament. The summit of the main peak sank into a profound silence. The elders, having lived for centuries, stood as if petrified, frozen in place, their eyes vacant, their minds echoing with the relentless 10 tolls. 10 tolls. This was an unprecedented record in the 1,000-year history of the Taishan sect. Let's go and see. A voice broke the stillness, shouting as a figure transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the 7 treasures Liuli Tower. The other elders, jolted into action, disregarded decorum, swiftly employing their techniques to follow suit. They were eager to discover the identity of the extraordinary individual who had wrought such a miracle. At the 7th level of the 7 treasures Liuli Tower, with the final toll of the 10th bell, Ye Feng too reached his limit. Darkness enveloped his vision, all strength seemingly siphoned from his body, and he collapsed, consciousness slipping into an abyss of shadow. Just as he teetered on the brink of complete unconsciousness, a voice, ancient yet tinged with a hint of mockery, suddenly resonated deep within his mind. Oh my young man, you managed to strike 10 times. Chapter 30. The Heavenly Treasure, the Thunderous Spear. This voice seemed to emanate from the heavens above, as if echoing within the very depths of his soul, imbued with an ancient charm that transcended the vicissitudes of life. Ye Feng's consciousness struglet amidst chaos. He endeavored to open his eyes, but found his eyelids weighed down as if burdened by 1,000 pounds. He beheld light, a vast, boundless world of whiteness. An elderly man, clad in simple linen robes and with hair as white as snow, gazed at him with a smile, his eyes brimming with approval and curiosity. The old man's figure appeared somewhat ethereal, as if he could vanish with the slightest breeze. Who are you? Ye Feng's voice was hoarse and feeble, feeling as though his body belonged to another. The old man stroked his grizzled beard, his smile warm and inviting. Ah, it matters not who I am. He waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unconcerned with his own identity. You have struck the Taishan bell 10 times, creating a miracle since the tower's inception. By tradition, you are entitled to a reward. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he waved his hand gently. With a hum, the white expanse before them dissipated, replaced by a dazzling brilliance. Blades glimmered, and the air was filled with an icy chill. Countless divine weapons floated silently in midair, a mesmerizing array, each exuding a terrifying aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Here were weapons of every kind. Swords, halberds, axes, and hooks, all manner of armaments were present. The old man's voice carried a note of pride. Moreover, each one is of the heavenly grade. Heavenly grade. Ye Feng's heart thudded violently, his eyes suddenly ablaze with disbelief. Heavenly weapons are already rare in the world, each capable of driving countless cultivators to madness. Yet, the heavenly grade is a legendary existence, worthy of being the treasured heirloom of a grand sect. Yet here, they were as plentiful as cabbages clustered together in abundance. Ye Feng's gaze greedily swept over these divine arms. There were formidable mountain-cleaving axes, ethereal 3-footed blades, and coldly lethal curved sabers, each one stirring his heart deeply. However, ultimately, his attention was captivated by a long spear that hovered silently in a corner. This spear was entirely black, adorned with ancient, violent lightning patterns that coiled around its shaft, its tip glimmering with a chilling light, as if it could pierce the very heavens. It remained there, still and unassuming, yet emanated an aura of dominance that could devour the world. It seemed to be the sovereign of this realm of weapons. This one. Ye Feng pointed decisively at the long spear. The old man followed his finger, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, before he nodded in approval. Oh, young lad, you possess quite the discerning eye, he chuckled, stroking his beard. This spear, named Frenzied Thunder, weighs an astonishing 3,600 pounds. It is crafted from the ancient spine of a thunder dragon, reinforced with celestial meteorite iron and tempered through the divine lightning of the heavens for 9 cycles of 9, resulting in an unparalleled force. Once unleashed, it wields the might of 1,000 thunders, rendering ordinary mortals unworthy even to lift it. With a flick of his finger, the spear known as Frenzied Thunder emitted an exhilarating hum, transforming into a bolt of black lightning that instantaneously pierced Ye Feng's brow. The Frenzied Thunder Spear is now yours. The old man's voice gradually faded, his figure becoming increasingly ethereal. Young man, I anticipate your future endeavors. No sooner had he spoken than the old man vanished entirely, plunging the world into an abyss of darkness. In the 7th layer of the 7 Treasures glazed tower, Ye Feng abruptly opened his eyes, executing a swift roll to rise from the ground. He gasped for breath, beads of cold sweat adorning his forehead. Was it a dream? He murmured, surveying his surroundings. The 7th layer was barren, save for a colossal ancient bronze bell, still exuding an aura of antiquity. Yet, when his gaze fell beside him, he was momentarily transfixed. There lay a pitch-black spear, quietly resting at his feet. The thunderous patterns upon its shaft seemed to pulsate with life, flowing languidly. Frenzied thunder. This is no dream. A tempest of exhilaration surged within Ye Feng as he reached out, his hand gradually enveloping the cold spear. The sensation was akin to a weighty mountain, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of kinship, as if the spear was destined to be his by birthright. To his astonishment, he realized that the spiritual energy he had previously depleted from forcefully striking the bell had now rejuvenated entirely, even purer than before. His injuries had vanished without a trace. The terrifying spiritual pressure of the 7th layer, once capable of toppling mountains, now felt like a gentle breeze, presenting no hindrance whatsoever. Thank you, esteemed elder. Ye Feng bowed respectfully into the void, fully aware that this was the handiwork of the mysterious old man. Stowing the Frenzied Thunder Spear in his storage ring, Ye Feng took a deep breath, adjusted his attire, and strode purposefully toward the tower's exit. As his figure appeared at the entrance of the 7 Treasures glazed tower, the eerie silence of the White Jade Plaza was shattered. Every gaze instantly converged upon him, a tapestry of shock, awe, reverence, and trepidation painted across the faces of the crowd. Ye Feng, a voice filled with surprise and concern rang out. Lin Xianxia was the first to react, gliding gracefully towards him, her beautiful eyes scanning him from head to toe. Are you all right? Her tone betrayed her worry, unmasked and genuine. A warmth enveloped Ye Feng's heart as he smiled and gently shook his head. I'm quite well, senior sister. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd, Tan Feng finally emerged from the depths of his overwhelming astonishment. He gazed at the seemingly unscathed Ye Feng, whose aura now appeared even more vigorous than before, as if observing a true monstrosity. His complexion turned as pale as paper, his eyes darted with evasion, and the earlier arrogance and pride had vanished entirely. Ye Feng's gaze, icy and resolute, bypassed Lin Xianxia and fixated upon Tan Feng. A frigid smile graced his lips. Brother Tan, Ye Feng's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Do you still recall our wager? It is time for you to fulfill your promise. Boom! At this utterance, an uproar erupted throughout the venue. All eyes swiftly shifted from Ye Feng to Tan Feng's countenance. Tan Feng's body trembled violently, and his face flushed an alarming shade of purple. Kneel, to prostrate himself before an outer sect disciple, whom he regarded as worthless. In front of so many inner sect disciples, such an act will be more excruciating than death. His dignity, his pride, would never permit such an indignity. Why you wish for that to happen? Tan Feng seethed, his teeth gritted, his eyes ablaze with resentment and defiance. You must have cheated. You employed some despicable, underhanded means. Clutching at the last thread of hope, he vehemently argued, otherwise, how could a mere outer sect disciple of the Qi condensation realm ascend to the 7th level and strike the Taishan bell 10 times? This is utterly impossible. His frantic voice echoed across the square. The surrounding disciples began to murmur among themselves, their gazes towards Ye Feng tinged with skepticism. Indeed, the incident was too extraordinary, stretching beyond their comprehension. An outer sect disciple had achieved a miracle unseen in the Taishan sect for a millennium. It sounded like a tale spun from fantasy. Noticing the wavering expressions of the crowd, Tan Feng's heart surged with elation, emboldening his spirit. He pointed an accusatory finger at Ye Feng, a malicious smirk resurfacing on his face. Ye Feng, do you dare to claim you have not cheated? Unless. His eyes glinted with cunning as a scheme took shape in his mind. Unless you can defeat me openly before everyone, proving your strength. Otherwise, you are merely a shameless charlatan who resorts to underhanded tactics to attract attention. He had devised a plan. If Ye Feng dared not accept his challenge, he could solidify the accusation of cheating against him. Should Ye Feng accept the duel, how could a mere initial stage inner sect disciple possibly lose to an outer sect disciple of the Qi condensation realm? In that eventuality, not only would he redeem his honor, but he would also have the chance to trample this waste beneath his feet. However, he had miscalculated one crucial detail. He was not facing a typical outer sect disciple. Instead, he confronted a vengeful individual who had risen from a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Ye Feng observed Tan Feng's clumsy performance, a cold smile deepening upon his face. That nonchalant tone rendered Tan Feng's grin frozen in an instant. In a heartbeat, Ye Feng's gaze transformed, becoming sharp as a blade, an overwhelming aura erupting from within him. Since you refuse to kneel, I shall force you to your knees. Chapter 31. Yeli. Just based on you. Tan Feng, consumed by rage, laughed derisively, as though he had heard the most ludicrous joke on earth. A mere outer sect waste dares to boast before me? His eyes brimmed with murderous intent, his spiritual energy surged violently, and the oppressive force of an early-stage Qi cultivator was unleashed without restraint, bearing down on Ye Feng. Today, I shall make you understand that there exists an insurmountable chasm between inner sect disciples and outer sect wastes. Tan Feng bellowed, his figure like lightning, charging towards Ye Feng. Fiery sun palm. He struck with his palm, the air erupting with a piercing explosion as a colossal fiery hand, forged from his robust spiritual energy, descended menacingly upon Ye Feng. Ye Feng, be careful. Lin Xingshue's face paled, unable to suppress her alarm. She understood the devastating power of Tan Feng's strike. Even an ordinary Qi condensation practitioner would be gravely injured, if not killed, by such an attack. However, in the face of this earth-shattering blow, Ye Feng remained unflinching, his expression betraying not a hint of disturbance. He merely lifted his right hand slowly. Then he unleashed a punch. Mountain Splitter Fist, an unremarkable punch, devoid of dazzling light or astounding momentum. Yet at the moment of impact, a terrifying force capable of rending mountains apart erupted suddenly. Boom! The collision of fist and palm produced a thunderous roar. A violent shockwave, centered around the two, swept outward in all directions. The disciples in the square were blown about. Those of lesser cultivation were sent flying, landing in disarray. All eyes were fixed on the scene, expecting to witness the gruesome spectacle of Ye Feng being reduced to a bloody pulp by a single strike. Yet such a scene did not materialize. As the dust settled, Ye Feng remained standing calmly in place, his garments billowing, black hair flying, not having moved an inch. In stark contrast, Tan Feng stumbled back 7 or 8 steps before barely regaining his balance. His arm, which had clashed with Ye Feng's, trembled uncontrollably, the flesh around his tiger's mouth a gruesome mess. How is this possible? Tan Feng's face was etched with disbelief. He felt as though his palm had not struck a person's fist, but rather had collided violently against an ancient divine mountain. That overwhelming force nearly shattered his entire arm. Is this your strength? Ye Feng retracted his fist, his gaze filled with disdain and mockery. Too weak. You. Tan Feng was both astonished and enraged, feeling a profound humiliation. As a distinguished inner sect disciple at the Qi realm, how could he be repelled by a mere outer sect waste at the Qi condensation realm with a single punch? If word of this spread, how could he possibly maintain his standing in the inner sect? Unbelievable. With a feral roar, Tan Feng summoned every ounce of spiritual energy within him and lunged at Ye Feng with reckless abandon. Shadow step, shattering stone leg. His figure darted like a phantom, leaving behind a series of afterimages, his legs striking with the ferocity of a tempest, targeting Ye Feng's vital points with relentless kicks. However, Ye Feng's agility surpassed his own. With every step, Ye Feng danced upon an esoteric rhythm, evading Tan Feng's fierce assaults effortlessly, as if it were child's play. No matter how violent Tan Feng's onslaught became, he could not graze even the hem of Ye Feng's garment. Impossible. This cannot be true. As Tan Feng's anxiety mounted, beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow. He realized that the speed he once prided himself on was laughable in comparison to Ye Feng. Are you done playing? Ye Feng's icy voice rang in Tan Feng's ears like a death knell. In the next instant, Tan Feng ceased his evasions, halting his retreat and charging forward instead. Furious Dragon's dominance fist. Boom! Ye Feng unleashed a punch, the wind howling around him as if an ancient, raging dragon roared behind him. This blow was exponentially more formidable than the previous Mountain Splitter fist. Tan Feng's pupils constricted in terror as an unprecedented sense of mortality enveloped him. He wished to evade, yet found his body firmly ensnared by the overwhelming force of the punch, utterly immobilized. Helplessly, he watched as the colossal fist, the size of a cooking pot, loomed larger in his vision. Bang! With a dull thud, Tan Feng was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, spitting a spray of blood as he crashed to the ground several meters away. Silence engulfed the arena. All present were utterly stunned by the spectacle before them. One punch, merely one punch. Tan Feng, an early disciple of the Qi realm, had been annihilated by an outer sect disciple. As the crowd remained in shock, Tan Feng struggled to rise from the ground, his hair disheveled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, looking utterly defeated. He fixed his gaze on Ye Feng, eyes filled with boundless fear and horror, and with a voice trembling in disbelief, he shrieked, Qi realm. You are actually at the Qi realm. Boom! His words resonated like a thunderclap, reverberating across the entire Bayou Square. The gathered disciples erupted into chaos. What? Qi realm? Ye Feng is at the Qi realm? What a jest. Wasn't he just a newly initiated outer sect disciple? My heavens! An outer sect disciple has actually reached the Qi realm? This is utterly unprecedented. A multitude of astonished and incredulous gazes converged upon Ye Feng. Lin Xianxia, with her delicate hands, once again covered her rosy lips, her graceful figure trembling violently from sheer shock. Her beautiful eyes widened, fixated on the towering silhouette before her, as tempestuous waves surged within her heart. The disciple Ye, at the Qi realm, had astonishingly broken through to the Qi realm. It was still not too late to realize this. Ye Feng advanced step by step toward Tan Feng, each footfall resonating like a heavy hammer, striking forcefully against Tan Feng's heart. His aura surged, the spiritual pressure characteristic of the Qi realm erupting with a thunderous force. Under this overwhelming pressure, Tan Feng's legs weakened, rendering him somewhat unsteady. I concede. He finally succumbed to fear, thoroughly terrified. Gazing at the approaching Ye Feng, who resembled a demonic deity, he stammered, Disciple Ye, I was blind to your greatness. The wager. Let's call it off, shall we? Call off? Ye Feng scoffed, his pace unwavering. Do you truly believe that is possible? Do not go too far. Tan Feng barked, his bravado faltering. I have already conceded. What more do you want? I desire nothing. Ye Feng stood before him, looking down with an icy gaze akin to a blade. I demand you fulfill your promise. Kneel. The final two words were pronounced with unyielding conviction, leaving no room for dispute. Do not bully me excessively. Tan Feng trembled with rage, his complexion turning a deep shade of crimson. Being forced to kneel before so many was a humiliation more unbearable than death. It seems you have not yet learned your lesson. A cold glimmer flashed in Ye Feng's eyes as he raised his foot, poised to stomp down upon Tan Feng's knee. But at that moment, a voice, indifferent yet authoritative, resonated like a celestial decree. Stop! Accompanied by the voice, a figure clad in white descended gracefully into the arena, resembling an otherworldly, celestial being. The newcomer was strikingly handsome, exuding an extraordinary aura, with eyes as profound as the night sky, emanating a powerful presence that was both awe-inspiring and intimidating. Merely standing there, he became the focal point of the entire gathering. It's Senior Brother Ye. Gasps erupted from the crowd. My heavens! It truly is Senior Brother Ye. Within the throng, waves of astonishment surged forth. Senior Brother Ye, a prodigy of the inner sect bearing the true blood of the Dragon Yang, had reached mid-stage transformation within merely a decade of entering the sect. He was unanimously favored by the elders, considered the most likely to surpass the Saintess Yu Yao. His presence here was undoubtedly drawn by the recent commotion. The newcomer cast not a glance at the prostrate Tan Feng, his indifferent gaze settling upon Ye Feng, a slight frown adorning his brow. Among fellow disciples, it is merely a spar. Why resort to such severity? His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. One should extend mercy where possible. Let this matter cease here. He carried himself with an air of superiority, as if issuing commands. Upon seeing this individual, Tan Feng felt as though he had grasped a lifeline, scrambling desperately to hide behind him, pointing at Ye Feng with a venomous glare. Brother Yi, you must stand up for me. This person, relying on his cultivation, has humiliated me and even demanded that I kneel. Ye Feng paid no heed to Tan Feng's outcry, nor did he acknowledge the reverent gazes of those around him. Slowly lifting his head, he felt his blood freeze in an instant as he recognized the face of the newcomer, one that had haunted his nightmares for a decade. Even turned to ash, he would never forget it. Yidi. Chapter 32. Is my true blood of Longyang still comfortable to use? At this moment, Yili stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression indifferent, as if a deity surveying mere ants. He reveled in the awe and admiration directed at him by the surrounding disciples, relishing the sensation of being the sovereign of this realm. He did not spare Ye Feng a second glance. To him, this outer sect disciple was little different from the disheveled Tan Feng on the ground. However, just as he prepared to turn away, to flaunt his extraordinary demeanor, a voice, cold and piercing as if emanating from the depths of the underworld, echoed in his ears. Yili, do you still remember me? The voice was soft yet penetrated the clamor of the crowd like a poisoned steel needle, piercing deep into Yi Li's eardrum. Upon hearing it, Yi Li's body suddenly stiffened. He slowly turned his head, his eyes resembling two exquisite swords, fixating on Ye Feng, initially filled with confusion and scrutiny. As he gradually aligned the resolute and stern visage before him with the visage buried in his memories, the indifference and arrogance in his gaze crumbled into dust. In its place surged an overwhelming terror and dread. You're Ye Feng. Yi Li's voice was sharp and distorted, laden with incredulous fear. As if encountering a ghost in broad daylight, he trembled uncontrollably from the sheer shock. His heart stirred into a tempest. How could this be possible? How could he still be alive? 10 years ago, at the cliff of soul severance, he had witnessed Ye Feng's bloodline being drained, reduced to a cripple, plunging into the abyss. In such a place, even a formidable expert in the Qi transformation realm would have no chance of survival. Observing the horror-stricken face of Yi Li, a cold smirk graced Ye Feng's lips, imbued with a sense of malicious delight. After 10 years, is my true blood of Longyang still comfortable to use? His voice, though soft, struck like thunder, each word piercing the heart. Each syllable was akin to a searing iron brand, indelibly marking Yi Li's very soul. Boom! In Yi Li's mind, it was as if a million thunderclaps erupted simultaneously, rendering him utterly stunned. The bloody scenes from that fateful day at the cliff of soul severance surged into his consciousness like a relentless tide. The anguished screams, the defiant gaze, the excruciating pain of having one's very bloodline violently stripped away. He turned once more to Ye Feng. A sweep of his consciousness revealed the vast, unfathomable aura of spiritual energy within him, unmistakably indicating he had reached the early stage of the Qi realm. Not only had he survived, but he had also returned to the path of cultivation, achieving the Qi realm. An unprecedented wave of terror and panic gripped Yi Li's heart. This child must not be allowed to live. If he is not killed today, he will surely become a grave threat in the future. In an instant, an overwhelming intent to kill erupted from Yi Li like a volcanic explosion. Wretched spawn, seeking death. Yi Li roared, his face contorted in rage. Abandoning any pretense of nobility or camaraderie, he took a step forward, unleashing the terrifying pressure of the mid-stage Qi transformation realm. A brilliant golden aura surged from his palm, and within it, it seemed as if a golden dragon roared and writhed. Dragunyang Palm. He struck out with his palm, aiming for the vital point at Ye Feng's heart. This strike was exponentially more powerful than the previous blazing sun palm of Tan Feng. Before the palm wind even arrived, the searing, domineering energy began to warp and boil the air around them. The disciples in the square were utterly stunned. What was happening? Why would senior brother Yi attack an outer sect disciple? My heavens! With this strike, Ye Feng was doomed. Why was senior brother Yi so enraged? Was there some deep-seated grudge between them? Confusion reigned among the onlookers. Unable to comprehend why the exalted inner sect prodigy Yi Li would disregard his status and mercilessly strike at a newly emerging outer sect disciple. Yet, facing this palm imbued with murderous intent, Ye Feng's expression was icy and resolute. 10 years had passed. This familiar yet foreign power stemmed from his former dragon Yang true blood. Today, he would shatter the myth built upon his own bloodline. Meltako Domin's Feast. Ye Feng roared, advancing rather than retreating, boldly meeting the attack with a punch. The dark golden fist radiated a domineering will capable of tearing apart everything, colliding fiercely with the golden dragon Yang Palm. Boom! A thunderous crash resounded. A terrifying energy storm erupted, centered around the two combatants, wreaking havoc. The solid, white, jade plaza cracked, the spiderweb-like fissures extending several meters outward. PFF. Ye Feng's body jolted violently, feeling an overwhelming force surge towards him, uncontrollably propelling him backward as blood spewed from his mouth. His cultivation level, after all, fell short by a significant realm. However, Ye was not unscathed either. He felt an unparalleled, violent fist force coursing through his palm, violently stirring his blood and causing him to stagger back 2 steps. He glanced at his slightly numb hand, then at Ye Feng in the distance. Though he was spitting blood, his gaze remained fierce and wolf-like, intensifying the murderous intent in Ye Li's heart. How could such a seemingly worthless individual possess such formidable strength? Today, you shall undoubtedly meet your demise. Ye Li roared, preparing to strike once more, intent on thoroughly extinguishing the threat that Ye Feng posed. Yet at that moment, an overwhelming and terrifying aura descended from the heavens. Halt! A voice, ancient and commanding, resonated thunderously across the entire square. Accompanying this voice was an irresistible and gentle force that materialized out of thin air, immobilizing both Ye Li, who was poised to attack again, and Ye Feng, who had just regained his footing, rendering them utterly motionless. Immediately thereafter, a figure clad in azure appeared silently between the two. The newcomer, an elder in a blue robe with a youthful visage despite his white hair, exuded an ethereal presence. His eyes, opening and closing, seemed to contain the rotation of celestial bodies, profound and inscrutable. Elder Xianxia. Upon recognizing the visitor, all disciples in the square, including Ye Li, were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically as they bowed deeply, their demeanor infused with utmost reverence. Elder Xianxia, one of the esteemed law elders of the Taishan sect, possessed unfathomable cultivation, overseeing the sect's punishments with an ironclad sense of justice. Elder Xianxia paid no heed to the crowd. His discerning gaze lingered momentarily on Ye Li, revealing a trace of barely perceptible disappointment, before shifting to Ye Feng, where astonishment and admiration sparkled in his eyes. He spoke slowly, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Ye Li, as a prodigy of the inner sect, why do you disregard the sect's rules and attempt to take the life of a fellow disciple in the square? Chapter 33. I shall kill you. Elder Xianxia's voice was devoid of emotion, as if interrogating the criminal. His profound gaze made Ye Li feel as though all his thoughts were laid bare. At that moment, the sound of several figures piercing through the air echoed. A few other elders, equally powerful, were drawn to the commotion and arrived at the square. Upon witnessing the standoff between Ye Feng and Ye Li, as well as the unyielding Elder Xianxia, they furrowed their brows, observing the situation unfold. Ye Li's heart sank, and he quickly regained his composure. He understood that he could not admit to acting out of vengeance from a decade prior. Otherwise, given Elder Xianxia's temperament, he would surely face dire consequences. A glimmer of malice flashed in his eyes as Ye Li suppressed all murderous intent, adopting a look of profound sorrow. He bowed deeply to Elder Xianxia and proclaimed, "Esteemed Elder, it is not the disciple's intention to cause trouble. Rather, this individual is excessively arrogant." He pointed an accusatory finger at Ye Feng, indignation etched on his face. He is but a mere outer sect disciple, yet he brazenly injured inner sect disciple Tan Feng in the square and sought to force him to kneel, subjecting him to such a profound humiliation. As a senior brother of the inner sect, I could not stand idly by, and thus I intervened to impose a slight punishment, to make him aware of the order and hierarchy that governs our Taishan sect. His words were grandiose, and yet inverted the truth, transforming his lethal strike into a mere semblance of upholding the sect's rules. The uninformed disciples, upon hearing this, began to murmur amongst themselves, their gazes toward Ye Feng and Ye Li growing increasingly complex. Ye Feng observed Ye Li's performance with a cold demeanor, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his mouth, though he remained silent. He understood that there was no need for him to clarify anything at this moment. "Esteemed elder, This is not how it transpired. A clear and resolute voice rang out. Lin Xianxia could no longer contain herself. She stepped forth from the crowd, bowing gracefully to the Xiandao elder. A faint blush of excitement adorned her fair visage. Please, elder, discern the truth. The Xiandao elder regarded Lin Xianxia with a gentle gaze and nodded slightly. Pray speak. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xianxia recounted the entire sequence of events in detail. Esteemed elder, the matter began with a wager between Senior Tan Feng and Junior Ye Feng. Senior Tan Feng declared that if Junior Ye Feng could ring the Taishan bell on the 7th level of the Seven Treasures Glaze Tower, he would kneel publicly and admit his error. All present disciples can testify to this. Her voice rang clear and resolute, sweeping over the gathered disciples, who nodded in affirmation of her words. Lin Xianxia continued, however, when Junior Ye Feng indeed accomplished this feat and rang the Taishan bell, Senior Tan Feng went back on his word and refused to honor the bet. Junior Ye Feng merely asked him to fulfill his promise. What wrong was there in that? Yet, Senior Yi Li, without seeking to understand the situation, sought to bring harm upon Junior Ye Feng. This is the true disregard for our sect's rules. An abuse of power over the weak. Upon her conclusion, the crowd erupted in uproar. The truth was laid bare. It turned out that Tan Feng could not bear to lose, and Yi Li was biasing the scales. Scornful glances were instantly directed at Tan Feng and the ashen-faced Yi Li. The Xiandao elder, having listened attentively, revealed an unusual glimmer in his eyes. His gaze like lightning as it fell upon Ye Feng. You were the one who rang the Taishan bell? He turned to a nearby elder in charge of guarding the Seven Treasures Glaze Tower. Elder Wang, is this veracity? The elder, surnamed Wang, stepped forward respectfully and replied, Esteemed elder, it is indeed true. The one who just rang the Taishan bell on the 7th level, invoking the sect's manifestation, is this outer disciple named Ye Feng. Boom! With this declaration, Lin Xianxia's claims were corroborated. The Xiandao elder's expression darkened immediately. Very well, very well. He let out a cold snort, his gaze piercing like two sharp swords, aimed mercilessly at the now pallid Tan Feng, who hid behind Yi Li. You wretch! To renege on a wager, thus tarnishing the reputation of my Taishan sect. A terrifying pressure descended, oppressive as a mountain. Tan Feng felt as if his bones were creaking, his knees buckled, and with a thud, he uncontrollably knelt before Ye Feng. Elder, spare me. I was wrong. I recognize my mistakes. In a state of utter terror, Tan Feng bowed repeatedly towards Ye Feng, exclaiming, Ye Feng, no, brother Ye Feng. It was my ignorance and my arrogance. I implore you, show mercy and forgive me this once. Tears streamed down his face, his humiliation palpable, leaving no trace of the pride he once bore as an inner sect disciple. Elder Xiandao snorted coldly, retracting his oppressive aura. Yet he could not be bothered to cast a glance in Tan Feng's direction. Such a deceitful wretch was unworthy of his concern. His gaze returned to Ye Feng, now imbued with unmasked admiration and astonishment. Ye Feng, were you the one who rang the Taishan bell on the 7th level? Elder Xiandao inquired once more, his tone tinged with a hint of affirmation. Ye Feng met his gaze with neither subservience nor arrogance, calmly nodding. It was I. The other elders present were taken aback by Ye Feng's response. The one who rang the Taishan bell was, astonishingly, an outer sect disciple? This was an unprecedented occurrence. Elder Xiandao's consciousness swept over Ye Feng, his eyes brimming with even greater admiration. Initial stage of the Qi realm, to be an outer sect disciple capable of ringing the 7th level Taishan bell. Indeed, a prodigious talent. He stroked his long beard, a long-lost smile gracing his face. Ye Feng, would you be willing to become my disciple and cultivate alongside me? At this proclamation, the entire assembly was taken aback. Countless envious and jealous gazes converged upon Ye Feng. Elder Xiandao. He was the law elder, a figure of immense respect and power within the sect, his cultivation unfathomable. Countless inner disciples had strived desperately to become his pupil, yet had failed. Now, he was actively seeking to accept a newly emerged outer disciple as his apprentice. What honor! At that moment, Yi Li's countenance darkened, turning more ghastly than liver. He clenched his fist tightly, his nails digging painfully into his palms, overwhelmed by an insatiable jealousy and resentment. Why? How could this waste, who should have perished at the soul-disrupting cliff, gain Elder Xiandao's favor? Faced with this monumental opportunity, Ye Feng's face lit up with joy as he bowed deeply to Elder Xiandao. Disciple Ye Feng pays respects to master. His voice rang out strong and clear. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Elder Xiandao exclaimed thrice, evidently in high spirits. However, the moment Ye Feng straightened, his deep-set eyes bypassed everyone and landed squarely on the pale-faced Yili not far away. His gaze was calm and indifferent, yet brimming with an inexorable killing intent and icy mockery. The gaze seemed to convey a chilling message. I will kill you. Chapter 34. Entering the Inner Gate. Yili's heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by that penetrating look, cold and bone-chilling. It was a shudder that resonated from the depths of his soul, as if he were being targeted by a ferocious beast from the ancient primordial era, poised to tear him apart at any moment. He stood frozen in place, his limbs icy. 10 years ago, at the cliff of soul severance, that wretched creature he had drained of life, which had plummeted into the abyss like a dead dog, had truly returned. Not only had he survived, but he had re-emerged in a form even more monstrous than before, now standing before him. The sound of the Tai Xian bell echoed. He had become a disciple of the elder of the Xiandao. All of this was meant to be the glory that belonged to Yili, yet now it was being seized piece by this person who should have perished. An uncontrollable surge of jealousy and resentment gnawed at his heart like a venomous snake. But more than that, there was fear, a deep-seated terror of the existence that was Ye Feng. This boy's tenacity of spirit and the peculiar nature of his fortune were simply unheard of. If he could not obliterate him today, it would surely be his own demise in the future. The murderous intent surged wildly within Yi Li's chest, nearly shattering the confines of his reason. Yet he dare not act. The elder of the Xiandao's inscrutable gaze bore down upon him like two towering mountains, making even the slightest movement feel insurmountably difficult. He could only watch helplessly as the very person he wished to eliminate basked in the glory of the moment. Enough! Everyone disperse. The elder of the Xiandao's authoritative voice broke the eerie atmosphere of the square. The disciples hurriedly bowed to the elders, then departed in groups, their hearts filled with shock and curiosity. What had transpired today was destined to create a sensation throughout the Taishan sect. It was only then that the elder turned to Ye Feng, his previously stern expression transforming into a warm smile. Ye Feng, he spoke gently, please return to your quarters and make preparations. Tomorrow morning, come to my Xiandao peak. Ye Feng, respectfully bowed. Yes, master. The way he addressed him felt utterly natural, evoking envy in the eyes of the elders nearby. A disciple capable of ringing the 7th level of the Tai Xian bell possessed immeasurable talent and potential. He would undoubtedly become a pillar of the sect in the future. The elder of the Xiandao nodded in satisfaction before casting a cold glance at the grim-faced Yi Li, snorting softly as he vanished from sight. The remaining elders exchanged deep looks with Ye Feng, then transformed into streams of light and departed. With the departure of the elders, the oppressive terror that had weighed upon Yi Li began to dissipate. He abruptly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes locking onto Ye Feng with unrestrained hostility, the palpable intent to kill seeming to freeze the air around them. However, in the face of his predatory gaze, Ye Feng merely scoffed disdainfully. He was too indifferent to spare another glance at the vanquished foe. Turning away, he cast a gentle gaze upon Lin Xianxia, who had been deeply concerned for him. Sister Lin, let us depart. Lin Xianxia responded with a soft hum, her eyes fixed on Ye Feng's resolute profile, her heart fluttering like a startled deer. Together, they walked side by side, slowly leaving the square under the scrutiny of countless complex gazes, making their way towards Xiaozhu Peak. Only Yili remained, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, standing alone in solitude, his fists clenched tightly, nails piercing his palms, blood trickling through his fingers, utterly oblivious to his own suffering. The journey back to Xiaozhu Peak was silent. It was not until they stepped onto the familiar bluestone path and inhaled the faint fragrance of bamboo leaves that Lin Xianxia finally emerged from her overwhelming surprise and excitement. Junior brother Ye Feng, congratulations. She turned her head, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she gazed at him, her face radiant with genuine joy. Not only did you strike the Tai Xian bell, but you have also been accepted as a direct disciple by Elder Xiandao. How wonderful! Her voice was crisp and melodious, reminiscent of a yellow aureole in the mountains. Ye Feng beheld her unblemished smile, and the chill in his heart began to thaw. Suddenly, he halted, turning to face Lin Xianxia with earnest intent. As she regarded him with a hint of confusion, he reached out and gently grasped her delicate hand. Xianxia trembled slightly, as if electrified. A warm sensation radiated from their clasped hands, causing her cheeks to flush brightly and her heart to race uncontrollably. Though she instinctively sought to withdraw, Ye Feng held her firmly. Sister Lin, I'm truly grateful for your support today. Ye Feng's voice was deep and sincere as he looked in her eyes, enunciating each word. Had it not been for your righteous interjection, I would have undoubtedly been misunderstood by the elders. Feeling the warmth of his grasp and the sincerity in his words, Xianxia's struggles gradually ceased. She lowered her gaze, unable to meet his penetrating eyes. Her voice barely above a whisper. This is what I ought to do. I simply cannot abide their bullying demeanor. The atmosphere turned subtly ambiguous. A gentle mountain breeze rustled the bamboo leaves, as if softly accompanying the pair. After what felt like an eternity, Xianxia summoned her courage, raising her head with a glimmer of hope and trepidation in her eyes. Junior brother Ye Feng, now that you have become an inner disciple, you won't forget us at Shaozhu Peak, will you? She feared that this meteoric rise of the young man before her would distance them into two separate worlds. Hearing her words, Ye Feng's lips curved into a gentle smile, a warm arc of reassurance. He tightened his grip on Xianxia's hand. Never. His response was simple yet resolute. Xianxia's heart swelled with joy, and in a moment of uncontainable excitement, she instinctively wrapped her arms around Ye Feng tightly. Ye Feng was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. Senior sister? Meanwhile, in a dim corner of the Taishan sect, Tan Feng cowered like a stray dog, his gaze vacant, murmuring to himself. It is all over. Today, in front of the entire sect, he was compelled to kneel and bow, utterly losing face. If word of this spreads, he will become the laughingstock of the Taishan sect. He seethed with anger. He loathed Ye Feng. Even more so, he despised the aloof Taoist elder who dictated his fate. Yet what could he do? One was a rising star of the sect, a future prodigy. The other was an elder of law, wielding immense power. Either one was beyond his capacity to offend. Just as despair enveloped him, a chilling figure silently materialized before him. Do you wish for revenge? The cold voice sent a shiver down Tan Feng's spine. He abruptly lifted his head, and upon recognizing the newcomer, his pupils constricted in shock. Yili. Tan Feng scrambled to his knees, his voice trembling. Yili looked down at him with a gaze filled with contempt and disdain. Look at your pitiful state. He scoffed. An outer sect disciple has frightened you to this extent? Tan Feng's face burned with shame and indignation. Yet he dared not retort, lowering his head even further. Please forgive me, brother. Yili paid no heed to his repentance. Instead, he produced a jade vial from his robe and tossed it before Tan Feng. What is this? Tan Feng questioned, raising his head in confusion. A breakthrough pill. Yili's voice dripped with deadly temptation. It can assist you in swiftly advancing to the mid-stage of the Qi realm. What? Tan Feng's Bradkikanath. His eyes fixated on the jade vial, brimming with greed and desire. The breakthrough pill. It was a treasure of immense value, a profound-grade elixir for a disciple like him. Stuck in the initial stage of the Qi realm for years, it was nothing short of a priceless boon. He swallowed hard, his voice quivering as he asked, Brother Yi, what do you mean? Yili's lips curled into a cruel smile. I want you to kill Ye Feng. His voice was low but carried the weight of a chilling wind, sending a shudder through Tan Feng from head to toe. Kill him? Tan Feng's face drained of color. The greed that had just sparked within him instantly replaced by terror. Brother Yi, you mustn't. He is now the disciple of the Taoist elder. If we kill him, we useless. Before Tan Feng could finish, Yili kicked him to the ground. Do you think he will spar as long as your actions are executed with precision and finesse? Who would ever know it was us? When you attain the mid-stage of the Qi realm, your future will be boundless. And I shall remember this favor you owe me. Yili's words struck Tan Feng's heart like a heavy hammer. Indeed, that wretched Ye Feng harbors a vengeful spirit. To humiliate him so today, what fate can await me when he rises to power in the future? In an instant, fear was replaced by insatiable greed and resentment. Tan Feng's gaze grew increasingly feral and deranged. He abruptly seized the jade vial from the ground, clutching it tightly in his palm, and bowed deeply to Yili. Rest assured, Master Yi, this matter is in my hands. Tonight, I shall take that wretched dog's life. Observing Tan Feng consumed by desire, a satisfied cold smile finally graced Yili's face. Ye Feng, what does it matter if you have the protection of the Xian Dao elder? Tonight marks your demise. Chapter 35, You Seek Death. In the bamboo grove, the delicate form of the young woman pressed closely against Ye Feng, exuding a subtle fragrance. He could distinctly feel her rapid heartbeat and the astonishing elasticity that radiated through her thin garments. In that moment, his heart, which had been frozen by a decade of hatred, appeared to thaw slightly under a warm current. Hesitantly, he extended his hand and, after a moment's pause, gently encircled Lin Qingshue's slender waist. Lin Qingxue let out a soft gasp, burying her face deeper. After a long while, she suddenly became aware of her indiscretion. Like a startled deer, and immediately released her grip, stepping back. With her head bowed, she nervously twisted the hem of her garment, her face flushed like the evening sky, even her fair neck tinged with a captivating rosy hue. Lin Qingxue stammered, momentarily at a loss for words, her heart overwhelmed with embarrassment. Seeing her bashful and enchanting demeanor warmed Ye Feng's heart, softening the lines of his face. "Senior sister, it is getting late. I must return." He spoke softly, breaking the enchanting atmosphere. "I need to prepare for my report to Xiandao Peak tomorrow." "Ah, yes, all right." Lin Qingxue, as if awakening from a dream, nodded vigorously but still dared not look up at him. "Please be careful on your way." Ye Feng smiled gently, gazing deeply at her before turning away, heading towards his humble dwelling tucked away in a secluded corner of Xiaozhu Peak. Lin Qingxue stood rooted in place, gazing dreamily at Ye Feng's departing figure until he vanished completely at the edge of the bamboo grove. Only then did she raise her hand to gently caress her still warm cheeks, her lips unconsciously curling into a sweet smile. The night was dark as ink, with the moon hidden and stars sparse. On Xiaozhu Peak, the shadows of bamboo swayed, producing a rustling sound akin to ghostly whispers. A shadow, akin to a phantom, glided silently through the bamboo grove, arriving stealthily at the doorstep of Ye Feng's abode. It was Tan Feng. His eyes glowed crimson, emanating a chaotic and violent aura, a sign of forcibly consuming a barrier-breaking pill, its effects beyond his control. In that moment, his cultivation had temporarily surged to the mid-stage of the Qi realm. The explosive increase in power replaced the fear within him with boundless greed and murderous intent. "Ye Feng, wretched creature, come forth and meet your demise." Tan Feng glid menacingly, kicking open the already dilapidated wooden door. Crash! The door splintered into countless pieces, with shavings flying everywhere. However, the interior was utterly vacant. There was not a trace of Ye Feng to be found. Where is he? Tan Feng furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes. He unleashed his spiritual sense, sweeping through the modest courtyard, yet he found no trace of Ye Feng's presence. Could it be that he had not yet returned? Tan Feng's gaze turned icy. He could not afford to wait. The effects of the barrier-breaking pill lasted only an hour. The longer he delayed, the more unfavorable it would be for him. In his agitation, his eyes suddenly caught sight of a graceful figure preparing to return to her dwelling not far away. Lin Qingxue. In an instant, Tan Feng's eyes sparkled with lewdness and resentment. He let out a chilling, sinister laugh. "Ye Feng, you cowardly tortoise. Since you are absent, I shall collect some interest first. You are rather fond of this little vixen, are you not? Today, I shall have my fun with her right before your eyes." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he vanished in a flash, akin to a ravenous wolf pouncing on its prey, appearing instantaneously behind Lin Qingxue. "Who?" Lin Qingxue gasped, turning abruptly, when she beheld the grotesque, twisted visage before her, her face drained of color. Tan Feng. She could scarcely fathom that this wretch, who had begged for mercy like a dead dog in the daylight, now dared to confront her here. Moreover, his aura, mid-stage Qi realm. "My dear beauty, we meet again." Tan Feng licked his cracked lips, his crimson eyes brazenly roaming over Lin Qingxue's exquisite curves. "You believed yourself so proud? Today, I shall show you what true power entails." A formidable pressure erupted from within him, violently bearing down upon Lin Qingxue. With her mere cultivation at the condensation stage, how could she withstand the oppressive force of the mid-stage Qi realm? She felt as though a colossal mountain had descended upon her, her delicate form weakened, rendering her immobile, her lovely face paling to a ghostly white. "Tan Feng, what do you intend to do? This is the forbidden ground of the sect. If you dare to act recklessly, the elders will not spare you." Lin Qingxue struggled to suppress her terror, her voice rising sharply. "Elders?" Tan Feng erupted into maniacal laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd of jokes. "Ha ha ha! As they arrived, I had already reached the height of my enjoyment. You insolent wretch. After repeatedly rejecting me and siding with that useless Ye Feng, today I shall make you experience a pain worse than death. He extended his malevolent claws, grinning wickedly as he lunged for Lin Qingshue's collar. A flicker of despair flashed in Lin Qingshue's eyes. No, at this critical moment, a voice, cold and chilling as if it emerged from the depths of the abyss, suddenly thundered through the night sky. You seek death. Boom! A wave of murderous intent, more terrifying and savage than that of Tan Feng, erupted like a volcanic explosion, engulfing the entire Xiaozhu Peak. A golden figure, infused with raging fury and thunder, shot forth from the depths of the bamboo forest. Before he even arrived, a fierce and unmatched gust of wind from his punch had already ripped through the night sky, violently striking at Tan Feng's back. Who goes there? Tan Feng's expression changed drastically as he sensed the mortal threat behind him. He had no time to think further and could only abandon Lin Qingshuo, hastily turning to gather all his true energy in his arms to cross and block. Bang! A thunderous crash echoed like a clap of thunder. Tan Feng felt an irresistible and terrifying force collide with his arms. Crack! The sound of shattering bones was unmistakable. Tan Feng let out a piercing scream, his body flying back like a kite severed from its string, crashing over 10 meters away and heavily landing on the ground, creating a shallow pit in the bluestone slab. As the dust settled, Ye Feng's figure loomed like a mountain, standing protectively before Lin Qingshuo. He did not even glance back at her. His eyes, ablaze with golden flames, were fixated on the fallen Tan Feng, the murderous intent within them nearly palpable. Junior brother, Lin Qingshuo, having survived the ordeal, gazed at that sturdy silhouette, her eyes instantly brimming with tears. Do not be afraid, sister. Step by step. Ye Feng slowly approached Tan Feng. With each footfall, the aura of slaughter intensified. The temperature of the entire Xiaozhu Peak seemed to plummet, an icy chill pervading the air. Tan Feng struggled to rise from the ground, clutching his now twisted and deformed arm, gazing at Ye Feng in sheer horror. He could hardly believe it. This fellow, clearly only at the initial stage of the Qi realm, how could he unleash such terrifying power? Ye Feng, do not get too pleased with yourself. Tan Feng gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, his face contorted as he howled. I have already broken through to the mid-stage of the Qi realm. You are merely at the initial stage. How dare you contend with me? Today, I shall show you that the gap in realms is insurmountable. With a furious roar, he pushed the potency of the breaking barrier pill to its limits. A violent aura surged upwards, his crimson eyes consumed by madness. Blood fiend palm. Tan Feng transformed into a shadow of blood, reeking of a heavy sanguine scent. As he struck towards Ye Feng's crown with a powerful palm, he has succumbed to madness. However, in the face of this frenzied strike, Ye Feng displayed an expression of utter disdain and mockery. Mid-stage in the Qi realm, merely a byproduct of pill-induced enhancement. Today, I shall demonstrate to you what true power entails. Ye Feng stood his ground, his right fist aglow with golden light. The Berserker Dragon's body, fully activated. Cracking mountain fist. He bellowed, meeting the blow head-on. Boom! The collision of fists erupted with a deafening roar. A violent shockwave of energy surged forth from their point of contact, shattering the surrounding emerald bamboo. Puffed. Tan Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire arm and half his body reduced to a mangled mess by Ye Feng's overwhelming punch. The madness in his eyes was swiftly replaced by an abyss of terror. No, this is impossible. He screamed in horror, turning to flee. Want to escape? Ye Feng's voice resonated like the pronouncement of death. Can you truly flee? He extended his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together, a point of annihilating black light coalescing at their tips. An unsettling aura of death locked onto Tan Feng in an instant. Heaven tier, martial skill. Profoundly silent finger. First form, one finger of annihilation. Whoosh! A slender black beam, as fine as a hair, pierced through the void, surpassing the limits of perception, and instantly caught up to the fleeing Tan Feng. The beam entered through his back and emerged from his chest. Tan Feng's body stiffened abruptly. In disbelief, he lowered his head to behold the ever-expanding wound in his chest, vitality and strength rapidly draining away. Why? He turned his head with great difficulty, mustering the last vestiges of his strength to gaze upon the young man. Akin to a deity or demon, Ye Feng's expression remained impassive as he slowly withdrew his finger. Because you have harmed the wrong person. As his words fell, Tan Feng's body collapsed to the ground, lifeless and silent. Ye Feng exhaled a breath of turbid air and turned to the girl behind him. Her delicate features glistening with tears, his icy murderous intent instantly transforming into tender affection. He approached Tan Feng's lifeless form. A brief examination revealed an empty jade vial. The disruption pill. Ye Feng's gaze turned frigidly sharp, for the vial still bore the lingering aura of Yi Li, clearly indicating that Tan Feng had acted under his orders. Ye Li, I shall settle this score with you soon. Chapter 36. Junior brother, you are so wicked. Ye Feng retracted his thoughts, the chilling murderous intent in his eyes receding like a tide. He turned to face the still shaken figure behind him, his gaze softening instantly. Lin Xianxia stared at her beautiful eyes shimmering with tears, reflecting both the relief of survival and indescribable thrill and admiration. The formidable figure that descended like a deity of death, extinguishing formidable foes with a mere gesture, slowly intertwined in her heart with the gentle gaze of the youth before her. Junior brother, she uttered, her voice quivering, laced with emotion. Ye Feng stepped closer, raising his hand to tenderly wipe away the tears pooling at the corners of her eyes. His touch was gentle, imbued with a hint of compassion. Sister, it's all right now, he spoke in a deep, resonant voice, infused with a calming strength. I have caused you trouble. Lin Xianxia vigorously shook her head, yet her tears flowed more fiercely. No, it is I who should thank you. If you hadn't arrived in time, I. The thought of what might have befallen her had Ye Feng arrived, even a moment later, was too dreadful to contemplate. Observing her tear-streaked visit, Ye Feng felt a pang of sorrow. He retrieved a crystal-clear jade talisman from his robe and presented it to Lin Xianxia. The talisman bore intricate, arcane symbols, shimmering with an ethereal light. This is a communication talisman, Ye Feng explained softly. Should you encounter danger again or require assistance, simply crush it, and I will sense it instantly, no matter where I am. Lin Xianxia stared at the talisman in a daze, then lifted her gaze to meet Ye Feng's sincere eyes. To her, this small jade token was more precious and moving than any vow of eternal love. It was not merely a magical artifact. It was a promise, a protection from this man. An uncontrollable warmth surged through her being, igniting her heart with fervor. In the next moment, she took a bold action that astonished even herself. She rose onto her toes and leaned in, planting a swift, warm kiss upon his chiseled cheek. Like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, it was fleeting yet profound. Upon completing this act, Lin Xianxia's face flushed crimson, as if it might bleed, her ears turning a delightful shade of pink. She hastily averted her gaze, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Ye Feng, taken aback by this sudden kiss, instinctively touched his cheek where her lips had brushed, lingering with the softness and fragrance of her youth. He gazed at his sister, who appeared ready to bury her head in the ground from embarrassment, and a mischievous smile crept upon his lips. Sister, this hardly seems fair, he teased, elongating his words with a playful tone. Lin Xianxia stiffened at his words, too flustered to meet his eyes. What do you mean by unfair? She queried in a voice barely above a whisper, laden with anxiety. Ye Feng stepped closer, leaning forward, his warm breath caressing her sensitive earlobe. You kissed me, so I wish to kiss you in return. Huh? Lin Xianxia suddenly lifted her head, her beautiful eyes wide open. Before she could react, a warm pair of lips had already pressed gently yet precisely against her cherry blossom-like mouth. The sensation was akin to 1,000 fireworks exploding simultaneously in her mind, leaving her momentarily blank. She could distinctly feel the soft touch of those lips along with a slightly domineering masculine aura that rendered her body utterly pliant. This kiss was unlike her own inexperienced and hasty attempts. Ye Feng's movements were tender, yet carried an undeniable forcefulness, parting her lips and delving deeper. After a long while, their lips parted, and an ambiguous silver thread seemed to link them. Lin Xianxia gasped for breath, her delicate face flushed with a rosy hue, and her sparkling eyes reflected both shyness and a hint of bewilderment, stirring something deep within Ye Feng's heart. She gently pushed him away, though the force was soft, resembling more of a playful caress. You are quite naughty, my junior. Her voice was enchanting, laced with a hint of reproach, which sounded like heavenly music to Ye Feng's ears. With a chuckle, Ye Feng showed no remorse. Instead, he found her bashful demeanor utterly endearing. Lin Xianxia felt a wave of discomfort under his gaze, and to disguise her embarrassment, she quickly changed the subject. It's getting late. Her eyes flickered, avoiding direct contact with Ye Feng's gaze. Aren't you supposed to report to Xiandao Peak? You should hurry. However, Ye Feng shook his head, his smile deepening. There's no rush. I can leave tomorrow morning. He gazed at Lin Xianxia and spoke slowly. Tonight, I shall stay another night at Xiaozhu Peak. Upon finishing, his profound eyes seemed to possess a certain magic, locking onto Lin Xianxia with an intensity that made her cheeks burn hotter, her heart racing almost out of her throat. What would he possibly mean? The thought of certain possibilities sent her heart into a tumult, causing her breaths to quicken. Junior, you are truly insufferable. She stomped her foot, her voice saturated with shyness. Observing her adorably flustered demeanor, Ye Feng could not help but laugh heartily. His laughter was bright and infectious, dispelling the last remnants of darkness from the night. I merely wish to chat with you a bit longer and gaze at the stars together. Where did your thoughts wander off to? Huh? Lin Xianxia finally realized her misunderstanding. Instantly, a mix of embarrassment and annoyance washed over her as she playfully punched his sturdy chest with her delicate fist. Who wants to chat and stargaze with you? Yet, despite her words, her feet showed no intention of departing. Ye Feng smiled as he took her small hand, leading her to a relatively clean stone bench in the courtyard where they could sit together. The night breeze was cool, gently caressing the bamboo grove, producing a rustling sound that no longer resembled ghostly whispers, but rather the tender murmurs of lovers. A resplendent full moon hung high in the sky, its silvery light cascading down, draping the entire small bamboo peak in a delicate veil of silver. Lin Xianxia rested her head softly on Ye Feng's shoulder, feeling the warmth and strength radiating from him, her heart enveloped in tranquility and serenity. Disciple, will you leave the Taishan sect in the future? She asked softly, tilting her head to gaze at the myriad stars above. Ye Feng's eyes also turned towards the profound night sky, his gaze becoming distant. Perhaps, he replied without hesitation. The eastern region is too small. His aspirations lay among the stars and the vast seas, within the broader realm of the central divine land, and even beyond. In the celestial realm above the 9 heavens, he was determined to trample upon Yi Li and Su Shuai, reclaiming all that was rightfully his. Lin Xianxia sensed the resolve and ambition in his words, causing her heart to tremble slightly. She understood that the man beside her was no ordinary soul. One day, he would transform into a divine dragon, soaring through the heavens. Meanwhile, she might only stand on the ground, quietly gazing up at him. A faint sense of loss quietly spread within her heart. As if sensing her emotional shift, Ye Feng withdrew his gaze, looking down at her with gentle words. However, no matter where I go, as long as my senior sister shatters the communication talisman, I will return. Lin Xianxia's heart raced at his words. She lifted her gaze to meet his tender, yet resolute eyes. 1,000 unspoken words transformed into a sweet and contented smile at the corners of her lips. She nodded earnestly, snuggling closer into his embrace, as if wishing to completely merge her existence with his. The starlight shimmered, and the bamboo shadows danced. In that moment, it felt eternal to them both. Chapter 37. So you are Ye Feng. The following day, as the horizon began to blush with the first light of dawn and strands of morning light pierced through the bamboo forest, Ye Feng was already awake. His figure stood tall like a pine tree. The night spent in quiet meditation had not fatigued him, but had instead invigorated his spirit, with the vital energy within him surging, hinting at further advancement. Lin Xianxia had also woken early, preparing simple fresh water and a towel for him. Her eyes were slightly red, clearly indicating a restless night, yet the gaze she directed at Ye Feng was filled with unprecedented warmth and affection. The two exchanged silent glances. The atmosphere was far from awkward. Instead, a comforting warmth flowed between their hearts. Senior sister, I must take my leave. Ye Feng spoke first, breaking the serene silence. His voice remained steady, yet there was a subtle softness in his gaze. Lin Xianxia responded softly, her voice as faint as a whisper. She lowered her head, unable to meet Ye Feng's eyes, fearful that her reluctance might become a hindrance on his path forward. Ye Feng gazed at her delicate appearance, a warmth blossoming within his heart. He stepped forward and gently clasped her cool little hand. Take care of yourself. He solemnly placed the communication talisman into her palm once more. Remember, should anything arise, crush it. The warmth from his touch surged through Lin Qing, causing her heart to flutter as though a wave of warmth had enveloped her entire being. She nodded vigorously, lifting her gaze to meet his, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Junior brother, you must also exercise caution. Ye Feng offered a faint smile, releasing her hand and casting a final, profound glance at her before resolutely turning away. There was no hesitation in his departure. His silhouette, shrouded in the morning mist, appeared ever more steadfast and proud as he strode toward the path leading to Xiandao Peak. Lin Qingxue remained rooted in place, gazing dreamily until his figure vanished completely from sight. Slowly, she opened her palm to behold the lustrous jade talisman, a sweet smile curving her lips. Xiandao Peak, one of the 12 principal summits of the Taishan sect, stood in stark contrast to the serene Shaozhu Peak. Atop the mountain, grand halls loomed majestically, exuding an air of solemnity and authority. The disciples traversing the grounds bore expressions of stoic resolve, their strides brisk and infused with an aura of intensity. Ye Feng ascended the steps, unperturbed by the curious glances cast his way, and made his way directly to the main hall. Who goes there? 2 sentinel disciples stepped forward, blocking his path with piercing gazes. Ye Feng maintained a calm demeanor as he produced the token bestowed upon him by the venerable elder of Xiandao. I am Ye Feng, a newly initiated inner sect disciple, here to pay my respects to Elder Xiandao. Upon seeing the token, the expressions of the 2 sentinels softened considerably. One of them took the token for inspection, nodding in acknowledgement. Ah, is indeed Junior Brother Yi. Please follow me. The disciple returned the token to Ye Feng, now with a much more courteous demeanor, leading him into the grand hall. However, upon announcement, it was not Elder Xiandao who emerged. Junior Brother Yi, it is unfortunate, the guiding disciple said apologetically. Elder Xiandao has been dispatched on an important mission by the sect leader and will likely not return in the immediate future. Ye Feng raised an eyebrow at this news. The disciple continued. However, the elder instructed that if you came to report, accommodations would be arranged for you. During this time, you may cultivate at your leisure or explore Xiandao Peak to familiarize yourself with the surroundings. Thank you, senior brother, Ye Feng replied with a respectful gesture, his expression betraying no disappointment. For him, the absence of the elder's guidance was inconsequential. The teachings of the Celestial Empress over the past decade had already set him on a path of cultivation far beyond that of ordinary individuals. What he sought now was not guidance, but resources that would enable him to swiftly elevate his prowess. The disciple led Ye Feng to an independent courtyard situated halfway up Xiandao Peak. The courtyard, though modest in size, exuded an atmosphere of tranquility, with a spiritual essence far more potent than that of the minor bamboo peak. The interior was furnished with all necessary amenities, clearly indicative of the standard accommodations afforded to inner disciples. Junior Brother Yi, this will henceforth be your abode. Should you require anything, feel free to seek me in the main hall. I am Chun Fan, the disciple named Chun Fan introduced with warmth. Thank you, Senior Brother Chun. Ye Feng expressed his gratitude once more. After bidding farewell to Chun Fan, Ye Feng closed the courtyard gate and cast a brief, appreciative glance at his new residence. A flicker of satisfaction crossed his eyes. However, he lingered not, nor did he harbor any inclination to relish the opulent surroundings. One singular thought consumed him: to grow stronger, to attain such strength that he could decisively trample upon the despicable duo, Yi Li and Su Shuer. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the door and resolutely headed in another direction. The task hall of the Taishan sect was situated in a vast square where the main peaks converged, bustling with activity throughout the day. As Ye Feng stepped inside, a wave of warmth enveloped him. The hall was teeming with disciples, some exchanging tasks, others forming teams for discussion, and many intently selecting suitable missions from a massive luminous screen. On that screen, countless pieces of information scrolled rapidly, ranging from seeking spirit herbs, escorting merchant caravans, to hunting demon beasts and exploring secret realms. There was no shortage of options. Each task was accompanied by a corresponding difficulty level and contribution point rewards. Ye Feng's gaze swiftly bypassed the lower-tier assignments as he began to scour the multitude of options for his target. His mental prowess was formidable, and within mere breaths, he had surveyed all the tasks at hand. Soon, his eyes fixed upon a crimson task: hunt a third-tier demon beast, the Earth Fire Spider, and obtain its inner core and poison pouch. Task reward: 500 contribution points, along with a recipe for the Fierce Sun Pill. This is it. Ye Feng's eyes sparkled with intensity. The fierce sun pill, a third-grade elixir crafted from the inner cores of the most potent and vigorous demon beasts, possessed explosive properties and offered immense benefits to cultivators practicing solar attribute techniques. His Wrath of the Dragon was, after all, the supreme body refinement method embodying the essence of the utmost yang. If he could acquire the recipe for the fierce sun pill, coupled with the inner core of the earth-fire spider, he was confident he could elevate the prowess of his Wrath of the Dragon to new heights in a short span of time. However, the difficulty of this task was equally formidable. A third-tier demon beast possessed strength comparable to that of a cultivator at the Qi realm. For an ordinary Qi realm practitioner, taking down one would not be overly difficult, but the earth-fire spider was a social creature. Disturbing one would bring forth the entire swarm. Hiss! The earth-fire spider? This task has been posted here for nearly a month. Who would dare accept it? Indeed, it was said that the last time a few Qi realm brothers formed a team to tackle it, 3 perished and 2 returned grievously wounded. The ground fire spider is not only formidable in strength, but also exceedingly cunning. Its web, exuding a fiery venom, is as resilient as iron, guaranteeing death upon contact, truly a terrifying creature. The murmurs of several disciples nearby reached Ye Feng's ears with crystal clarity. However, there was not a trace of fear upon his countenance. Instead, a confident smile graced his lips. A mere third-tier beast could not intimidate him. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode directly toward the task assignment counter. Behind the counter sat an elderly man, his hair and beard entirely white, eyes closed in meditation, impervious to the surrounding clamor. "Elder, I wish to accept the mission to hunt the ground fire spider," Ye Feng stated, his voice soft yet clear enough for the elder to hear. The elder slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of brilliance crossing his murky gaze as he appraised Ye Feng from head to toe. His brow furrowed slightly, his tone laced with displeasure. "Young man, aiming too high is not wise. This task is beyond your capabilities. Choose another." Clearly, he perceived Ye Feng as one of those naive newcomers seeking to make a spectacle of themselves. Unfazed, Ye Feng replied calmly, "Thank you for your advice, elder. But my mind is made up. I kindly ask for your approval. What is your name?" The elder inquired. "I am Ye Feng," he answered. "Ye Feng." The elder was taken aback. "You are the one who recently struck the Tai Xian bell." "Indeed, it is I," Ye Feng nodded. The elder scrutinized Ye Feng once more, a glimmer of joy illuminating his face. "Had you mentioned you were Ye Feng earlier, the task would have been readily granted. Others may falter, but I am certain you will succeed. Off you go." Ye Feng accepted the task token, smiling as he said, "Thank you, elder. I take my leave." Chapter 38. Depart or perish. He turned to leave, his steps steady and resolute, devoid of any hesitation. The hall erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Did I hear correctly? He is the one who struck the Tai Xian bell? A mere novice at the initial stage of the Sea of Qi dares to undertake the mission of hunting a horde of ground fire spiders. Has he lost his mind? The brilliance of talent often breeds arrogance. Wait for it. Within 3 days, the mission hall screen shall surely display his demise. The discussion swirled around him. Mockery, skepticism, and glee echoed incessantly. Yet, Ye Feng appeared oblivious to it all. He stepped out of the mission hall, basking in the sunlight, his deep gaze fixed upon the distant undulating mountains. There lay the ground fire mountain range. The doubts of others were but fleeting wisps to him. His aim was singular, to shatter all skepticism in the most direct and stunning manner. Without a moment's pause, Ye Feng moved, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he raced toward the mountain gate. The ground fire mountain range, perpetually shrouded in a searing aura, revealed rocks of an eerie dark red hue, as if stained with blood. The air was thick with a pungent sulfur scent. The average person, lingering here for but a moment, would soon feel dizzy and struggle to breathe. As Ye Feng ventured deep into the mountains, his demeanor remained remarkably tranquil. The formidable aura of the mad dragon's dominance enveloped him, rendering the searing toxic miasma utterly impotent against his presence. His consciousness unfurled like a tide, swiftly encompassing a radius of several miles. Soon, he discovered his target within a vast chasm of the valley. Before him lay an immense web, vast enough to obscure the sun, upon which rested giant spiders, each comparable in size to a calf. Their bodies were a vivid crimson, with legs like spears, and their mandibles dripped venom, igniting the rocks beneath them with a hissing sound. Fire earth spiders. There were dozens of them. Upon noticing Ye Feng, the nearest fire-earth spiders emitted piercing shrieks, their 8 legs propelling them forward like streaks of red lightning, launching a ferocious assault toward him. This was splendid. A fierce battle spirit surged within Ye Feng, and instead of retreating, he advanced. With a swift flick of his wrist, a spear, entwined with violet lightning, materialized in his palm. The thunderous fury spear. Boom! With the spear in hand, Ye Feng's aura transformed. He exuded the presence of a war deity wielding divine retribution. Beasts, perish! He bellowed as he propelled himself forward like a cannonball. The thunderous fury spear morphed into a tempestuous dragon of lightning, charging fiercely at the oncoming fire-earth spiders. Swoosh! The spear soared forth like a dragon. The foremost fire-earth spider, taken by surprise, failed to expel its web before the thunderous fury spear pierced through its hardened skull in an instant. The violet power of lightning erupted violently, reducing it to a charred remnant. Rather than retreating in fear, the remaining fire-earth spiders became emboldened, baring their gaping maws and unleashing webs imbued with terrifying fire toxins, enveloping Ye Feng like a dark storm. A mere trifling skill. Ye Feng scoffed, unleashing the mad dragon's dominance fist. The golden fist energy, unmatched in its ferocity, blazed like a scorching sun, incinerating the fire toxin webs to ashes. With a thunderous fury spear in hand, he plunged into the throng of spiders. In that moment, the valley was alive with the dance of spears and flashes of lightning. Ye Feng moved with the grace of a leisurely stroll, even amidst the onslaught of dozens of fire-earth spiders. Each thrust of his spear was precise and lethal, claiming the life of a spider with every strike. The spider's prideful fire toxins and resilient webs crumbled before his mad dragon's dominance and the thunderous fury spear, as fragile as paper. What unfolded was no longer a battle, but a one-sided massacre. Within just a couple of hours, the cacophony of shrieks in the valley had ceased entirely. The corpses of dozens of fire-earth spiders lay sprawled upon the ground, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh and blood. Ye Feng leaned on his long spear, his countenance serene, not a trace of disarray in his breath. To him, vanquishing these third-tier demon beasts was merely a warm-up. With deft precision, he extracted the inner cores and venom sacs from all the earth fire spiders, stowing them within his storage ring. Having completed this task, he was poised to turn back to the sect when, suddenly, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. A brilliant streak of light pierced the heavens, descending towards him with astonishing speed. Within that luminous trail, a delicate figure seemed to be enveloped, her aura chaotic, clearly grievously injured. Ye Feng arched an eyebrow and glanced upwards. Boom! The streak of light ultimately struck the ground not far from him, creating a modest yet deep crater, dust swirling into the air. As the dust settled, a disheveled figure emerged within Ye Feng's line of sight. It was a woman clad in a moon-white long gown. Despite the blood at her lips, her pallid complexion, and her tousled hair, her breathtaking beauty could not be concealed. Her skin was fairer than snow, her brows like distant mountains, and her eyes sparkled like stars. Resembling a celestial being that had descended from the heavens, stunning to the point of breathlessness. The woman struggled to rise from the pit, and upon catching sight of Ye Feng nearby, a flicker of wariness crossed her beautiful eyes. Yet, before she could utter a word, 2 cold and formidable auras descended from above, landing behind her. They were 2 middle-aged men clad in black robes, their features sinister. An abhorrent stench of blood and poison emanated from them, both having reached the pinnacle of the Qi realm. One with a hawk-like nose greedily scanned the woman's exquisite form, releasing a nauseating, lecherous laugh. Little beauty, having stolen my grandfather's snow-cold grass, let us see where you can run. The other, with triangular eyes, cast a disdainful and murderous gaze toward Ye Feng. Another fool seeking death, just in time to be captured and used for poison crafting. Upon hearing their words, the woman trembled, a flicker of despair flashing in her eyes. She clutched tightly to a spirit herb exuding an icy aura, the snow-cold grass. Turning to the calm Ye Feng beside her, her voice trembled with urgency and plea. Esteemed sir, this matter does not concern you. I implore you to leave swiftly. She wished to spare an innocent from her predicament. The hawk-nosed man, upon hearing her, laughed even more wildly. Leave? None of you shall escape today. He extended his crimson tongue to lick his lips, his gaze fixed hungrily upon the woman. Little beauty obediently hand over the snow-cold grass. And perhaps you can entertain my brother and me for a while. or maybe we'll spare your life. Dream on. The woman bit her silver teeth, her eyes ablaze with humiliation and fury. Seeking death. The hawk-nosed man's expression darkened, his murderous intent palpable. He ceased his words, stepping forward, a withered claw extending towards the woman, carrying a foul, poisonous wind, intent on seizing her fiercely. The woman was gravely injured. If she were to endure that claw, it would undoubtedly be unbearable. At that moment, a calm voice unexpectedly echoed through the valley. You too, will you leave on your own? Or shall I assist you on your journey? The hawk-nosed man froze abruptly in his actions. He and the man with triangular eyes turned in unison, their icy gazes locking onto the young man in the azure robe, who had remained stationary, as if merely observing a play. What did you say, kid? The triangular-eyed man narrowed his eyes, his voice as cold as a viper's hiss. He could not fathom how a mere ant at the initial stage of the Qi realm had the audacity to speak thus to two elite members of the poison demon who were at the pinnacle of the Qi realm. Ye Feng slowly raised his head, his profound gaze devoid of any emotional fluctuation. He regarded the two men as though they were corpses. I shall repeat myself. Leave or perish. Chapter 39. The Poison of Hahuan Powder. Ha ha. The hawk-nosed man laughed, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke in existence. He pointed at Ye Feng and said to the man beside him, Junior brother, did you hear? This little one at the initial stage of the Qi realm dares to tell us to leave. The triangular-eyed man also chuckled, but his smile was colder than the fangs of a serpent. Indeed, he slowly drew a short blade, glistening with a greenish poison, its tip aimed menacingly at Ye Feng. It seems someone is tired of living and wishes to meet the king of hell prematurely. The injured woman, witnessing this, felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Struggling to rise, she called out to Ye Feng, You must leave quickly. They are from the Poison Demon Valley, and you are no match for them. She discerned that Ye Feng's cultivation was merely at the initial stage of the Qi realm, while his adversaries were two genuine peak cultivators. The gap between them was as vast as the heavens and the earth. However, Ye Feng appeared to disregard her warning. He simply shifted his gaze from the two black-clad men and cast a faint glance at the woman. Stand behind me. His voice was soft, yet imbued with a reassuring strength. The woman was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing Ye Feng's steadfast figure, she inexplicably nodded and staggered to position herself behind him. Foolish creature. The triangular-eyed man, witnessing Ye Feng's audacity, felt his murderous intent swell. Since you were so eager to meet your demise, brother, allow me to expedite his journey. Before he finished speaking, he flickered, transforming into a shadowy figure. The poisoned dagger, slicing through the air in a sinister arc, aimed directly at Ye Feng's throat. Even before the blade arrived, a nauseating stench of poison assaulted the senses, potent enough to bring instant death to an ordinary cultivator of the Qi realm. Be careful, the woman cried out in alarm, her heart leaping to her throat. Yet, Ye Feng's expression remained, faced with this lethal blow. He did not even raise the thunder gun in his grasp. Instead, he slowly lifted his right hand, pointing it like a sword towards the oncoming blade, and gently tapped it. The mystical silence finger. A single point of silence. Buzz. A gray finger force, barely perceptible to the naked eye, erupted from Ye Feng's fingertip. The force appeared unremarkable, devoid of any energy fluctuations, yet seemed to embody some profound truth of the universe, exuding a terrifying aura of annihilation. In the next moment, the finger force collided thunderously with the tip of the venomous dagger. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a barely audible crack. To the astonished gazes of the triangular-eyed man and the hawk-nosed man, that dagger, saturated with deadly poison, began to shatter from the tip, disintegrating into a fine powder. Moreover, the gray finger force, having obliterated the dagger, surged forward with unrelenting might. No! The triangular-eyed man emitted a desperate scream. The last of his life. He wished to evade, yet his body felt as though ensnared by an invisible force, rendering him utterly immobile. He could only watch helplessly as the gray finger force pierced through his brow. Thud! A mist of blood erupted from the back of his head. The triangular-eyed man's body stiffened abruptly, the vitality and spirit in his eyes receding like a tide. His expression forever froze in an endless state of terror and regret. Thud! His corpse toppled backward, stirring up a cloud of dust. The elite of the Poison Demon Valley, at the pinnacle of the Qi realm, dead. In an instant, the entire valley fell into a profound silence. Sure. The hawk-nosed man gazed at his companion's lifeless body, his body trembling uncontrollably. the lewd grin on his face replaced by boundless fear. He looked at Ye Feng as though he were a demon emerging from the depths of hell. A single finger, only a finger, and yet it had annihilated a formidable opponent at the peak of the Qi realm. How could this be possible? What manner of monster is this youth? The woman in the white dress behind him also fixed her beautiful eyes on Ye Feng's silhouette, her gaze filled with indescribable shock. She had believed Ye Feng to be doomed, only to discover that it was the people of the poisoned Demon Valley who had perished. Moreover, in such a devastating and astonishing manner. Now it is your turn. Ye Feng's calm voice echoed in the hawk-nosed man's ears like a death knell. He slowly turned his head, his deep-set eyes locking onto the hawk-nosed man. No, please don't kill me. The hawk-nosed man instantly crumbled, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. He frantically knocked his head, his voice laced with sobs. Senior, spare my life. I was blind to your might. I no longer desire the snow-cold grass. I renounce everything. I beg you, spare my life. To preserve his life, he even addressed him as senior. In his eyes, Ye Feng was certainly not a mere youth at the initial stage of the Qi realm, but rather an extraordinary being who had returned to youth, concealing his true prowess beneath a facade of simplicity. Ye Feng gazed at him, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Spare you? He advanced step by step toward the hawk-nosed man. Just a moment ago, you seemed to suggest capturing me for the purpose of concocting poison? Each step resonated like a heavy hammer, striking mercilessly at the hawk-nosed man's heart. He sensed the unmasked, chilling intent to kill radiating from Ye Feng, paralyzing him with fear. No, senior, I was merely speaking nonsense. Please, show mercy and let me go. It was too late. Ye Feng's voice bore no warmth. For those who sought his life, he never harbored any pity. He raised his hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together. This time it was two fingers. The profound solitude finger. Dual finger reincarnation. Upon witnessing Ye Feng's movement, the hawk-nosed man's pupils constricted in terror, engulfed by a shadow of death. He realized that pleading for mercy was futile, and his face was swiftly overtaken by madness. You insolent brat, do not take pride in yourself. Even if I perish, I shall drag you down with me. He bellowed, abruptly retrieving a black porcelain vial from his bosom and shattering it with force. A rush of dark green poison mist erupted from the bottle, transforming into a grotesque skull that opened its gaping maw, lunging towards Ye Feng to devour him. Wherever the toxic mist flowed, even the air was corroded with a hissing sound, showcasing its lethal potency. Nevertheless, Ye Feng's stride did not waver in the slightest. He allowed the poisonous mist to envelop him, while the gray radiance at his fingertips grew increasingly resplendent. With a hum, a surge of finger strength, magnitudes more powerful than before, pierced through the void, arriving ahead of the poisonous mist. The grotesque skull of poison, upon contact with this formidable force, dissolved instantaneously as if ice had met the sun. Immediately after, the finger force traversed the toxic mist, precisely imprinting itself upon the hawk-nosed man's chest. The hawk-nosed man's body trembled violently as he looked down. To his horror, a blood hole, transparent from front to back, appeared on his chest, devoid of any blood. Only rippling gray waves emanating from the wound, resembling a miniature whirlpool of reincarnation, ravenously consuming the vitality within him. His strength, his life, all dissipated at a terrifying speed. He raised his head, his finger trembling as he pointed at Ye Feng, his eyes brimming with resentment and bitterness. Yet before he could utter another word, his body suddenly softened, losing all semblance of life. Ye Feng slowly retracted his finger, the domineering aura surrounding him quivering slightly. The highly corrosive poison mist, upon contacting his body, was entirely dispersed by the protective energy of his dragon tyrant body, not even brushing against the hem of his garment. Having completed all of this, he finally turned around to face the astonished woman in the white dress behind him. Are you all right? The woman, as if awakening from a dream, quickly shook her head, then bowed deeply to Ye Feng, her voice brimming with gratitude. Thank you, noble sir, for saving my life. Just as her words reached the halfway point, however, an unusual flush suddenly surged across her delicate face. With a soft moan, she weakened and began to fall toward the ground. Ye Feng, quick on his feet, stepped forward and caught her in his arms. The warmth radiating from her was astonishingly intense. So hot Ye Feng furrowed his brow as a surge of true energy entered the woman's body. In the next moment, his expression turned grave. He observed that within her meridians, a strange pink energy was wildly coursing, causing her blood to boil and her reason to ignite. This is the He Huan San, he realized, and it possesses an exceptionally domineering potency. It appeared that those ruffians from the Poison Demon Valley had already poisoned her during their pursuit. If not resolved promptly, her meridians would shatter, leading to her untimely death. It's so hot in his arms. The woman's consciousness was beginning to fade. Unconsciously, she tugged at her collar, revealing large swathes of her snow-white skin, while alluring moans escaped her lips. Her enchanting, dazed eyes gazed at Ye Feng, brimming with primal desire. "Noble sir, save me. I feel so unwell." Her breath came in quick gasps. Her complexion flushed, and the warmth of her breath wafted against Ye Feng's neck, carrying a captivating fragrance. Ye Feng took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surge of heat within him. He understood that the trouble was only just beginning. Chapter 40. The spring breeze passes. The woman in his arms burned with fever, her mind completely consumed by the drug's effects. Her snow-white wrist coiled around Ye Feng's neck like a vine, her starry eyes reflecting nothing but the most primal desires. "Help me." Her crimson lips parted slightly, exhaling a fragrance that was irresistibly alluring. Ye Feng's heart raced, and he activated his body's innate defenses, circulating a force of pure yang throughout, forcefully repressing the invasive heat that threatened to overwhelm him. He was no unyielding sage, and the immediate task was to save her. He swiftly assessed her condition, his expression growing increasingly serious. The potency of the He Huan San was exceptionally tyrannical. Having penetrated deep into her marrow, common detoxification methods would be utterly ineffective. The sole remedy lay in the harmonious balance of yin and yang, utilizing the power of pure yang to counteract the profound yin poison within her. Otherwise, within half an hour, she would be consumed by lust and perish in an explosion of her own desires. Ye Feng's gaze swept around. The valley had just endured a fierce battle, the air thick with the stench of blood, a place far from safe. Without hesitation, he cradled the woman and moved swiftly, transforming into a streak of light as he rushed deeper into the mountains. Soon, he discovered a secluded cave. The cave entrance was obscured by entwining vines, its interior dry and pristine, serving as an excellent temporary refuge. Ye Feng laid a simple protective array, gently placing the woman upon the smooth stone bed. Moonlight filtered through the crevices of the cave entrance, illuminating the woman's mesmerizing beauty that could captivate even the most stoic hearts. At this moment, her attire was disheveled, her skin radiating an enticing blush, and she unconsciously emitted soft moans that stirred the soul, her body twisting restlessly on the stone bed as if enduring immense torment. Ye Feng took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening with resolve. "I have offended," he spoke solemnly, settling cross-legged beside her, his palms gradually resting on her back. A thunderous surge of golden vital energy erupted from his hands, akin to a rushing river. Furious dragon's body. This force was overwhelming, brimming with pure masculine energy, as Ye Feng hoped to utilize it to alleviate her poisoning. Yet, he clearly underestimated the potency of the He Huan San poison. As she sensed the searing and refined energy, her pained moans subsided only momentarily before being engulfed once more by the fiery aura. Suddenly, she turned over, her arms entwining tightly around Ye Feng. The instant her warm body pressed against him, even Ye Feng, resolute in spirit, felt his body stiffen, his heart momentarily skipping a beat. Though her consciousness was clouded, her body instinctively sought the only means of liberation. She eagerly tore at their garments, offering her crimson lips. A buzzing resonated in Ye Feng's mind, and at that moment, the last bastion of his rationality crumbled entirely. He ceased to suppress himself. The power of the furious dragon's body erupted with force, transforming passivity into initiative as he embraced her tightly. Within the cave, springtime exuberance unfurled. The following dawn, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the vines, illuminating the cave. On the stone bed, the woman's long eyelashes fluttered slightly as she slowly opened her eyes. Initially, her gaze was hazy, but soon the throbbing headache reminiscent of a hangover and the unfamiliar sensations coursing through her body jolted her into clarity. She abruptly sat up, the silk coverlet slipping away to reveal her alabaster skin adorned with crimson marks. The wild memories of the previous night surged into her mind like a tidal wave. Her complexion instantly drained of color, devoid of any semblance of blood. Following this, an overwhelming killing intent erupted from within her. Lecher. A cry filled with boundless humiliation and rage reverberated throughout the cave. Her gaze, sharp as a blade, swiftly locked onto Ye Feng, who was meditating a short distance away. At that moment, the exertion of the previous night's detoxification had drained him significantly, and he was in the process of regaining his strength. Sensing the chilling, bone-deep killing intent, he abruptly opened as the woman paid no heed to his explanations, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. With a graceful flick of her jade hand, a moon-white gown materialized, enveloping her form in an instant. Immediately thereafter, an oppressive aura, so terrifying that it left Ye Feng breathless, surged forth from her like an ancient divine mountain, crushing him with its weight. The Transcendence Realm. This pressure was vast and boundless, a far cry from what a Qi realm cultivator could withstand. Ye Feng's complexion changed dramatically. Under such immense force, he felt his bones creaking, his internal energy sluggish and cumbersome, as if he might be ground to dust at any moment. A tempest of shock surged within him. This woman had actually attained the Transcendence Realm. In the Taishan sect, only the exalted inner disciples possessed such fearsome power. Death. The woman spared no mercy. Her fingers poised like a sword, unleashing a fierce moon-white sword chi that tore through the air, aimed directly at Ye Feng's brow. The speed of the strike was unparalleled, as was its ferocity. Ye Feng's gaze turned icy. He activated the dragon tyrant body to its utmost limit, his golden fist aura erupting in a dazzling display, attempting to block the onslaught. However, before Transcendence Realm powerhouse, his Qi realm cultivation was woefully inadequate. The moment the fist aura met the sword chi, it was as fragile as paper, instantly pierced through. As he witnessed the impending death from the sword chi, Ye Feng called out desperately, "I saved you. Is this how you repay me?" The woman's movements faltered slightly at his words, the sword chi halting just half an inch from his brow. A flicker of complex emotion passed through her beautiful eyes, but was swiftly replaced by an even deeper coldness and humiliation. "Save me? Indeed. Ye Feng, retorted coldly. Had I not intervened, you would have perished last night. I expended my own essence to detoxify you. Not only do you show no gratitude, but you also seek to repay kindness with malice. Wanting to silence me?" He straightened his spine, meeting her gaze without a trace of fear. Silence. The woman was stung by his words, her delicate form trembling. Her chastity was more precious to her than life itself. To be violated by a stranger was a reality she could scarcely bear. Clenching her silver teeth, her gaze inadvertently caught sight of the token hanging at Ye Feng's waist. It was a dark iron token, with Taishan inscribed on the front and a picturesque mountain etched on the back. It was indeed the identity token of an outer disciple of the Taishan sect. The woman's pupils constricted suddenly, and the terrifying pressure emanating from her diminished slightly. "You are a disciple of the Taishan sect?" Her voice remained cold, yet held a hint of suspicion. Ye Feng keenly observed the shift in her demeanor, and, sensing an opportunity, nodded affirmatively. The woman's beautiful eyes flickered with a peculiar light as she scrutinized him closely. The atmosphere in the cavern fell into an eerie silence. After a long pause, the woman gradually retracted her sword chi, though the chill around her remained unabated. She glared at Ye Feng with a chilling intensity, warning him word by word, "If you dare to utter even a half-truth of today's events to anyone." She paused, a glimmer of unmasked lethal intent flashing in her eyes. "I assure you, your demise will be most gruesome." Upon hearing this, Ye Feng raised an eyebrow. He looked at the woman and said, "Are you still threatening me?" "Humph. As for what happened last night, let us just pretend it never occurred. Take this foundational elixir and replenish yourself. Consider it my compensation to you." The woman snorted coldly, extending her hand to offer a jade vial before preparing to depart. Just before leaving, she cast one last penetrating glance at Ye Feng, her expression a tapestry of emotions, anger, humiliation, and a hint of something peculiar that even she had not recognized. In the next instant, she moved, transforming into a radiant beam of moonlight, swiftly darting out of the cave towards the direction of the Taishan sect, disappearing into the void at an astonishing speed. The cave was left with only a faint lingering fragrance. Ye Feng stood there, holding the jade vial, gazing in the direction the woman had vanished, furrowing his brow and murmuring, "The direction of the Taishan sect? Could she be a disciple of the Taishan sect as well?" He instinctively placed a hand on his abdomen, still feeling the warmth and fervor of the previous night. A disciple of the Tai-Xian sect at the Transcendence Realm? A glimmer of contemplation sparkled in Ye Feng's eyes. He was certain that in all his memories, there was no such young and beautiful woman with such formidable cultivation among the outer, inner, or core disciples of the Tai-Xian sect. Could she truly be the fabled direct disciple, elusive and enigmatic? Or perhaps a long-standing elder with a mastery of youthful appearance? Shaking his head, Ye Feng cast aside these distracting thoughts and glanced once more at the jade vial in his hand, murmuring, "That crazy woman, at least she has some sense." Chapter 41. Young man, your future is boundless. Within the cave, the lingering fragrance remained. Ye Feng stood still, holding the warm jade vial, his mind conjuring the image of the woman's strikingly beautiful face, flushed with embarrassment, yet feigning coldness upon waking. "Crazy woman," he muttered softly, a playful smile curving his lips. Though the circumstances had been unexpectedly tumultuous, he found himself not at a loss. However, the existence of such a mysterious and highly cultivated young woman as a member of the Tai-Xian sect felt rather peculiar. Ye Feng shook his head, temporarily suppressing these thoughts, and returned his gaze to the jade vial in his hand. He uncorked it, and an overwhelmingly rich aroma of the elixir wafted forth, intoxicatingly delightful. Merely inhaling it made him feel his internal energy surge slightly. What a remarkable elixir! Ye Feng's eyes brightened. He poured the elixir into his palm. It was a vibrant green pill, adorned with natural patterns, exuding an undeniable aura of vitality, clearly of high quality, at least a top-grade mystical elixir. Yet, Ye Feng did not consume it immediately. He squinted slightly, meticulously inhaling the scent of the elixir before probing it with his spiritual sense. It was not that he was overly cautious, but rather that human nature is inherently unpredictable. When one is away from home, it is prudent to remain vigilant. Who could tell if that madwoman might act out of spite and poison him? After confirming that the elixir posed no threat and was of gentle, pure quality, Ye Feng finally relaxed and swallowed it whole. Boom! As the elixir entered his abdomen, it instantly transformed into a mighty yet gentle torrent, surging towards his limbs and meridians. Ye Feng dared not delay. He promptly sat cross-legged and began to circulate his cultivation technique, guiding the pure medicinal force to cleanse his meridians and qi. As time passed, 2 hours slipped away. Inside the cave, Ye Feng, seated in meditation, suddenly trembled. A sound akin to thunder reverberated within him. Following that, an aura, several times more powerful than before, erupted from his body. His qi, which had already reached its limit, seemed to be forcibly expanded by an invisible force, nearly doubling in size. Within the qi, the previously liquefied true qi became even more refined and pure, shimmering with a faint golden hue, surging relentlessly. Mid-stage of the qi realm, he had succeeded. Ye Feng abruptly opened his eyes, a brilliant light flashing within them. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, which shot forth like an arrow, striking the stone wall several meters away and leaving a shallow imprint. Feeling the torrential power coursing through him, a satisfied smile crept onto Ye Feng's lips. This foundational elixir exceeded his expectations in efficacy. Not only did it restore all the energy he had expended overnight, but it also enabled him to break through the bottleneck and step into the mid-stage of the qi realm. Yet this was still insufficient. The smile on Ye Feng's face gradually faded, replaced by a chilling coldness. He clenched his fists, feeling the explosive power between his knuckles, while the loathsome visage of Yi Li loomed in his mind. Mid-stage of the qi transformation realm. Moreover, within him flowed the true dragon-esque blood that rightfully belonged to him. Ye Feng was acutely aware of the strength and dominance that power embodied. Recalling the excruciating pain of separation atop the broken soul cliff 10 years prior, Ye Feng's gaze turned icy, brimming with murderous intent. "Yi Li, wait for me. The next time we meet will be your end." He stood up, adjusted his attire, and strode out of the cave. It was time to return to the sect. At the Tai-Xian sect, in the mission hall, when Ye Feng's figure reappeared, the previously bustling discussions within the hall fell into an immediate hush. All eyes converged upon him, filled with shock and disbelief. He had returned? My heavens! Wasn't it only a day since he left? He astonishingly returned alive from the volcanic region. Observing his calm demeanor and invigorated spirit, could it be that he truly accomplished the task? Under the scrutiny of countless dubious gazes, Ye Feng maintained his composure and approached the task submission counter. The elderly man, with hair and beard as white as snow, sensed the robust aura emanating from Ye Feng, significantly more potent than the day before, and a flicker of intrigue crossed his murky eyes. "Elder, I have come to submit my task," Ye Feng declared, placing the task token along with a storage bag filled with beast cores and poison sacks upon the counter. The elder, albeit skeptical, accepted the storage bag and probed its contents with his consciousness. In the next moment, his pupils constricted in shock. Within the modest storage bag lay a dense array of dozens of beast cores radiating searing heat, alongside an equal number of intact poison sacks. Without exception, they were all from the earth fire spiders. "Did you truly slay all of these by yourself?" The elder gasped, gazing at Ye Feng as if he were a monster. He had presumed that Ye Feng might have been fortunate enough to kill a few in return with the task items. But he never anticipated that he had eradicated the entire earth fire spider clan. "Merely good fortune," Ye Feng replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the surrounding disciples erupted in astonishment, their previous disdain and mockery replaced by profound respect and shock. The elders scrutinized Ye Feng deeply, refraining from further inquiries, and handed him an ancient scroll containing the recipe for the Liryang pill, along with 500 contribution points. "Young man, your future is boundless," he remarked with genuine admiration, stroking his long beard. Ye Feng accepted the items, offered a respectful nod to the elder, and turned to leave the task hall. However, as he stepped outside the hall's entrance, a familiar and anxious silhouette rushed toward him. It was Lin Xianxia. "Senior sister, what brings you here?" Ye Feng asked, noticing her distressed expression, and furrowed his brow. "Junior brother, you finally returned," Lin Xianxia exclaimed, breathless and filled with concern. She grasped Ye Feng's arm urgently, her face etched with worry. "You must leave quickly. Hide at Xiandao Peak until Elder Xiandao returns." "Hide?" Ye Feng narrowed his eyes. "What has happened?" Lin Xianxia's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she spoke in a trembling voice. "The enforcement hall is currently searching for you everywhere." "Searching?" Ye Feng's gaze turned icy at her words. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, yet he maintained his composure and inquired, "Why?" "Because of the incident with Tan Feng," Lin Xianxia explained anxiously. "Tan Feng's body has been discovered, and now the entire sect is abuzz with rumors, claiming that you ruthlessly murdered inner sect disciple Tan Feng, disregarding the bonds of brotherhood. I have already clarified the situation to the law enforcement hall, stating that Tan Feng brought this upon himself, as he intended to harm me, which prompted your decisive action against him. However, they refuse to listen. They assert that, regardless of the circumstances, the slaughter of a fellow disciple is a grave sin, and you must be apprehended and brought to justice." Upon hearing Lin Xianxia's words, a glimmer of cold murderous intent flickered in Ye Feng's eyes. He understood the underlying machinations at play. This was undoubtedly the work of Yi Li. Tan Feng, having acted under his instructions, was now dead, and Yi Li sought to exploit the situation, aiming to use the sect's regulations to condemn him. A clever ploy indeed. "Junior brother, you must leave quickly. Yi Li has connections in the law enforcement hall. If you are captured, there will be no favorable outcome for you," Lin Xianxia urged, pulling Ye Feng towards the direction of Xiandao Peak. In her view, the only one capable of safeguarding Ye Feng now was Elder Xiandao. Yet, Ye Feng stood his ground, unmoving. He grasped Lin Xianxia's icy hand and gently patted her knuckles, speaking softly, "Sister, do not worry. I am well aware of my own measures." At that moment, two figures, exuding a calm yet cold aura, descended from the heavens, blocking Ye Feng's path. Clad in uniform dark attire, adorned with the emblem of crossed swords and a ruler on their chests, they were unmistakably representatives of the law enforcement hall. Ye Feng, the lead figure, a middle-aged man, fixated his piercing gaze on Ye Feng. "You are implicated in the murder of your fellow disciple, Tan Feng. The evidence is irrefutable. Surrender now and accompany us back to the law enforcement hall for questioning." His voice was devoid of emotion, brimming with an undeniable authority. "No, that is not true. Junior brother Ye Feng is innocent." Lin Xianxia quickly positioned herself in front of Ye Feng, attempting to interject. However, the middle-aged man did not even glance in her direction, simply snorting dismissively. "Irrelevant parties, step aside at once. Should anyone dare obstruct the enforcement of the law, they shall be dealt with accordingly." An overwhelming pressure emanated from him, causing Lin Xianxia's complexion to pale as she staggered back a few steps. Ye Feng pulled Lin Xianxia behind him, meeting the gaze of the two law enforcement disciples with an unyielding calmness. There's no need for that. I will accompany you. Chapter 42. A Machination of Deception. Lin Xianxia observed Ye Feng's excessively tranquil profile, her heart plummeting to the depths of despair. Junior brother. She wished to voice her concerns, yet words eluded her. Leaving her to follow closely behind the two law enforcement disciples, her beautiful eyes filled with worry and helplessness. She watched helplessly as Ye Feng was led away. Her heart ablaze with anxiety, yet she felt powerless to intervene. The two law enforcement disciples remained silent, exuding an aura that repelled any approach, escorting Ye Feng through several peaks until they finally arrived before a colossal black hall perched atop a sheer cliff. The grand hall is constructed entirely of unknown black giant stones, exuding an ancient and solemn style. Above the entrance, a massive plaque hangs, inscribed with 3 flamboyant golden characters, Law Enforcement Hall. A chilling aura of authority and iron resolve envelopes the space, instilling an involuntary sense of reverence. Enter, commanded the middle-aged disciple at the forefront, pushing Ye Feng with a forceful shove. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, yet his feet remained firmly planted. As the force dissipated upon contact, akin to a stone sinking into the sea, vanishing without a trace, he merely cast a fleeting glance at the middle-aged disciple before stepping into the hall. The disciple's expression stiffened, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Yet he dared not utter another word, only letting out a cold snort as he followed suit. Lin Xianxia grit her teeth, summoning her courage to hastily catch up. Inside the hall, the dim lighting cast an oppressive atmosphere. Dozens of enormous black stone pillars supported the soaring ceiling, each adorned with lifelike carvings of ancient ferocious beasts, as if they could spring to life at any moment. At the center of the hall, several grand chairs were arranged, upon which sat several elders, their profound auras and stern countenances commanding respect. Before them lay a corpse, cold and lifeless, sprawled on the floor. A gaping blood hole pierced through the chest, a gruesome sight, revealing the tragic fate of Tan Feng. Beside the body stood a familiar figure, arms crossed, clad in an opulent inner disciple's robe. His handsome features were marred by a faint, elusive smirk, his gaze condescending and laced with a hint of playful mockery, coldly surveying Ye Feng as he entered. It was none other than Yi Li. The moment Ye Feng laid eyes on him, his pupils constricted sharply. A bone-chilling killing intent surged from the depths of his heart. Surely, it is you. Ye Feng shot a glance at Yi Li, a cold smile gracing his lips. My dear cousin, you have truly gone to great lengths to bring about my demise. Ye Feng, you stand on the brink of death yet still dare to be so arrogant. Yi Li retorted, unable to contain his irritation at Ye Feng's calm demeanor. His voice echoed throughout the hall, laden with unabashed malice and delight. Silence, thundered an elder seated at the head, his visage carved from stone, as he struck the armrest with a resounding thud. A terrifying pressure descended upon Ye Feng like a mountain, forceful and unyielding. Have you not seen the elder? Show your respect. The elder's voice resonated like rolling thunder within the hall. He was none other than Li Xiantong, one of the chief elders of the law enforcement hall. Under this overwhelming pressure, Lin Xianxia's delicate face turned pale, her body weakening as she nearly collapsed to the ground. Yet, Ye Feng remained steadfast, his figure upright as a spear, seemingly impervious to the oppressive weight of the elder's authority. He merely raised his head, meeting Li Xiantong's gaze with neither submission nor arrogance, and slowly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Disciple Ye Feng pays his respects to the esteemed elders. Adisdaimful snort escapad Li Xiantong's lips. His attempt to intimidate Ye Feng had failed, and a flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes, yet he chose not to press further. Withdrawing his imposing presence, he coldly inquired, Ye Feng, do you acknowledge your transgressions? His voice resonated like a great bell, each word imbued with the weight of judgment. Ye Feng mointainit aturanwid demianov. Facing the collective scrutiny of the assembly, and calmly uttered 3 words, the disciple is unaware. Impudent. Another elder, whose elongated face betrayed his ire, abruptly rose, pointing an accusatory finger at Ye Feng as he thundered, Our Taishian sect enforces strict regulations against infighting. You brazenly slaughtered your fellow sect member, Tan Feng, within our sacred grounds. This is a matter of undeniable proof, known to all. How dare you claim ignorance of your crime? At this, Ye Feng's gaze swept over the lifeless body on the ground, his expression unperturbed. Dan Feng, he began, his voice steady and resonant, echoing throughout the grand hall. I must inform the elders that I did not engage in private combat. It was Tan Feng who, under the cover of night, infiltrated my residence on Bamboo Peak with the intent to harm me and to perpetrate vile acts against my senior sister, Lin Xianxia. In self-defense, I retaliated, resulting in his untimely demise. What crime have I committed? His words, delivered with poise and clarity, succinctly recounted the events. Nonsense, the elongated-faced elder retorted, clearly unconvinced and rebuked. Tan Feng is an elite disciple of our inner sect, known for his virtuous character. How could he possibly commit such despicable acts? You are clearly the instigator, the one who struck down another, and now you seek to invert truth and defame the deceased. Turning towards the presiding Li Xiantong, he bowed slightly and declared, Chief Elder, this boy harbors a malicious heart and possesses a silver tongue. He must not be trusted lightly. In my opinion, he should be seized immediately, his cultivation revoked, and imprisoned to serve as an example. At these words, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Yi Li's eyes. No, at that moment, a clear and resolute voice broke through the tension. Lin Xianxia could no longer contain herself. She stepped forward from behind Ye Feng and respectfully bowed to the elders seated at the dais. Esteemed elders, every word spoken by disciple Ye Feng is the absolute truth. I can attest to this. Her youthful visage, flushed with emotion and indignation, revealed her unwavering conviction. That night, Tan Feng harbored ill intentions and sought to humiliate me. Were it not for the timely intervention of disciple Ye Feng, I fear I would have. As she reached this point, her eyes reddened, her voice quivering with barely suppressed emotion, clearly recalling the harrowing moment. However, the elongated elder merely cast her a cold glance, his eyes brimming with disdain. You? He scoffed, his voice laced with derision. A mere outer sect disciple, insignificant and inconsequential. Who can ascertain the veracity of your claims? The old man had long heard of the profound relationship between you and Ye Feng. It seems that you are not here to testify, but rather to shield him. According to the sect rules, harboring a fellow disciple who is a criminal is a crime in itself. Have you thought this through? Lin Xianxia felt her face flush with indignation at his words, momentarily at a loss for how to retort. She never expected these lofty elders to be so indiscriminate. Even if punished, she would still stand as a witness for her junior brother Ye Feng. In the next moment, she lifted her head, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a defiant light, showing no signs of retreat. For he is innocent. Observing her frail yet resolute figure, Ye Feng felt a warmth flow through his heart. He stepped forward, gently pulling Lin Xianxia behind him, his gaze unwavering as it met that of the lanky elder, his voice turning a shade colder. Elder, this matter does not concern my senior sister. I implore you not to make things difficult for her. Oh. The lanky elder smirked at his words. What is this? Are you feeling pity? Or have you finally decided to confess? He pressed on relentlessly, as if he had already determined that Ye Feng was the perpetrator. Yet, Ye Feng only laughed. That smile was frigid, mocking, filled with endless derision. Confess? He shook his head, his voice low yet resonant, echoing like thunder throughout the hall. I do not confess. This entire affair is a trap. Someone is attempting to use the law enforcement hall to frame a disciple. Frame you? Li Xuantong's brows finally furrowed, his profound gaze piercing like two swords. Fikatink on Ye Feng. This elder wishes to hear who within the Taishan sect would dare to be so audacious, to frame a fellow disciple and attempt to implicate my law enforcement hall. His voice carried a hint of anger. Whether Ye Feng's words were true or false, they had already entangled the law enforcement hall. If true, then someone was mocking the law enforcement hall. If false, then Ye Feng was disregarding its authority. Either scenario was intolerable to him. In an instant, all eyes in the hall turned to Ye Feng. Lin Xianxia clenched her fists tightly, her palms slick with sweat. A fleeting hint of panic flashed in Yi Li's eyes, only to be quickly replaced by a deeper chill. He was eager to see what tricks this waste could conjure. Under the watchful gaze of all, Ye Feng slowly turned around. His deep, icy eyes swept over everyone, past the cold body on the ground, and landed squarely on Yi Li, who wore a cold smile, relishing the spectacle. His gaze was calm, indifferent, yet brimming with an endless chill and murderous intent. Li Xiantong followed his gaze, his brow furrowing even deeper. Who? He inquired in a low voice. Ye Feng's lips curled into a sinister arc as he slowly raised his hand, pointing towards the figure he loathed to the core. Him. His voice rang out, resonant and forceful. My estimate cousin, Ye Li. Chapter 43. Saintus Yu Yao. This proclamation, akin to a thunderclap in a serene landscape, reverberated through the silent hall of the law enforcement pavilion, leaving the audience in stunned disbelief. All eyes, filled with incredulity, flicked back and forth between Ye Feng and Ye Li. Cousin? The one who dared to slaughter his peers within the sect was indeed the celebrated inner disciple, Ye Li's cousin? What on earth was happening? Even the usually stoic chief, elderly Xianxia, who presided over the proceedings, displayed a fleeting moment of shock in his sharp, hawk-like gaze, which fixated intently on Ye Feng before gradually shifting to the now pale-faced Ye Li. He recalled that it was Ye Li who had initially come to the law enforcement pavilion to denounce Ye Feng, presenting what he claimed to be evidence. In an instant, a veil of doubt enveloped Li Xuantong's mind. His eyes narrowed slightly, and an invisible pressure descended upon the assembly as he solemnly inquired, Ye Feng, what is the meaning of this? You and Ye Li are brothers. Why? His words trailed off, but the implication was clear. Why publicly accuse him? What enmity lies hidden beneath this revelation? Meeting Li Xuantong's scrutinizing gaze, Ye Feng exhibited no sign of trepidation. Instead, a cold smile, tinged with sorrow and mockery, graced his features. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud, yet resonating clearly throughout the grand hall. Respected elder, it is well known that my esteemed cousin Ye Li possesses extraordinary talent, being one of the few inner disciples of the Taishan sect, endowed with the enviable 6th grade bloodline, the true blood of Dragon Yang. At this, the assembly instinctively nodded in acknowledgement. Ye Li's true blood of Dragon Yang was no secret within the inner sect, and it was primarily why he was so highly regarded by his master, Elder Zhou Daohai. However, Ye Feng's next statement caused every breath in the room to momentarily halt. But, dear friends, who among you knows? Ye Feng's gaze sharpened abruptly, akin to a sword unsheathed, piercing directly at Ye Li's heart. The true blood of Dragon Yang flowing within him is, in fact, my blood. Boom! The sound echoed like a cataclysmic explosion. The entire hall was plunged into a profound silence. All present widened their eyes, mouths agape, as if they had heard an unbelievable fable. Ye Li's true blood of Dragon Yang belonged to Ye Feng? How could this be? Bloodlines are predetermined and innate. They cannot be usurped at will. Nonsense. You are utterly slandering me. Ye Li finally emerged from a shock, his face flushed like raw liver, pointing at Ye Feng and unleashing a furious roar. A tempest of turmoil surged within him. This secret, the one he had concealed for a full decade, the one he believed had been buried alongside the remains of Ye Feng at the bottom of the soul-severing cliff, was unexpectedly revealed before the public. Among the crowd, the most astonished was not the ordinary disciples, but rather an elder seated in a gray robe, who had been silently meditating throughout, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. At the moment Ye Feng uttered those words, his eyelids flickered imperceptibly. This man was none other than Zhou Daohai, the master of Ye Li. Yet, he kept his eyes closed, though his hands, hidden within the sleeves of his robe, unconsciously clenched tighter. Silence. Li Xiantong suddenly struck the armrest, once again commanding the attention of the entire assembly. His expression had grown exceedingly grave. He fixed a deep gaze upon Ye Feng and inquired solemnly, Ye Feng, do you comprehend the grave sin of slandering a fellow disciple, particularly in the law enforcement hall? I understand, Ye Feng replied calmly, nodding slowly. Every word I speak is the truth. Should I utter a single falsehood, I would willingly endure 1,000 cuts. His voice resonated powerfully, imbued with an undeniable resolve. Observing his demeanor, the balance of judgment in the hearts of the spectators began to tilt unconsciously. After a brief silence, Li Xiantong spoke again. Proceed. Yes, Ye Feng acknowledged, cupping his hands respectfully, his gaze distant as if lost in painful memories. He recounted the events that transpired a decade ago in the soul-severing valley of Qingyang City. From being the favored scion of Ye family to being betrayed by his most trusted fiancée, Su Shuer, in collusion with his cousin, Ye Li. He described the fierce battle against dozens of masters atop the soul-severing cliff. A blood-soaked struggle that culminated in his bloodline being stripped away and him cast into the abyss. His tone was flat, devoid of excessive emotional embellishment. Yet it compelled every listener to vividly envision the despairing knight, feeling the heart-wrenching agony of betrayal by those most dear. As he uttered the final word, the hall fell into an oppressive silence. Countless gazes were filled with sympathy, pity, and unmasked disdain and fury towards Ye Li. A decade had passed. Ye Feng withdrew his thoughts, his gaze returning to Ye Li, the chill in his eyes capable of freezing souls. I had thought the grievances of those years had dissipated with my death. Yet, I did not anticipate that my dear cousin would still refuse to let me rest. He incited Tan Feng to attempt to take my life within the sect, and now, having failed in his treachery, seeks to employ the law enforcement hall as a weapon to eliminate me. Elders, this is the entire truth of the matter. I implore you to take a stand for me. As his words fell, Ye Feng bowed deeply towards the main seat. You lie, Yidi. Feeling the weight of countless disdainful gazes, turned pale with anger, pointing at Ye Feng and vehemently defending himself. Esteemed elders, I implore your discernment. This individual is indeed my cousin, yet he has exhibited deplorable conduct since childhood, being utterly incorrigible. A decade ago, he committed a grievous error that led my father to expel him from our family. Now he has somehow acquired a sinister skill, daring to infiltrate our sect, inflicting harm upon his fellow disciples, and fabricating such absurd lies to defame me. His heart is truly deserving of punishment. He then turned to Li Xiantong, his eyes brimming with feigned indignation and grievance. I beseech the elders to see clearly and to punish this scoundrel severely, granting justice to both myself and my fellow disciple Tan Feng. Ye Feng observed his clumsy performance with a mere smile, one filled with disdain. Am I truly spitting venomous accusations? Meanwhile, at the Taishan sect, upon the most ethereal and transcendent of the 12 principal peaks, the Jade Immortal Peak. Here mist swirls, celestial cranes soar, and the spiritual energy is so dense that it nearly takes on a tangible form. This is the exclusive sanctuary of the sect's holy maiden. At the summit, within an exquisitely elegant cave dwelling, a breathtakingly beautiful woman sits cross-legged upon a cold jade bed, surrounded by a radiant moonlight, her breath gradually calming. Her visage is otherworldly, with skin whiter than snow, brows resembling distant mountains, and a pair of starry eyes that seem to encapsulate boundless coolness and nobility. She is none other than the holy maiden of the Taishan sect, Yu Yao, who has just returned from a mission. As she slowly opens her eyes, exhaling a breath as fragrant as orchids, she gazes at a female disciple standing beside her and inquires with a frosty tone, "During my absence, have there been any significant events within the sect?" The disciple promptly bows, respectfully responding, reporting to the holy maiden, all is well within the sect. However, some days ago, someone struck the Taishan bell at the mountain gate, and it was 10 resounding strikes. What did you say? Yu Yao abruptly rises from the jade bed, an overwhelming aura uncontrollably emanating from her, causing the disciple's fair face to pale, nearly collapsing to the ground. Someone struck the Taishan bell, and it was 10 times? Are you certain it was 10 times? Yu Yao's voice was laced with incredulity and astonishment. She herself was the first in a century to strike the Taishan bell, hailed as an unparalleled prodigy of the sect for hundreds of years. Yet, even she had only struck it 7 times. Now, someone has struck it a full 10 times? She understands better than anyone what this signifies. It implies that this person's talent, potential, and even future achievements will far surpass her own. Indeed, Holy Maiden, this matter has already spread throughout the entire sect. The trembling disciple replied. Yu Yao took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumult within her heart, her cold gaze flickering with intense curiosity and fighting spirit. Who is he? Which inner disciple is it? Is it Li Changfeng of the Li family, or Wang Teng of the Wang family? To her, only a few inner disciples, once her equals, could possess such talent. However, the disciple's response took her by surprise once again. Neither. The one who struck the Taishan bell was a newly initiated disciple named Ye Feng. What? Ye Feng? Yu Yao furrowed her delicate brows, rapidly contemplating this unfamiliar name in her mind. She had never heard of him before. How could an obscure newcomer possibly strike the bell 10 times? This only intensified her curiosity. Where is he now? Without hesitation, Yu Yao inquired coldly. I must meet. She was eager to discover the true nature of this so-called Ye Feng. Upon hearing this, the female disciple displayed a hint of hesitation on her face and replied, "It is said that Ye Feng has been apprehended by the elders of the law enforcement hall for the massacre of his fellow disciples. If the charges are substantiated, he is likely to face the most severe punishment." Yu Yao was momentarily taken aback. What? The disciple who struck the Taishan bell has been sent to the law enforcement hall. This is utterly absurd. Chapter 44. Is it you? Am I slandering? In the law enforcement hall, Ye Feng's gaze swept across the room, ultimately fixing upon the chief elder, Li Xiantong. His voice suddenly rose in intensity. Whether the disciple's words are true or false can be determined with a simple test. If both the disciple and Yi Li were to draw a drop of their essence blood simultaneously and employ a secret method to illuminate it, we could ascertain whether their bloodlines share a common origin. Elder, do you dare to allow him to undergo this test? Ye Feng's gaze pierced through Yi Li's heart like a dagger. Upon hearing this, Yi Li's heart raced, and his complexion turned ashen. A blood test? How could he dare to undergo it? His Dragon Yang true blood had been forcibly extracted from Ye Feng. If subjected to the secret method, the truth would undoubtedly be revealed. Absurd. At that moment, the previously silent elder, Zhou Daohai, slowly opened his eyes. He cast a cold glance at Ye Feng and spoke in a hoarse voice. The bloodline is formed from the essence of one's parents. It is inherent and cannot be usurped later in life. This is simply unheard of. Elder Li, in my opinion, this child harbors malicious intentions, spouting nonsensical claims, clearly attempting to buy time and mock us. There is no need to engage him further. We should proceed according to the sect's rules. His words were like a final verdict. Hearing this, Li Xuantong's brow furrowed, a flicker of struggle passing through his eyes. Although he too harbored doubts, Zhou Daohai's words held weight. The notion of bloodline usurpation was indeed preposterous. Moreover, as a powerful elder within the inner sect, he could not afford to offend him excessively. He gazed deeply at Ye Feng before finally closing his eyes slowly, his voice icy as he proclaimed, Ye Feng, you have committed the crime of slaughtering your fellow disciples. And now, in the law enforcement hall, you spread falsehoods and slander the talents among us, compounding your offenses. I hereby declare that your cultivation shall be forfeited immediately, and you shall be imprisoned in the water dungeon for life. Boom! As these words fell, Lin Qingxue's delicate face drained of color, and her frail form nearly collapsed to the ground. No, elders, you cannot do this. Her voice was laced with a sob, overflowing with despair and resentment. On the other side, Yi Li's face instantaneously contorted into a grotesque grin, a sinister blend of ecstasy and malice. To strip away one's cultivation, to imprison in the water dungeon. Ha ha ha. Ye Feng, you worthless wretch. Even if you're not dead, what of it? Even if your talents are otherworldly, what does it matter? In the end, you will still be trampled beneath my feet like a dead dog. Someone, Li Xuantong's icy voice resonated once more. Execute the sentence. Yes. Two disciples from the law enforcement hall stepped forth, brandishing glimmering instruments of punishment, advancing step by step towards Ye Feng. Tears of despair streamed down Lin Qingxue's face. Yi Li's smile grew increasingly arrogant and triumphant. Yet, in this moment of imminent peril, a voice as clear and cold as the moon, imbued with undeniable authority, seemed to descend from the heavens, resonating clearly in the ears of all present. Hold! The illustrious prodigy who has struck the Taishan bell. You cannot simply declare a person worthless or pronounce a death sentence without regard for the future of our Taishan sect. The voice was not loud, yet it carried an unsettling pressure that made hearts race. Within the grand hall, everyone was momentarily taken aback by the sound. Ye Feng, too, finding the voice oddly familiar. In the next moment, the entire law enforcement hall was enveloped by an invisible force. A radiant luminescence, pure as the moon, burst forth from outside the hall, swiftly coalescing into a stunning figure that gracefully descended into the center of the hall. It was a woman clad in a pure white gown, her figure elegant, hair cascading like a waterfall, skin fairer than snow, and her beauty unparalleled, resembling a celestial being beyond mortal reach, exuding an air of cool nobility that rendered others incapable of gazing directly upon her. With her arrival, the temperature in the hall seemed to drop several degrees. A terrifying pressure, more vast and ethereal than that of Li Xiantong, instantly enveloped the entire space. The Holy Maiden. A voice, filled with profound shock and reverence, broke the silence. In an instant, the countenance of every disciple in the hall, including Yi Li, transformed dramatically, as they all bowed in unison, not daring to take a breath. We greet the Holy Maiden. Even the elders, such as Li Xiantong and Zhou Daohai, abruptly rose from their seats, slightly cupping their hands in respect towards her, their expressions heavy with gravity. Yao, what brings you here? The Holy Maiden of Taishan sect, Yu Yao, the foremost disciple of the inner sect, the greatest prodigy of the Taishan sect in a century, a legendary figure whose status surpassed that of ordinary elders, elusive as a dragon, yet revered beyond measure. That she would appear here was astonishing. Ye Feng gazed at the familiar yet foreign stunning figure, his entire being struck as if by lightning, rendered utterly motionless. His pupils constricted sharply, his face a canvas of disbelief and shock. The woman, the esteemed and aloof saintess of the Taishan sect, was none other than the maddened figure from the cave last night, who had succumbed to the effects of the Hehuan powder, entangled with herself in a debauched frenzy. How could she possibly be the saintess of Taishan sect? Simultaneously, the icy stars in Yu Yao's eyes swept across the assembly, ultimately resting upon the young man, encircled by two disciples of the law enforcement hall. Upon recognizing that familiar visage, marked by sharp angles and an expression of shock, her exquisitely beautiful face, long frozen in time, became momentarily petrified. It was he, the scoundrel who had robbed her of her innocence in the depths of the volcanic mountains. He was indeed the one who had struck the Taishan bell 10 times. Ye Feng. Boom! It felt as if countless thunderclaps erupted simultaneously in their minds. Their gazes locked, and in that instant the air seemed to freeze. The next moment, they both exclaimed in unison, filled with boundless astonishment. "It's you?" As the words fell, the once frosty beauty of Yu Yao's face flushed vibrantly, akin to a ripe apple, glowing with an irresistible allure. The chaotic and shameful memories of the previous night surged uncontrollably into her mind like a tidal wave. Her delicate frame trembled, and her eyes instantly filled with panic. Instinctively wanting to evade Ye Feng's bewildered stare, her heart racing wildly as if it would leap from her chest. The entire hall of the law enforcement suddenly descended into an eerie and awkward silence. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief, witnessing this astonishing scene. The exalted saintess, who seemed untouched by earthly matters, was blushing. Moreover, she was familiar with the very Ye Feng, who was on the brink of receiving the harshest punishment. Given this reaction, their relationship appeared to be anything but ordinary. What on earth was happening? Chapter 45. The Overbearing Saintess. Yili was equally bewildered, his expression of smugness and resentment still lingering, now frozen into a comically astonished visage. Ahem. Ultimately, it was the chief elder, Li Xiantong, who first regained his composure, clearing his throat to shatter the oppressive silence. He gazed at Yu Yao's enchanting face, still tinged with an unnatural flush, and cautiously inquired, "Why has the saintess graced us with her presence?" Yu Yao's delicate figure quivered slightly, as if awakened by his voice. Taking a deep breath, she forcefully suppressed the tumultuous waves of embarrassment and confusion surging within her, daring not to cast another glance at Ye Feng. Instead, she turned her gaze towards Li Xiantong, restoring her signature aloofness and pride. "I have heard that your law enforcement hall intends to impose a severe punishment on a disciple who has struck the Taishan bell, so I came to observe." Her voice, frosty as ice, carried an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, Li Xiantong's expression faltered, revealing his discomfort. He narrowed his eyes and spoke in a deep voice. "Your Highness, the saintess may be unaware that although this young man possesses talent, his heart is cruel. He brazenly committed murder within the sect, killing his fellow disciple Tan Feng, a heinous crime. Our law enforcement hall merely upholds justice." "Upholding justice?" Yu Yao remarked, a cold smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. "Then I must inquire of Elder Li, where are the testimonies and material evidence that you claim to possess?" Yi Li is indeed a witness. Finally, unable to contain himself, Elder Zhou Daohai interjected, his voice heavy with foreboding. He witnessed with his own eyes as Ye Feng ruthlessly took Tan Feng's life. "Yili." Yu Yao slowly turned her head, her clear, starry eyes striking like sharp blades upon Yi Li, causing his heart to skip a beat, instinctively lowering his gaze, unable to meet her stare. "Huh." Yu Yao let out a light laugh, yet dripped with boundless mockery. "Just outside the hall, I heard distinctly that Yi Li and Ye Feng are cousins. Yet they harbor a deep-seated enmity over the bloodline. Given that they are adversaries, how can his testimony hold any weight? When did the law enforcement hall of the Taishan sect become so absurdly ludicrous as to allow a sworn enemy to testify against him? Odeli, El Dizo. Do you not find this to be a jest?" Each word from Yu Yao was like a precious gem, piercing the hearts of her opponents. With every statement, the expressions of Li Xiantong and Zhou Daohai grew increasingly grim. Within the grand hall, numerous disciples nodded in agreement, casting glances filled with disdain and skepticism towards Yi Li and the two elders. Indeed, to have an enemy serve as a witness is inherently unreasonable. Li Xiantong found himself at a loss for words, his aged face flushed with both astonishment and ire, yet he dared not express his fury. Meanwhile, Ye Feng stood aside, listening to Yu Yao defend him, his heart swelling with delight. This fierce woman truly was loyal. As the saying goes, a day as husband and wife brings 100 nights of grace. It seems that his efforts last night to save her were not in vain. This matter is indeed something I failed to consider thoroughly. Ultimately, under Yu Yao's formidable presence and reasoned inquiries, Li Xiantong had no choice but to relent. He took a deep breath and solemnly asked, then, according to the saintess, how should this matter be resolved? Yu Yao's icy gaze swept across the assembly as she spoke, her voice resonating throughout the great hall. It is quite simple. Ye Feng claims that Yili instigated Tan Feng to attack him, and now seeks to trap him through the law enforcement hall. Meanwhile, Yili asserts that Ye Feng mercilessly killed his fellow disciple and has slandered him. Since each holds a different account, it must be evident that one of them speaks the truth while the other lies. At this point, Yu Yao's gaze once again settled on Ye Feng, a flicker of complexity crossing her usually composed features, one she herself was unaware of. She parted her crimson lips and articulated each word deliberately. Ye Feng, I ask you, do you wish for Yili to perish? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall fell into astonishment. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, locking gazes with Yu Yao, displaying no hesitation whatsoever as a chilling smile crept upon his lips. Indeed, his voice, frigid and piercing, brimmed with overwhelming hatred. This individual has seized my bloodline and endangered my life. This enmity is irreconcilable. Not only do I desire his demise, but I also wish to repay him 100-fold, 1,000-fold for all he has inflicted upon me. Sensing the unmasked murderous intent in his words, the temperature within the grand hall seemed to plummet. Yu Yao nodded slightly, as if this revelation came as no surprise to her. She then turned her gaze towards Yi Li, whose complexion had already darkened considerably. And what about you, Yi Li? Do you also wish for Ye Feng's death? At her words, Yi Li's body trembled violently. As he met Yu Yao's penetrating gaze, an inexplicable dread surged within him. Yet he understood that he could not retreat at this moment. He forcefully suppressed the turmoil in his heart, straightened his chest, and assumed a righteous demeanor. Of course. He pointed at Ye Feng, shouting hoarsely, this fiend is vicious and cruel, harming his own kin and misleading the masses. He is a disgrace to our Taishan sect. As an inner disciple, it is my duty to uphold justice and cleanse our sect of this scourge. He must die. Excellent. A trace of a smile finally graced Yu Yao's face, although it remained as cold as ever. In that case, the matter becomes quite simple. The grievances between the two of you, whether true or false, cannot be adjudicated by outsiders, nor can the law enforcement hall reach a conclusion. Thus, it would be best to resolve this through the simplest and most direct means. She paused, her gaze sweeping across everyone present, including the elders, and her voice suddenly rose, imbued with undeniable authority and majesty. I propose that you two set a date to ascend the death arena of our Taishan sect, sign a life and death agreement, and engage in a fair duel. Let the stronger prevail, and may fate determine who lives and who dies. This way, not only can you resolve your personal grievances, but it will also demonstrate to the sect who the true wastrel is and who the genuine prodigy stands. Boom! The death arena. A fair duel, with life and death on the line. Yu Yao's words fell like a colossal stone into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring up towering waves. Everyone was utterly shocked by her audacious proposal. This was tantamount to driving someone to their doom. Ye Feng was merely at the mid-stage of the Qi Sea realm, while Yi Li was undoubtedly at the mid-stage of the Qi transformation realm. There lay a significant gap between their realms. How could this possibly be a fair fight? This so-called duel was clearly designed for Ye Feng to meet his end. The Holy Maiden's brilliance is unmatched. Yi Li was the first to regain his composure, a look of wild joy instantly illuminating his face as he hurriedly bowed to Yu Yao. He was utterly enamored with his Holy Maiden. This is akin to being offered a pillow when one is drowsy. He was troubled, seeking a legitimate opportunity to eliminate Ye Feng, when unexpectedly, the saintly maiden took the initiative to create one. On the life and death stage, he could employ any means necessary to mercilessly torture and kill Ye Feng, this worthless wretch. He intended to demonstrate to all who the true prodigy was. Elder Zhou Daohai stroked his beard with a smile, his gaze towards Yu Yao filled with admiration. Meanwhile, Lin Xianxia's delicate face turned as pale as paper in an instant. She rushed before Yu Yao, disregarding everything, and pleaded fervently, "Your Highness, this is unjust. Junior brother Ye Feng has only just stepped into the Qi Si realm, while Yi Li is already a formidable practitioner in the Qi transformation realm. This is not a fair duel." However, Yu Yao paid no heed to her words, her gaze quietly directed towards the boy, who had remained calm throughout. "Ye Feng, what say you?" she asked coolly. "Do you dare to accept the challenge?" Chapter 46, The Life and Death Stage. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, meeting Yu Yao's gaze, which seemed to penetrate the very soul, without a hint of hesitation. A chilling smile graced his lips. "Of course I dare." His voice was resolute, ringing with strength. Each word seemed to be squeezed from the depths of his wrath, imbued with a decade's worth of pent-up fury and icy, murderous intent. 10 years. He had awaited this moment far too long. From a moment he clawed his way out of the abyss of soul severance. He had endured relentless suffering as a waste body day and night, all for the day when he could personally trample Yi Li and Su Shui, the pair of wretched souls, underfoot, returning to them 100-fold, 1,000-fold, all they had inflicted upon him. Now, the opportunity lay before him. How could he possibly retreat? Boom! Ye Feng's response reverberated like thunder, exploding within the silent halls of the law enforcement hall. Are you mad? The mid-stage of the Qi Si realm. Battling a mid-stage Qi transformation practitioner? There exists an insurmountable chasm between these realms. What does he possess to fight with? Talents are often arrogant, but this transcends mere arrogance. It is a path to self-destruction. Did he think the life and death stage was a game? After a brief silence, the hall erupted into a cacophony of discussions, akin to a roaring tsunami. Nearly everyone regarded Ye Feng with expressions of bewilderment, mockery, and pity, perceiving his actions as no different from a moth to the flame, courting his own demise. Ha ha ha. Good, good, good. Unlike the astonishment of the crowd, Yi Li, after a fleeting moment of shock, burst into a frenzied, ecstatic laughter. He pointed at Ye Feng, his expression twisted and sinister with overwhelming excitement, eyes gleaming with malice and delight. Ye Feng, should I call you foolish? Or commend your commendable courage? You refuse the path to heaven and choose to barge into hell. Since you are so eager to meet your fate, I shall oblige you. He was troubled, desperately seeking an opportunity to eliminate Ye Feng in a fair manner, when unexpectedly, Ye Feng leaped into the grave of his own volition. Junior brother, no. Lin Qingxue grasped his arm, shaking her head in fervent protest. You cannot agree to this. It is a trap. He seeks to provoke you into your own demise. She would rather see Ye Feng stripped of his cultivation, imprisoned in a water dungeon, than allow him to face certain death on the stage of life and death against Yi Li, who had attained the energy transformation realm. Observing her anxious countenance, akin to a weeping pear blossom, warmth flooded Ye Feng's heart. He grasped her icy hand, gently patting the back of it, and spoke softly, "Senior sister, trust me." His voice was calm and steady, imbued with a reassuring strength. Lin Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, meeting the depths of Ye Feng's confident gaze, and for reasons unknown, her inner turmoil began to miraculously subside. Yu Yao witnessed this exchange, and a flicker of an unrecognized brilliance shone in her cold, starry eyes. This man, in the face of a vast disparity in realms and a battle for life and death, exhibited not an ounce of fear, but rather an indomitable fighting spirit. This audacity and self-assurance were qualities not possessed by the ordinary. Her regard for Ye Feng inevitably elevated several notches. Very well. Yu Yao inclined her head slightly, her cool voice cutting through the murmurs. Since both of you have consented, let's set a date. Her gaze swept over Yi Li as she coolly declared, "The timing shall be determined by you. I shall personally be present to arbitrate your duel." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of malicious cunning flashed in Yi Li's eyes as he eagerly interjected, his tone dripping with unmasked sarcasm and malevolence. Since cousin Ye Feng is so eager to prove himself as his older cousin, it is only fitting that I oblige him. He paused, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth, enunciating each word with deliberation. I propose 3 days hence. How does that sound? Boom! The hall erupted into chaos at his pronouncement. 3 days? How cruel! This was clearly a ploy to deny Ye Feng any opportunity for preparation or respite. It was over. There was no suspense left. 3 days hence would spell Ye Feng's demise. 3 days. Ye Feng had no chance of victory. Yet, just as everyone anticipated Ye Feng's fury and rejection, he smiled, a smile that was cold and mocking. He regarded Yi Li's triumphant expression as one might view a petty clown. 3 days? He slowly shook his head. Seeing this, Yi Li mistook his demeanor for fear, his derision intensifying. What? Are you afraid? Not daring to accept? If you kneel before me now, perhaps I might consider it. No, Ye Feng interrupted him, his voice steady and calm. What I mean is, 3 days is far too long. Why should it take 3 days to kill this dog? Tomorrow will suffice. What? Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the atmosphere. If Ye Feng's prior agreement to a life-and-death duel was deemed madness, then his audacious decision to compress the timeline to a mere day was sheer lunacy. Everyone stood aghast, their minds blank, utterly incapable of comprehending Ye Feng's actions. Even Yu Yao, whose exquisite beauty had been frozen for millennia, displayed a rare flicker of astonishment. She had envisioned Ye Feng agreeing or bargaining, but never did she anticipate that he would voluntarily shorten the already pressing deadline. What audacity does this man possess? Yi Li's smile instantly froze on his face. He felt as though he had struck a punch into cotton. All his schemes and humiliations had transformed into mere jest in light of Ye Feng's outrageous response. A wave of indignation surged within him, a sense of being mocked. Very well. Yi Li, in a fit of rage, laughed maniacally, his visage contorted as he bellowed. Tomorrow it is. Ye Feng, I shall witness how you maintain your bravado upon the stage of life and death. At noon tomorrow, I shall await your arrival to meet your demise. He could hardly contain his anticipation to see Ye Feng, crushed inch by inch, kneeling in agony and despair. All right. Yu Yao regarded Ye Feng intently before she spoke again, her voice cold and authoritative. Since you two have established this life and death pact, we shall set aside today's matters for the time being. She turned to look at Li Xiantong, seated in the main position, her starry eyes exuding an undeniable pressure. Elder Xiantong, what say you to this course of action? Although Elderly felt that such a decision compromised the fairness of the law enforcement hall, unable to defy the Saintess's wishes and lacking direct evidence, had no choice but to acquiesce, as the Saintess has decreed. With that, Li Xiantong rose and departed from the law enforcement hall. Elder Zhou Daohai, upon hearing this, curled his lips into a chilling smile, casting a deep glance at Ye Feng, his gaze akin to that of a spectator observing a corpse. Subsequently, he followed Li Xiantong out of the grand hall. Very well. Yu Yao nodded, seemingly unperturbed by the outcome. She cast one last look at the tense Ye Feng and Yi Li, her cold voice resonating throughout the hall. Thus, we shall meet at the stage of life and death tomorrow at noon. As her words echoed, she glanced at Ye Feng with complex emotions, and then her enchanting figure transformed into a radiant beam of moonlight, vanishing in an instant as if she had never been there. With her departure, the terrifying pressure that had enveloped the hearts of the onlookers dissipated like mist. You useless wretch, enjoy your final day. Yi Li left Ye Feng with a venomous curse. Then, amidst the throng of inner disciples, he departed with a triumphant laugh. Soon, the originally oppressive and gloomy hall of law enforcement was left with only Ye Feng and Lin Qingxue. Junior brother, you are too impulsive. Lin Qingxue could no longer contain herself, collapsing into Ye Feng's embrace, her voice tinged with tears as her delicate fists repeatedly pounded against his sturdy chest. Ye Feng allowed her to vent, gently holding her, an expression of regret and tenderness flickering in his eyes. After a long while, he finally spoke softly. Sister, do not worry, I will not perish. Not only will I survive, but I shall also reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to me. He lifted his gaze, his eyes piercing through the dome of the hall, looking towards the vast sky, where a fervent battle spirit and boundless killing intent burned brightly in his profound gaze. Chapter 47, Blood of Fury. Lin Qingxue, nestled in Ye Feng's arms, trembled slightly, her tears soaking his shirt. She raised her rain-soaked face, her beautiful eyes filled with concern and confusion. Junior brother, I know you are strong, but Yi Li is an adept at the mid-stage of the Qi transformation realm, while you have just broken through to the mid-stage of the Qi Sea realm. The chasm between your realms is insurmountable. How can you possibly contend with him? In Lin Qingxue's simple understanding, the disparity in realms was akin to an uncrossable chasm, one that cannot be bridged by talent or courage. Seeing her anxious expression warmed Ye Feng's heart. He raised his hand and gently wiped away her tears, his deep-set eyes shimmering with unwavering confidence. Sister, have faith in me. His voice was calm and steady, imbued with a reassuring strength. The dragon Yang true blood flowing within Yi Li is my own. I understand it better than anyone else and know precisely how to defeat it. Ye Feng's gaze suddenly sharpened, as if it could pierce through the void. No matter what, I shall not lose. Feeling the undeniable dominance and determination in his words, Lin Qingyang was momentarily taken aback, unwittingly touched by his powerful confidence, her inner turmoil settling considerably. Meanwhile, the news of Ye Feng's life and death agreement with Yi Li spread like wildfire, astonishingly swift, reaching every corner of the Taishan sect within the span of just half a day. A single stone stirred 1,000 waves, whether among the outer sect, inner sect, or those elusive core disciples. Everyone was thoroughly ignited by this revelation. Have you heard? That newcomer Ye Feng, who struck the Taishan bell 10 times, is set to face the inner sect prodigy Yi Li on the life and death platform. What? I must not have heard correctly. A mid-stage Qi practitioner challenging a mid-stage Qi transformation adept? Has he lost his mind? What difference does that make to courting death? Not just courting death. I heard he even took the initiative to shorten the time from 3 days to 1. It's utterly audacious. I dare say he won't last more than 10 breaths on the life and death platform tomorrow. Geniuses are often arrogant, but I have never encountered such reckless folly. A fool courting his own demise. What a waste of that unparalleled talent that struck the Taishan bell 10 times. In an instant, the sect was abuzz with discussions. Mockery, disdain, pity, and schadenfreude echoed incessantly. Yet without exception, no one held any hopes for Ye Feng. This was not mere, it had transformed into a spectacle of grand farce. Even several elders from the inner sect were stirred by the event, clandestinely setting up bets on who would ultimately triumph. Vegur on Yidi. 5,000 spirit stones. This is undoubtedly a match devoid of suspense. Ha ha, Elder Wang, you are being rather stingy. Ishad wager 10,000. Yid Ishad sureli pirevaid. Is there even a need to bet? If Ye Feng wins, I will eat this table. I too shall bet on Yi Li. 2,000 spirit stones. The elders exchanged jovial banter, nearly placing all their bets on Yi Li. To them, it was akin to free spirit stones. In an instant, Ye Feng's challenge to Yi Li had become the greatest joke within the entire Taishan sect. Within the inner sect, in a cave suffused with spiritual energy, Elder Zhou Daohai sat solemnly upon a mat. Before him stood Yi Li, bearing a respectful demeanor, yet unable to conceal his excitement and pride. Yi Li, Zhou Daohai began, his voice hoarse and somber. I must ask you about the dragon Yang true blood. What exactly is its origin? At this inquiry, Yi Li's heart lurched, his smile faltering instantly. Yet he feigned calmness and bowed, respectfully reporting to Master. The dragon Yang true blood is a bloodline innate to the disciple, absolutely without falsehood. Humph. Zhou Daohai's eyes snapped open, a piercing light erupting from them, akin to a sword thrusting towards Yi Li's heart. How long do you intend to deceive me? His voice rose sharply, infused with a palpable anger. Over the past decade, how many supreme Yang herbs have you consumed to barely maintain the bloodline's function and suppress its backlash? Do you truly take me for a fool? Boom! Upon these words, it was as if thunder erupted in Yi Li's mind. His complexion drained of color, his legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. His eyes filled with boundless fear and horror. He never anticipated that his most deeply concealed secret had long been deciphered by his master. Master, you already know. His voice trembled, cold sweat instantly saturating his back. Indeed, Zhou Daohai snorted coldly, looking down at him with unmasked disappointment and disdain. Yet in the next moment, his tone shifted to one of chilling severity. However, I do not care how your bloodline came to be. What matters is that you're my disciple, Zhou Daohai. In tomorrow's battle, you are only permitted to win, not lose. Otherwise, not only will you suffer, but my reputation will also be tarnished. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Yi Li was momentarily stunned, only for a surge of euphoric relief to wash over him. He prostrated himself fervently, his voice trembling with excitement as he exclaimed, "Disciple understands. Disciple understands. In the battle of tomorrow, my disciple shall ensure that Ye Feng meets a gruesome end, preserving the esteemed reputation of my master." Very well. Zhou Daohai's expression softened slightly. His eyes narrowed, seemingly pondering something, as he slowly retrieved a crimson jade vial from his storage ring and tossed it before Yi Li. This is a high-grade mystic elixir, the blood frenzy pill, obtained by my master in his early years. This pill possesses explosive properties. Once ingested, it can momentarily ignite one's essence blood, forcibly elevating one's cultivation by an entire realm. Although it will induce weakness for several months afterward, it is sufficient to ensure survival and retaliate at a critical moment. Zhou Daohai's voice dripped with cold menace. In tomorrow's battle, should you possess absolute confidence, there's no need to utilize this pill. However, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, his eyes flashed with murderous intent. Immediately consume this elixir. What I desire is not the process, but the outcome. I want him dead. Yili gazed at the pill, exuding a ferocious aura on the ground, the fear on his face having long since been replaced by boundless ecstasy and a fierce grin. The blood frenzy pill, an abrupt elevation by an entire realm. That means the transcendence realm. This is, without a doubt, a perfect trump card tailored for him. With this pill, he would possess absolute certainty, let alone a mere Qi realm opponent. Even a true transcendence realm expert would be within his reach. Ye Feng, what do you have to contest against me? Thank you, master, for bestowing this pill. Yili cherished the jade vial as though it were treasure, bowing deeply once more. His voice slightly distorted with overwhelming excitement. Rest assured, master, at noon tomorrow, on the life and death platform, I will ensure that Ye Feng finds himself in a position where he cannot seek life or death. He will learn that opposing me, Yili, is the gravest mistake of his life. He could already envision, on the morrow's life and death platform, Ye Feng crushed inch by inch, kneeling in agony, howling in despair. And he, under the gaze of the multitude, would forever trample this waste who dared to provoke him. Chapter 48, A Decade of Obsession. At Xiandao Peak, the night was as cool as water. The moonlight cascaded down, cloaking the tranquil mountain in a layer of silvery frost. Within an isolated courtyard at the summit, Ye Feng sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly shut, surrounded by a faint golden aura of vitality, resembling an ancient beast in slumber, breathing steadily and profoundly. However, within his seemingly tranquil consciousness, tumultuous waves were surging. 10 years ago, at the bloodstained cliffs of the soul-severing valley, Ye Feng, your bloodline and the position of the young clan leader belong to me. Suxuya, from this day forth, she shall be mine. Rest in peace. The hypocritical and sinister face of Yili, along with his triumphant laughter echoing as he stood upon his chest, seemed to resonate in his ears. Liga, take this. Quickly dispose of this waste. Su Shuer's cold and unfeeling gaze, as though regarding a lifeless object, pierced through him as she handed over the bizarre crystal containing his true dragon blood to Yili, her decisiveness and indifference carving into his heart like the sharpest of blades. The so-called clan elders and those aristocrats from Qingyang City, who once greeted him with smiles, revealed their avaricious and malevolent visages at that moment. Ultimately, it was the treacherous dagger thrust by his subordinate Yi Lu that delivered the fatal blow. Betrayal, excruciating pain, resentment, and despair. An array of negative emotions clung to him like parasites for a decade. Boom! Ye Feng tightened his fist, the knuckles whitening from the exertion, producing a series of sharp cracking sounds. An oppressive and chilling aura of murderous intent erupted uncontrollably from within him, causing the air around to seem to solidify. The temperature plummeting. Yili, Su Yuer. Ye Feng's eyes snapped open, revealing depths devoid of warmth, only a piercing coldness emanating from his gaze. 10 years. He had awaited this day for a full decade. Tomorrow, on the life and death platform, he would personally shatter Yili, the mastermind who had stolen his lineage and endangered his life. And then there was the Dragon Emperor seal left by his mother. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, recalling the treasure that Yili had seized alongside everything else, said to be the only precious heirloom from his mother. In his youth, he had not grasped its significance, merely considering it an ordinary memento. Yet, from the avaricious glances of Yi Li and Su Shuer, he understood that this item was anything but trivial. This time, he would reclaim it all. However, Ye Feng furrowed his brow, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. During his time at the Taishan sect, he had encountered Yi Li but had yet to glean any information regarding Su Shuer. Logically, since Su Shuer had conspired with Yi Li, and he had entered the sect with the Taishan order, she would surely have found a way to follow him. Where then was this cunning woman, who would stop at nothing to ascend? Forget it. Ye Feng slowly exhaled a breath of frustration, a flash of murderous intent crossing his eyes. No matter where you are, once I incapacitate Yi Li on the life and death platform tomorrow, I shall force him to reveal your whereabouts. He was certain that Yi Li knew. With that thought, Ye Feng's emotions began to stabilize. Another figure, delicate yet resolute, involuntarily surfaced in his mind. His senior sister. Recalling Lin Qingxue's brave stance in the law enforcement hall, where she had risked her safety to testify on his behalf, a flicker of warmth coursed through his once cold heart. At this moment, she must be anxiously fretting over his impending battle for survival. This loyalty he would remember. Then, unbidden, another striking visage, captivating and ethereal, intruded upon his thoughts. Yu Yao, the holy maiden of Taishan sect. Ye Feng's expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. Who could have imagined that deep within the fiery volcanic mountain range that night, the woman who had been afflicted by the potent Hahuan powder, with whom he had engaged in a tumultuous embrace, and who, upon awakening, was consumed by a mix of shame and fury, brandishing a sword with intent to slay him, was none other than the exalted and elusive saintess of the Taishan sect, reflecting on the passionate chaos of the previous night within the cave. In a moment today, in the law enforcement hall, when their gazes met, her face ablaze with exquisite beauty and her eyes betraying a flurry of emotions. Ye Feng could not help but chuckle softly. How amusing. Yet, today's events were largely attributed to her. Had it not been for her domineering intervention, forcefully suppressing the matter with a life and death duel agreement, he might have truly found himself ensnared by the cunning of those two old foxes, Yi Li and Zhou Dao Hai. Within the law enforcement hall, his favor must be duly noted. With a deep breath, Ye Feng expelled all distracting thoughts from his mind, his gaze sharpening with renewed determination. Pondering further would serve no purpose. In this world where strength reigns supreme, only absolute power is the foundation of existence, the essence of vengeance and camaraderie. He would allow no room for error in the impending battle. Dragon's tyrant body technique. Ye Feng silently chanted within, relinquishing restraint and pushing his cultivation to its utmost limits. Boom! A surge of golden vitality, magnified several-fold, erupted within him like an awakening ancient dragon. Beneath his skin, it felt as though countless golden serpents danced wildly, as muscles, bones, meridians, and internal organs resonated under the weight of this unparalleled force, producing a thunderous roar of strain. Within the courtyard, a tempest brewed, centered around Ye Feng. A colossal vortex of spiritual energy formed, drawing in the ambient essence of heaven and earth within a 100-meter radius, as if he were a voracious beast. At that moment, his dantian churned violently, expanding, the already maxed-out true qi, now augmented by the overwhelming potency of the medicinal herbs and the newly influxed spiritual energy, grew increasingly refined and pure, as if on the verge of bursting forth into an even vaster realm. Break for me, Ye Feng commanded fiercely within, channeling this amassed force toward the invisible barrier of the realm, launching the most ferocious assault. Boom! 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 A series of thunderous detonations erupted from within him. Each impact jolted his body violently, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet the fervor and madness in his eyes only intensified. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. Crack! A sound reminiscent of a fragile eggshell shattering finally resonated within him. The seemingly indestructible barrier crumbled before the overwhelming might of the dragon's tyrant body technique. With a resounding roar, an aura of terrifying power, far surpassing its previous intensity, erupted from Ye Feng, shooting skyward like a volcanic eruption, piercing through the clouds. His dantian, which had already reached its limits, expanded once more, nearly doubling in size. Within the sea of qi, the liquefied vital energy surged relentlessly, coalescing like mercury, shimmering with a resplendent pale golden hue, brimming with explosive power. The late stage of the qi sea realm. It is accomplished. Ye Feng abruptly opened his eyes. Two beams of golden divine light, as tangible as reality, shot forth from his gaze, piercing through two holes in a nearby rockery. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, which solidified into sharp arrows, leaving a long white trail across the night sky, lingering for an extended moment. Feeling the unprecedented surge of power within him, the corners of Ye Feng's mouth finally curled into a cold and confident arc. With his breakthrough into the late stage of the Qi Sea realm, the potency of his vital energy had multiplied several times beyond its previous might. Against Ye, who stood at the mid-stage of the Qi transformation realm, his odds of victory had increased significantly. At this moment, the eastern horizon had already begun to glow with a hint of dawn. The day of the duel had arrived. The sun had risen. On this day, The entire Taishan sect was engulfed in an unprecedented fervor and excitement. Countless disciples, whether from the outer or inner sects, including the core disciples who usually immerse themselves in secluded cultivation, emerged from their respective abodes and peaks, converging toward a singular destination. That was the life and death platform. Towering atop the war god peak, the novice disciple Ye Feng challenged the intersect prodigy Ye Li. Midstage of the Qi realm faced off against midstage of the Qi transformation realm. The unparalleled prodigy, who had struck the Tai Xian bell 10 times, would contend against the renowned bloodline prodigy. Furthermore, the holy maiden Yu Yao would personally oversee the event. This battle had transcended a mere personal vendetta, gripping the nerves of all and transforming into a grand spectacle that attracted universal attention. Countless disciples yearned to witness with their own eyes how the audacious Ye Feng, daring to challenge Ye Li with a significant disparity in realms, would meet a tragic fate upon the life and death platform. They also wished to see what ruthless methods Ye Li would employ to uphold his dignity as an intersect prodigy. The entire Taishan sect was in a festive uproar, a cacophony of voices echoing vibrantly. At Xiandao Peak, within the courtyard, Ye Feng gradually rose to his feet. A night of cultivation and breakthrough had not left him fatigued in the slightest. Rather, he felt invigorated, his fighting spirit soaring. He raised his head, his gaze piercing through the clouds towards the direction of the war god peak, his deep-set eyes cold and filled with murderous intent. Ye Li, I am coming. Today, upon the life and death platform, only your demise awaits. Chapter 49, on the life and death platform. War god peak. This peak is the most magnificent and perilous among the 12 main peaks of the Taishan sect, its entire body a dark crimson, as if soaked in the blood of countless deities and demons, perpetually emanating an aura of solemnity and iron-blooded warfare. Atop the peak stood an enormous black stone platform, the life and death platform. Today, this stone platform, symbolizing the ultimate resolution of grievances within the Taishan sect, became the sole focus of the entire sect. As dawn breaks, the area surrounding the war god peak teems with an ocean of humanity, a veritable throng. Thousands of disciples from the Taishan sect, hailing from both outer and inner circles, as well as from the rare and hidden realms, pour forth, encircling the colossal life and death arena, creating an overwhelming sea of black, their voices rising to the heavens. The crowd is immense. In all my years, I have never witnessed such a spectacle at War God Peak. Indeed, who wouldn't wish to witness the unparalleled prodigy who strikes the Tai Xian bell 10 times face off against the renowned intersect genius? Brother Ye, such a monumental gamble is a sight to behold. Witness what you ask. Witness how that fool named Ye Feng meets his demise. A late-stage Qi cultivator daring to challenge a mid-stage Qi transformation practitioner. Who does he think he is? A celestial descending from the heavens? Arrogant and deluded. He is courting his own end. What a waste of such extraordinary talent. Within the crowd, voices of speculation, ridicule, and schadenfreude intertwine into a cacophonous tide. Hardly anyone harbors hopes for Ye Feng. To them, this is not a duel but a one-sided slaughter, a farce destined to conclude in tragedy. In a corner of the throng, Lin Xianxia's delicate face turns pale, her fingers gripping her garment tightly, her beautiful eyes fixated on the empty life and death arena. Her palms slick with anxious sweat. The air around her is thick with derision and disdain for Ye Feng, each taunt piercing her heart like a needle. You must win, dear junior brother. She silently prays again and again for the figure who occupies her thoughts. Upon the life and death arena, two figures have long since arrived, standing with arms behind their backs, relishing the attention of the multitude. It is Ye Li and his master, Elder Zhou Daohai. Elder Zhou's countenance is dark, his eyes closed in meditation, seemingly indifferent to all around him. Yet the occasional chill that emanates from him causes the air to thicken. In stark contrast, Ye Li, adorned in the luxurious robes of an intersect disciple, bears a handsome visage, his lips curled into a confident, arrogant smirk. He surveys the crowd below, feeling the weight of countless gazes filled with reverence and admiration, and his vanity swells with satisfaction. His eyes narrow, and he chuckles coldly to himself. Ye Feng, you worthless fool. Today, under the gaze of the multitude, I shall utterly crush you, making you aware of who the true prodigy is. With a cultivation level that already eclipses Ye Feng's and the support of the powerful blood fury pill bestowed by his master, he views today's battle as a foregone conclusion, devoid of suspense. His desire extends beyond mere victory. He yearns to inflict the most brutal and sanguinary torment upon Ye Feng, to satiate his pent-up resentment. As noon approaches, the sun blazing high in the sky, Ye Feng's figure remains conspicuously absent. The murmurs from the crowd begin to take on a different tone. What is happening? It is nearly noon. Yet Ye Feng has yet to arrive. Could it be that he is afraid, too cowardly to show up? It must be so. Yesterday, in the law enforcement hall, emboldened by the support of the saintess, he dared to utter arrogant words. Now, as he faces the life and death stage, it is likely that he has already soiled his trousers in fear, hiding in a corner and trembling. I told you so. He is merely a worthless blusterer. Upon hearing such discussions, Ye Li's smile grew increasingly arrogant and smug. Clearing his throat and gathering his energy, his voice resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the entire war god peak. Ye Feng, you cowardly turtle, who only hides behind women. What happened to your bravado from yesterday? Are you afraid to show your face today? Very well. If you come out now, kneel before me, admit your mistakes, and cripple your own cultivation, perhaps I might show you mercy and spare your wretched life. His voice dripped with unabashed mockery and humiliation, provoking a roar of laughter from the crowd below. Elder Zhou Daohai, upon hearing this, couldn't he help but smirk with satisfaction. However, just as Ye Li's words fell, and everyone assumed Ye Feng truly lacked the courage to appear, a cold, indifferent voice, imbued with an overwhelming dominance, resonated as if descending from the heavens, clearly reaching every ear. Who says I did not dare to come? Before the words faded, a golden streak of light, akin to a lightning bolt tearing through the sky, suddenly shot forth from the distant horizon. Its speed was astonishing. The crowd barely registered a flash before the light had traversed hundreds of feet, landing heavily upon the massive life and death stage. Boom! The entire stage trembled violently. A tall and imposing figure, resembling a deity or demon, stood proudly at the center of the stone platform. With long black hair cascading down, a stern visage, and deep, tranquil eyes that seemed to harbor a sea of corpses and blood, a chilling murderous intent emanated from him, causing all who met his gaze to shiver as if plunged into an icy abyss. It was Ye Feng. He had arrived. At the moment of his appearance, the previously cacophonous discussions on War God Peak fell into an immediate hush. All eyes were fixed upon that overwhelmingly powerful figure, their faces etched with disbelief and astonishment. He truly dared to come. Such speed, such formidable presence. Is this the late stage of the Qi Si realm? In just a day, he has broken through to the late stage of the Qi Si realm. Below, Lin Xianxia felt her heart finally settle upon seeing Ye Feng's figure, but soon a deeper worry took its place, her beautiful eyes unable to tear themselves away from him. Meanwhile, atop the life and death stage, Ye Li's arrogant smile froze instantly. He felt as though he had been soundly slapped in public, his face burning. Just a moment ago, he had mocked Ye Feng as a coward, and now, that very individual had made such a grand entrance. A wave of shame and anger surged within him. Ye Li suinted, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Ye Feng, squeezing out a few words through clenched teeth. You finally dare to seek death. Seek death? Ye Feng merely cast a disdainful glance at him, his expression resembling that of one observing a lifeless corpse, filled with contempt and pity. Just as tensions escalated and a fierce battle seemed imminent, a sudden ethereal sound resonated through the heavens and the earth, akin to a celestial maiden playing a guqin amidst the clouds. In an instant, a silvery moonlight, pure and radiant as flowing water, cascaded from the heavens, enveloping the entire life and death arena. Countless translucent droplets, exuding a faint, delicate fragrance, appeared out of thin air, falling gracefully like a gentle rain. At that moment, the entire battle god peak transformed into a dreamlike paradise. Heavens! It is the Holy Maiden. The Holy Maiden has arrived. Below the stage, all disciples erupted in fervor, their faces alight with admiration and zeal. Amidst the cascading light, a breathtaking figure descended slowly from the clouds, stepping lightly on the moonlight. She wore an immaculate moon-white gown, untouched by dust, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, dancing lightly in the wind. Her skin was fair as snow, seemingly sculpted from the finest mutton-fat jade, flawless in every regard. Her beauty was breathtaking, exuding an air of cold nobility, as if she were the celestial goddess descending from the ninth heaven, untouched by the mundane world. Her pair of cold, starry eyes swept indifferently over the crowd, as if not a single thing in this world could stir a ripple in her gaze. With her arrival, the temperature on the battle god peak seemed to drop several degrees, and everyone's heartbeat faltered in that moment. The holy maiden of the Taishan sect, Yu Yao. She silently landed on one corner of the life and death arena, her cold eyes scanning the entire scene without a trace of emotion. Pausing for an almost imperceptible moment on Ye Feng. Within the depths of her icy gaze, a flicker of complex emotion flashed. Shame, curiosity, and a hint of concern that even she herself had not recognized. But soon, that was replaced by a deeper chill. Ye Feng felt her gaze upon, and a ripple stirred within his heart, unbidden memories of the wild scenes in the cave flooding his mind. He touched his nose and subtly averted his gaze. Yu Yao retracted her eyes as if nothing had occurred, her cold and authoritative voice resonating throughout the arena. Today, Ye Feng and Yi Li ascend the life and death arena to settle their grievances. This battle shall be witnessed by me. She paused, her cold starry eyes sweeping once more over the two on the stage, her voice suddenly turning icy and piercing. On the life and death arena, each shall accept their fate. No one is permitted to intervene. Anyone who dares to defy this will face death without mercy. As her final word echoed, a terrifying pressure, potent enough to distort the very fabric of space, erupted with a thunderous roar, instantly enveloping the entire battle god peak. Everyone felt as though an ancient divine mountain had been placed upon their hearts, making each breath a monumental struggle. Even Elder Zhou Daohai's expression shifted slightly, and a deep sense of trepidation flickered in his eyes. The strength of Yu Yao was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. Upon announcing the rules, Yu Yao slowly raised her jade hand, her voice devoid of any emotion. The hour has come. The battle of life and death begins. Chapter 50. Is this all you are capable of? Yu Yao's icy voice, akin to that of a celestial being, resounded like thunder atop the war god peak. Before her words had fully dissipated, Leaf Wind prepared to die. Leafly could no longer suppress the violent, murderous intent surging within him, unleashing a savage roar. Boom! The formidable power of the mid-stage Qi transformation realm erupted without restraint. A wave of scorching, violent energy surged forth from him, radiating in all directions and causing the temperature of the life and death platform to soar dramatically. His true energy surged, faintly coalescing into crimson flames. A manifestation of the Dragon Yang true blood pushed to its zenith. Dragon Yang Blazing Baum. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Leafly's eyes as he stepped forward, causing the massive life and death platform to tremble violently. His right hand formed a palm, and within it, a swirling mass of crimson flames gathered frantically, ultimately transforming into a gigantic flaming hand several feet in size, bearing a terrifying power capable of scorching mountains and boiling seas as it descended upon Leaf Wind. This strike was swift, precise, and ruthless. It offered Leaf Wind no opportunity to react, evidently aiming to severely injure him with a single blow or even eliminate him outright. Faced with this earth-shattering strike, Leaf Wind narrowed his eyes, yet his demeanor remained calm. He stood his ground, neither dodging nor evading, and merely raised his right fist slowly, cracking Mountain Fist. With a low shout, he propelled his true energy to its utmost limit in the late stage of the Qi realm, golden vitality entwining around his fist. Lacking the ostentatious flair of Leaf Li's attack, it nonetheless contained a weighty, indomitable force that could shatter anything. In the next instant, boom! The golden fist energy clashed violently with the enormous crimson, flaming palm before the gaze of countless spectators. A deafening roar reverberated across the entire war god peak. The explosive wave of energy surged outward like a tsunami, fracturing the already solid life and death platform with numerous fine cracks. Those disciples standing nearby were thrown into disarray by the force, their faces awash with horror. Amidst the swirling dust, the two figures separated upon impact. Thud, thud, thud. Leaf Wind staggered back 3 large steps, each foot leaving a deep imprint on the hard stone platform as he steadied himself. His right fist, enveloped in golden vitality, trembled slightly, and a trace of blood even emerged from his tigeress mouth. In contrast, Leafly merely swayed slightly, yet stood firmly in place. A hint of playful mockery and triumph gracing his features. Just one clash, and Leaf Wind had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. I told you so. The Qi realm is merely the Qi realm. What does it matter if one breaks through to the late stage? Before Leafly, who is in the Qi transformation realm, he is utterly defenseless. Is there even a need to say this? The disparity in realms is akin to a chasm. That Ye Feng, able to withstand this blow and yet remain alive, is already a testament to his prowess. Ha ha! It seems this farcical spectacle shall soon reach its conclusion. I can almost envision him, crushed inch by brother Yi Li, begging for mercy in a pitiful state. Below the stage, after a brief moment of shock, a cacophony of mockery and discussion erupted like a roaring tsunami. Almost everyone was convinced that Ye Feng's defeat was inevitable. Junior brother. In the crowd, Lin Xianxia, witnessing Ye Feng's injury, felt her heart tighten in an instant, her fair face pale as a sheet. Her delicate hands gripping the fabric of her clothing so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Useless. This epitomizes the gulf between us. On the death arena, Yi Li looked down upon Ye Feng from his elevated position, the derision on his face intensifying. Do you think that after breaking through to the late stage of the Qi realm, you are qualified to battle me? What delusion! Today I shall allow you, this frog at the bottom of the well, to truly witness what real power is. As his words fell, he charged forward once more, his assault akin to a tempest. Delivering palm strikes followed by punches, each blow infused with the searing power of Dragon Yang's true blood, relentless in its intent to completely obliterate Ye Feng. Bang! Bang! Boom! In an instant, the entire arena resonated with the deafening roar of chaotic energy. Ye Feng's figure appeared utterly beleaguered beneath Yi Li's ferocious onslaught, continuously retreating and blocking, akin to a frail boat amid tumultuous waves, on the verge of capsizing at any moment. Ha ha ha! Useless! Weren't you quite arrogant? Why do you now resemble a beaten dog? Only knowing how to evade? Yi Li, amidst his frenzied assault, laughed heartily, his words dripping with humiliation, as if he sought to unleash a decade's worth of jealousy and resentment in one fell swoop. He felt triumphant, convinced that victory was already within his grasp. He had even begun to contemplate the most cruel methods to slowly torment Ye Feng to death, ensuring that the disciples below, particularly the Saintess Yu Yao, would recognize who the true prodigy was. The spectators below could only shake their heads in disbelief, their faces reflecting disdain and pity. Even Elder Zhou Daohai, seated among the elders, stroked his long beard, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. However, just as everyone believed the outcome was certain, as Yi Li's offensive reached its zenith, poised to deliver a decisive blow to end this farce, the seemingly beaten and beleaguered Ye Feng abruptly halted his retreat. He slowly lifted his head, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his deep-set eyes devoid of any fear or panic, instead gleaming with a chilling and peculiar derision. Is this all you've got? His voice, though soft, resonated clearly across the entire arena. After stealing my bloodline for 10 years, this is all you've managed to learn? This trifling skill? What? Ye Lise movements froze abruptly, a flicker of astonishment and rage crossing his eyes. Even when death loomed, he dared to defy. Noisy. Ye Feng's gaze suddenly turned icy. In the next moment, he no longer suppressed himself. A roar, reminiscent of the primordial echo of a dragon, erupted violently from within him, resonating through the heavens. Boom! En overwhelming, tenfold more powerful than before, surged forth from Ye Feng, akin to an awakening ancient dragon, soaring into the sky. A resplendent golden radiance burst forth from his being, enveloping him entirely, as if he were a war god descending into the mortal realm. Beneath his skin, streams of golden dragon-shaped energy coursed wildly, while his muscles and bones groaned under the immense burden, an unparalleled and oppressive force, seemingly capable of crushing all existence, instantaneously enveloped the entire life and death arena. The frenzied dragon's dominance. A full-scale eruption. What is this? The manic grin on Yi Li's face instantly froze, replaced by boundless horror and disbelief. Under this terrifying pressure, he felt the dragon's true blood within him quiver uncontrollably, trembling in fear, as if confronted by a nemesis, a true sovereign. Impossible. Ye Li's heart was tumultuous, and he let out a terrified scream. It is my turn now. Ye Feng's voice was as cold as the ice of the abyss, devoid of any emotion. Before his words had fully dissipated, his figure abruptly vanished from sight. So fast. Ye Li's pupils constricted, sensing a lethal crisis loom over him in an instant. He didn't even have time to react. The frenzied dragon's dominant fist. Ye Feng's figure appeared spectrally before Ye Li, his fist enveloped in golden radiance. Executed with no extravagant moves, but rather a simple and unadorned strike. Bang! This punch landed squarely upon the protective true energy that Ye Li had hastily conjured. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. Ye Li's protective true energy, capable of withstanding the full force of a typical Qi transformation realm cultivator, crumbled instantly before Ye Feng's unmatched might. As if made of paper, puffed. Ye Li was struck hard, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, his body flying back like a broken kite, crashing heavily on the edge of the life and death arena, creating a vast human-shaped dent in the solid stone platform. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the scene. The thunderous discussions and mockery that had filled the war god peak came to an abrupt halt at this moment. Thousands of disciples stood agape. Their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside, as if witnessing some fantastical tale. Just a second ago, Ye Feng had been at a disadvantage. In the next moment, he had sent the mid-Qi transformation realm, Ye Li, flying with a single punch. How is this possible? Did I not see correctly? Brother Ye Li was actually struck to the point of vomiting blood? What transpired? What was that golden radiance just now? Such a terrifying pressure. The tide has turned. The battle was utterly reversed. After a brief moment of silence, the crowd erupted with fervor, utterly astonished by the dramatic scene that unfolded before them. Lin Xianxia, overwhelmed with excitement, covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes shimmering with tears, filled with ecstasy and disbelief. Chapter 51. The Useless Forever Useless. At the elder's seat, Zhou Daohai's somber visage instantly turned pale, his fists clenched tightly beneath his sleeves, producing a series of sharp cracking sounds. The other elders exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes brimming with shock. Just moments ago, they had been laughing and confidently asserting that Ye Feng would undoubtedly fail, even going so far as to establish a betting pool, wagering all their fortunes on Ye Li. Yet, this scene before them struck like a resounding slap across their faces. The pain searing. How could this be possible? An elder exclaimed in disbelief, his voice quivering. Wasn't Ye Feng at the late stage of the Qi realm? How could he have severely injured Ye Li, who was in the mid-stage of the Qi transformation realm, with a single punch? This defied all logic. Zhou Daohai's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold glint flickering in his gaze. He fixed his stare on the figure illuminated by golden light on the stage, a tumult of emotions surging within him. Others might not perceive it, but he could distinctly sense the overwhelming and tyrannical power contained within Ye Feng's punch, as if it transcended all other forces. Before that power, Ye Li's pride, the true blood of the Dragon Yang, was like a subject before an emperor, utterly subdued with no means to retaliate. Damn it, what fortuitous event has Ye Feng encountered? Zhou Daohai thought bitterly, his expression darkening to the point of near dripping with malice. Meanwhile, at another corner of the life and death stage, the ethereal beauty, Yu Yao, observed with her eternally icy starry eyes, which rarely displayed any emotion, now rippling with a hint of surprise. Even with her vast experience and composure, she could not help but feel a tremor of shock. She had witnessed countless prodigies and had even suppressed so-called monsters herself. But to strike down a mid-stage expert of the Qi transformation realm with a single punch while being at the late stage of the Qi realm, such terrifying combat prowess that spanned an entire realm, was something she had never heard of nor seen before. What other secrets does this individual conceal? Yu Yao's lips pursed slightly as she gazed at Ye Feng's upright silhouette, her expression growing increasingly complex, her curiosity nearly overshadowing her feelings of embarrassment and indignation. With a soft thud, Ye Li struggled to rise from the indentation he had created in the ground, spitting out another mouthful of blood that stained the earth crimson. His disheveled hair framed a face marred by despair, the once opulent robe now tattered, and a large portion of his chest caved in, with countless ribs likely broken, presenting a truly pitiful sight. Yet, more unbearable than the physical agony was the boundless humiliation and resentment that gnawed at his very soul. He lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes fixated fiercely on the figure that resembled a deity, his countenance contorted with extreme rage and jealousy, appearing utterly grotesque. Why? He let out a hoarse and frenzied roar, filled with bitterness. 10 years ago, I was beneath you in every regard. Yet, a decade later, having ascended to the realm of Qi transformation, with my cultivation overwhelming yours, why? Why am I still inferior to you? I refuse to accept this. I refuse. This desperate howl, laden with boundless resentment and defiance, reverberated atop the war god peak. The disciples below, once filled with reverence, gradually shifted their gazes to one of skepticism. As he sensed the peculiar stare surrounding him, Ye Li's pride shattered completely, and his hatred and madness reached an apex. Ye Feng, today, your demise is inevitable. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Ye Li's eyes as he abruptly swiped at his storage ring. In an instant, a blinding crimson light shot into the sky. A thick, inescapable aura of blood and malevolence enveloped the surroundings, causing all present to feel a chill in their hearts, as if they were standing amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. A long knife, entirely crimson and engraved with countless bizarre demonic patterns, appeared in Ye Li's grasp. It was the blood slaughter blade, a low-grade, earth-tier magical weapon. Among the audience, well-informed inner disciples instantly recognized the fearsome weapon, gasping in astonishment. By the heavens, Brother Ye Li has even summoned an earth-tier magical artifact. This is excessive. Isn't it? Is his overwhelming cultivation not sufficient? And now he resorts to a magical weapon? A chorus of jeers erupted from the crowd. However, Ye Li remained oblivious to it all, clutching the blood slaughter blade. Feeling the savage power emanating from it, a deranged smile resurfacing on his face, brimming with pathological madness. At that moment, the cold voice of Yu Yao echoed once more, piercing through the noise and reaching every ear. On the life and death stage, all spells, magical artifacts, and means are permitted. Her voice, though not loud, instantly quelled all discussion. This was the rule, a rule that had existed since time immemorial on the life and death stage. Upon hearing Yu Yao's words, the pride and madness on Ye Li's face intensified. He gazed at Ye Feng as if looking at a corpse. My dear cousin, did you hear that? He pointed the blade at Ye Feng, his voice dripping with a mocking playfulness. On the life and death stage, weapons are allowed. What will you use to contend with me? In his eyes, the unarmed Ye Feng, before his earth-tier magical weapon, was destined to be cleaved to death. Yet, in response to his taunts, Ye Feng merely scoffed disdainfully. His gaze was filled with endless derision and pity, as if regarding a capering jester. A waste is, after all, a waste. Ye Feng spoke softly, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Even if you were given a divine weapon, it wouldn't alter the fact that you are a worthless fool. Seeking death. Ye Feng's contempt ignited a raging fire within Ye Li's heart. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed all the vital energy within him, pouring it frantically into the blood slaughter blade. A piercing hum erupted from the blade as crimson light surged forth, and the demonic runes along its length seemed to come alive, coalescing into a terrifying blood-red blade aura that stretched over 10 zhang. Blood slaughter dragon slash. Ye Li wielded the blade with both hands and made a fierce slash in the air. A colossal blood-red blade aura transformed into a menacing blood dragon mid-flight, bearing its fangs and claws, exuding an overwhelming force that seemed capable of tearing the heavens apart, lunging towards Ye Feng with a ferocious bite. This strike possessed an intensity several times greater than before. The entire life and death platform was enveloped in this terrifying blade intent. Deep gorges carved into the hard stone surface. The spectators below turned pale with fear, hastily retreating to avoid being caught in the deadly blade's wake. Yet, in the face of such a world-destroying strike, Ye Feng's figure moved once more. A flash of golden light erupted beneath his feet, and he transformed into a golden afterimage, evading the blade's edge with a ghostly speed just before the terrifying blade aura descended. Boom! The blood dragon slash struck the empty air, crashing down upon the life and death platform with a thunderous roar. The entire war god peak trembled violently. The exceptionally hard platform was cleaved open, revealing a terrifying crack that extended for several dozen meters, unfathomable in depth. What? Ye Li's pupils constricted in shock. He never anticipated that his decisive strike would be so effortlessly evaded by Ye Feng. Too slow. A cold, indifferent voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Ye Li's heart raced. a lethal sense of impending doom enveloping him in an instant. He had no time to turn around. Ye Feng's figure had, unbeknownst to him, appeared like a specter behind him. Not good. Yi Li's soul felt as if it had fled, and he instinctively attempted to turn and block with his blade. But it was far too late. A glint of icy killing intent flickered in Ye Feng's eyes. He pointed his fingers like a sword, a stream of gray energy, signifying the annihilation of all, quietly emerged from his index and middle fingers. This aura, devoid of any warmth, distorted the surrounding space as if it could consume even light. It was the heavenly tier martial technique, void destruction finger. One finger to annihilate. Ye Feng's voice was cold and merciless. He extended his finger, the motion seemingly slow, yet it traversed the distance of space, arriving before Yi Li with pinpoint accuracy, striking his wrist holding the blade. Thud! A muffled sound resonated. There was no earth-shattering roar, only an almost imperceptible gray energy that instantly penetrated Yi Li's wrist. In the next moment, Yi Li let out a shrill scream that was almost inhuman. Before him, his right hand, clutching a knife, began to wither at an astonishing pace, as if all vitality and strength were abruptly siphoned away. Crack! A crisp sound of bone fracturing echoed. The bones of his wrist were reduced to powder beneath a mere finger's pressure. Clatter! The formidable bloodthirsty blade slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground with a resounding clang. Yet, Ye Feng did not relent. Seizing the moment when Yi Li, overwhelmed by excruciating pain, faltered, he unleashed a whip-like kick imbued with the might of a raging dragon, striking fiercely at Yi Li's chest. Bang! Thud! Yi Li's already concave chest endured yet another devastating blow. He flew backward like a ragged sack, trailing a harrowing stream of blood, ultimately crashing to the ground in a wretched heap. Chapter 52. Unleashing the Dominance. Silence. At this moment, the entire War God Peak was enveloped in an eerie stillness. Thousands of disciples stood dumbfounded, their mouths agape, as if witnessing an absurd tale. A single punch, a finger that shattered a wrist, a kick that sent him flying. The entire sequence unfolded with seamless grace, precise and unyielding, brimming with absolute dominance and overwhelming force. Just a moment ago, Ye Feng was deemed undoubtedly destined for defeat. Now, he stood like an invincible deity at the center of the life and death arena. Meanwhile, Yi Li, the once promising prodigy, now lay bloodied and broken like a lifeless dog, utterly defeated. This dramatic reversal struck all present like a series of resounding slaps, shocking them to their core. Did he truly win? My heavens, am I dreaming? A late-stage Qi realm practitioner actually crushed a mid-stage Qi transformation realm opponent? This is nothing short of a miracle. Ye Feng is astonishingly powerful. This is the true essence of a prodigy. This is the grandeur deserving of one who can strike the 10 chimes of the supreme mysterious bell. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted. Those who had mocked Ye Feng's audacity now felt a burning shame on their faces. Their gazes toward him transformed from disdain and pity to profound awe and fervent admiration. Junior brother. Among the throng, Lin Qingxue clasped her mouth in excitement, tears of joy streaming down her exquisite cheeks. The anxiety that had burdened her for an entire day finally dissipated at this moment. At the elders' table, Zhou Daohai's once somber visage had turned a ghastly shade, his fists clenched beneath his sleeves, cracking ominously, his eyes ablaze with uncontrollable rage and murderous intent. The elders who had facilitated the betting stood pale and ashen, their hearts bleeding as they gazed upon the resplendent figure on the stage, fully realizing their catastrophic defeat. They had lost, utterly and disgracefully. On the other side of the life and death platform, ripples once again stirred within the eternally frozen, icy starry eyes of Yu Yao. At the edge of the platform, Yi Li struggled to rise from the ground, once more spewing forth a mixture of blood and shattered internal organs. Disheveled and battered, with shattered ribs, his right wrist utterly crippled by the annihilating force of Xianxi's finger, he bore a wretched appearance. Raising his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed intensely upon the distant figure that resembled a deity or demon. Ye Feng, you have pushed me to this. A flash of murderous intent ignited in Yi Li's gaze as he abruptly retrieved a crimson jade vial from his bosom, a glimmer of resolute madness flashing in his eyes. He uncorked the vial and unhesitatingly swallowed the pill that exuded a violent, bloody aura. What had he consumed? The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Yet, in the next instant, boom! A surge of blood-red energy, 10 times more ferocious than Ye Li's prior outburst, erupted from within him, instantly engulfing the entire life and death platform. Witnessing Ye Li's previously sunken chest and fractured bones rapidly heal at a visible speed was astonishing. His pale face transformed to a vivid crimson, his eyes now filled with terrifying blood vessels, as if they might bleed at any moment. In that moment, his aura soared wildly. Late-stage Qi transformation. Pinnacle of Qi transformation. With a thunderous sound akin to shackles breaking free. A terrifying pressure far surpassing the Qi transformation realm descended like an awakened ancient beast. He had forcibly broken through to the transcendence realm in an instant. Oh my, it's the blood fury pill. The forbidden elixir explicitly prohibited by the sect. The blood fury pill. Below, someone recognized the origins of this pill and immediately let out a scream filled with boundless horror. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in uproar. What? A forbidden drug? How shameless of Ye Li, resorting to drugs when he cannot prevail? The chorus of accusations against Ye Li resonated through the air once more. However, at that moment, someone recalled the saintess's earlier words and bitterly remarked, "It's futile. Her Highness the Saintess has stated that all forms of divine abilities, treasures, and pills are permitted on the life and death platform. This is indeed the rule." With these words, all shouts ceased abruptly. The crowd's gazes toward Ye Li were filled with disdain, but more so, there was sympathy and regret directed towards Ye Feng. The Transcendence Realm. This was no mere disparity of a great realm. This was the difference between mortals and immortals. Ye Feng had no chance of turning the tide. Ha ha ha. From his seat among the elders, Zhou Daohai gazed at the surging aura of Ye Li on the platform and could no longer contain his triumphant laughter, feeling the burdens in his heart lift away. What the forbidden drug? As long as he could slay Ye Feng and preserve his and his disciples' honor, everything was worth it. Junior brother. As the snowflakes fell, Lin Xingshue's heart sank, only to be thrust back in her throat in an instant. Her delicate visage turned as pale as parchment, her slender form trembled slightly, and her eyes brimmed with despair. Ye Li, feeling an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him, Ye Li's confidence soared to new heights. He slowly picked up the blood slaughter blade from the ground. His face, twisted by the effects of the drug, was filled with a morbid madness and a cruel delight. My dear cousin, do you see? This is the power of the transcendence realm. To you, it appears as an insurmountable chasm, a force beyond reach. He pointed the blade at Ye Feng, his voice hoarse and distorted, dripping with condescension. Are you not filled with despair? Do you not regret? Ye Feng furrowed his brow, gazing at the seemingly mad Ye Li before him, and a sense of foreboding settled in his heart. He had not anticipated that Zhou Daohai would resort to such vile means, even going so far as to provide the malevolent blood fury pill to ensure Ye Li's victory. This old man truly spared no expense. Ye Feng, 10 years ago, I was able to kill you once. 10 years later, I can just as easily do so again. Prepare to die. Ye Li's figure suddenly transformed into a streak of crimson lightning, hurtling towards Ye Feng with a voice that echoed like a demon's roar from the depths of hell. The terrifying aura of the transcendence realm, combined with the unparalleled ferocity of the blood slaughter blade, created a realm of crimson death that enveloped Ye Feng in an instant. At that moment, everyone in the audience held their breath, their hearts lodged in their throats. However, in the face of this cataclysmic strike, Ye Feng's eyes held not an ounce of despair, but rather flickered with a chilling mockery. The borrowed strength is ultimately an illusion. Today, I shall show you what true power is. With that proclamation, a roar erupted from within him, a sound more resounding and domineering than before, akin to an ancient dragon's cry that could shake the heavens and the earth. Boom! Ye Feng no longer held back, unleashing the dragon tyrant body art to its utmost limit. His already brilliant golden radiance surged once more, and a colossal, almost tangible golden dragon silhouette erupted from his back, soaring into the sky, its indifferent eyes coldly fixated on the approaching Ye Li. At that moment, Ye Feng's aura escalated to a frenzied peak. Though he had not yet transcended to the transcendence realm, the purity and dominance of his power seemed to eclipse all others, causing Ye Li's ethereal aura to falter momentarily. What? His aura has actually strengthened again. My heavens! Even now, he still conceals his strength. In the audience, all disciples were utterly stunned by this spectacle, their minds blank, unable to articulate the shock that gripped their hearts. Even the eternally icy visage of Yu Yao revealed a hint of uncontainable emotion. Chapter 53. To kill you? That would be too merciful for you. Yu Yao's crimson lips pressed together. Her heart trembled with overwhelming shock. The presence of this man had ascended once more. The golden dragon shadow that loomed behind him exuded an oppressive force, domineering, ancient, and vast, seemingly transcending the very fabric of the universe, infused with an unparalleled majesty. Before this power, even Yi Li's aura, forcibly elevated through elixirs to the transcendence realm, appeared insubstantial and laughable. What manner of power is this? For the first time, Yu Yao's heart raced for someone, not out of romantic affection, but purely from awe and curiosity towards the unknown and the formidable. He undoubtedly harbored a monumental secret. At this moment, as Yu Yao gazed at Ye Feng's silhouette, tall and resolute as a spear, her expression grew increasingly intricate. Sudendi, in a firenze, ye li surgit fort. Enveloped in the terrifying might of the transcendence realm, and had already reached Ye Feng. In his hand, the blood slaughter blade glowed ominously, transforming into a crimson streak that tore through the air, slashing horizontally towards Ye Feng's neck. This strike was as swift as lightning, as forceful as thunder, imbued with the horrifying strength of the transcendence realm, capable of cleaving a small mountain in twain. The onlookers below felt their hearts leap into their throats. Yet, confronted with this lethal blow, Ye Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, golden light flashing beneath his feet. As the dragon overlord body technique operated at its zenith, his figure morphed into a blurred golden afterimage, narrowly evading the deathly strike at an impossible angle. Swoosh! The blood-red blade grazed perilously close to his nose. The fierce blade aura leaving a shallow cut upon his face, a lock of black hair severed and drifting away in the wind. What? Yi Li's pupils constricted in disbelief. He could not fathom that his full-force strike, after ascending to the transcendence realm, had been evaded by Ye Feng. Though astonished, the madness and arrogance on Yi Li's face remained unabated, dismissing Ye Feng's evasion as mere luck. He steadied himself, a sinister laugh escaping his lips, raspy and jarring. Ha ha ha. Evade? I wonder how long you can keep that up. Ye Feng, even if you conceal your strength, what of it? Even if your physical form is formidable, it matters not. I am of the transcendence realm, and you, ultimately, are but an ant of the Qi Si realm. Before my power, which is capable of crushing all, your struggles are nothing but futile. He raised the blood slaughter blade high, his blood aura surging, exuding an air of assured victory. With my current prowess in the transcendence realm, coupled with this earth-grade treasure, the blood slaughter blade, today, your demise is inevitable. Is that so? Yet, the response came in the form of Ye Feng's mocking laughter. Slowly lifting his head, he extended a finger, gently wiping the blood from his cheek. As he regarded the crimson stain on his fingertip, his smile turned cold and foreboding. It is time to conclude this. He spoke softly, yet his voice carried an undeniable weight of judgment. In the next instant, his gaze sharpened, and he uttered a low command. Thunderous spear, arise. Boom! At the moment the voice fell, the heavens above transformed dramatically. The originally clear sky suddenly darkened without warning, shrouded in ominous clouds. Thick, silver bolts of lightning, as robust as tree trunks, surged through the clouds like frenzied dragons, accompanied by deafening thunder. A terrifying celestial majesty descended abruptly, enveloping the entire war god peak. Heavenly powers! What is happening? Why has the sky changed? Such dreadful thunder. The thousands of disciples below, under this overwhelming celestial might, turned pale, trembling with fear, as if the apocalypse had arrived. At that moment, a jet-black streak, entwined with myriad lightning flashes, violently tore through the void. Appearing in Ye Feng's palm, at an unimaginable speed, it was a long spear, entirely black, adorned with ancient yet ferocious thunderous patterns that seemed to pulse with life. The spear's tip glimmered with a cold, eerie light. It did not radiate blinding brilliance, yet exuded an unparalleled aura of dominance, capable of devouring the heavens and the earth. This was indeed the heavenly grade spear, thunderous fury, bestowed upon him by the mysterious elder within the seven treasures glazed pagoda. The instant the spear touched his hand, Ye Feng's entire demeanor transformed dramatically. If he was previously a domineering ancient dragon, then now, wielding the thunderous fury, he resembled an undefeated war god, master of thunderous judgment over all beings. standing alone with his spear beneath the stormy clouds. The overwhelming aura of supremacy emanating from him evoked a profound sense of awe and suffocation within everyone present. What kind of spear is that? Below. A disciple gasped in astonishment, his voice trembling. Meanwhile, in the elders' seats, upon recognizing the spear in Ye Feng's grasp, Zhou Daohai's once smug expression froze in shock. Other elders beside him also abruptly stood up, their faces marked by boundless horror and disbelief. That spear is a heavenly-grade war spear. Thunderous fury. An elder pointed at the spear in Ye Feng's hand, his voice sharp with extreme astonishment. I must be mistaken. The thunderous patterns entwined around the spear. That unparalleled intent. It can only be the legendary thunderous fury. With this declaration, the entire assembly erupted in astonishment. The heavenly-grade war spear. It is a legendary divine weapon worthy of being the treasure of a great sect. Zhou Daohai's pupils constricted to their utmost, his eyes fixated on the spear, his lips quivering as if he had witnessed the most inconceivable event. Isn't thunderous fury the innate treasure of our sect's founding ancestor, Master Qingyang? A millennium ago, Master Qingyang wielded this spear, sweeping across the realms and establishing our sect's millennial foundation. This spear had vanished alongside the ancestor. How could it possibly appear in his hands? Could it be? An elder appeared to have an epiphany, abruptly directing his gaze towards the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, his voice trembling as he pondered aloud. Could it be that he has struck the Tai Xian bell 10 times, thus earning the recognition and inheritance left by the esteemed founding ancestor within the pagoda? Boom! This conjecture resounded like a thunderclap in the minds of all the elders. Only this explanation could elucidate everything. In an instant, the way the elders regarded Ye Feng transformed entirely. Their previous disdain and scorn gave way to overwhelming astonishment, fervor, and even reverence. To gain the acknowledgement of the founding ancestor transcended mere innate talent. It signified great fortune, indicative that he was the true heir of Tai Xian sect's destiny. No, it cannot be. On the life and death platform, Ye Li gazed at the long spear radiating boundless thunderous might, feeling the terrifying intent of the weapon sending shivers through his very soul, and let out a scream of terror. He sensed that the earth-ranked treasure, the blood slaughter blade in his grasp, was emitting a mournful cry of fear in the presence of this spear. Now, do you still believe you can kill me? Ye Feng, wielding the thunderous spear, pointed its tip toward the ground, his dark eyes coldly regarding Ye Li, as if observing a mere corpse. No, I will kill you. I will kill you. The immense dread caused Ye Li to completely lose his sanity. He roared, channeling all the power derived from medicinal pills into the blood slaughter blade, transforming himself into a crimson shadow as he charged once more towards Ye Feng. However, this time, Ye Feng did not evade. A glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. A mere speck of dust dares to compete with the brilliance of the full moon. He uttered a low growl, his wrist flicking, and the thunderous spear emitted an exhilarating dragon's roar. Boom! Stepping forward, Ye Feng wielded the thunderous spear, which transformed into a black lightning bolt rending the heavens, bearing the weight of 1,000 thunders, boldly meeting the crimson blade's radiance. There were no elaborate maneuvers, just a simple, straightforward thrust. Yet this thrust seemed to embody the most pure and domineering force of destruction in the universe. In the next instant, the spear's tip clashed violently against the blade's edge, under the watchful eyes of the multitude. Bang! A sound akin to the clashing of metal, yet magnified 1,000-fold, erupted with a cataclysmic blast. The furious lightning and blood light clashed and collided, annihilating each other. However, the standoff lasted barely a breath. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering distinctly reached everyone's ears. They beheld Ye Li's formidable earth-ranked blood slaughter blade, which under the thunderous spear's overwhelming edge shattered like fragile glass, disintegrating into a cloud of fine powder. Puffed. With the destruction of the treasure, Ye Li's spirit suffered a grievous blow, as if struck by lightning, and he spat forth a mouthful of fresh blood. Yet the onslaught of the thunderous spear showed no signs of abating. The pitch-black tip of the gun, having shattered the bloodthirsty blade, surged forward with the unstoppable force of thunder, piercing through Ye Li's right shoulder with unerring precision. With a sickening squelch, the gun tip sank into flesh, blood splattering everywhere. A piercing, heart-wrenching scream escaped Ye Li's lips as he was violently propelled backward by the unparalleled might of the thunder gun, ultimately impaled against the stone wall of the life and death arena. Dozens of meters away, the ferocious power of thunder raged within him, obliterating all semblance of vitality. The true dragon blood within him evaporated like snow under the scorching sun, instantly vanishing before the relentless force of the thunder gun. His cultivation, forcefully elevated through elixirs to the transcendent realm, rapidly deflated like a punctured balloon, plummeting back to the Qi transformation realm, and it continued to decline. The entire war god peak once more fell into a deathly silence. Everyone present was utterly stunned by this bloody and tyrannical spectacle. With a single shot, just one shot, Ye Feng, wielding the heavenly gray battle, had completely defeated Yi Li, who had consumed forbidden drugs to reach the transcendent realm, with an unmatched, overwhelming force. Ye Feng slowly approached Yi Li, who was pinned against the stone wall, and withdrew the thunder gun. With a soft thud, Yi Li's body, like a puddle of mud, slumped to the ground. Gasping for breath, utterly depleted of strength, incapable of even moving a finger. With a resounding thump, Ye Feng placed his foot on Yi Li's chest, looking down at him with an icy indifference that betrayed no hint of compassion. I have said it before, a waste is always a waste. Trapped beneath Ye Feng's foot, Yi Li defiantly let out a hoarse roar. Kill me. This defeat is worse than death. To kill you? That would be too merciful. Ye Feng replied, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. He pressed down slightly, causing Yi Li's ribs to crack, eliciting a pained groan from him. Ye Feng crouched down, leaning close to his ear, and in a voice meant for only the two of them, coldly inquired, Tell me, where is Su Shuer? Chapter 54. The Whereabouts of Su Shuer. Su Shuer? As the name, long buried for a decade, yet forever etched in the depths of his soul, was coldly uttered by Ye Feng. A peculiar glimmer suddenly ignited in Yi Li's dim eyes, shining with an unexpected brilliance. Ha ha ha, cough cough. He coughed violently. In Yi Li's eyes flickered a morbid delight, as if he could envision Ye Feng's furious and frantic demeanor due to his lack of answers. This was his sole source of amusement at that moment. Was it so? Upon hearing this, Ye Feng's expression remained utterly unchanged. However, the depths of his gaze grew ever more frigid. He pressed his foot firmly against Yi Li's chest and exerted sudden force. Crack! The crisp sound of bones fracturing echoed once more, as Yi Li's already sunken ribcage endured several more breaks underfoot. The excruciating pain abruptly halted Yi Li's maniacal laughter, replaced by an uncontrollable groan of agony. His entire countenance contorted in torment. I can grant you a swift end. Ye Feng's voice was eerily calm, devoid of any tremor. Yet the latent murderous intent concealed beneath this tranquility sent chills through Yi Li, leaving him icy with dread. He understood that if Ye Feng uttered such words, he would undoubtedly follow through. Under the relentless torment of fear and pain, Yi Li's final psychological defenses crumbled entirely. Very well, I shall tell you. He gasped for breath, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions: resentment, unwillingness, and predominantly, a frenzied sense of betrayal and manipulation. Est-ce sûr? Ha! Yi Li erupted into laughter once more, tears streaming down his face, his laughter steeped in profound despair and absurdity. My dear cousin, he raised his bloodshot eyes, fixing a piercing gaze upon Ye Feng, his voice hoarse and twisted. She is not as simple as you think. We have both been deceived by her. She has toyed with us like mere pawns. Coughing, he paused mid-sentence, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his breath growing increasingly faint. Oh! Ye Feng's eyes narrowed at this revelation, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Yi Li took a moment to breathe, a glint of fearful reminiscence surfacing in his gaze, and continued, You wish to kill her? Huh, it is not so easy. That woman is far stronger than I am, vastly superior. 10 years ago, she had already reached the late stages of the Qi transformation realm. Now, a decade later, she has likely surpassed into the diamond realm. How could you possibly kill her? Ha ha, boom. The instant these words escaped his lips, it was as if a thunderclap resounded in Ye Feng's mind. The late stages of the Qi transformation realm from 10 years ago. What are you saying? Ye Feng's pupils constricted abruptly, his face betraying a rare expression of incredulous shock. 10 years prior, he had been hailed as a once-in-a-century genius in Qingyang City, dedicating himself tirelessly, and had only just reached the pinnacle of the Qi condensation realm. Yet, his fiancée Su Shuer, who had always played the role of a gentle and delicate companion, had already attained the late stages of the Qi transformation realm at that time. How could this be possible? A teenager in the late stages of the Qi transformation realm? What a horrifying talent. What profound cunning. She deceived everyone. Ha 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 ha. Now you realize the gravity of the situation? It is too late. Upon witnessing the astonished expression on Ye Feng's face, Yili seemed to derive immense satisfaction and erupted into a frenzied laughter once more. Go, seek her out. I shall reveal her whereabouts to you. 10 years ago, after she obtained your Longyang true blood, she used it as a beacon to enter a sect far mightier than the Taishan sect. This sect is known as the Human Dao sect. Surely you have heard of it? One of the foremost sects in the eastern region. Its power far surpasses that of our Taishan sect. Ha ha ha. The Human Dao sect? Ye Feng narrowed his eyes. He was indeed familiar with the name. The Human Dao sect was a colossal entity, ranking among the top 10 in the entire eastern region. Its foundational strength was incomparably greater than that of the diminutive Taishan sect. No wonder he had been unable to trace her whereabouts upon arriving at the Taishan sect. It seemed her ambitions had never been aimed at such a trivial sect. Moreover, Yi Li's voice grew increasingly faint as he gazed at Ye Feng, his eyes flickering with the last vestiges of resentment. The Dragon Emperor seal your mother left you is also in her possession. Go, find her, and let her crush you like an ant. With those final words, Yi Li's head suddenly tilted, the light in his eyes extinguished in an instant, leaving behind only a stark, lifeless grayness. Until his last breath, his eyes remained wide open, filled with unwillingness, malice, and boundless regret, forever unclosed. The Dragon Emperor seal. Ye Feng's mind echoed with Yi Li's last utterance. His eyes narrowed as a chilling wave of murderous intent erupted from within him, more intense than before. The Dragon Emperor seal was the sole item his parents had left him before their disappearance. He had always believed it was taken by Yi Li, never suspecting it had fallen into the hands of the treacherous Su Shuer. Suxuia, what a formidable foe she is. Ye Feng gradually rose to his feet, the murderous intent within him boiling to its zenith. However, at the very moment of Yi Li's demise, a piercingly furious roar erupted from the elders' seats. Yili! A scream filled with anguish reverberated through the air. A terrifying pressure, capable of turning the heavens and earth asunder, surged forth from Zhou Daohai, like an awakening ancient beast, instantly engulfing the entire war god peak. You vile creature! You dare to slay my disciple! Zhou Daohai's eyes blazed crimson as if possessed. His aged face contorted in extreme fury, appearing grotesquely fierce. He stepped forward, vanishing from the elders' seats in an instant, only to reappear above the life and death arena. From his elevated position, his eyes, brimming with boundless malice and murderous intent, locked onto Ye Feng with relentless focus. I shall make you pay for his death. Before his words had even faded, he abruptly raised his withered hand, conjuring a monstrous palm of immense size, formed from overwhelming true energy, soaring to several dozen feet in height. With a destructive force capable of shattering mountains, it came crashing down toward Ye Feng on the life and death stage. The wrathful strike of a transcendent peak expert. Its might surpasses the terrifying power previously unleashed by Yi Li through the aid of elixirs by several folds. The entire arena of life and death trembled violently under this overwhelming pressure, emitting mournful cries as though it might shatter at any moment. This is Elder Zhou has erupted in fury. He dares to brazenly attempt murder on the arena. All disciples below turned pale with shock under this oppressive force. They found it difficult to breathe, struggling to maintain their footing, their eyes filled with dread. Lin Xingshue's face turned ashen, and she gasped, "Junior brother, be careful." At this critical juncture, a voice, cool as the moon yet imbued with an undeniable authority, suddenly resonated clearly in everyone's ears. "Elder Zhou, be mindful of your station." In that instant, a radiant moonlight, appearing from nowhere, materialized above Ye Feng's head, transforming into an ethereal barrier that seemed as delicate as gossamer, yet utterly indestructible. Boom! Elder Zhou's colossal palm, capable of shattering mountains, struck fiercely against the moonlit barrier, producing a deafening roar. However, that seemingly fragile moonlight merely rippled slightly before effortlessly dissipating the violent force. What? Elder Zhou's pupils constricted suddenly, his face betraying disbelief and horror. He turned abruptly to see, At another corner of the arena, the exquisite figure of Yu Yao, who had, unbeknownst to him, slowly raised her delicate hand. Yu Yao, her expression was frigid, her starry eyes devoid of emotion, coldly fixed upon him. In the arena of life and death, there is no distinction. This is the rule we both witness. As an intersect elder, how dare you openly contravene the rules and attack a challenger whom I personally oversee? Do you seek to defy me? Yu Yao's voice grew increasingly frigid, each word more commanding than the last. As she uttered the final syllable, a terrifying aura, more vast and ethereal than Elder Zhou's, yet imbued with an imperial majesty, erupted from her delicate form. Boom! Elder Zhou felt an irresistible force bearing down upon him, akin to a thunderclap, causing his figure to tremble violently as he was forcibly brought crashing down to the arena. Bang! The stone platform beneath him cracked instantaneously. Cough! Elder Zhou's complexion turned pale, his throat tinged with sweetness as this overwhelming pressure surged within him, nearly inducing him to spit blood. He gazed at Yu Yao in astonishment, his eyes brimming with boundless fear and trepidation. So powerful, the prowess of Saintess Yu Yao surpassed his wildest imaginings. She had undoubtedly brushed against the threshold of the Diamond Realm. In an instant, all the fury and murderous intent within Zhou Daohai were supplanted by an overwhelming sense of dread. He understood that with Yu Yao present today, he could never bring himself to slay Ye Feng. Zhou Daohai parted his lips, yet found himself unable to utter a single coherent word under the frigid gaze of Yu Yao. Below, thousands of disciples stood utterly astonished by the spectacle before them. So domineering, truly tyrannical, a single word suppressing an elder at the pinnacle of the transcendence realm. Is this the authority of the holy maiden of the Taishan sect? The gazes of all disciples directed at Yu Yao brimmed with boundless fervor and adoration. Yu Yao paid no further heed to the ashen-faced Zhou Daohai. She slowly withdrew her jade-like hand, her cold starry eyes sweeping across the crowd, eventually pausing almost imperceptibly on Ye Feng's sharply defined visage. Her crimson lips parted slightly, and her voice, cold and authoritative, reverberated like the final judgment throughout the entire war god peak. Today, the battle at the life and death stage has concluded. The victor is Ye Feng. Chapter 55, A Night as a Couple, 100 Nights of Affection. As Yu Yao's chilling and commanding verdict resounded, the entire war god peak, after a brief silence, erupted into an unprecedented wave of fervent cheers akin to a roaring tsunami. Ye Feng, senior brother. Ye Feng, senior brother, is magnificent. He has triumphed. Ye Feng, senior brother, has truly emerged victorious. With his cultivation at the late stage of the Qi realm, he defied the odds and crushed the drug-enhanced elder of the transcendence realm. This is nothing short of a miracle. What nonsense about the inner doors prodigy, Yili. In the presence of senior brother Ye Feng, he is but a laughingstock. From this day forth, I recognize only senior brother Ye Feng. Thousands of disciples, whether from the outer or inner sects, gaze at the figure standing resolutely on the life and death stage, resembling an undefeated war god. Their eyes devoid of any scorn or mockery, replaced instead by profound shock, fervor, and genuine admiration. In this battle, Ye Feng, with his unparalleled prowess, demonstrated to all what a true prodigy is, what it means to be the extraordinary genius that strikes the Taishan bell 10 times. In a corner of the crowd, Lin Qingxue's face, once pale with anxiety, was now suffused with the rosy hue of joy. She gazed at the figure on the stage who haunted her dreams, tears of happiness flowing unabated down her exquisite cheeks. Unlike the others, she did not join in the frenzied cheers. She simply stood there quietly, her beautiful eyes filled with tenderness and pride, gazing at him with rapt admiration. Junior brother, you did it. You truly did it. Among the elders seated, the expressions exchanged were a tapestry of complexity, shock, horror, regret, and relief intermingled. Their gazes towards Ye Feng had shed any prior disdain. Now imbued with a hint of reverence they themselves scarcely recognized. To inherit the legacy of the founding ancestor, this young man's future achievements are boundless. The Taishan sect is destined to give rise to a true dragon. However, in stark contrast to the fervent atmosphere surrounding him, Ye Feng, the focal point of everyone's attention, was not immersed in the euphoria of victory. He slowly retracted the thunderbolt gun, his gaze sweeping over the lifeless body of Yili, whose eyes remained unclosed in death. Within his profound gaze, an icy chill lingered, devoid of any ripple of emotion. Echoing in his mind were the resentful and vengeful last words of Yi Li before his demise. Human Path Sect, Su Shuer. 10 years, the fiancée who had always portrayed herself as gentle and demure before him had, at that time, already attained the formidable status of a late-stage Qi transformation powerhouse. What terrifying talent this was. What deep-seated cunning. She had deceived not only him, but had also manipulated Yi Li and everyone in Qingyang City with ease. Ye Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as a tempest brewed within his heart. He had always believed himself to be an unparalleled genius, a rarity in Qingyang City for a century. Yet, in comparison to Su Shuer, his former talents now seemed laughable. The Human Path Sect. Ye Feng exhaled a heavy breath, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The Human Path Sect, a fourth-tier sect in the eastern region, possessed a depth of strength far beyond that of the third-tier Taishan sect. No wonder she had not remained in Taishan sect. Her ambitions were far greater than he had ever imagined. And then there was the Dragon Emperor seal. Instinctively, Ye Feng clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. That was the only item his mother had left him upon her departure. And it had now fallen into the hands of that venomous woman. Old grievances and new hatreds surged within him at that moment. A chilling wave of murderous intent erupted uncontrollably from within him, freezing the air around him, causing the temperature to plummet. Suxuya. Ye Feng raised his head, his gaze piercing through the throng of people as he directed his sight towards the distant eastern horizon, as if attempting to penetrate the void to locate the woman concealed deep within the Human Path Sect. No matter how far you flee, no matter how powerful you become, I, Ye Feng, shall find you and return to you all that you have inflicted upon me, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. I will kill you. His voice silently roared within, transforming into the most resolute and unwavering vow of his heart. Just as Ye Feng's emotions surged and murderous intent boiled, Ye Feng emerged from the overwhelming aura of murderous intent, gazing upon the exquisite visage before him. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "Where are we going?" "You shall know upon arrival," replied Yu Yao, her tone indifferent, as if reluctant to elaborate further. Before her words could fully dissipate, she waved her delicate hand, conjuring a radiant moonlight that materialized into a shimmering veil, enveloping both her and Ye Feng. In an instant, amid the gaze of countless onlookers, the two vanished from the life and death platform, as though they had never existed, leaving behind a group of disciples on the war god peak, exchanging glances, bewildered and yearning for more. As the shadows danced and the stars shifted, Ye Feng found himself grounded once more, now within a tranquil and breathtaking valley. The air was thick with spiritual energy, ethereal mists swirling around, an abundance of rare flowers and exotic plants carpeting the land, and cascading springs flowing gracefully, resembling a paradise untouched by the world. At the heart of the valley stood a naturally formed, colossal cave, with an ancient laurel tree at its entrance, towering majestically and exuding a refreshing fragrance that captivated the senses. This was the sacred retreat of Saintess Yu Yao, the Moon God Valley. "Thank you for today's events." Ye Feng spoke first, his gaze resting on Yu Yao's flawless profile, breaking the serene silence. Though she was both domineering and aloof, had she not intervened, he would have undoubtedly faced considerable challenges dealing with the law enforcement hall and Zhou Dao Hai. This kindness he acknowledged. No need for gratitude. Yu Yao slowly turned, her cold, starry eyes scrutinizing Ye Feng, as if attempting to penetrate his very being. After a moment of silence, she continued, her voice still frosty. "Do you know why I assisted you?" A smile crept onto Ye Feng's face as he observed her feigned composure, which belied a hint of tension hidden in her depths. The corners of his mouth curled into a playful smirk. Standing less than a foot apart, he could distinctly discern the unique, moonlit fragrance that enveloped her. "Because a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of affection," he jested, his tone laced with teasing innuendo. Boom! As those words, heavy with ambiguity and flirtation, reached her ears, Yu Yao's exquisitely beautiful face, long frozen in ice, flushed a vibrant crimson in an instant. From her cheeks to her porcelain neck, and down to her delicate earlobes, a captivating blush enveloped her, rendering her even more enchanting. She trembled slightly, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instinctively attempting to retreat, only to find herself against the ancient laurel tree, with no retreat possible. A surge of embarrassment, indignation, and panic surged within her, disrupting her previously tranquil heart. That scoundrel! How dare he? How dare he bring up that night before her? You shameless. Yu Yao abruptly lifted her head, her once tranquil starry eyes now ablaze with indignation, glaring fiercely at Ye Feng, wishing she could pierce this audacious scoundrel with her gaze. Yet, observing her facade of strength that belied her inner turmoil, a smirk of amusement deepened on Ye Feng's lips. This tempestuous woman possesses a certain charm. I will assist you. Yu Yao took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumult of embarrassment within her. Her voice rising in pitch due to her mortification, yet she endeavored to maintain her distinctive chill and pride. It is merely because you are the second disciple in a century to strike the Tai Xian bell after me. That is all. Chapter 56. A Bet with the Saintess. She straightened herself, attempting to reclaim the dignity and aloofness befitting a saintess. However, the crimson hue staining her exquisite face and the slight chaos in her once calm eyes betrayed her inner disquiet. Is that so? Ye Feng observed her facade of composure with growing amusement. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward, closing the distance between them to a breath space. A clearer, unique fragrance, reminiscent of laurel, enveloped Ye Feng instantaneously. Is it merely for this? He inquired again, his voice laced with a deep, magnetic allure. Yu Yao's lithe form trembled involuntarily, instinctively wanting to retreat, but her back met the cool trunk of an ancient tree, leaving her with no further escape. She could distinctly feel the searing heat radiating from Ye Feng, his overwhelming masculinity disrupting her heart, which had remained frozen for over 20 years, causing her pulse to race uncontrollably. This scoundrel, this lecher, does he not understand that there should be a distance between men and women? Yu Yao bit her crimson lip, forcibly quelling the tumult of shame and confusion within her, and she lifted her gaze defiantly, a flicker of anger igniting within her starry eyes. Taking a deep breath, she retorted with a cold snort, if I must provide a reason, it is simply because you struck the Tai Xian bell 10 times, while I only managed 7. At her words, Ye Feng was momentarily taken aback. Striking the Tai Xian bell tests not merely one's cultivation and current strength, but more significantly, a person's innate talent, foundation, and willpower. His ability to strike it 10 times was due to his possession of the fierce dragon body and a willpower honed through 10 years of hellish trials, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Meanwhile, for Yu Yao to achieve 7 strikes as a woman already attests to her extraordinary, prodigious talent. So are you dissatisfied? Ye Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, instantly comprehending her sentiment. This woman is prideful to her core. She can tolerate others surpassing her in cultivation, but she absolutely cannot abide anyone eclipsing her in talent. Of course, Yu Yao finally reclaimed a fragment of the pride befitting a saintess. She slightly lifted her snow-white chin, and within her icy starry eyes, a fierce spirit of combat and competitiveness rekindled. I shall grant you 3 months for cultivation. Her voice regained its unique chill and commanding presence. After 3 months, I challenge you to a contest here in Moon God Valley. Compete with you? Ye Feng furrowed his brow at her words. I have no interest in such a thing. His response was crisp and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. What? Yu Yao was utterly taken aback. She had envisioned Ye Feng's astonishment, excitement, and even pride, but never did she anticipate his outright refusal. After all, she was the exalted saintess of the Tai Xian sect. Countless inner sect prodigies and core disciples had clamored desperately for just a moment of her guidance. Yet now, when she proposed a contest, this fellow dismissed her without a second thought. A surge of indignation at being underestimated washed over her. Why? Yu Yao's tone suddenly turned frigid. Are you afraid? Afraid? Ye Feng chuckled lightly, as if he had heard the greatest joke. What do I have to fear? Then why will you not compete with me? A flicker of anger gleamed in Yu Yao's beautiful eyes as she pressed him relentlessly. Ye Feng shrugged nonchalantly, his demeanor exuding a sense of entitlement. What benefit would I gain from defeating you? I, Ye Feng, never engage in endeavors without reward. Yu Yao was momentarily speechless, her chest rising and falling with rapid breaths due to her agitation. Suppressing the impulse to draw her sword, she coldly declared, if you can defeat me, I will grant you a vial of my treasured purple qi nourishing pill, which can stabilize your realm and nurture your spirit. Furthermore, I will bestow upon you 5,000 spirit stones. In her view, this was already a monumental reward. However, Ye Feng merely shook his head dismissively. I have no interest. Yu Yao was thoroughly provoked, glaring fiercely at Ye Feng, her teeth clenched in frustration. What do you truly desire? You are simply afraid of losing to me, fearing the embarrassment it would bring, aren't you? Hee. Ye Feng gazed at her flustered expression, finally breaking into a smile. This was precisely the reaction he sought. How about we wager? A cunning glint danced in the corners of his mouth. What kind of wager? Yu Yao instinctively inquired, already ensnared by Ye Feng's rhythm. Ye Feng's gaze audaciously roamed across her enchanting visage, finally resting upon her lips, which were now even more alluring due to her embarrassment and indignation. With a grin that promised astonishment, he declared, "If I win, you shall marry me." Boom! The seemingly light, yet profoundly domineering and possessive words echoed in her ears, triggering a cacophony of thunderous shockwaves in Yu Yao's mind. She stood frozen in disbelief, her icy starry eyes wide as saucers, her face a canvas of incredulity. Marry him? What an outrageous statement! Ye Feng chuckled softly and continued, "Very well, let's make a wager. What if you lose?" Yu Yao inquired. "If I lose?" Ye Feng gazed into her beautiful eyes, his smile unwavering as he slowly articulated 4 words. "You may do as you please." Excellent. Yu Yao pondered for a moment, convinced that Ye Feng could not possibly win, and promptly agreed. Fearing Ye Feng might backtrack, she hastily added, "It's settled. 3 months from now, at the Moon God Valley." Agreed, Ye Feng nodded. With the wager established, the playful expression on his face gradually faded, replaced by a serious demeanor. Changing the subject, he asked with a grave tone, "How can one enter the human Tao sect?" This was his true intention for the day. Yu Yao was taken aback by his sudden inquiry, her anger subsiding, giving way to a hint of solemnity. She scrutinized Ye Feng for a moment, frowning as she responded. "Why do you ask this? The human Tao sect is not a place for the faint-hearted. I have an enemy there." Ye Feng's voice turned icy and piercing. Sensing the unmasked killing intent emanating from him, Yu Yao's heart raced, instantly realizing this might be a bitter vendetta. After a brief silence, she slowly began to explain in a chilling voice. The human Tao sect is one of the top-tier 4-level sects in the eastern region, with a depth of power that far surpasses our Taishan sect. The criteria for accepting disciples is far more stringent than you might imagine. There are only 3 pathways to enter the human Tao sect. Yu Yao extended a slender, jade-like finger. The first is to receive a personal recommendation from a prominent figure in your family or a major sect. You can forget about this route. Our Taishan sect will never allow a prodigy like you into the human Tao sect. As for the second pathway, her gaze turned somewhat complicated. That would be to forge a reputation through undeniable strength. Every 3 years, the human Tao sect recruits unparalleled talents under the age of 30 who have reached the transcendent stage. However, there are only a mere 10 slots available. During this time, countless prodigies from across the eastern region will vie for their chance. The competition is fiercer than you can imagine. Furthermore, there is a more direct method. Yu Yao paused before continuing. The eastern region has a hidden dragon list, evaluated by the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, which includes the top 100 young talents in the region. If you can break into the top 30 of the hidden dragon list, the human Tao sect will extend an olive branch to you. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, etching the name of the hidden dragon list into his memory. With your current strength, you are still far from qualifying, Yu Yao bluntly remarked, her tone regaining its coldness and indifference. Though you triumphed over Yi Li today, you remain utterly insignificant in the presence of true prodigies. Each individual on the hidden dragon list possesses terrifying combat prowess far beyond their peers, and challenging opponents beyond their level is merely routine for them. Your journey is still lengthy. After speaking, Yu Yao cast a profound glance at him, seemingly reluctant to linger any longer, and turned to enter the cave. I comprehended her words. Ye Feng nodded, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. Achieving a renowned reputation, bursting into the ranks of the hidden dragon, for him, it was merely a matter of time. The day I ascend into the human Tao sect will be the moment you repay your blood debts in kind. Chapter 57. News of the Qi Transformation Pill. Observing the resolute glimmer in Ye Feng's eyes, akin to a fierce determination capable of piercing the heavens, Yu Yao's heart, which had been racing with indignation, inexplicably calmed somewhat. Her cold, starry eyes regained their tranquil indifference as she gazed deeply at Ye Feng once more. "Do you truly intend to challenge the human Tao sect?" she inquired again, her voice tinged with an uncharacteristic gravity. Indeed, Ye Feng affirmed with unyielding conviction. Suxuya, that name had transformed into his most profound obsession and lethal intent. He could not find peace in his heart until she was utterly annihilated. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, shifting the conversation, and asked, How long until the human Tao sect next recruits disciples, rather than passively awaiting an olive branch from the hidden dragon rankings? He preferred to take the initiative and seize opportunities firmly in his grasp. It will be 3 months from now, Yu Yao replied coolly. 3 months? Ye Feng was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile graced his lips. This presented an excellent opportunity. 3 months would not only mark the deadline of his wager with Yu Yao, but also the commencement of his assault on the human Tao sect. However, Yu Yao's next words poured over him like a bucket of ice water. The transformation from ordinary realm is the minimum threshold for participating in the selection. She cast a scornful glance at Ye Feng, her tone dripping with disdain and mockery. To think that you, merely at the late stage of the Qi realm, would dare aspire to the qualifications for entry into the human Tao sect is rather brazen. The transformation from ordinary realm is the threshold. Ye Feng furrowed his brow upon hearing this, murmuring the 5 words to himself, imprinting them deeply in his mind. Qi, transformation, transformation from ordinary. There are still 2 major realms separating these stages. Observing Ye Feng lost in contemplation, Yu Yao pursed her lips, a complex glimmer flashing in her cold, starry eyes. She had intended to continue her verbal assault, but the words faltered on her lips, inexplicably morphing into something else. Your immediate priority is to elevate your cultivation to the Qi transformation realm as swiftly as possible. Her voice remained cool, yet devoid of mockery, now carrying a tone of undeniable command. Oh, Ye Feng looked up, somewhat surprised by her unexpected guidance in his cultivation. Yu Yao, as if reading his thoughts, felt a chill pass over her countenance, emitting a cold huff as she continued. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I simply do not wish for the victory to come too easily 3 months from now. To transcend into the realm of Qi transformation, one must wield an immense spiritual power. The entire process is fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could lead to the shattering of one's Qi, rendering one incapable. The Qi transformation pill, however, is a precious alchemical creation that minimizes this risk and significantly enhances the likelihood of success. At this juncture, she paused, her icy gaze once again fixated on Ye Feng. 3 days hence, in the city of Xianxia, located 300 miles from Taishan sect, a grand auction will take place. As far as I know, a Qi transformation pill will be among the highlighted auction items. You might wish to try your luck. The Qi transformation pill. The auction house in Xianxia. Ye Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had been troubled by how to swiftly break through to the Qi transformation realm, and unexpectedly, Yu Yao had provided him with such crucial intelligence. Thank you. Ye Feng nodded, a sense of determination blossoming within him. He must go to Xianxia. He was resolute in his pursuit of that Qi transformation pill. However, just as Ye Feng was about to turn and depart, he suddenly halted, as if recalling something. Slowly, he turned back, his deep-set eyes glinting with a hint of mischief and curiosity as they unabashedly roamed over Yu Yao's exquisite figure. I have one final question. Under the scrutiny of his audacious gaze, the previously calmed embarrassment within Yu Yao surged uncontrollably once more. She furrowed her delicate brows and replied coldly, Speak plainly. With your status as a saintess, one might assume that, in the entirety of the Taishan sect, no one among the younger generation could rival you. Could they? Ye Feng inquired leisurely, a faint smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing this, Yu Yao raised her alabaster chin slightly, a trace of natural pride illuminating her face. Yet Ye Feng's tone shifted, a more playful smile adorning his visage, that day, in the volcanic range. Why were you so thoroughly pursued by mere peak Qi cultivators from the Poison Demon Valley? At his words, Yu Yao's previously frosty and stunningly beautiful visage flushed a deep crimson once more. A wave of shame and fury, fiercer than before, erupted within her like a volcano. This scoundrel, this wretched man, why must he bring up that incident? Yu Yao's delicate frame trembled violently as she opened her mouth, only to find herself so enraged that no words would emerge. That day, she had ventured into the depths of the volcanic range in pursuit of a ripening 9-sun fire lotus, only to unwittingly stumble into a nefarious trap set by the Poison Demon Valley. In a moment of carelessness, she fell victim to an ambush, and an elder from a valley had used a secret technique to inject her with a potent aphrodisiac poison. She had exerted every ounce of her strength to escape. Yet the toxicity was exceedingly domineering, not only burning away her rationality and inciting desire, but also severely restraining the circulation of her true energy. Had it not been for that, could two mere lackeys of the Qi Sea realm dare to chase her? She could have crushed them with a mere breath. What? Unable to speak? Ye Feng observed her adorable yet furious expression, struggling to contain her wrath, and a smile crept further across his lips. I was ambushed, poisoned. Yu Yao could no longer restrain herself. She stepped forward with fervor, her cold, starry eyes ablaze with indignation, her voice rising several octaves due to her embarrassment and anger. Otherwise, with their meager strength, how could they possibly pursue me? Ah, now I see. Ye Feng chuckled softly, finding the situation rather ironic. Ye Feng, she exclaimed, abruptly extending her delicate hand to seize his collar, forcefully pressing him against the ancient laurel tree behind him. Her breathtakingly beautiful face drew perilously close to his. I warn you for the last time. Her voice was as frigid as ice, each word seemingly squeezed out from between clenched teeth, brimming with unmasked lethal intent. The events of that night must remain locked within your heart. From this moment forth, you are forbidden to utter a single word to anyone about it. Should I discover that you dare to divulge even the slightest detail? She paused, a glimmer of resolute madness flashing in her icy gaze. Ah, Yao, swear I will ensure you are shattered to pieces, your very soul obliterated, never to be reborn. With that, a terrifying pressure erupted from her seemingly fragile frame. Enveloping Ye Feng instantly. In that moment, he felt as though an ancient divine mountain had been placed upon him, rendering even breathing an arduous task. He had no doubt that this madwoman meant every word she uttered. Yet, even beneath this overwhelming force, Ye Feng's countenance revealed no trace of fear. He simply gazed at the exquisite face before him, now even more enchanting due to her intense anger, inhaling the unique, refreshing fragrance that enveloped her. A faint smile gracing his lips. Very well, he replied slowly, uttering but a single word. Upon witnessing Ye Feng's unexpected capitulation, Yu Yao was momentarily taken aback, as if she had amassed all her strength only to strike a blow into a pile of cotton. With a cold snort, she released her grip, casting a fierce glare at him, as if imprinting his visage into her memory forever. Leave, she declared icily, turning without a backward glance, sweeping her sleeves as she entered the ethereal cave, leaving Ye Feng with a clear and resolute silhouette. As he regarded the firmly shut stone door of the cave, Ye Feng touched his nose, his smile growing ever more radiant. This madwoman's fury was rather amusing. He collected his thoughts, no longer lingering, raising his gaze towards the direction of Xianxia City, a fierce determination gleaming in his eyes. In the next moment, he transformed into a streak of golden light, soaring skyward, vanishing in an instant at the edge of Moon God Valley. Chapter 58. The Treasure Pavilion. After parting from Moon God Valley, Ye Feng did not linger for a moment. His form transformed into a golden streak of light, heading straight towards the gates of Taishan sect. 3 days, neither long nor short, passed swiftly as he traversed the winds with unparalleled speed, mountains and rivers racing beneath him. In his mind, the exquisite visage of Yu Yao, flushed with indignation, and the resentful, unyielding last words of Yi Li flickered in his thoughts. Su Shuer from the Human Dao sect. Ye Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, a fleeting glimmer of icy murderous intent flashing across his features. A formidable cultivator in the late stage of Qi transformation realm a decade prior. What terrifying talent and cunning she possessed. That woman could manipulate everyone at her will. 3 months remained. Ye Feng inhaled deeply, suppressing all distractions, his gaze regaining its steadfastness and sharpness. The selection threshold for the Human Dao sect was the Transcendence Realm, an imposing mountain he needed to scale. But so what? Ye Feng was adept at transforming the impossible into reality. Presently, the Qi transformation pill, soon to be auctioned in Xianxia City, represented the cornerstone of his audacious journey. He was determined to obtain it. 3 days later, in Xianxia City, when Ye Feng's silhouette materialized before the grand city, even his resolute heart could not help but be awestruck by the sight before him. A colossal fortress, forged entirely from millennia-old black iron, sprawled like an ancient beast lying in wait upon the horizon. The city walls towered 100 feet high, impressively thick, adorned with countless intricate formations and runes that shimmered with a cold, profound glow under the sunlight, emanating a chilling, blood-soaked aura that sent shivers down one's spine. At the city gates, squads of soldiers clad in obsidian armor, wielding glistening long spears, stood expressionless, each radiating an aura of cultivation above the Qi gathering realm, with several commanding officers reaching the Qi Sea realm. Truly, it was one of the mightiest cities in the eastern domain. Ye Feng hit inyardly, concealing his presence as he melded into the throng of people entering the vast metropolis. Inside the city, a different, bustling scene unfolded. Broad streets, paved with blue stones, could accommodate dozens of carriages side by side. Flanking the streets were an array of shops, taverns, alchemy houses, and weapon forges lined up in succession, the sounds of haggling and discussions creating a vibrant cacophony that surged like a lively torrent. Countless cultivators from all corners of the world traversed the thoroughfares. Among them were several with formidable auras, and even Ye Feng sensed multiple presences of the Transcendence realm. This was the true realm of cultivators, a trading hub brimming with opportunities and dangers. Ye Feng did not tarry, following the information provided by Yu Yao. He made his way directly towards the grandest edifice at the heart of the city, the Treasure Gathering Pavilion. This was the largest auction house in Qingyang City, renowned across the entire eastern domain. The Treasure Pavilion is divided into 9 magnificent levels, constructed entirely from a rare purple-golden Nama wood. Its flying eaves and bracketed roofs are adorned with intricate carvings, exuding a grandeur reminiscent of an ethereal palace standing amidst the mundane world. At the entrance, 2 towering golden Qilin statues, each standing 10 zhang high, radiate an imposing aura that seems to suppress all. 8 formidable cultivators, donned in golden brocade robes and exuding a profound presence akin to the depths of the abyss, stand like javelins on either side, their piercing gazes scanning every individual who enters or exits. Such a grand display. Ye Feng squinted slightly, realizing that even these gatekeepers possess strength comparable to the inner elders of the Taishan sect, revealing the profound foundation of the Treasure Pavilion. As he approached the entrance, he presented his identity token as an inner disciple of the Taishan sect. One of the guards accepted the token, briefly scanning it with his consciousness, and his previously cold demeanor softened somewhat as he respectfully returned the token. It turned out he was a distinguished disciple of the Taishan sect. He was welcomed inside. Ye Feng nodded in acknowledgement and was about to step in when he paused and calmly spoke. "I require a private room." The guard, upon hearing this, displayed a hint of regret. "Esteemed sir, I sincerely apologize. Today's auction is of the highest caliber, and all private rooms have been reserved in advance. If you wish to enter, you may have to take a seat in the hall." Ye Feng furrowed his brow at this revelation. His purpose for visiting was to acquire the Qi transformation pill, a coveted item that would undoubtedly incite fierce competition. Being in a hall would inevitably expose his identity and invite unnecessary trouble. As he pondered, a mocking and arrogant laughter suddenly echoed from behind him. "Huh? Who does this bumpkin think he is, believing that a mere disciple of a third-rate sect can gain access to the private rooms of the Treasure Pavilion? How laughable!" Ye Feng's gaze turned icy as he slowly turned around. He beheld a young man clad in luxurious brocade, holding a folding fan, his pale complexion exuding an air of effeminacy. Accompanied by several sycophantic guards, he regarded Ye Feng with evident disdain. This young man, though merely at the peak of the Qi Sea realm, was flanked by a gray-robed elder whose aura was profound, with eyes that sparkled with intensity. Clearly a formidable cultivator in the mid-Qi transformation realm. He was none other than Wang Teng, the scion of the Wang family from Xianxia City. This was bound to be entertaining. Wang Teng was notorious for his arrogance, and this young man seemed destined to face misfortune. Whispers of sympathy rippled through the crowd, their gazes toward Ye Feng tinged with pity. Wang Teng fanned himself and stepped before Ye Feng, surveying him with a condescending gaze. "Kid, the private rooms of the Treasure Pavilion are not meant for just anyone. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and retreat to a corner of the hall. Don't embarrass yourself here." However, in the face of his derision, Ye Feng's expression remained unchanged. He merely cast a fleeting glance at Wang Teng, his eyes reflecting the disdain one might reserve for a foolish jester. "Noisi, Ye Feng Koldi did it," and then disregarded him entirely, turning his attention back to the guard and flicking his fingers. Whoosh! A storage ring, shimmering with a delicate halo, gracefully landed in the hands of the guard. Within it lay 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Would that suffice to secure a private chamber? 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. The moment these words were uttered, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. Even the mocking smile on Wang Teng's face froze in disbelief. For many at the Qi Sea realm, and even for those at the Qi transformation realm, Such a sum represented nearly their entire fortune. How could this seemingly ordinary disciple of the Taishan sect so effortlessly produce such wealth? As the guard's consciousness probed the ring, his expression transformed into one of profound reverence. He quickly bowed, his voice laced with a hint of obsequiousness. Indeed, it is more than sufficient. Esteemed guest, I was blind to your grandeur. The yellow number 3 private chamber has just become available. Allow me to arrange it for you at once. With that, he personally guided Ye Feng into the depths of the treasure-gathering pavilion. Throughout the encounter, Ye Feng did not cast a single glance at Wang Teng, as if he were merely a wisp of air. Wang Teng stared at Ye Feng's departing figure, feeling as though he had just received a resounding slap in the face, his cheeks burning with indignation. A surge of shame and fury at being so thoroughly disregarded surged within him. His eyes narrowed slightly, a flash of venomous malice flickering within them, as he whispered to the gray-robed elder beside him, Fu Bo, investigate his background thoroughly. How dare he flaunt his bravado before me? I shall ensure he does not leave this Xianxia city. Yes, young master, the gray-robed elder replied with a slight bow, a glimmer of cold, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Under the escort of the attendant, Ye Feng soon arrived at a lavishly adorned private chamber. Inside, not only were there comfortable couches and fragrant spirit fruits, but a massive one-way crystal window allowed for a clear view of the bustling auction hall below, while those outside could not glimpse a single detail of the private chamber. Ye Feng casually settled into his seat, his gaze sweeping over the crowded and lively grand hall below, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. The 2,000 low-grade spirit stones were merely a fraction of what he had carelessly extracted from Yi Li's storage ring. As an elite disciple of the Taishan sect, and with the backing of that old wretch from the Zhou Si, Yi Li's wealth was far more substantial than he had imagined. Just then, a clear and resonant bell chimed, echoing throughout the treasure-gathering pavilion. The previously noisy venue fell silent in an instant. On the auction stage appeared a stunning woman clad in a cheap hao, her figure alluring and her demeanor captivating as she gracefully approached. Her lips parted slightly, her voice imbued with an enchanting charm, resonating clearly in the ears of all present. This humble servant, Hong Xiao, welcomes all esteemed guests to our monthly auction at the treasure-gathering pavilion. Without further ado, let's present our first item for bidding. As her words concluded, a maid stepped forward, carrying a jade platter draped in red cloth. With a graceful flick of her red sleeve, a vibrant flame-like herb resembling a reishi mushroom emerged from beneath the crimson cloth, captivating the attention of all present. This was the red flame mushroom, a high-grade yellow-tier spiritual herb, imbued with pure fire attribute spiritual energy. Whether used for alchemical concoctions or absorbed directly, it could significantly enhance the cultivation of fire attribute practitioners. The starting bid was set at 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, with increments of no less than 100. 1,001. 1,003. I bid 2,000. As the red flame mushroom was unveiled, the atmosphere below ignited with fervor as countless cultivators eagerly shouted their bids. Ye Feng merely cast a fleeting glance before withdrawing his gaze, lifting his teacup for a delicate sip, exhibiting no interest in such a tier of spiritual herb. Subsequent auction items, including mysterious grade treasures and incomplete techniques, sparked considerable competition. Yet Ye Feng remained passive, patiently awaiting his true quarry. He resembled a hunter lurking in the shadows, biding his time for the arrival of genuine prey. Finally, as the auction reached its midpoint, the enchanting smile on Hong Xiao's face deepened, her voice rising with excitement. Esteemed guests, the next item is surely the reason many of you have come. As her words fell, another maid carefully ascended the platform, carrying a jade box sealed with layers of restrictions. The collective breath of the audience quickened at this moment. Hong Xiao personally unraveled the seals and opened the jade box. A profound medicinal aroma, rich and intoxicating, surged forth from the box, manifesting as visible azure light that enveloped the entire auction hall. Those who inhaled this fragrance felt their inner chi stir uncontrollably, as if on the verge of breaking through their bottleneck. Within the box lay a pill the size of a longan, perfectly round, its surface swirling with wisps of azure energy. This was the Qi transformation pill, a superior mysterious grade elixir. Hong Xiao's alluring voice rang out once more, now laced with an unprecedented gravity. The effects of this pill require no extensive introduction. It can aid peak Qi realm cultivators in safely traversing the Qi transformation tribulation, significantly enhancing their chances of breaking through to the Qi transformation realm. For any friend ensnared in the Qi realm, this is a golden opportunity to leap over the dragon gate. The Qi transformation pill commenced bidding at 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, with increments no less than 500. 6,000. I'd bid 7,000. 7,500 low-grade spirit stones. The Qi transformation pill is ours. As the pill, radiating azure light, appeared on the auction stage, the once orderly hall of the treasure-gathering pavilion erupted into chaos. Countless cultivators, trapped at the peak of the Qi realm for years, had their eyes ablaze with fervor, gasping for breath as if they had glimpsed their sole hope for success, wildly screaming their bids. The price surged at a breathtaking pace, ascending wildly. In scarcely a handful of breaths, the cost of this transformative elixir had already surpassed the threshold of 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. This exorbitant price was sufficient to deter 99% of the cultivators present, their faces betraying expressions of reluctance and despair. Within the elegant chamber, Ye Feng remained composed, cradling his teacup and quietly observing the frenzied bidding below, his profound gaze devoid of any ripples. It was only when the fervor of the auction began to wane, leaving but a few significant figures from the other chambers to tentatively continue their bids, that he slowly set down his cup. 12,000 low-grade spirit stones. A voice, clear yet unremarkable, resonated from chamber number 3, instantly overshadowing the surrounding clamor. In an instant, all eyes in the venue turned toward Ye Feng's chamber. Chamber number 3? Wasn't that the disciple from the Taishan sect? My heavens! He dares to bid for the transformative elixir? He starts with 12,000 spirit stones. Where does he acquire such wealth? The crowd erupted in incredulous gasps. Meanwhile, within another chamber, a sinister smirk appeared on Wang Tung's effeminate visage. Humph! Has this ignorant fool finally mustered the courage to show his face? A flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he unabashedly shouted, 13,000. After his declaration, he mockingly directed his scorn toward Ye Feng's chamber, exclaiming, "You, boy, this transformative elixir is beyond the reach of a mere third-rate sect disciple. I advise you to concede gracefully, lest you find yourself destitute, ultimately achieving nothing." However, scarcely had his words fallen when Ye Feng's calm voice interjected, 14,000. His tone remained as tranquil as ever, seemingly dismissing Wang Tung's threat as though it were an inconsequential figure. "You." Wang Tung's smile froze instantly, feeling as if he had been dealt a resounding slap in public, his complexion turning a deep shade of crimson. "This damnable brat dares to disregard me so, master." "The spirit stones we brought may not suffice," murmured Fu Bo, the elderly figure in gray, furrowing his brow in concern. "Insufficient or not, we shall augment it." Wang Tung's eyes blazed with fury, his mind clouded by anger. Gripping Fu Bo's storage ring, he gritted his teeth and bellowed, 14,500. This was the entirety of his wealth. In his estimation, having raised the bid to this extent, that impoverished disciple from the Taishan sect could not possibly keep pace. Yet, reality dealt him another stinging blow. 15,000. Ye Feng's voice remained as calm and indifferent as before, striking Wang Tung's heart like a relentless hammer. Puff! Wang Tung felt a surge of sweetness in his throat, nearly choking on the blood that threatened to erupt from his mouth in fury. He had lost. In terms of financial prowess, the very country bumpkin he looked down upon utterly crushed him with an overwhelming force. Within the elegant chamber, the distorted roar of Wang Tung, filled with profound shame and resentment, echoed. "You shall pay for this, boy. I, Wang Tung, swear to tear you to shreds." Yet, Ye Feng remained indifferent to his impotent rage. Soon, a servant respectfully delivered the invaluable Qi transformation pill into the chamber. Upon receiving the J-box, Ye Feng scanned it with his spiritual sense, confirming its authenticity before casually tossing it into his storage ring. Before departing, the servant presented an additional purple gold token. "Esteemed guest, this is the purple gold VIP token of our treasure pavilion. In the future, you may enjoy a 20% discount at any branch of our treasure pavilion within the Eastern Domain with this token." Ye Feng narrowed his eyes in surprise, but nodded in acceptance of the token. He understood that this was the treasure pavilion extending a gesture of goodwill toward him. a young cultivator capable of nonchalantly producing tens of thousands of spirit stones, represented a force potent enough to draw the attention of any faction. The auction continued, yet Ye Feng found himself entirely disinterested. He could distinctly sense a presence filled with malice and murderous intent, fixated upon his chamber like a parasite. The Wang family, he thought, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Since they sought their own demise, they could hardly blame him. He did not depart immediately. Instead, he sat quietly in the chamber for half an hour, waiting for the auction to conclude before rising leisurely to exit the treasure pavilion. Strolling down the bustling streets of Xianxia City, he appeared to be idly wandering. Yet his spiritual sense was already unfurled, clearly locking onto the two stealthy presences trailing him. Without a change in demeanor, Ye Feng walked straight through the northern gate of Xianxia City. Beyond the gate lay the expansive Ye Feng mountain range, a secluded area of towering peaks and dense forests, an ideal locale for nefarious deeds. In a blink, he vanished into the thicket, leaping a few times before disappearing from the main road. Pursue him. Almost instantaneously as he vanished, two figures emerged like phantoms from the shadows at the city gate, following swiftly in pursuit into the Ye Feng mountain range. It was none other than Wang Tung and the gray-robed elder of the Wang family, Uncle Fu, deep within the forest. In a clearing, Ye Feng gradually halted, turning to calmly regard the dark woods behind him. "Aren't you tired after following me for so long?" He spoke lightly, his voice resonating clearly in the stillness of the forest. Cackling, "Boy, your perception is quite keen. Unfortunately, today you shall find it impossible to escape." Accompanied by a chilling, sinister laugh, Wang Tung and Uncle Fu emerged from the trees, blocking all avenues of retreat for Ye Feng, one in front, the other behind. Wang Tung waved his folding fan, a mocking, cruel smile adorning his face as he regarded Ye Feng with the eyes of a cat playing with a mouse. "Young man, I'm now offering you an opportunity. Kneel, perform 100 kowtows, then sever your own arms and hand over all your storage rings along with that transformation pill. Perhaps, out of sheer mercy, I might allow you to retain a complete corpse." Oh, upon hearing this, Ye Feng raised an eyebrow, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Just you two?" Chapter 60. In your next life, remember to keep your eyes wide open. Even when death looms, you dare to be defiant. Wang Tung's expression darkened, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he coldly addressed his companion. "Fu Bo, there is no need to waste words with him. Break his limbs and cripple his cultivation. I want him to understand the consequences of offending me." Wang Tung. "Yes, young master." Fu Bo slightly bowed, and in his murky old eyes, a fierce light suddenly erupted. Boom! The terrifying pressure of the mid-stage transformation realm erupted without restraint at that moment. A violent wave of energy surged from him, sweeping in all directions and raising a thick layer of soil from the ground around them. "Young man, in your next life, be sure to keep your eyes sharp." Fu Bo let out a sinister laugh, his withered right hand lunging forward, transforming into a ghostly claw shrouded in dark energy. Piercing through the air with a shrill scream aimed directly at Ye Feng's crown. This claw was swift, precise, and ruthless, containing the terrifying power of the transformation realm. It could easily crush gold and stone. However, in the face of this lethal strike, Ye Feng's expression revealed not an ounce of fear, but rather a cold mockery. "Just you?" He snorted, advancing instead of retreating, and raised his own right fist. A roar, reminiscent of ancient times, erupted from within him, resonating throughout the forest. A dazzling golden radiance burst forth from his being, enveloping him entirely, resembling a golden war deity descended upon the mortal realm. At that moment his aura surged wildly, an overwhelming force as if it could crush the very fabric of the universe, instantly shattering Fu Bo's momentum into fragments. "What?" The sinister smile on Fu Bo's face froze, replaced by boundless horror and disbelief. Under this terrifying pressure, he felt his internal energy sluggishly faltering. What kind of technique is this? Wasn't he this boy at the late stage of the Qi Sea realm? A tempest of shock surged within Fu Bo, and he let out a terrified scream. Yet, Ye Feng offered him no chance to react. Dragon Dominant's fist. A flash of killing intent flickered in Ye Feng's eyes. His fist, enveloped in golden radiance, executed no flashy techniques, just a simple, unadorned punch. Bang! The golden energy of his fist collided fiercely with the ghostly claw in mid-air. Crack! A bone-chilling sound of shattering bones suddenly rang out. Before him, the formidable right hand of Uncle Fu, capable of crushing gold and stone, shattered like fragile rotting wood under the overwhelming force of Ye Feng's unparalleled punch, fracturing from the wrist and turning into a gruesome mess of flesh and blood. A heart-wrenching, inhuman scream escaped Uncle Fu's lips as he was propelled backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently against a towering ancient tree dozens of meters away, snapping its sturdy trunk in two. A profound silence enveloped the scene, a stillness as chilling as death itself. Beside them, Wang Tung's expression of smugness and mockery was swiftly replaced by an abyss of terror. He stood frozen, mouth agape in disbelief, his body trembling uncontrollably as if he had witnessed the most unimaginable of specters. One punch. How could Uncle Fu, at the mid-stage of the Qi transformation realm, be incapacitated by this youth with a single blow? This is impossible. Wasn't he merely at the late stage of the Qi Sea realm? Now, who do you think ought to kneel and beg for mercy? A voice, cold and indifferent as the judgment of death, suddenly rang in his ears. Wang Tung's body stiffened abruptly, and he turned mechanically to see Ye Feng's handsome, austere visage looming before him. Those profound eyes, tranquil yet seemingly harboring a sea of corpses and a blood-soaked battlefield, radiated a chilling murderous intent that plunged him into an icy abyss, causing his soul to tremble. And no, please don't kill me. With a thud, Wang Tung's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, a foul liquid instantly soaking his pants in terror. Tears streaming down his face, he frantically knocked his head against the ground, his voice piercing and shrill from sheer fright. I was wrong. I was wrong. I will never dare again. Please spare my wretched life. My father is the head of the Wang family in Xianxia City. I can offer you anything you desire. Spirit stones, magical artifacts, beautiful women. Just name it, and I shall provide. Yet what responded to him was a cold, disdainful snort from Ye Feng. Noisy. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Ye Feng's fingers, poised like a sword, summoned a wisp of gray energy, capable of annihilating all existence. With a single, precise gesture, he struck at Wang Tung's forehead. In an instant, Wang Tung's cries for mercy ceased abruptly. The light in his eyes faded, leaving only a lifeless gray. As his body slumped down, devoid of vitality. Having dealt with Wang Tung, Ye Feng slowly turned, his frigid gaze landing upon Uncle Fu, who was desperately struggling to rise. Sensing the chilling intent emanating from Ye Feng, Uncle Fu's heart raced in panic as he bore the excruciating pain of his shattered wrist, pleading hoarsely for mercy. Please spare my life. I am willing to submit to you, to serve you like a beast of burden. Unnecessary. Ye Feng's expression remained indifferent as he slowly raised his hand. Thunderous spear arise. With a thunderous roar, the moment his words fell, the heavens above shifted dramatically. A torrential cascade of robust silver lightning surged through the clouds like a frenzied dragon. A pitch-black, ink-like flow, entwined with myriad bolts of thunder, suddenly tore through the void and materialized in Ye Feng's palm. It was the celestial-grade war spear, the thunderous fury. As the essence of the long spear became apparent, the eyes of Fu Bo were instantly filled with boundless despair and horror. He finally comprehended the magnitude of the terrifying entity he had provoked. Yet, it was all too late. With the thunderous fury in hand, Ye Feng held the spear aloft, its tip angled, his dark, indifferent gaze fixated upon Fu Bo, as if observing an insignificant ant. In your next life, remember to keep your eyes wide open. No sooner had the words left his lips than he flicked his wrist. Whoosh! The thunderous fury transformed into a streak of black lightning that rent the heavens, imbued with the annihilating might of thunder, instantly piercing through Fu Bo's throat. Splatter. Blood sprayed forth. Fu Bo's body trembled violently, and all remnants of life in his eyes were utterly extinguished by the ferocious power of the thunder. Chapter 61. A Natural Wonder. After eliminating Fu Bo, Ye Feng slowly retracted the thunderous fury, the black lightning gradually fading from its shaft, and the entire gloomy forest returned to a profound silence. His expression remained impassive as he approached the lifeless forms of Wang Tung and Fu Bo, showing no hesitation as he deftly removed the storage rings from their fingers. Delving into the contents, a faint smile graced Ye Feng's lips. In the ring of the extravagant young Master Wang Tung, he found little more than a few ostentatious low-tier Xian-grade artifacts, alongside a mountain of gold, silver, and jewels, as well as over 10,000 low-tier spirit stones, likely the entirety of his wealth for attending the auction. In stark contrast, Fubo, who had reached the mid-stage of the Qi transformation realm, boasted a far more substantial fortune. In addition to spirit stones, he possessed several vials of healing and energy-restoring elixirs, as well as a mid-tier Xian-grade claw technique named Black Fiend's Claw, which he had just demonstrated. Ye Feng casually transferred all the items from the two rings into his own storage. Then, with a flick of his fingers, two golden flames descended upon the corpses, igniting into a roaring blaze that swiftly consumed both bodies along with all traces of their existence. Having completed this task, he was about to turn away when, unexpectedly, a voice emerged from the tranquil forest, laced with a hint of languor and a touch of alluring charm, reminiscent of a yellow aureole emerging from the valley. He, esteemed friend, what a ruthless tactic. You have slain the sole heir of the Wang family. Do you not fear being pursued to the ends of the earth by the Wang family of Xianxia City? Ye Feng's gaze turned icy. He abruptly, the thunderous fury materializing in his grasp once more, its shaft crackling with lightning, as a chilling aura of murderous intent instantaneously zeroed in on the direction of the voice. Who goes there? Dear friend, there's no need to be anxious. Amidst a cascade of melodious laughter, a striking figure emerged slowly from behind a colossal ancient tree. Clad in a form-fitting crimson gown, the lady's high slit accentuated her fair, elongated legs, evoking tantalizing imaginings. Her alluring silhouette, with voluptuous curves, created breathtaking arcs with each step, while her captivating eyes sparkled with an enchanting glimmer, seemingly capable of ensnaring souls. She was a natural enchantress, exuding an irresistible allure with every smile and frown. Following closely behind her was an elderly man draped in a gray robe, emanating a profound and formidable aura. His eyes, half closed, appeared to be in a state of drowsiness, yet Ye Feng could distinctly sense the overwhelming power within him, far surpassing that of the previous figure, Uncle Fu. The aura resonated with the essence of a perfected realm. Ye Feng's gaze narrowed slightly. Let's dispense with the pleasantries, he spoke coldly, the tip of his thunder gun pointed menacingly towards the ground, a flicker of murderous intent gleaming in his dark eyes. Have you come for the Qi transformation pill in my possession? To him, these strangers appearing in the desolate wilderness were likely there to commit murder and seize treasures. A soft giggle escaped the red-clad woman as she covered her mouth, her astonishing curves subtly quivering, creating enticing ripples. Dear friend, you misunderstand, she said, gracefully stepping forward to halt 3 paces away from Ye Feng, her enchanting gaze curiously appraising him, particularly the formidable thunder gun that radiated immense power, a glint of intrigue flashing in her eyes. I am Zhou Qingwan from the Zhou family of Xianxia City. I am not here for the elixir. I simply wish to befriend you. The Zhou family? Ye Feng furrowed his brow. Besides the Wang family, Xianxia City housed 3 major clans, and the Zhou family was one of them, standing on equal footing with the Wang family. However, his suspicions deepened. Befriend me? I have no prior acquaintance with your family. Why would you wish for friendship? Or do the members of your Zhou family enjoy making friends in places still reeking of death? Zhou Qingwan's smile did not wane. Rather, it intensified. You speak candidly. Dear friend, and I appreciate that. She paused, her mesmerizing eyes suddenly flashing with a cold brilliance, her voice chilling slightly. Because, dear friend, you have aided my Zhou family in eliminating a target we have long wished to dispatch, but could not approach directly. Wang Teng is the only legitimate heir of the Wang family, cherished by the patriarch Wang Zhan, who holds great hopes for him. His demise would leave Wang Zhan without a successor, plunging the entire Wang family into turmoil. Zhou Qingwan's voice carried an unmistakable hint of delight. So, you have come to observe how I carry out the kill, hoping to reap the rewards? Ye Feng's tone remained icy. Alas, dear friend, you have misunderstood, Zhou Qingwan sighed, shaking her head slightly, her crimson lips parting. My family, the Zhou clan, shares an irreconcilable enmity with the Wang clan. A century ago, we vied for control over Xianxia City, but ultimately, we fell short by a mere move. In that fateful battle, countless ancestors of the Zhou clan perished. And even the then head of our family, my great-grandfather, met his tragic end at the hands of Wang Pejuan, the patriarch of the Wang clan, who shattered his heart and left him to die in bitterness. At this juncture, the depths of hatred filled her alluring eyes. For 100 years, This blood-soaked grudge has been etched into the hearts of the Zhou descendants, never to be forgotten. Regrettably, the Wang clan's power looms large, with Wang Pujuan holding sway, leaving us with no opportunity for vengeance. Yet today, you have slain the Wang clan's only glimmer of hope, akin to severing an arm from their body, delivering a resounding slap to their face. This kindness, my family shall remember. Ye Feng listened intently, his heart comprehending, yet his expression remained vigilant. He narrowed his eye, regarding the enchanting yet fierce woman before him, and replied coolly, "The enemy of my enemy is not necessarily my friend. Speak plainly, what is it that you truly seek?" Zhou Qingyang gazed at Ye Feng's composed visage, a glimmer of admiration flickering in her eyes. Faced with such temptation, he maintained an admirable calmness and rationality, a quality rare among men. Taking a deep breath, her demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness as she slightly bowed in respect. "I come to you on behalf of the Zhou clan to formally extend an invitation for you to become an esteemed guest elder of our family. Should you agree to serve at our behest, we are prepared to offer you an annual tribute of 30,000 low-grade spirit stones." As she spoke, Zhou Qingyang lifted her gaze, her captivating eyes regaining their enchanting allure. She moistened her luscious red lips, her voice laced with irresistible temptation. Chapter 62. Your body does not pique my interest. Guest Elder? An annual tribute of 30,000 low-grade spirit stones? To heed our summons? Zhou Qingyang's words lingered in the tranquil forest, yet Ye Feng's expression remained utterly unperturbed. He did not cast even a glance at the enchanting woman, his gaze instead settling calmly upon the elderly figure in gray robes, whose eyes were half closed. The thunder spear in his hand hung slightly lower, a faint flicker of black lightning dancing at its tip. The energy emanating from the elder was nearly complete. He stood but a half step away from transcending into the realm of metamorphosis. This individual surpassed the previous man, Fu Bo, by several measures. "Is it that you find Wanner's offer insufficient?" Zhou Qingyang inquired, her charming smile unwavering as she took a graceful step forward, an intoxicating blend of exquisite fragrances wafting towards him. She swayed her slender waist, her voluptuous figure beneath the fiery red gown accentuating breathtaking curves. "If you feel unsatisfied, the terms can still be negotiated, for instance, with me." A soft, almost inaudible chuckle interrupted her words. Ye Feng finally turned his head, his profound gaze fixating for the first time on this self-satisfied woman, his eyes brimming with unabashed mockery and intrigue. 30,000 spirit stones each year? He retorted, his voice low yet striking, akin to an invisible slap that rang across Zhou Qingyang's face. "Do you believe I appear to be someone in need of such trifles?" The smile on Zhou Qingyang's face momentarily stiffened. Ye Feng's gaze unabashedly roamed over her alluring figure, traversing from her long, fair legs upward, finally resting upon her captivating visage. He shook his head, his tone as indifferent as one might use to appraise an object. "As for you, to be frank, I possess no interest." Boom! When these seemingly light, yet profoundly humiliating words resonated clearly in her ears, it was as though thunder had struck in Zhou Qingyang's mind. She stood frozen in place. The seductive smile on her face was entirely replaced by a surge of shame and disbelief. She, Zhou Qingyang, the eldest daughter of the Zhou family in Xianxia City, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the city. Countless noble scions and talented youths spent lavishly just to elicit a smile from her, striving to exchange even a single word. She held absolute confidence in her beauty and allure. She believed no man could withstand her temptation. Yet now, this man who had seemingly emerged from nowhere had the audacity to proclaim his disinterest in her face. This was not mere rejection. It was a complete humiliation, a blatant contempt. How outrageous! A cold, furious shout erupted from the gray-robed elder. His half-closed eyes suddenly burst open, two beams of terrifying light shooting forth, locking onto Ye Feng. An overwhelming pressure, far exceeding that of Fu Bo, emanating from a fully realized Qi transformation expert, bore down upon Ye Feng like a colossal awakened beast. "Boy, apologize to my young lady. Otherwise, death." The elder's voice was hoarse yet chilling, laden with an unmistakable aura of lethal intent. However, in the face of this terrifying pressure that could shatter the spirits of ordinary Qi transformation cultivators, Ye Feng remained unfazed, his demeanor as tranquil as ever. He didn't even glance at the elder, redirecting his attention to the pale-faced Zhou Qingyang, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "By killing Wang Tong, Your Zhou family has gained immense profit. Now, you wish to use this meager advantage to bribe me. To treat me like a dog tethered to your Zhou family's war chariot? Ye Feng's voice turned frigid, each word piercing Zhou Qingwan's heart like a sharp dagger. Are you dismissing me as a mere beggar, or do you believe that my life is worth such a paltry sum? Zhou Qingwan's delicate form trembled violently. Her enchanting eyes were fixed intently on Ye Feng, her chest rising and falling rapidly with each hurried breath. It dawned on her that from the very beginning, she had made a grave miscalculation. She had perceived Ye Feng as an ordinary cultivator, easily swayed by interests and beauty. Yet, a man capable of vanquishing a mid-stage Qi transformation expert with a single punch, wielding a heavenly-grade battle spear, and remaining unfazed in the face of a perfected Qi transformation's overwhelming presence, could not be measured by conventional standards. He was not a tool to be exploited. He was a fierce dragon that could not be tamed. Having come to this realization, Zhou Qingwan inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the shame and fury that surged within her. A strained smile reappeared on her rigidly beautiful face, yet it seemed somewhat forced. I was indeed presumptuous, she conceded, inclining her body slightly towards Ye Feng, adopting a posture of utmost humility. Esteemed friend, your prowess is unparalleled, far beyond the confines of my humble Zhou family. If you do not wish to serve as a guest elder, may I inquire what it is that you desire? Anything within my capabilities, I shall not refuse. She was astute, swiftly altering her approach from one of coercion to one of supplication. Miss, the elderly man in gray robes beside her interjected anxiously, attempting to intervene. However, Zhou Qingwan raised her hand to silence him, her keen gaze firmly locked onto Ye Feng, awaiting his response. Now, that sounds more like a proper conversation, Ye Feng nodded, allowing the mockery on his face to gradually fade. I do not wish to be anyone's pawn, nor do I desire to be anyone's lackey. He paused before continuing. However, a collaboration is indeed worth discussing. Collaboration? Zhou Qingwan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, Ye Feng asserted, extending a finger, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. First, members of the Wang family will soon be in pursuit. I require your Zhou family to manage all ensuing troubles and erase any trace of my presence in Xianxia City. I do not wish to leave behind a swarm of flies buzzing after me once I depart. Without hesitation, Zhou Qingwan nodded. That is no problem. Ye Feng then extended a second finger. Second, I require the most comprehensive intelligence on the Eastern region's hidden dragon list, including the cultivation levels, techniques, battle records, and all evaluations from the Tianji Pavilion regarding the listed prodigies. The hidden dragon list? Both Zhou Qingwan and the elderly man in gray were struck with astonishment. The hidden dragon list, curated by the enigmatic Tianji Pavilion, cataloged the 100 most formidable young talents in the Eastern region. Those who made it onto the list were unparalleled geniuses, destined to become the pillars of the Eastern region's future. The value of such intelligence was beyond measure, far surpassing any amount of spirit stones, and had long been classified as a top secret by the major sects and families. What does he intend to do with this? Could it be that his ambition extends to the legendary dragon ranking? A tempest of emotions surged within Zhou Qingwan, and her gaze towards Ye Feng transformed entirely. Though my Zhou family possesses this intelligence, she could not finish her sentence before Ye Feng extended a third finger, articulating a condition that nearly left her breathless. Thirdly, I demand access to your Zhou family's treasury to select any 2 items. What? This time, before Zhou Qingwan could respond, the elder in gray could no longer contain himself, exclaiming in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He glared at Ye Feng, his hair bristling with fury. You must not overreach. The treasury is the cornerstone of my Zhou family's century-long legacy. How dare you, an outsider, tread upon it? Yet Ye Feng did not even spare him a glance, calmly fixing his gaze upon Zhou Qingwan, and said indifferently, 3 conditions, each indispensable. Should you fail to meet them, we shall part ways. I possess my own methods to silence those pests forever. His voice was soft, yet it carried an unsettling chill and a hint of sanguine menace. Zhou Qingwan had no doubt that should the negotiations falter, this man would unhesitatingly eliminate both her and the elders behind her. He was a true, ruthless individual. A sheen of fine sweat broke out on Zhou Qingwan's forehead as she found herself embroiled in a fierce internal struggle. Each of Ye Feng's conditions was formidable, particularly the last, which felt akin to carving out her family's very heart. Yet if she declined, She would not only forfeit this rare opportunity to severely wound the Wang family, but might also seal the fate of her family's elite forces here forever. To gamble or not to gamble? Very well. After barely 3 breaths of hesitation, Zhou Qingyang gritted her teeth, a flicker of desperate resolve igniting in her eyes. I accept your terms. Miss. The elder in gray was taken aback. Old High, there is no need for further discussion. My mind is made up. Zhou Qingyang decisively interrupted him, then gazed deeply at Ye Feng, solemnly declaring, I, Zhou family, will accept all 3 of your conditions. She was wagering everything, entrusting the future of her family to this enigmatic and formidable man. Excellent. A hint of satisfaction finally graced Ye Feng's countenance. I hope your Zhou family will not disappoint me. However, Zhou Qingyang's subsequent words caused the atmosphere to freeze once more, plunging it into icy tension. She looked at Ye Feng, her expression tinged with a bittersweet gravity. But, my friend, you must first ensure your own survival. What do you mean? Ye Feng furrowed his brow slightly. Zhou Qingyang took a deep breath, her voice strained as she spoke. Just now, the spies I placed within the Wang family have relayed news. The head of the Wang family, Wang Zhan, has personally left the city. Moreover, he carries with him the ancestral treasure of the Wang family, a mid-grade, earth-tier magical artifact, the binding dragon rope. Wang Zhan, Ye Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, Zhou Qingyang's expression darkened considerably. Wang Zhan was known for his ruthless nature and fierce protection of his kin. Wang Teng, his only son, had been slain by you, and he had already descended into madness. Not only was he a genuine early-stage transcendent, but his dragon-binding rope was also exceptionally vicious. Once ensnared, it would imprison a cultivator's vital energy and meridians, rendering even the mightiest of powers helpless, reduced to a mere lamb awaiting slaughter. She paused, glancing up at the sky, her voice tinged with urgency. At his speed, he would arrive in no more than the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Chapter 63. The Heavenly Bow of Flames. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng narrowed his eyes and inquired, an incense stick's time? With his current strength? He could not contend with a transcendent. If the opponent were to pursue him, it would likely spell disaster. Realizing this, Ye Feng immediately turned to Zhou Qingyang and asked, Do you have a safe refuge? Indeed, Zhou Qingyang replied, Fellow Taoist, you might as well accompany me back to the Zhou family. We also have transcendent cultivators who can ensure your safety, and we can fulfill the 3 conditions you have set forth. Ye Feng, somewhat tempted, nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall return with you to the Zhou family. Excellent. Zhou Qingyang nodded again, and together with Ye Feng, they transformed into streaks of light, their figures swiftly vanishing from the spot. Barely a few breaths after their departure, a terrifying rage, potent enough to make the entire forest tremble, descended with a thunderous roar. A middle-aged figure with hair standing on end and eyes aflame appeared as if by teleportation in the clearing. He gazed at the 2 patches of ash on the ground, still warm and faintly resonating with the last breath of his son, unleashing a howl so piercing it seemed inhuman. Xianxia, no matter who you are, I Wang Zhan, swear to flay your skin, extract your tendons, and refine your soul, ensuring you shall never attain rebirth. At the Zhou family estate, as the 3 landed, they found themselves within an ancient and elegant courtyard. Fellow Taoist, please follow me. I will first take you to the treasure pavilion. Zhou Qingyang guided Ye Feng, swiftly navigating through the pavilions and corridors, heading towards the innermost part of the Zhou family residence. Soon, they arrived before a massive underground stone chamber. The stone before him lay a spectacle that even he could not help but admire. Within the vast expanse of the enormous treasury, which spanned hundreds of feet, an array of treasures dazzled the eyes. Neatly arranged on shelves crafted from cold jade, a variety of artifacts glimmered with ethereal light, alongside elixirs, techniques inscribed on jade slips, and an assortment of rare materials for forging. Any single item taken from this collection would undoubtedly incite considerable uproar in the outside world. Truly, the heritage of the century-old family of Qingyang City was remarkable. Ye Feng mused inwardly, acknowledging their extraordinary depth of resources. Dear friend, you may choose any 2 items. Zhou Qingyang reminded, her tone laced with a barely perceptible twinge of regret. Ye Feng remained silent, stepping forward to leisurely traverse the rows of treasures. His gaze was calm, dismissing the radiant weapons and armors that were clearly of exceptional quality, as if they were inconsequential. Ultimately, his footsteps came to a halt in front of a row of bookshelves on the western side of the treasury. Here, The shells were adorned with numerous jade slips containing martial techniques. He casually picked one up and probed it with his consciousness. Xianxia supérieure technique, Jingtao Ju. He then lifted another. Sointian supérieur martial skill, Venlei Xianfa. His eyes swiftly scanned the collection, finally resting on a seemingly unremarkable black jade slip perched atop the shelf. With a flick of his hand, the slip soared into his palm. Delving into it with his consciousness, he found Earth-grade inferior technique, Fiancée Zanzu. This is the one, he declared nonchalantly, stowing the Earth-grade technique into his storage ring. Both Zhou Qingwan and Elder Hai were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated that Ye Feng would opt for a technique. It was well known that while techniques were precious, a powerful innate artifact often yielded more immediate benefits in combat. Particularly, the Fiancée Zanzu, despite being an Earth-grade technique, had exceedingly harsh cultivation requirements, necessitating a body attuned to the utmost yang and rigidity of the fire element. Otherwise, attempting to cultivate it would lead to self-immolation. For a century, no one from the Zhou family had succeeded in mastering it. Are you certain, dear friend? Zhou Qingwan could not help but inquire, her voice tinged with concern. This technique, I am certain, Ye Feng interjected, offering no further explanation. After selecting his first item, he turned to approach the weapons rack. However, as he pivoted, his peripheral vision was captivated by an object hanging on the wall in the far corner of the treasury. It was a large bow. This bow, entirely cloaked in a deep crimson hue, appeared unadorned and bore a thin layer of dust upon its surface. It hung there quietly, starkly contrasting with the surrounding artifacts that radiated brilliance, resembling a forgotten relic of the mundane world. Yet, inexplicably at the sight of this bow, the bloodline of the tyrannical dragon within Ye Feng stirred uncontrollably, as if responding to a distant, kindred call. What is this? Ye Feng strolled over, extending his hand to brush away the dust from the bow. The moment he touched it, an icy and heavy sensation coursed through his fingers. Your discerning eye is commendable, remarked Zhou Qingwan, who approached and gazed at the bow, a complex smile tinged with self-mockery gracing her lips. This bow, known as the Fires of Heaven, was a treasured heirloom brought back by our Zhou family's first ancestor from an ancient relic. The Fires of Heaven? Ye Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, Zhou Qingwan nodded, continuing. It is said that this bow is crafted from the spine of an ancient fire phoenix, with its divine essence serving as the bowstring, ranking at least as a superior grade of the Earth class. Superior Earth grade. Even Ye Feng felt a stir of excitement at these words. Alas, Zhou Qingwan shifted her tone, shaking her head with a wry smile. This bow possesses a spirit of its own. Only those endowed with an exceptionally strong physique and the bloodline of the fire phoenix could draw it. Since our ancestor, no one from the Zhou family has been able to pull it even a fraction in the past 300 years. Over time, it has become merely a decorative piece in our family treasury, a symbol of our ancestors' glory, yet a reminder of the inadequacies of the descendants. She looked at Ye Feng, advising, though this bow is of high caliber, it is but an inanimate object. You should seek a more suitable treasure. Beside them, Elder Hai concurred, saying, Mrs. Wright, young man, do not aim too high. Practicality is the key. However, Ye Feng appeared oblivious to their counsel. His fingers gently caressed the cold bow, sensing a faint, seemingly dormant warmth emanating from within. I shall give it a try, he said softly, uttering those 3 words. What? Zhou Qingwan was taken aback. Before she could react, Ye Feng had reversed his grip on the bow and placed his other hand on the seemingly unremarkable bowstring. Friend, do not. Elder Hai's expression shifted as he hurriedly warned. There are prohibitions set by our ancestor upon this bow. Forcing it will result in a backlash. Yet Zhou Qingwan stifled a laugh, her enchanting eyes glimmering with intrigue. Elder Hai, there is no need for alarm. Let him try. It may just quell his ambition. In her view, Ye Feng's actions were merely the folly of a young man defying fate. After all, if even the most talented heirs of the Zhou family, including Elder Hai, who had perfected his cultivation, could not draw it, what could a mere late-stage Qi cultivator achieve? Ye Feng paid no heed to their exchange. Taking a deep breath, he felt the muscles in his right arm swell. Open, he exclaimed, unleashing a powerful thrust with his arm. However, the bowstring remained utterly still, as if it were welded to the bow. Zhou Qingwan's smile widened. Elder Hai subtly shook his head, thinking as expected. Yet in the next moment, the expressions on the faces of the 2 individuals suddenly froze. A sound reminiscent of an ancient dragon's roar erupted violently from within Ye Feng's being. Boom! A resplendent golden radiance burst forth from his body, enveloping him entirely. In that moment, his originally upright stature seemed to rise even further, his muscles coiling like a mighty dragon, emanating an explosive sense of power, an overwhelming, almost tyrannical pressure, as if it could crush the very fabric of existence. Swept through the entire treasure vault, unleashed the dragon's might. This was unfathomable. Zhou Qingyang and Old High's expressions shifted dramatically under this terrifying pressure. They were forced to retreat, their eyes filled with boundless horror. At this moment, Ye Feng's deep-set eyes had transformed into a dazzling golden hue. He gazed at the burning heaven bow in his hands, a proud smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Rise!" He bellowed once more, his right hand, gripping the bowstring, bulged with veins as he exerted tremendous force. A grating sound, akin to some ancient artifact being forcibly awakened, suddenly echoed within the silent vault. The once dormant burning heaven bow, which had lain silent for 3 centuries, began to slowly, inch by inch, yield to Ye Feng's immense strength. The dark crimson sheen upon its surface began to glow brighter. Ancient and mysterious flame runes, as if possessing life, emerged from within the bow, swirling gracefully. "He is actually doing it." Old High pointed at Ye Feng, his voice sharp with shock, his wrinkled visage reflecting sheer disbelief. Zhou Qingyang trembled violently, her alluring eyes widening in astonishment, her rosy lips parting unconsciously, lost in a state of complete stupor. Chapter 64. The Dragon's List. He truly managed to draw it back. How is this even possible? Yet this was merely the beginning. As the angle of the bowstring continued to increase, the entire burning heaven bow began to tremble violently, emitting a series of exhilarating and high-pitched hums. A searing aura, hot enough to melt gold and iron, erupted from the bow. The temperature within the vault began to soar uncontrollably. As the bowstring reached its full arc, a clear and soaring cry, echoing as if it could pierce the heavens, suddenly resonated through the air. A phantom fire phoenix, ablaze with fierce flames, ascended from the bow, swirling above Ye Feng's head, its proud eyes reflecting a hint of familiarity and submission as it gazed down upon him. In that moment, Ye Feng, wielding the burning heaven bow, bathed in golden radiance and boundless flames, resembled an ancient war god commanding fire and strength, utterly unstoppable. Zhou Qingyang stood entranced, gazing at this miraculous scene, her mind a blank slate. All her calculations, all her pride, were shattered in an instant by the imposing figure before her. Ye Feng released the bowstring. A soft hum emanated from the fiery phoenix apparition, which transformed back into a stream of light, merging into the bow's body. The searing heat within the treasury gradually subsided, restoring tranquility. Ye Feng weighed the celestial flame bow in his hands, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. He turned to the still petrified Zhou Qingyang and spoke nonchalantly. "I shall choose this second item." Zhou Qingyang was taken aback, staring blankly at that magnificent figure, her mind a void. He actually desired the celestial flame bow. This was the ancestral treasure of the Zhou family. "Miss, the celestial flame bow is the ancestral treasure of our clan. It is absolutely unacceptable." The aged voice of Old High resonated behind her, tinged with unmistakable urgency and alarm. Zhou Qingyang's delicate frame trembled slightly as she snapped back from her overwhelming shock. She gazed at Ye Feng, and for the first time, genuine awe flickered in her enchanting eyes. Her fingertips turned pale from gripping her clothing tightly, her heart waging a fierce internal battle. To give or not to give. If she conceded, it would mean relinquishing the glory of her ancestors. If she refused, she had no doubt this man would immediately turn against her. Give it to him. Ultimately, with a deep breath, Zhou Qingyang exhaled 2 words, her voice betraying a tremor she herself had not noticed. Hearing this, Old High's expression changed drastically. He wished to persuade her further, but was halted by Zhou Qingyang's resolute gaze. "Thank you," Ye Feng replied indifferently, devoid of any smugness, as if merely reclaiming something that rightfully belonged to him. He casually stowed the high-grade, earth-tier divine bow into his storage ring. Zhou Qingyang observed his nonchalant demeanor, a wave of confusion washing over her. This man resembled an unfathomable black hole. No matter what one offered, it appeared incapable of stirring even the slightest ripple within him. "I still require information regarding the potential dragon list." Ye Feng's voice broke through her daze once more. "Friend, please follow me." Zhou Qingyang forcibly suppressed the tumultuous emotions within her, slightly bowing to Ye Feng before turning to lead him outside the treasury. Navigating through a series of tranquil corridors, Zhou Qingyang brought Ye Feng to an elegant study. Inside, the air was fragrant with sandalwood, and rows of rosewood shelves were filled with various ancient texts. She walked to the deepest part of the study, approaching an inconspicuous relief on the wall, and gently pressed a spot. With a soft click, the wall silently slid apart, revealing a hidden compartment. Within lay a jade scroll, sealed with layers of prohibitions, quietly radiating a faint luminescence. This is the price paid by the Zhou family to acquire the copy of the Hidden Dragon List from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Zhou Qingyang delicately extracted the scroll and presented it to Ye Feng, her tone imbued with solemnity. This item bears great significance. I implore you, my friend, to peruse it and refrain from disseminating its contents. Ye Feng nodded and accepted the scroll. It felt cool to the touch, and he could sense the intricate and formidable sealing power it possessed. With a flicker of golden light at his fingertips, he effortlessly dismantled the restrictions, gradually unfurling the scroll. Buzz! A radiant golden glow flashed across the scroll. Lines of ancient characters, both graceful and imbued with an enigmatic essence, materialized before him. Ye Feng's gaze swiftly scanned from the end to the beginning. In the 98th position of the Hidden Dragon List was the young master of the Black Wind Stronghold, Zhao Wuji, with a cultivation level of mid-stage Qi transformation. In the 73rd position was Li Qingxian, the chief disciple of the Flowing Cloud sect, at late-stage Qi transformation. Each name that passed before his eyes belonged to a prodigious talent, renowned among the younger generation of the Eastern Domain. Any one of them would be considered a top disciple within the Taishan sect. However, Ye Feng's gaze did not linger. It was not until he reached the 26th entry that his attention momentarily halted. In the 26th position was Yu Yao, the saintess of the Taishan sect, with a cultivation level of mid-stage transcendence and a record of ringing the Taishan bell 7 times, having single-handedly defeated 3 peers under the moonlight within 3 moves. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion remarked, possessing the moonlight body, her sword heart is clear. The future is promising. Yu Yao. A vision of her ethereal yet formidable figure flashed in Ye Feng's mind. She possesses the moonlight body? And what of the wager made 3 months prior? A barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of his lips as he continued to gaze upward. His eyes swiftly searched the list for the name he loathed with a passion. At last, his gaze abruptly froze at the 18th entry. In that instant, the very air within the study seemed to crystallize. In the 18th position was Su Shuer, a true disciple of the Human Tao sect, with a cultivation level of the Diamond Realm. Her record stated that she had once, with a half-step transcendence cultivation, slain 3 mid-stage transcendence beasts, the Fire Python, and had infiltrated the Blood Slaughter sect, defeating its 3 guardians and retreating unscathed. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's evaluation read, her temperament is ruthless, her methods inscrutable. She bears an unusual bloodline and is a prodigy not seen in 1,000 years by the Human Tao sect. Boom! As those chilling words pierced Ye Feng's gaze like needles, an uncontrollable and bone-chilling murderous intent erupted from within him. The Diamond Realm, just as Yili had stated. That venomous woman had indeed broken through to the Diamond Realm. Moreover, she had previously slain mid-stage transcendence beasts with her half-step transcendence cultivation. Well, what an impressive Su Shuer. What a prodigy not seen in a millennium. Within Ye Feng's heart, a tempest of fury raged, and at that moment, his deep-set eyes transformed into a terrifying shade of crimson. His fingers clenched the scroll with such force that they turned pale, as if he intended to crush both the scroll and the name it bore into dust. Standing nearby, Zhou Qingyang was struck with dread by the sudden, overwhelming aura of murderous intent, causing her to retreat repeatedly, her complexion turning ashen. She felt as though she had been thrust into a sea of corpses and blood, the sheer, unmasked ferocity of his killing intent rendering her breathless, her very soul trembling in fear. How many lives had this man taken to summon forth such a terrifying aura of death? And what had this woman, Su Shuer, done to evoke such boundless hatred within him? As the atmosphere in the study thickened to an unbearable tension, on the brink of explosion, a maid suddenly knocked on the door and addressed Zhou Qingyang. Miss, the young master of the Sun family has arrived and wishes to speak with you in the parlor. The maid's voice, akin to a gentle stream, swiftly dispelled the nearly palpable chill of lethal intent that had enveloped the room. Zhou Qingyang trembled violently. as if awakening from a nightmarish vision of carnage. She staggered back, her back pressed against the cold bookshelf, barely managing to regain her composure. She gasped for air, her enchanting eyes filled with lingering terror and shock. In that fleeting moment, she truly believed her life was at an end. The pure, untainted murderous intent had threatened to freeze and shatter her very essence. She could scarcely fathom the depth of enmity that could unleash such a horrific wrath. What had this woman, Su Shui'er, done to Ye Feng? Ye Feng slowly closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, the fearsome crimson hue had receded, restoring the profound stillness of a deep well. He inhaled deeply, forcing the tumultuous waves of killing intent and hatred back into the depths of his heart. Very well. Su Shui'er, the stronger you become, the more intriguing it will be when I ultimately crush you beneath my feet and obliterate all your pride. He gradually rolled up the scroll of the Hidden Dragon list and casually stowed it away in his storage ring, turning to face the still trembling Zhou Qingwan. He regarded her with calm eyes and spoke softly. Wang Tong is dead. The Wang family is in disarray, and I have resolved a pressing issue for your Zhou family, thus fulfilling one of your conditions. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingwan's heart quivered, and she hastily suppressed the turmoil within, mustering a somewhat rigid smile as she inclined her head slightly. Yi Dao's friend, your great kindness will be forever remembered by my Zhou family. Ye Feng acknowledged her with a nod, then shifted the conversation, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. In that case, as a gesture of goodwill in our collaboration, I can also grant you a personal request, Zhou Dao's friend. Speak, what do you desire? His voice, though unremarkable, bore an undeniable confidence and authority, as if there were no task beyond his capability. Zhou Qingwan was utterly taken aback. She had never anticipated that after proposing those exceedingly harsh conditions, Ye Feng would voluntarily offer to fulfill one of her requests. The surprise came so abruptly that her astute and cunning mind momentarily struggled to comprehend it. Yet, she was Zhou Qingwan, and after a fleeting moment of distraction, she quickly regained her composure. Her enchanting eyes suddenly sparkled with unrestrained joy. It was as if she had grasped a lifeline, and she stepped forward eagerly, her voice trembling with excitement. Yi Dao, is this truly the case? I never speak in vain, Ye Feng replied nonchalantly. Wonderful. Zhou Qingwan's face lit up with delight, her captivating features instantly flushed with an alluring blush. She bit her rosy lip, seemingly grappling with her words, but ultimately mustered the courage to plead in an almost desperate tone. Yi Dao, could you pretend to be my Dao partner? Upon uttering these words, her cheeks turned crimson, her heart racing as she anxiously gazed at Ye Feng, fearful of his potential rejection. Dao partner? Ye Feng furrowed his brow, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He had expected her to request some form of cultivation technique or elixir, but instead, she presented such an ambiguous and troublesome proposition. Zhou Qingwan hastily clarified, Yi Dao, do not misunderstand. I only wish to rid myself of that rogue, Sun Yukai. Sun Yukai? Ye Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Yes. Zhou Qingwan nodded vigorously, her alluring gaze revealing an unmistakable disdain and chill. He is the heir of the Sun family in Xianxia City, and for years, he has relentlessly pursued me, clinging like an unshakable adhesive. Today, having slain Wang Tong, the Wang family is gravely weakened and will surely be enraged. My father and the clan elders, in an effort to counterbalance the Wang family, will likely lean toward an alliance with the Sun family, leaving me with no escape. As she spoke the last words, a hint of despair and helplessness crept into her voice. Ye Feng, upon hearing her, understood the situation well. It was merely a sordid transaction weighing the benefits between families. Observing this woman, who embodied sensuality, ruthlessness, intelligence, and vulnerability, he found it somewhat amusing. Is it truly that simple? He inquired. Yes, it is. Zhou Qingwan nodded emphatically, fearing he might doubt her sincerity. She quickly added, as long as Yi Dao is willing to assist me, I shall willingly accept any task in the future, even at the cost of my life. There's no need for that. Ye Feng waved his hand dismissively, his expression calm. It is merely a matter of swatting away a fly, a trivial effort. Let's go. I shall accompany you to meet that heir of the Sun family. Thank you, Yi Dao. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingwan was instantly overwhelmed with joy. Her enchanting eyes gazed dreamily at Ye Feng's strikingly handsome yet austere visage, and an unprecedented sense of security, along with a peculiar affection, surged within her. This man, Though domineering, cold, and decisive in his actions, consistently evoked an illusion of reliability at the most critical junctures. In the Zhou family's main hall, as Ye Feng and Zhou Qingyang entered side by side, they beheld a young man draped in a golden-threaded brocade robe, seated with an imposing demeanor at the head of the hall. His features were undeniably handsome, yet his expression bore an inescapable air of arrogance and lewdness, with his bewitching eyes darting about, marring the overall beauty of his face. He idly waved a gold-inlaid fan while listening with palpable impatience to the reports of his subordinates, his countenance replete with disdainful superiority. This man was none other than Sun Yukai, the heir of the Sun family. Qingyang, at long last, you have arrived. I have awaited your presence for far too long. Upon catching sight of Zhou Qingyang's fiery red silhouette, Sun Yutsai's eyes ignited with avarice. He snapped his fan shut and rose to greet her. However, just as he was about to reach out to Zhou Qingyang, a figure appeared like a ray, silently shifting half a step to block his path. Sun Yukai found himself grasping at thin air, his expression darkening as he cast a malevolent glance at this unexpected interloper. The newcomer was clad in black, boasting an alluring countenance and an imposing demeanor. His deep-set eyes, reminiscent of unfathomable depths, exhibited a tranquil yet steadfast aura simply by standing there. Sun Yukai narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Ye Feng, yet found himself utterly unable to discern the latter's cultivation, as if he were merely an ordinary mortal. A surge of unnameable ire welled up within him, and with a disdainful snort, he inquired in a demanding tone, "Who do you think you are to obstruct my path?" Zhou Qingyang, witnessing this, could not help but smirk internally. She gracefully linked her arm with Ye Feng's, leaning affectionately against him, and with an unprecedented tenderness, addressed Sun Yukai with a smile. "Sun Daoyu, allow me to introduce you. This is my partner, Ye Feng." Boom! As the term partner resonated clearly in the air, it felt as if the very atmosphere of the hall had crystallized in that moment. Sun Yutsai's haughty smile froze instantly. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the pair so intimately entwined, and his self-assured visage morphed into a hue reminiscent of liver from sheer shock and fury. "Partner?" His voice twisted sharply with jealousy. "Qingyang, surely you jest. Him, a mere wild brat emerging from some obscure corner, deemed worthy to be your partner." He pointed at Ye Feng, his words laced with unabashed scorn and humiliation. Yet, in the face of his tirade, Ye Feng remained unperturbed, his expression betraying not a flicker of emotion. He couldn't even be bothered to cast a glance at the capering jester, merely turning his head to gaze softly at the woman cradled in his arms, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Is this the trouble you spoke of? Indeed, quite bothersome." His voice, though low, resonated like a resounding slap across Sun Yutsai's face. The sudden warmth in Ye Feng's gaze caused Zhou Qingyang's heart to flutter. Her cheeks tinged with a blush as she involuntarily nodded in agreement, her tone playful. Yes, he is indeed quite annoying. Their banter, a harmonious duet, only served to stoke the flames of fury within Sun Yukai. You both." Sun Yukai trembled with rage, pointing furiously at Ye Feng, his voice a hollow roar. "You are courting death. Do you know who I am? I am the heir of the Sun family from Xianxia City. Annoying." Ye Feng finally turned his head slowly, his deep-set eyes locking on his Sun Yukai for the first time. A chill radiated from his gaze, a bone-chilling menace that seemed to erupt from the depths of the underworld, enveloping Sun Yukai in an instant. His furious cries ceased abruptly. An icy dread surged through him, as if he were being targeted by a legendary beast from primordial times. Under the scrutiny of those cold, indifferent eyes, he felt his heart cease to beat, breath becoming an arduous task. "I care not for your lineage, be it Sun or Wang." Ye Feng's voice was frigid and devoid of emotion. "Utter another word, and I shall ensure you remain forever silent." Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the space. The few guards accompanying Sun Yukai, despite being at the Qi gathering stage, quaked in fear, their legs trembling, lacking the courage even to draw their blades. Sun Yutsai's face turned as pale as a sheet, his lips quivering, unable to utter a single word. He had no doubt that should he dare utter another syllable, this man would kill him without hesitation. "Leave." Ye Feng spat out the word icily. "You will pay for this." Sun Yukai felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, hastily uttering a threat devoid of any real menace before he and his equally terrified guards scrambled away from the Zhou family residence. Watching Sun Yukai flee in such a disheveled manner, Zhou Qingyang felt an unprecedented sense of relief wash over her. The pent-up resentment of years was finally released at that moment. She turned her head, her enchanting eyes sparkling as they lingered on the tall figure beside her, radiating an air of security, her heart racing uncontrollably. Chapter 66. The Wang Family's Fury. This man, domineering and cold, decisive in his actions, possessed an uncanny ability to instill a sense of invincibility, as if he could shoulder the weight of the world in the most critical moments. Your troubles have been resolved. As Zhou Qingwan's thoughts wavered, Ye Feng's calm voice pulled her back from a reverie. He released the arm she had grasped, as if the intimate moment had never transpired, turning his gaze toward her with an unperturbed demeanor. I require a completely undisturbed chamber for my secluded cultivation. Ah, certainly. Zhou Qingwan was momentarily taken aback by his abrupt shift to indifference, feeling a twinge of inexplicable disappointment. However, she quickly composed herself and nodded vigorously. She understood that for a man like Ye Feng, the pursuit of strength far outweighed any romantic entanglements. Please follow me, fellow Taoist Yi. Zhou Qingwan suppressed her tumultuous thoughts, forcing a charming smile as she led the way. My family possesses a cultivation chamber enriched with a geothermic spiritual vein, historically used by our clan's leaders for seclusion. The concentration of spiritual energy here exceeds that of the outside world by more than tenfold, and it is safeguarded by numerous formations, ensuring that you will not be disturbed. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng's eyes brightened slightly, and he nodded in acknowledgement. The geothermic spiritual vein would greatly benefit his impending breakthrough to the Qi transformation realm. The two traversed several serene corridors, with Zhou Qingwan in the lead. Her fiery red gown accentuated her stunning figure, each step causing her curvaceous hips to sway enticingly, filling the air with an intoxicating fragrance. She could distinctly sense the calm, yet predatory gaze behind her, making her uneasy, as her heartbeat quickened and a faint blush crept upon her fair neck. Before long, they arrived at a stone door located in a forbidden area at the rear of the estate. The ancient and imposing door was adorned with intricate runes of profound formations, emanating a searing aura from the cracks. Zhou Qingwan produced a token and cast a spell. A deep rumble echoed as the massive stone door slowly creaked open. A wave of intensely rich fire attribute spiritual energy surged forth as if it were about to materialize. Fellow Taoist Yi, this is the geothermic chamber of the Zhou family. You may rest assured in your seclusion. I will handle matters outside. Zhou Qingwan turned to face Ye Feng, her alluring eyes fixed upon him, her tone imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. Understood. Ye Feng nodded, entering the chamber without hesitation. With a resounding boom, the heavy stone door gradually closed, sealing off the two worlds completely. Meanwhile, in Xianxia City, at the Wang family estate, the entire courtyard was shrouded in an oppressive silence and a bone-chilling aura of malevolence. Inside the hall, the atmosphere was so stifling it felt as though it could solidify. All the servants and guards knelt trembling on the ground, not daring to breathe a word. Above the main seat, the head of the Wang family, Wang Zhan, draped in a black robe, wore a countenance as somber as the depths of water. His bloodshot eyes blazed with a fury potent enough to scorch the heavens. He is dead. His only son is dead. Investigate. I demand an inquiry. Wang Zhan's hoarse voice, laden with boundless resentment, echoed as if it had emerged from the depths of the netherworld, sending a chill through every soul present. The auction house commenced the investigation at the gathering treasure pavilion. That wretched creature who bid against tongue. I must uncover his identity. I will rend his body to pieces and scatter his ashes. A middle-aged man, resembling a butler, trembled as he knelt on the floor, stammering, Master, we have sent someone to inquire at the gathering treasure pavilion, but they have strict regulations and refuse to disclose any information about their clients. Regulations? Wang Zhan abruptly rose, unleashing a terrifying aura characteristic of a transcendent expert, sending the butler flying while spewing blood. The life of my son is worth more than any regulations. His eyes glowed crimson, resembling a beast poised to strike, and he warned the gathering treasure pavilion that if they failed to provide an explanation, the Wang family would stop at nothing to ensure they could not operate in Xianxia City. At that moment, when the atmosphere in the hall was saturated with murderous intent and tension reached its peak, a guard suddenly burst in, tumbling through the door with an expression of alarm and uncertainty. Master, the heir of the Sun family, Sun Yukai, requests an audience. Sun Yukai? Wang Zhan's eyes narrowed, a flicker of disdain and disgust crossing his face. What business does that good-for-nothing have here? Throw him out. Wait. The guard hastily interjected. He claims to have vital information regarding the heir's death. What? Wang Zhan's expression shifted, his gaze turning icy. Bring him in. A moment later, Sun Yukai entered the hall, his demeanor sycophantic yet tinged with fear under the watchful eyes of the Wang family's guards. Upon entering, he fell to his knees with a thud, bowing his head to Wang Zhan, weeping and wailing, "Uncle Wang, you must seek justice for me and for Tung." Wang Zhan's gaze hardened, an invisible pressure enveloping Sun Yukai in an instant. "Speak. What do you know? Should you utter a single falsehood, I will ensure you do not see the light of tomorrow." Sun Yukai trembled under the weight of that terrifying murderous intent and hastily recounted the events that transpired at the Zhou family, embellishing his tale as he went. "Uncle Wang, it was the Zhou family. That wretched Zhou Qingyang. She, for reasons unknown, found a wild man named Ye Feng and publicly declared him her partner. I have discovered that this Ye Feng is the very same wretch who humiliated Tung, at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion and snatched the Qi transformation pill at the boom." As the names Ye Feng and Zhou family intertwined in Wang Zhan's mind, it was as if a million thunderclaps had erupted simultaneously. An even more ferocious wave of murderous intent erupted from within him. Bang! Beneath him, the grand chair, crafted from ancient ironwood, was utterly reduced to dust under the weight of a terrifying murderous intent. Ye Feng, Zhou Qingyang, and Wang Zhan gritted their teeth, each word forced from between clenched jaws, their crimson eyes ablaze with an unrestrained, cataclysmic rage. So is revealed, so is unveiled. He comprehended everything. The one who had humiliated his son at the treasure pavilion and seized the elixir was none other than the murderer of his child. And this fiend was currently hiding within the Zhou family estate, a lineage with whom his own family harbored an enmity steeped in blood. The Zhou family. What a wretched clan they were. Not only did they shield the murderer, but they also allowed that vile creature to become Zhou Qingyang's partner. This was an affront, a blatant humiliation. It was as if they were trampling upon the Wang family's honor, dancing upon the remains of his son, Wang Tung. "Uncle Wang, you must avenge Tung." Sun Yukai, witnessing this, felt a surge of elation as he continued to stoke the flames of hatred. Ye Feng was insufferably arrogant, and Zhou Qingyang was utterly intoxicated with pride. They held our Wang family in utter contempt. Wang Zhan slowly turned his head, his eyes, ablaze with furious fire, fixated intently upon Sun Yukai. "Is what you say truly genuine?" "Absolutely." Sun Yukai swore upon the heavens, declaring that should he utter a single falsehood, he would be struck by divine retribution, doomed to a wretched fate. "Very well." Wang Zhan inhaled deeply, the towering wrath upon his visage curiously subsiding, replaced by a chilling calm that sent shivers down the spine. He regarded Sun Yukai and spoke slowly, his voice devoid of any emotion. "Sun Yukai, the information you have provided is invaluable. Once I lay waste to the Zhou family, Zhou Qingyang shall be yours to claim as a sacrificial vessel. My Wang family shall wholeheartedly support your ascension as the next head of the Sun family." At these words, Sun Yukai was overwhelmed by a sudden, staggering delight, his face lighting up with unrestrained joy as he bowed repeatedly. "Thank you, Uncle Wang. Thank you for your generosity. The entire Sun family shall henceforth pledge allegiance to the Wang family." Wang Zhan paid him no further heed, slowly turning to gaze into the encompassing darkness of the night beyond the hall, his voice resonating like an echo from the abyss, filling the entire Wang estate. "Convey my command. Sumo."